Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone. All
right, we good?
You about for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the broker. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Mad, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? 2 wait anymore. 1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Mad, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Are you gonna be in the car?
You hear me?
Crash like
I'll be on the drums.
long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día yo no frena a nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare.
Hey. Gold hair girl with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cup with the pump, it is bean, oh yeah.
Leading off tonight for the Yankees, the second baseman, DJ LeMahieu.
And first pitch is in. As we wait for Houston Baptist guy Nim Sosler to turn off the video. Taiwan Walker doing battle against DJ LeMahieu. That one fouled off. 0-2, quickly the count. Nim Sosler. Still not hearing you. Taiwan Walker.
One ball.
Pitch misses low.
Strike.
And this one is going to be lifted into left field. Running grab by the left fielder, Kyle Lewis.
Batting second, the shortstop, Torres.
And that's how this ball game begins. One out here. Gleyber Torres steps up. Houston Baptist guy, can you turn off your video? I don't think we need that. M. Sussler, can you say something?
You guys hear me? I'm having technical problems.
Hear you loud and clear.
Alright, awesome. Alright, I'm gonna reset in.
This one is skied against the shift into right field. And gone! Solo shot. Gleyber Torres.
Alright, can you hear me right now?
I can hear you great.
Alright, how about, is it okay if I start with the next at-bat?
Please.
What a shot by Gleyber Torres, former Cub and stellar New York Yankee. He was acquired as a part of the 2016 Aroldis Chapman trade, which eventually led to the Cubs World Championship. Still a lot of debate on who will win that trade, but I think only time will tell, as now we got the big man, Aaron Judge, batting.
The right fielder, number
He has
99.
been a very, very impactful player for the New York Yankees. However, he has had some injury woes so far this season, batting .264 versus lefties. Rough start for Taiwan Walker. Let's see if he can get it together. It's right down the middle, strike one. You see the Mariners putting on a bit of a shift towards the left side of the field. Second dealing from Walker. It'll be grounded, perfectly fielded, and it's going to foot race, but Walker will prevail, and Judge is retired.
Batting fourth,
Don't you love
the
those
designated
plays
hitter,
right there where you have
Giancarlo
a foot race, a bit of a shift, and Judge hit it to the perfect spot, Oppo. Now Giancarlo Stanton, another Yankee with injury problems. However, he's had a good year so far, hitting .301. Yankees leading 1-0. Interesting thing about Giancarlo Stanton, as we wait for the dealing from Walker.
He gets
Low. Houston Baptist guy, what are your thoughts on Giancarlo Stanton? Technical difficulties from Houston Baptist guy as the second dealing is up and away for ball two. At the start that Taiwan Walker has wanted so far today. Good offering from Walker. Right down the middle, and in Stanton fashion, he swings and misses. That's been a problem with the Yankees so far.
half the time. He's not hitting home runs. He's swinging his miss.
One count, pressure pitch for Taiwan Walker. Fire post. Looks like that will be called a strike. Umpire's decision there. Third offering, and Stanton will earn a one-way ticket back to the dugout as after a very, very tough inning for Taiwan Walker and a home run shot from Gleyber. Yankees up 1-0, middle one. Houston Baptist guy, what were your thoughts on that first inning? I know he had some technical difficulties and stuff like that, but overall strong start for the Yankees, giving Garrett Cole some run support early.
Yeah, I think Garrett Cole needs some run support in order to win.
Yeah, Garrett Cole, pretty strong season, making his 12th start right now.
I can't see the screen, so can you just tell me what's going off the screen?
the center fielder,
Leading off, Malik Smith for the Seattle Mariners. Malik Smith, pretty good at the plate. His first offering from Cole, right down the middle. Malik Smith skies it, but this is short, charging in and charging back with Gleyber Torres, who will make the catch. That's a key when you get those short little balls into the outfield. That's communication right there. Great communication by Glaber. He's had himself a day so far. Now Kyle Lewis. He was a September call-up last year. He made his mark immediately, now looking to grind in his first full season. First offering from Cole low and near. As we see milestone watch, Garrett Cole's at 99 right now. Right now, if he pitches perfect, I think he's already gave him the run support. Could be seeing some real fireworks here at T-Mobile.
Yeah.
Second offering from Cole. And that one is skied. LeMahieu motioning, looking, and makes the short catch. Not a strong start from the Kings of the Pacific Northwest Seattle Mariners.
There's been a lot of short pop-ups from the Mariners.
That's what Garrett Cole's strength is. He throws high, he throws tight, and that's what you get. You get a lot of shortened swings, and that's a recipe for success for the New York Yankees. Now batting for the Mariners, Mitch Haniger. He's had some injury problems as of late. Took a foul ball to in a very difficult place last year, and good to see that he's back after a very tough injury. First offering high and tight, ball one from Garrett Cole. Haniger, however, he was an all-star. He was a very, very good player for the Mariners. Oh, we wait for the second offering from Cole. Pretty efficient so far. Only 4 pitches. 4 pitches. That one is skied from Haniger. Nick Connor's course. Back, and he will make the judge. Judge will make the catch. Track. Garrett Cole, very efficient, retires the side. 1-0 Yankees. Grew up 2 and 3 for 5 last night in his debut. Luke Voigt, who went 4 for 4, and the Yankee favorite, Gardy Party. Brett Gardner drew up for the Bronx Bombers.
Leading off for the Yankees, the center fielder.
Taiwan Walker looking to rebound after a very, very rocky first frame. Blew up Aaron Hicks. As you see that 600 average, he went 3 for 5 in his debut yesterday. Going to build on that, and he will ball into the gap. That one will fall off the wall, and Hicks will turn that into a double throw in, and what a good start for Aaron Hicks.
Batting 5th, the first baseman.
That is absolutely good patience from Aaron Hicks. Turns that one oppo, almost had enough strength to clear the fence. It hits the wall, and will turn that into a double. I don't know. If I'm Scott Surveys, I'm looking at the pen right now because this seems like a rocky start for Taiwan Walker. Dealt with injury last year.
No, that's
Now Mr. 4 for 4 Luke Voigt. He got 9 homers on the season, and the strength of his so far.
A lot of the Yankees' strength is mostly home runs.
And pitch from Walker right down the middle, and Voigt fouls that away. I don't know. That's a mistake avoided for Taiwan Walker right there. Left that one hanging. Voigt not able to get around. Second dealing low and away, and that's another thing about this Yankee team in general. If you are able to throw that changeup and that off-speed pitch, they're going to be hacking that all day. Some patience from Voigt. Changed his number to 59, wore 45 last season. But you sign a big free agent like Garrett Cole, any player will switch numbers. He wore 59. That was his brother's number at the University of Army. Voigt fouls back. Hicks on second. All men retired. Offering from Walker. And that will be a ring up, and Luke Voigt will earn a one-way ticket back to the Yankee dugout. Absolutely solid curveball, 12 to 6 right there from Taiwan Walker. Party looks to expand the Yankee lead with a man on second. For stealing, from Gardner, 132 home runs. Brett Gardner, he's been a lifetime Yankee. And Gardner hack. That's definitely something you don't want to see if you are Aaron Boone, seeing your guys taking hacks early. It's not a recipe for success if you're the New York Yankees, who had a very high strikeout rate despite being second in home runs. Gardner grounds. Good field by Walker. Fires to first. And that is stellar awareness by number 99, the pitcher Taiwan Walker, being able to recognize the second baseman White can have a problem with that. Urshela looking to drive in Aaron Hicks after he led off the inning with a double. Advanced to third on that short little grounder. Fouls the first pitch away. Gio Urshela, Cleveland with the Indians 2 seasons ago, was acquired by the Yankees and stepped up big in the gap of Miguel Andujar. High offer, 1-1. Technical difficulties. The stream has cut, and we're back. A second offering. Oh, and away. 2-1. Urshela, Yankees looking to expand their lead. Urshela right up the middle, and that's going to bring him one to center field. Malik Smith with another error. Fires in and play, and he is safe. Urshela is safe. Malik Smith with yet another error. That has been his kryptonite in center field. There's been several videos of him making a lot of errors, and that's definitely something the Mariners don't want to see. We'll wait from the official score to see what the status on that run is. Chris Iannetta, the former Rocky, former Indian, and pretty much an MLB journeyman at this point. Getting 225 on the season. Urshela on second. Offering. Pick 2004 draft is Chris Iannetta. As I mentioned earlier, his heyday of his career was with the Colorado Rockies. As Iannetta grounds, it has to be beautifully fielded. Should retire the side. But nonetheless, the Yankees add on, give their ace Garrett Cole some insurance, and they are up 2-0, heading in to the bottom of the second. However, the Mariners got Vogelbach, Seager, and White. That's the heart of the order. A chance for Seattle to cut in the lead. What are your thoughts on that second inning?
Leading off for the Mariners, the designated hitter.
No.
Number
Alex Smith has got to stop making stupid errors in the field. Time stops the base. I would suggest that Smith change very fast.
Yeah, that's definitely something they're going to want to do. Now, the former Cub, Dan Vogelbach, was traded for Mike Montgomery. You could say what you want about that, but that's out of the World Series for Mike Montgomery, and Dan Vogelbach was an all-star last year. I think that trade was pretty much split down the middle. High and tight. And Vogelbach will get a free pass. That one looked like it hurt.
Seager.
Vogelbach will take the slow drop to first. Now Kyle Seager. Not a strong start for him so far. At 194, we have the Mariner Moose looking to rile up the crowd after the Mariners see first base runner in the ball game. They're stealing low and away, ball one. Seager has not been good so far, only batting .048 against Garrett Cole. To me, just an ace like that, numbers are unlikely to get better. And a pitch from Cole. Swing and a miss from Seager. Strike one. Garrett Cole looking pretty solid so far. Very efficient. Only throwing 9 pitches so far. Offering from Cole. High. Seager able to get on in a beautiful field by Urshela. 1, 2. And that is a perfectly turned double play. 5-4-3. And a quick 2 outs for Garrett Cole. That's exactly what the Mariners did not need right there, is they're already in a gap. And the 2-0 gap to Garrett Cole feels more like 8-0, no matter where you are in the ballgame. Evan White, first baseman, batting.
Ball one, no strike.
Think about Evan White. He had a very, very good play earlier in the game. ball was hit to him, able to field Taijuan Walker to beat out Aaron Judge. 1-1 the count on White. The young Mariners team. A lot of these guys trying to get in. One guy who's not on the team yet, Jared Kelenic, is guaranteed a championship in the near future on a baseball card. In fact, he signed it. It said World Champs 2020. They're in last place right now, but let's see. You never know. Baseball is baseball. There's 162 games. No team is out of it at this point in the season. Mariners only 8.5 games back of first. As Garrett Cole books Evan White a one-way ticket back to the dugout, and that will retire the side. End of 2. Yankees 2, Mariners nothing.
Leading off for the Yankees.
DJ LeMahieu, the 2018 National League Gold Glove winner. Batting has been a very, very spectacular utility player for the New York Yankees, but that's not all he does. 0-for-1 today at the plate, but he has raked so far in his career in the Bronx. Second dealing from Walker. He's taking another hack. Oh, it's not looking like DJ's day. He'll obviously be wanting to flip that script as soon as possible. Good offering and a good decision by LeMahieu right there. LeMahieu is, even though he's only been on 3 teams, he's like a journeyman. Started out with the Cubs, shipped him to Colorado for Ian Stewart, and then signed a big contract with the New York Yankees before last season. Offering from Walker, and LeMahieu gets it, and that is into the outfield. That should be a single. Good start for the Yankee third.
Now batting, shortstop.
The look at the hit leaders. LeMahieu chasing Polanco and Jordan Alvarez, the ultimate leader for the Houston Astros, but he's being chased by Alex Bregman and Jorge Soler, so any hit right now helps him. Gleyber Torres, he hit a sky-high bomb in the first inning, looking to build off of that with a man on first. Walker looking to pitch around because leave that ball hanging. Gleyber is going to do something with it. Offering from Taijuan Walker. High pop foul for Gleyber Torres. International free agent, signed out of Venezuela. Good offering. Oh, and away. Taijuan Walker not looking like he has his best stuff today. 7-mile-an-hour splitter. Already at, this will be pitch 40. This Gleyber fouls away. That's another thing that Gleyber does. Is, even though he's famed for hitting the bombs and making those spectacular midfield plays, one thing that he does is he extends at bats and wears pitchers down. Third pitch, high and away. 3-2, full count. And I don't know, this is a recipe for disaster if Gleyber's able to get on. Men on, no men out. Aaron Judge striding to the plate. That's something definitely that the Mariners do not want, already being down 2-0. 3-2 pitch, payoff. Gleyber extending this at bat yet again on the scary foul. And the payoff. Fouled yet again. Taijuan Walker, definitely a pitcher you want to watch a limit. He missed all of last season. As the payoff, he is able to get Gleyber this time around. A good fight by Gleyber Torres. Third strikeout for Taijuan Walker. And as I was saying earlier, Berrios might want to put a limit on Taijuan Walker considering he missed all of last season with a knee injury. And given that he's one of your top 2 pitchers this early in the season, there's very little reason to extend him long as Aaron Judge decides to debate. 3-12 so far. 0-for-1 had that sharp ground out. Taijuan Walker made a spectacular fielding play on earlier in the first. Second offering, and then another grounder. Ricochets off. Will reach. Strike for the Mariners.
Up next for the Yankees, the designated hitter.
You got
Giancarlo
Aaron Hicks driving to the plate.
Stanton.
Catcher checking on. Catcher Tom Murphy checking on Walker. Let's see what Scott Cervantes is going to want to do. Unable to see which knee that hit, but as I mentioned earlier, having knee problems is Giancarlo Stanton. Sides the plate. It's high and away, and that's definitely something you don't want to see after a tough play like that. And over one got caught backing in the first. Second offering it in. One on Stanton. Former Marlin played with Christian Yelich and Marcelo Zuna in that absolutely stacked outfield down in Miami before they rebuilt. As Stanton skies this one into the gap. It's going to reach the wall. It's like 2 runs it should be able to score here. The Yankees will take a commanding 4-0 lead on the Stanton double. Judge scoring
Now
right
back,
there.
The center fielder, Aaron.
Absolutely stellar play. TJ LeMahieu also scoring on that play. Giancarlo Stanton, absolutely great patience there, able to extend the Yankees' lead. As I mentioned earlier, a 4-0 hole against Garrett Cole now feels more like a 12-0 hole for the Mariners.
Ball 1, no strike.
The second offering. He'll be grounded, fielded easily, and they'll be able to retire. Thoughts on the inning,
Now
but
back,
still a 4-0 hole.
Luke.
Seattle. Luke Voigt looks to extend the Yankee lead 5-3. Voigt absolutely steers that into the stands. Last 10 games, 4 home runs, 11 RBIs, including a 4-for-4 outing yesterday.
1-1.
Taijuan Walker still having some command control. 88-mile-an-hour cutter, sort of losing a bit of velocity here. Already at 53 pitches through 2 2/3. Voigt steers this one foul yet again. Little late on these pitches. Boy in left field getting his well-needed workout. Voigt steers that one. That's going to be another gapper. That will play another run as Yankees up 5-0 on the long single from Luke Voigt. Trying to look very, very grim for Taijuan Walker and the Seattle Mariners. Absolutely stellar form from Luke Voigt. He got behind the other 2 pitches, able to hit that one perfectly straight into the gap on the short hop. The long singles. Now Brett Gardner strides to the plate. A very, very extensive long inning is he's already thrown 25 pitches this inning. As I mentioned earlier, and I sound like a broken record, Scott Cervantes should be looking at the phone pretty soon to bring in a long-term reliever, as it is clearly not Taijuan Walker's day. And fouls back. First. Gardner steers that into the gap, into the corner, and let's see who's going to win this race. You got Voigt, not the fastest guy in the world, and he'll halt at third on the long double from Brett Gardner into the right field corner.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Taijuan Walker not having his best day, and now you got second and third for Gio Urshela. And here comes the skipper, Scott Cervantes, and it looks like Taijuan Walker's day will end early. He will earn an expedited trip to the showers after giving up 5 in 2 2/3. Definitely not the recipe you want when you come out to the ballpark.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mariners, number 55, Johan.
Entering the game, Johan Ramirez. 18 games this season, a long-term reliever for Seattle, looking to get out of this jam. 2 outs, so not that big of a jam. Shayla strides to the plate. In 235 this season. 3 slugging. Second and third for the Yankees, up 5-0, looking to expand it yet again, and this one may be over quick if he's able to plate a couple runs. Shayla, another international free agent. An offering from Johan Ramirez. Oh, and in able to prevent a wild pitch. Nestor Cortez, the former Yankee, coming up in the bullpen, as it looks like that's going to be Scott Cervantes' plan for the rest of the day. And to get runs in and not to burn too many pitches out. So Shayla sears that one. Good play. That will retire the side, but nonetheless, a lot of damage done from the box bounders to lead at 0. Blew up for the Mariners. Shedlong, Tom Murphy, and Pete Crawford. Garrett Cole under the line throwing a no-hitter, but a lot of baseball still to be played. Pete Crawford strides to the plate. 13 average as the Mariners look to get their first base runner on. Offering from Cole, high and tight, all 1.
Hey, I'm Sossler. How you doing today? Just hopping in the booth real quick while your original partner gets some technical difficulties sorted out.
All right, sounds good. Second one from Crawford, dealt foul. Special effects. This looked like a pretty strong start for the New York Yankees. I know you just topped down here, but what do you think the Mariners need to do right now in these next couple innings in order to make this a ball game?
Well, the first thing is you can't panic. Down 5-0, you still got 7 innings of offense to work with, and you don't need to get all 5 runs back all at once. You just want to do a good job making Garrett Cole throw a lot of pitches, and start chipping away at this deficit.
Yeah, and as you said, that's
We got full count.
weakness for the Yankees. You notice last season and seasons before, if you can get the starter out of the game, even though the last couple seasons they've had very strong bullpens, anytime you can get Garrett Cole out of the game is a help. And you see a little bit of help. Murphy. The plate. He's 8th in the catcher all-star vote. As special effects mentioned, Mariners looking to chip away at this lead.
1-0.
Well, so far, 23 pitches, 3 innings. That was his first base runner allowed, so a pretty good start from the former Astro. Gonna miss from Murphy. Nice hack trying to get out in front, but as special effects mentioned, that swing looked like he wasn't trying to chip away. That swing looked like he was trying to get it all back under the power of his own bat. This is the effect of that.
2 runs not going to help you so much in this spot. Of course, you'll take a 2-run shot, but you're still going to be down by 3, so got to be a bit more patient at the plate.
Yeah, as you said, and Murphy showing a lack of that right there as he hacks yet again. Cole's second strikeout on the ball game. Murphy will take walk of shame back to the Mariner dugout.
Tom Murphy, as a resident Mariners expert, calls him the strikeout king, proving his name with another K right there.
And it doesn't matter who's pitching, Murphy's definitely got to improve on that. In this game, if the Mariners want a shot at coming back, and they're 8.5 back in the division, so that's definitely something they're going to have to pull through and get together. Long prospect, young player, making his first season in the MLB, right to the plate. Mariners really need some offense here. However, Shed Long 0 for 3 in the last game, looking to break out of a slump. Offering from Cole to Long will be low.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Plate umpire calls that one a strike. First one from Cole, low, and it gets past, and that should be a free base for J.P. Crawford. This is the first mistake we've seen from Garrett Cole thus far. Effects, are you there? It is swing and a miss. Long and Shed Long. The walk of shame yet again to the dugout.
Mahle.
Absolutely hanging pitch. Off speed, and Shed Long bites it. Mariners got a runner in scoring position. Malik Smith made a fielding error earlier and caused a couple of runs to come in, looking to get those runs back off of his own bat.
Hello, can you hear me now? All right, yeah, some technical difficulties coming from the guy who's trying to replace the guy that's got technical difficulties right now, so.
Yeah, a couple technical difficulties today, so far. Smith allowed a couple of runs earlier on a fielding error with a runner in scoring position, looking to get a couple of those runs back. You see yet another mistake from Garrett Cole. However, he chooses not to advance there. Interesting decision considering that they're down 5.
Yeah, I mean, part of that might be, you know, the old adage, don't make the first or last out at third base.
As the old adage goes, but that's not going to matter as Malik Smith swings and misses, earns his one-way ticket. Garrett Cole still throwing a no-no through of 3. Yankees up 5-0. A special FX. We talked about the Yankees. We talked about the Mariners. Up for the Yankees is Aaron Hicks. He had a stellar game in his season debut yesterday. How do you think he's going to contribute to this offense going forward after being sidelined with injuries?
I mean, he's a clutch bat. You know, he's a quality bat, and that's why the Yankees picked him up a couple of years ago from the Minnesota Twins. And he's already showed his worth, you know, in his first game back from injury. And I just think he's going to continue to produce, especially against a struggling Seattle team.
Yeah, Aaron Hicks, as you mentioned, acquired from Minnesota, filled that stopgap for a while in center field, playing alongside Aaron Judge. Injuries have kept him out for quite a while. Now we got Chris Iannetta. I mentioned earlier on the broadcast that his prime he was with Colorado, but ever since then he's been pretty much a journeyman, not only between several major league teams, but he's been riding the AAA MLB bus quite a lot. Getting an opportunity with the Yankees right now, not making much of it as he goes down on strikes.
Yeah, despite that strikeout, though, he's still been a valuable backup, especially with that big injury to Gary Sanchez sidelining him for at least a couple months. But he's been a very serviceable backup. You know, I saw him hit a couple home runs in earlier broadcasts that I've done, but you know, Yankees don't really need too much help on the offensive side of things.
Yeah, right now, as they always say, when you're up 5, there's no need to make any major mistakes, no need to do anything that you don't need to do. Just sit back, hold on to the lead. You don't really need to be aggressive on the offensive end because there's really not much that you can gain from it. On the York end, on the Seattle end, on the other hand, you got to start making some decisions. Jalen Mayhew batting at the plate. He is 1 for 2 today. However, on that first one, ricocheted off of Taijuan Walker, added to if it wasn't a hard day enough, taking a liner right off the knee doesn't make it any better.
I got the count. 2 and 2.
Let's see if DJ can break out of it was not really a slump, but a rough day so far.
3 and 2.
At least doing a good job, you know, taking some pitches out of the zone and getting himself back into a full count.
That's what works well. They worked Walker's pitch count up. Fouls away, extends this at bat yet again. As I was saying, Yankees, that's one of the reasons why Taijuan Walker is out. Yes, he did take a liner off the knee, but he was at over 50 pitches through 3 innings, and that's always going to work because the Mayhew off grounder into the outfield. That will be a base hit. And Mayhew 2 for 3 so far on the day.
Now batting.
He's looking to expand this lead yet again. DJ LeMahieu getting that hit parade started yet again.
Yep, like you were saying, Yankees don't really need too much help offensively, but you're going to take it whenever you can get it. And, you know, on this broadcast, you know, not everyone's going to need a second partner, but still we figured in case that's necessary, you know, we can get a guy backing up while we figure out some technical difficulties. But honestly, if you feel comfortable, you know, just doing it solo, I can always step on out.
Well, yeah, I mean, whatever you want to do. I mean, reps are reps. If you want get the free reps, go ahead. Whatever you want. If you want to stay on, you can stay on. However, if you want to hop off, whatever works for you.
Yeah, personally, it doesn't matter. You know, I don't have any games today. It's one of my off days, but I always love calling ball games, and we just want to make sure, you know, that while we sort out some technical difficulties with your originally scheduled partner, you know, we can keep everything going as smoothly as possible. Not going too smoothly for the Yankee bats, so 2 strikeouts in the inning.
Yeah, not a good inning for the New York Yankees. Yohan Ramirez has had a pretty good day since entering a lot earlier than he probably expected, replacing Taijuan Walker. Despite the 2 strikeouts, Aaron Judge looking to inflict some damage at tail end of this inning. A sky foul. Feels good offering, and Judge will sky that foul yet again. And that's the thing with the Yankees. I mentioned this earlier on the broadcast, but the Yankees have been doing a stellar job at extending at bats.
Yeah, no, they're doing a great job fouling some pitches off, taking some close pitches.
And Yohan Ramirez getting a turkey of strikeouts in that half inning. Middle 4, Yankees able to get yet another hit. They still lead 5-0 over the Mariners. Mariners, we're going to keep saying this until they're able to get some offense, but the Mariners rather still looking for their first hit. A rough day on both sides so far. Cole having a stellar outing. Kyle Lewis, the rookie, he's got 17 doubles this year. For sure could use one right now. To a sky-high pop-up, Judge camping out in the middle. Easy play. Not a bad cut from Kyle Lewis right there, but wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, no, good swing there. Just got under it a little bit, and Cole, he's been dealing so far in this game. He also faced the Mariners last week, and, you know, he's showing that same kind of dominance and familiarity around this lineup.
1-0.
That's what happens, as they always say. You know, typically you think that the more times a batter faces a pitcher, the batter gets more familiar. One could argue in the case of Garrett Cole, it's he is one of the most top pitchers in the league, arguably number 1, and that's why the Yankees have him on a mega contract. It's because it's the opposite. The more times Garrett Cole faces a batter, arguably gets tougher for them.
You know, Cole's able to find some weaknesses in these guys' swings, maybe find some spots in the strike zone they're more prone to chase. And, you know, that's what makes Cole such an amazing veteran presence around a lot of these other guys that the Yankees have in their rotation and in the bullpen.
And not to mention, not only with the Yankees, last year he faced Seattle a lot of times. Being on Houston, definitely earned some of those guys' numbers back then, even though you're looking at a little bit of a different lineup here for Seattle, but he's similar as Mitch Haniger, yet again, was down on strikes as number 5 on the day for Garrett Cole.
Now batting, number
Yeah, just
20.
went power versus power. Fastball up in the zone, and Haniger not able to catch up to it. Easy strikeout for Cole.
Yeah,
And
high. The pitch
He's going
there.
down these batters, yeah.
That was a high pitch there. Easy money for Garrett Cole right there. And you'll Vogel back looking to inflict some damage. He's been one of their more consistent hitters over the past couple of years. He was hit by a pitch earlier in this game. Let's see if that may have an impact. It's no fun getting hit by a 90-plus pitch.
0-2.
Back tries to steer that one into the right field bleachers, but instead gets nothing. 0-2.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to see in a ball game is, guy gets hit by a pitch, and then his next at bat, he takes the pitcher deep and kind of inflicts that same kind of pain onto him.
Vogelback trying to do that there and laying off a pretty similar pitch to the last one. 2. Vogelback looking a lot more patient this time around, even though he was hit by a pitch, not swinging it at those trick pitches and off-speed pitches.
And if he is swinging at them like that one right there, he's getting a piece of it, fouling it off, and staying alive in the at-bat.
That's the one thing the Mariners need. They need to get that pitch count up, because as soon as Cole gets out of the game, the job only gets easier. But Garrett Cole still wheeling and dealing as he gets Vogelback on the swing right there. He's still retaining a 5-0 lead, and don't want to try and announcers jinx it here, but Garrett Cole's got a no-hitter through 4.
Yeah, you seem to be calling it a lot
The
for a guy who's not trying to jinx it, but, everyone's got their own opinion on whether or not the broadcasters actually have enough power to break up a no-hitter. This one's ripped down the right field line against the shift, and probably going to be an easy double for Stanton.
Yeah, that's the one thing Stanton has done, and the Yankees have done well so far today, is hit well against the shift. Doing very good at hitting Oppo. And they've tried the shift a couple times, and both times it's failed them. Look at the doubles leaders on the Yankees. You got 5 guys in double figures in the doubles category. That's not an offensive recipe for success. I don't know what is. Tight on Hicks.
Count 1-0.
Careful there if you're Aaron Hicks.
When these guys are, not hitting it over the fence, they're still able to find gaps, and that's keeping their slugging percentages up, increased by the number of bases you get on each hit.
1-1.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, as you said, Aaron Hicks having a great start to the season,
I got the count.
and
1-2.
he's continuing that into this game.
As I mentioned earlier, Aaron Hicks having a very good start so far to this season. And to add on to that with a runner in scoring position is Hicks skies that one. Deep left, tracking. That ball will fall over the wall. A 2-run blast for Aaron Hicks into the right field bleachers. As we mentioned earlier, Aaron Hicks, what a start to the 2020 campaign.
Second home run in as many games that he's played this season. And he hasn't had the best of opposition, facing the Los Angeles Angels, 3rd place in the AL West, and now facing the Seattle Mariners in the bottom of the AL West. But it's still got to be said, these guys are major league pitchers. They're trying their best to get some weak contact or no contact at all, and Aaron Hicks is early on this season proven he's still got it.
Yeah, Aaron Hicks, what can't we say about him? Hopefully, they say beginner's luck. They say the ball always finds the new guy. But right now, Aaron Hicks, as you mentioned, even though he's facing bottom-tier competition, the fact that he's wheeling and dealing is a huge sign of hope. Our Yankees is a football right. As Voigt waiting for the signal high and tight, was able to get out of the way.
Yeah, and I wouldn't, necessarily call Aaron Hicks the new guy. He's still got some plenty of time out in the major leagues with the Yankees and the Twins, but still fresh off of that injury, keeping him out for the starting part of this year. And he's proven he hasn't missed a beat.
Yes, Aaron Hicks definitely has not missed a beat right there. Especially nice to see that he's hitting blasts, especially with an elbow injury. Especially for an outfielder, that's definitely a positive sign. Voit, the plate looking to extend the Yankee lead on the payoff pitch. 4 for 4 yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, but okay, obviously when you go 4 for 4, it's sent down on strikes.
Now batting, left fielder.
Hard to
Brett Gardner.
duplicate that. Take a look at the minor league report. Definitely something the Mariners will want to be looking at, considering their young team, the rebuilding, and who knows, those guys playing in those games down there be a part of the next Seattle Mariners World Championship team. Ramirez to Gardner.
Yeah, you say part of the next Seattle Mariners World Championship team. I'm sure Mariners fans don't need any reminding, but they don't have a World Series championship, so they're hoping that these guys can, put some good quality at bats together, whether that's on the pitching side or on the offensive side, and they can get that first title out
Now
to the
batting.
Pacific Northwest as
Third
Gardner lifts it out to center,
Theo
caught by Smith for out
Urshela.
number 2.
And as you mentioned, the first title, I mentioned this earlier, but I think a good story sometimes is worth repeating. Eric Kelenic, a prospect in the Mariners organization, he essentially guaranteed it. He signed a fan's baseball card, spring training camp, saying World Champs 2020. Now, I'm not sure at the rate things are going this year that may happen, but he's definitely optimistic of bringing a title to the Pacific Northwest as we got a slow pop up and it's caught, and that will retire the side. A pretty efficient outing for Yohan Ramirez despite Aaron Hicks taking him deep. Yankees 7, Mariners nothing, middle of the 5th. So now that we see Yankees up 7, you're at the midpoint in this game. If you're Scott Servais and Aaron Boone, obviously if you're Aaron Boone, you're going to want to start looking at some defensive replacements. But if I'm Scott Servais, already have Taijuan Walker, who is probably taken out of this game early because of that line drive. How do you manage your roster at this point?
Honestly, you just want to limit the number of innings your guys are getting out of the bullpen. And I'm not saying, individually, but as a whole, you don't want to,
Leading off for the Mariners.
take away your whole
third
bullpen.
baseman,
You still got
Kyle
2 more games in this series.
Seager.
So you don't want to overwork them. But individually, in order to stop from the whole bullpen getting overworked, I could see Ramirez, going another inning, maybe even another 2, if he can keep up, some sort of production.
Typically, Harris go another couple, and they can go straight to the back end of their bullpen. Cole now dealing to Kyle Seager. Kyle Seager, rough start so far. There's that one into territory on the right field side. Seager, originally regarded as one of the top prospects, not having the 2020 he wanted.
Ball, that's out.
Yeah, he's starting to get up there in age, on the wrong side of 30. And he's doing still pretty well in the power department, but power is not going to help you when you're chasing pitches like that.
As it's strikeout number 7
Now
for
batting,
Garrett Cole,
first
taking a look at
baseman,
the ERA leaders
Evan
entering today's game. I wouldn't be surprised if Garrett Cole climbs a couple spots on that list, given the stellar performance he's had so far through 5.
Well, stellar performance he's had and stellar performance the entire American League has had just in general. You see there are 4 guys with an ERA below 2 coming into this game. Cole trying to join them if he can keep up his dominance over these Mariners.
I wouldn't be surprised if after this game, after his next couple outings, he's able to remain consistent at this level. Is, as you said, joins the under 2 club. Now batting Evan White, the first baseman. Things at that. A fastball, arguably Oh, it's umpire's decision, but that's been toxic for the Mariners, swinging at high and low pitches, pitches out of the zone, giving an ace a freebie and making his job easier.
2-2, count.
Yeah, you know, it's easier said than done. You know, we're up here in the broadcast booth. Oh, clearly that one's going to go outside the zone, but standing in the batter's box is a completely different situation. And Cole does a great job, you know, making all of his pitches look the same coming out of the hand. And it's that break that really tricks these hitters into chasing.
And J.P. Crawford skies that one. Judge camping out yet again. No problem there.
The batter, number 3.
That's also another thing. We're talking about this defense. Even though Garrett Cole has been wheeling and dealing so far, defense, even though they haven't had to work much, they've made some pretty good plays. Even though a lot of routine, anytime a pitcher does this well, the defense as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, defense is always a part of the game. You could be pitching the game of your life, but, you know, things aren't working out defensively and your ERA is going to, you know, blow up because of it. So that's why we've got different pitching metrics, you know, fielding, independent pitching that deals with those 3 true outcomes. And as we see one of them right there, a strikeout to J.P. Crawford.
That's been Cole's MO. Yankees up 7-0 through 5. Keeping the Mariners in the hit category as well, 11-0. Now enter the 6th inning. He's Johan Ramirez looking to come back for the Mariners. Pitching again, trying to extend and get as many pitches in, trying to give other guys rest. Sayonara, we talked a lot about him earlier, stepping up in Gary Sanchez's shoes. How you look at Johan Ramirez. Another thing that these games are good for is you get to see the back end of the bullpen, a lot of young talent. And on the Mariners, this Mariners squad, you have a lot of it.
Yeah, no, Mariners opting for the development stage. You know, they're not planning on winning the World Series in 2020. Although if they did, you know, want to make Kellenick's prediction true, they're only 8 games out in the AL West despite being in last place. A very weak division this season, all packed tightly together. So I don't think they're going to be making any wild card runs, but if, you know, a lot of these teams are having inconsistent seasons, if the Mariners can find something, they could be a sneaky postseason team.
As I steers that one. Good running catch by Shed Long. And as you mentioned earlier, a weak AL West this season. Oakland and Texas, the only 2 teams playing above 500, and even Texas, they're barely above 500, sitting at 30-28. Every other team below the 500 mark. So division, even though they're 8.5 out, as you mentioned, still a very attainable goal for this Seattle team.
You know, especially when you look at those wild card races, the Cleveland Indians, Chicago White Sox, they're both, you know, they held the 2 wild card spots because they're not leading in the AL Central, but they're both better than the AL West leading Oakland Athletics. So, you know, it'll be tough competition for whichever AL West team gets to the playoffs, no matter what, but it's very tightly packed.
And as you mentioned, you know, that's baseball right there. You could have one division, for example, this year, the AL West, that very, very weak, and then you might wind up having a team out of the AL Central. This is the postseason, even though they finished better and possibly the division leader in the American League West. It's baseball for you right there. You got Gleyber Torres. He took a Taiwan Walker long in the first inning, started this Yankee hit parade and the Yankee run parade. Going to do it again. And I mentioned this earlier in the game when I was on solo. It was sort of a rhetorical point, but I think it's always good bringing it up for debate. Gleyber Torres was traded in the Aroldis Chapman deal back in 2016. Who do you think has won that trade?
Well, I think the Yankees won that trade because, you know, they got Torres out of it, and they also were able to re-sign Aroldis Chapman, so you basically gave up nothing getting Gleyber Torres. You know, obviously there were other pieces involved in that deal, but in terms of the big names, you were able to stick with your guys even after giving them up.
That's something that a lot of people look at. Is you look at the current and you say, oh, even though the Yankees haven't gotten anywhere, they have gotten somewhere. They've made it championship series multiple times with Glaber, but even though they haven't gotten any rings with Glaber, speaking of, he'll sky high, Smith camping under, makes the out. But the thing about Glaber is, even though they haven't gotten anything yet, he is outperformed everyone in MVP conversations consistently. And even though Aroldis Chapman was a much-needed piece in the Cubs ring chase, best is yet to come for Glaber and the Yankees. As you mentioned, they still have Aroldis Chapman under contract.
Yeah, well, and I mean, you know, knocking on wood, it's still very early in the season, but I think this is one of the Yankees' best chances to do it with the team that they're putting out there on the field. You know, they've got a great lineup 1 through 9. I don't feel comfortable pitching to any of them. And then they've got great starting pieces, great bullpen pieces, and even their bench, you know, Chris Iannetta, Mike Talkman, they've got guys that can fill in when needed and still be productive.
And that was the mentality we noticed in 2019 season. A guy goes down and you're like, oh, is this the end of the New York Yankees? Are they going to have a down season because of injuries to guys like Giancarlo Stanton, Dellin Betances, or players like that? Like, who's going to be the player that gets injured and breaks the Yankees? They just keep bringing guys up, and then they step up, and then eventually you get to the time when the postseason roster needs to be handed in, and then there's the huge debate. Because on one hand, you want to keep these hot prospects on your postseason roster. On the other hand, you're not going to leave a guy like Giancarlo Stanton off of it.
Yeah, you know, I'll put in my 2 cents on that type of debate, but I'd rather see your veterans kind of take over in the postseason. A lot of times we've seen guys that have been there before. Those are the guys that had success. You know, Washington Nationals may be a bit of an anomaly last season, but most of the recent champions, they've been in the postseason multiple years before they were able to finally get that ring.
As you mentioned, the teams in the postseason have that period. It's on, and you need a player going up to bat. You definitely want a veteran with experience taking those hacks. As Garrett Cole, filling in dealing still. Pick out number 9.
The center fielder,
Garrett Cole having a phenomenal game far in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, Mariners are not able to pick up his pitches. Whether it's a fastball, they're getting too late on their swings. If it's a breaking ball, they're getting fooled by them, as this one's lifted out to right.
Looks like Judge is going to camp out under that. That will retire the side. 2-6. He's up 7-0 with the heart of the order coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
At this point in time, you see Eric Swanson entering the game. Looks like the Mariners starting to go. It's not their typical back-end relievers, but they're short-term relievers. They're just trying to get guys innings, get guys reps. 42 innings so far for Swanson this year. If you look in the bullpen, you got Carl Edwards Jr. and Williams warming up. Edwards Jr. got the first 2 outs in 2016 in that Game 7 in the 10th inning. After that, the thing about Carl Edwards is you either it's on the mound and you feel great, he gets on the mound and the inning can't be over fast enough. So if he enters this game, we'll see which kind of Carl Edwards we get on the mound.
Yeah, Carl Edwards, you could probably say he's kind of like the Joey Gallo on the pitching mound. You know, you're either going to get a great outing from him, you know, where he's ripping pitches, you know, or you're going to get some bad outings. And it's just, I can see the similarities between those two guys, even though they do 2 very different things on the diamond.
And one could argue that Gallo, I mean, that's a good comparison because if you notice from a pitcher's perspective, it's unnoticed much more than on the pitching perspective. But to think of it, that's a very good comparison. And we'll have to see if Scott Servais wants to go with the string being slingers soon. His Judge sent back to the dugout on strikes. Hasn't really been a problem for the Yankees. It was earlier in this game. It was tighter than it is now, but at this point, time the Yankees, you take it with the attitude. Sort of in other sports when you start running those practice plays and essentially run a practice in a game, and that's what the Yankees are sort of, I feel like they're doing here.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you're sticking with the fundamentals, you know, not trying to do too hard, especially with that 7-run lead that they find themselves in.
A 7-run lead late in the game, always a recipe for success. Carlos Stanton now down 0 for 2. Even though it's a low-pressure situation, Eric Swanson rising to the occasion so far. And Aaron Judge down and had 0-2 on Giancarlo Stanton. Only 6 pitches.
The count is 1 and 2.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need is just to get into a spot where, you know, the outcome is mostly decided. You can just go out there, do your thing, and not have to worry about it too much. And we've seen that from Swanson, although since making that comment, you know, you might have jinxed him, missing very well outside with a couple of sliders.
And nonetheless, we reverse jinx right there as he sends that one right down the pipe. Stanton getting a big hack, gets no wood on it, and will earn a one-way ticket back to the Yankee dugout.
Yeah, Swanson just sticking with that same pitch, slider on the outer half. This time he's able to get it close enough to the strike zone where Stanton couldn't resist, but not able to get some wood on that one.
Now the Yankees' offensive star of the show, Aaron Hicks, ends yet again with a single. You could talk all day about what he has done this season so far, even though it's only been 2 games. Boy, oh boy, if he can keep this up. Said it earlier, but huge bright spot for the New York Yankees.
Yeah, you know, as well as the Yankees have been doing this season, Minnesota Twins still besting them for that home field advantage throughout the playoffs. So if they can get Aaron Hicks and some other guys, you know, picking things up in this lineup, we could see them start to skyrocket, give the Twins a run for their money.
It's definitely something, maybe not at this point in the season that you need to look at, but every time a race is closed in August, look back at the schedules and you say, okay, which game could we have won here? Which game could turned out differently? And as you mentioned, guys like Hicks, and if they can get the rest of the offensive guys on board, might not be too many of those games. They're in a home field advantage race going down the stretch.
Yeah, you know, Nate, you don't want to take too hard of a look at the schedule because then you start getting in your own headspace. But I was talking about this on my call with Duggo last night. You know, most major league teams, you're good for about 60 wins every season. You're good for about 60 losses every season. And it's what you do with those other 40 games that determines whether you're going to be a bottom feeder or postseason contender.
I could not have heard that said any better. It's definitely something that you mentioned teams look at. And the buffer zone that you mentioned is the payoff pitch, Luke Voigt. 1 for 3 today. After going 4 for 4 yesterday. It's a free pass. Swanson sending Stanton and Judge down on strike.
The left fielder, number 11.
Brett Gardner.
Yeah, I mean, getting a 1-2-3 inning is always tough no matter who you're facing. And, of course, you got to do it against these baby bombers that the New York Yankees have in their lineup. So, good job setting down the first 2, but still got some work to get out of the inning.
And all started out, forget about that single from Hicks, a walk to Voigt. A 7-0 game and a 10-0 game. Much of a difference if you look at it, but you still want to get out of the inning as fast as possible. And I'm sure the last thing the goal of Scott Survey is to get out of this game using as few arms as possible.
Nope, ball 1.
Johnson gets into a jam after retiring the first 2. Gervais might need to walk out and tap on his right arm.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if he's going to come out to him just yet. You know, you want to trust your guy. You know, give him some confidence by just letting him do his thing. But I'd say if he puts Gardner on, that's when you might see a pitching coach or catcher taking a trip out to the mound.
And we may see that pretty soon, even though he's ahead of the count in 2. As you mentioned, the Mariners haven't used several mound visits yet, and that might be a wise time to do that. If Gardner were to get on, depending on if he plates any runs or if he walks, Johnson's still at 22 pitches, so one could argue that he still has a little bit more gas in the tank.
Full count.
Deals low, payoff pitch. Chella on deck. At this point, you're really not looking at situations. You're just looking at pitch count, tax on the pitchers, and how many arms you want to use. And what looks like an inevitable loss at this point, but it's baseball. Anything can happen. 7-0 inning. The percentages is...
You know, I mean, statistically, it's not looking good for the Seattle Mariners, but I remember seeing a game in April a few years ago. This one's grounded back up the middle, and it looked like they were going to hold him at third, but they're going to send him home. He scores.
Yeah, 8-0, and I'm sure we're going to be talking about the same game, but there was a game April, I believe it was in 2018. Braves, stormy weather, an absolute mare of a day at Wrigley Field. Atlanta Braves up big in the 8th inning, and the Cubs came back and won that one. So even though the amount of times that happens are very rare, it's baseball. There's no clock. Anything can happen. As we said earlier, percentages dictate. With an 8-0 lead, and you got keep in mind Garrett Cole's still on the mound, wheeling and dealing, and it's a 7th inning. Got a strong bullpen for the New York Yankees. Looks like we might have the lead expanded a little bit more high. Back, tracking that ball off the wall. Where the Yankees are going to plate. Looks like 2. It's a 10-0 ball game on the double from Gio Urshela. Now it definitely looks like there's going to be a mound visit on the Mariners.
Yeah, good job getting out in front of that one, driving it out to left center field. If he pulls that one just even a few feet to the left, that one's going to be creeping over that fence. But we're going to get a new pitcher coming, Carl Edwards Jr. String bean slinger, like you called him earlier. The Joey Gallo of pitchers, like I called him. We're going to see, you know, if he's going to be slinging or if he's going to be throwing out some bean balls.
Let's see, we should tell pretty early with Chris Iannetta. The plate, not much. Edwards does not have to do much. Outs man on second. So fire a couple pitches. Couple good pitches, and then the Mariners should be on their way into the dugout. For that first one high, a bit concerning. Second one high as well. I don't know which Carl. I think it might be pretty clear. Anything can change in an at-bat, but it might be pretty clear which Carl Edwards Jr. walked out of that bullpen a few minutes ago.
Count is 2-1.
A strike. Edwards settling in a little bit. Was offering. It's a good hack.
Yeah, good job working back into the count. You know, down 2-0, not getting panicked out there, throwing pitches in the zone, and now it counts even at 2.
Good offering. Iannetta slams that into right field. We'll put runners on the corners. Good base hit. Good patience from Chris Iannetta. Not trying to do too much. Just slap that ball the other way. Outside, but around it perfectly.
Yeah, 2 strikes. Worst thing you can do is try and pull the ball. You know, you're going to be looking to hit it to the opposite field, and that's what Iannetta did there, getting himself his first hit of the game.
Now in a battle of former Cubs, Carl Edwards Jr. against DJ LeMahieu. Played in the Cubs minor league system. He comes out of this one. LeMahieu taking a hack. Edwards up early from 2.
Yeah, LeMahieu, you know, trying to get some big power cuts in this at-bat, not working out yet.
Mentioned another power cut. Bails Carl Edwards Jr. 53-mile-an-hour cutter, and despite the early hit in the early 2 pitches up high, Edwards gets out of the inning. New York up 10-0 into the middle of the 7th.
Time to get up and stretch, everybody.
It's time to get up and stretch. Hopefully the Mariners use that stretch. Continue to get some momentum off of Garrett Cole.
Ball, that's out.
You know, the first pitch in Kyle Lewis, and if you're counting on a guy to do it, Kyle Lewis can always. Last year when he got called up, he went on a tear, and even though he's 0 for 2 today, definitely a guy that you'd be worried about. I'm making this game different considering it's a 10-0 deficit, but as he will go up, and great defensive play, DJ LeMahieu saving the no-hitter right there. Kyle Lewis.
Yeah, that was a good swing, but good job by LeMahieu staying on his toes, reaching out for that one and making the catch. And Garrett Cole just 8 outs away. Pitch count's definitely in his favor if he does want to complete this one. Only at 71 through 6 1/3.
I think he should be pretty good in terms of that, especially with the way he's been pitching. You know, first strike percentage has been very high, and as you mentioned, he's only at 72 pitches through 6 1/3. I wouldn't be surprised if he finishes this one, gives the bullpen a day off. You look at a more detailed pitch count right here. Got to the first inning on only 5 pitches. You rarely see.
Got through last inning on single-digit pitches as well. This one's lined up the middle, but the shift had him played perfectly. LeMahieu, another line drive catch for the out.
LeMahieu saving 2 really good cuts. And keeping the no-hitter alive, keeping the pitch counts low. Vogelbach strides to the plate. By pitch in the 4th inning, and as you mentioned earlier, the revenge factor of when you get hit. Next at bat, you want to see him yard. Who won that second battle? Let's see if Vogelbach can win the 3rd. Guide foul into the seats. Liner right there takes the early lead. Think about Daniel Vogelbach, another former Cub on this Mariner roster, traded as a part of the Mike Montgomery trade. Interesting to see. You know, with that trade, it's sort of balanced out for both teams, I'd say. You get Mike Montgomery, got 3 good years in Chicago. Daniel Vogelbach still looking to make his name known as he hacks away and keeps the at-bat alive.
Yeah, Vogelbach definitely broke out last year on his power surge. And he's looking to keep those numbers up coming into the 2020 season.
And now payoff pitch. Cole Seager on deck.
No, ball 4.
It's high and tight. Ball 4. Vogelbach reaches for the 2nd straight time. Direct correction. Times out of 3. Garrett Cole frustrated about that. Not that bad, but now reset and tune in for Kyle Seager.
You know, that was a very close pitch to Vogelbach. He's going to have to face at least one more batter in the inning.
If I'm Garrett Cole, you got a 10-run lead. No need to worry about the base runner. Wheel and deal like you always have.
Especially not with a guy like Vogelbach at first. You know, if he ends up somehow stealing second base, you know, let him.
Let him more. I think you could trust Chris Iannetta to be out there. Check swing. Inside anyways, 0-2.
Good
Sparse
bounce back.
crowd here at T-Mobile.
Good bounce back at bat so far, you know, getting first 2 pitches for strikes.
It's the 3rd. He'll ring him up and retire the side yet again. Yankees up 10-0. Garrett Cole has a no-hitter through the end of 7 into the 8th inning. And this is the time where I think I wouldn't be surprised. We get a shot of the Yankee dugout. Garrett Cole sitting all by himself. The player's not even talking to him, keeping him in check. Really nothing much that they can do or that they need to do at this point.
Yeah, you know, you just kind of want to leave your guy in the zone. He's pitching brilliantly so far. As we take a look at the attendance today, 16,444 people making their way into T-Mobile Park. And you know, maybe they're not watching the game that they'd hoped they'd see, but I still think they've got to be pretty impressed by the efforts coming out from the Yankees today.
Say that, but they're seeing,
2 balls, no.
even though the home fan, it's always a disappointment to see a team lose, but they are seeing a clinic from Garrett Cole. Any time that a pitching performance and offensive performance, love to see it from your own team, but their ticket's worth a little extra tonight. Seeing a clinic. On 2-1, first batter. With Torres batting, another we're one high, being under the track is long. Let's see what this will do, and that ball will fall over the wall. Home run is already giant lead.
Yep, Torres with his 18th blast on the season, just able to sneak it over that wall, but counts just the same as a 500-foot blast, you know. Turning on that inside pitch, Kyle Lewis making it all the way to the wall and not able to time his jump just right, as we see right here. Ball just out of his reach, looks in his glove. Did I get it? Nope. And, you know, it doesn't mean too much in terms of the final score, but it's still going to mean a lot for statistics, as there's another one driven out to left.
Look at that, no doubt about it. All rise. Here comes the judge. Back-to-back jacks from the Bronx Bombers. Oh boy, we may be seeing history today.
Yeah, back-to-back jacks on back-to-back pitches, and, you know, even though Edwards was able to get his way out of the inning last time, he's having some trouble this inning. Back-to-back home runs to lead off the inning. You know, it's tough, guys, to get through in any stretch, but, you know, still you'd rather not see back-to-back home runs. This one's unloaded into the second deck out there.
No doubt about that one is Carl Edwards Jr. gets relieved of his duties. Taylor Williams entering the game. And right now it's just without any more damage. The Yankees can make it a turkey on back-to-back jacks with John Carl Stanton.
Yeah, he's one of the American League leaders in home runs on the season, so, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they do go 3 straight. That's something we've seen quite a lot recently, you know, on these bop ball coverages. Of course, we had that amazing finish to the Cincinnati-Chicago game a couple nights ago, where it was back-to-back to walk it off. Not going to see it here, as Stanton strikes out on 3 pitches. But then even last night out, Baltimore Orioles with 3 straight home runs against the Toronto Blue Jays.
Mentioned those stellar finishes, and I think looking back at that at-bat, I think Stanton wanted that more than anyone, wanted to take that 1 yard. 3 big hacks as Aaron Hicks. It's a hack of his own, but not quite enough. His catch is made. Down in the top of the 8th.
Now batting.
And unless his teammates can get the batting order around to him one more time, that probably ends his chance at hitting for the cycle. You know, something that's rare in its own right. He already had the home run, double, and single, and not able to get the triple on that at bat.
The triple's the hardest one to get, but I don't know. Given the way these Yankee bats have performed, it might not be a surprise to see him bat. But again, even though there are playing with 4 outs, but this Yankees offense has been on a tear.
You know, definitely not over for Hicks by any means, but still, you know, it's no guarantee that he's coming up again in this lineup.
Yeah, but overall, a good night, adding on to his first start to his season after being sidelined with injuries. And the thing you always look at is you see if he can repeat and keep it on for 3 games straight. He sends this low into the corner. This should be an easy double. Make a home at second base. Easy double for Luke Voigt, and the Yankees
left
just
fielder,
adding
the
on
left.
to the hit parade.
Brett Darvish.
Yeah, and if you hate the defensive shift like I do, that's something you love to see, just batting against the shift. And I don't want to, take away defensive shift. They do great things, getting the outs when you need them, but I'd rather just see guys play straight up because I want to see guys hitting the ball all over the field. It's a bit embarrassing as a hitter if you can take guys out of their normal spots and yet you're still hitting it right to them.
And then Mariners have gotten beat on the shift 3 times so far today, all to that first base side corner. I wouldn't be surprised if they make some adjustments after this. Gardner fouls deep, but to the right field line, foul ball. For 2, Taylor Williams just trying to get out of this inning after a bit of damage is done, as Gardner will fly deep, back, and that one should be caught, will be caught on the track. Williams gets out of the inning. Yankees up 12-0. Cole show hit to the 9th clean. And a half coming up right now.
Leading up for the Mariners, the first
And
baseman,
White now batting for the Seattle Mariners. 0 for 2, a strikeout and a flyout. Garrett Cole wheeling and dealing so far. He's got a no-hitter through 7. Let's see if he can.
Yeah, Cole's been able to work some quick innings. No inning has gone more than 20 pitches for him. That's about the average pitch count per inning that you see from guys nowadays. But he's been below average all day, and he's been above average in terms of his production out there on the mound. He's already up 0-2 on Evan White.
Up 0-2 on Evan White, looking to put him away. And look right there, puts him away yet again. And that is yet another strikeout for Garrett Cole. As we look at the starter comparison, Ron Walker and Garrett Cole, black and white, pretty much. No, big difference there in every single aspect of the game. Really no similarities. Walker having one of his not so strong starts. Garrett Cole, there's not much more to say about Garrett Cole.
Ball 1. Ball 1, no strike.
Yeah, Garrett Cole, not much you can say, not much you want to say. You just kind of want to sit back and watch him work his brilliance.
Nope.
And, a lot of guys said that the Yankees maybe overpaid for Garrett Cole, but given what he's shown this season, he's making sure he's worth every penny of that deal.
And you can't put a price on pitch this well, pitch this consistent. As you said, every penny's worth it, and proving that right now. Outside 3-1. First time he's been this far back. A few times he's been this far back so far in this game. We got a ground ball fielded by LeMay, who stepped up big over the past couple innings, fires to Voigt 2 away. What about the DJ LeMahieu? He hasn't that in this inning, but last inning there were a couple of good cuts, good stabs, and DJ LeMahieu right there in the perfect position, showing great athleticism, saving those hits.
Yeah, that's an underrated part of his game. I don't know if he's gotten any gold gloves to his name, but he's definitely a very solid defender, plus defender out there at second base. This one's lined into center field.
That's going to end the no-hitter through 7 and 2 third. Murphy ends the no-hitter. What a performance. And he's still a pretty decent pitch count. He could still finish one easily.
Yeah, no hitter's gone, and that's kind of alleviate all the pressure that he's built up all to this point in the ballgame. One of the unlikeliest of heroes in Tom Murphy. But, at this point, you're just going to take the quality performance. You're going to take the win. And if he can get this last out quickly, which it looks like he does, I could see him coming back out for the ninth.
easily. I would be very, very shocked, but you never know because Aaron Boone doesn't need, with a 12-run lead, he doesn't need to use strong arm like Chapman, go to a back-end bullpen guy to get the last 3 outs. But again, I wouldn't be surprised, as you said, if he gives the bullpen a day off.
Leading off for the
Mentioned earlier, DJ LeMahieu did in fact win the Gold Glove. He beat out Javier Baez in 2018, back when he was in the National League. I don't know, but if you beat out Javier Baez in the fielding game, you must be pretty good at your job.
So we see a first pitch ground ball over to third.
Up next for the Yankees.
And nice easy throw over from
Chris
Seager.
Iannetta.
And as much as it's disappointing to face Garrett Cole in this ball game, you still got to remember that you got a job out there to do. Still a baseball game that isn't over at this point.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Chris Iannetta standing in, and
Ball, that's up there.
definitely very strong performance overall by the Yankees. Errors, again, as you mentioned, it's a baseball game. All 18 players,
I got 3-0.
both teams got to do their job, take care of business. Now, as you mentioned, even though the no-hitter's gone, even though might be debate, Garrett Cole is still a good pitch count. So anything can happen. It's in Aaron Boone's hands right now.
Yeah, and I figure, why not let him just finish it out? It's always exciting for pitchers to even get just a complete game shutout, pitch 9 strong innings. But, at this first sign of trouble, you don't want him hurting himself out there throwing too many pitches. So I'm sure they're going to have the bullpen at least, up and running if they don't end up coming in anyway.
And right now, the Yankees, both sides, at this point, it's pretty much just a practice. Both teams just trying to get those extra at-bats in, trying to make good and get anything out of this game that is blown open and was blown open quite early by the Bronx Bombers. It's DJ LeMahieu sky high, Lewis camping out under. It's an easy grab. And Netta retreats back to first.
Up next for the
as
Yankees.
much as this is a
The
practice
shortstop.
type scenario, you still don't want to go out there, just kind of mailing it in there. You want to still increase your batting stats. No one's going to care that, your 0 for 4 day came in a 12-0 victory. So you want to be doing like Gleyber Torres does and hitting the balls over the fence, or at least, getting on base to keep those statistics, nice and warm after this ball game.
Let's see if Gleyber can add another pad statter here. He's got 2 bombs so far the day, 2 for 5, as I mentioned earlier, both home runs. Far.
0-2.
Gleyber swinging like he wants to add a third. For Taylor Williams so far, taking him down.
I got the count 1-2.
Inside 2-2. Looking ahead, these two teams, start of a week series, they'll get on the next day as well. What do you think, which one of these teams, what are the adjustments that both these teams need to make into the games in the future? As break for Gleyber out of the inning. New York up 12-0. The no-hitter is gone as we go into the middle of the 9th. All right, let's see if they'll send Garrett Cole out to finish. Aaron Boone does have arms in the bullpen in Chad Green and Tyler Lyons. He is sticking with his ace to close this one out.
Yeah, as you asked me last half inning, didn't have time to get to it before the break, but Yankees, only thing they really have to do is make sure that they're not overconfident going into the next game. Just because you win 12-0 one day doesn't mean you can't get beaten the next day. So, as well as your bats have been working this game, as well as your starting pitcher has been working this game, you need to make sure that you're keeping that intensity against this Mariners team. And for the Mariners, kind of the opposite scenario. You just want to reverse the trend. You got to remember, losing 12-0 doesn't mean anything in the next game. So, just get some good rest, get your mind clear, and hopefully, you know, you can put some better at-bats together next game.
And Garrett Cole still wheeling and dealing 2-2. And as you mentioned, your Seattle just put this game behind you. I think that's couldn't have said it better. It's a 12-0 loss. It's a 12-0 loss it's still a loss, no matter how big it is. And a lot more baseball left to be played. And keep in mind, you're playing against one of the top pitchers in the game. You got an airmail throw. Boy, off the bag. It's going to be an error on Glaber. It's a mistake we've seen from him so far today.
Yeah, and that's not something you want to see. Like you said, this should be just a nice, relaxed practice situation. But airmail on that throw, pulling Voigt off the bag, and you know, probably not going to account for too much, but you're still putting a big stolen base guy out on first base with a free pass of sorts, you know, giving them that base via the air.
And not to mention, even though it's not that big of a deal at this point with a 12-run lead, you still want to keep Garrett Cole's pitch count as low as possible, and creating more work for him late in the game is definitely something they want to do.
Yeah, you know, as much as he's going to protest and try and finish this one off, you want to save his arm, you know, for the postseason run that these Yankees look poised to be making. You've got lots of reliable guys out there in the bullpen, and you don't need to get that complete game shutout out of Garrett Cole if it's not going to be in the cards for him tonight.
Now Garrett Cole, ideally, face the minimum in the ninth inning. Let's see if that'll happen as he fires. Going away, 3-1. Haniger on deck. Mariners trying to bust a shutout. They bust the no-hitter. Last time up. And and not leave this game with a goose egg on the board.
We got a full count. 3-2.
Yeah, Garrett Cole, and you know, it was mentioned in our Discord server, Garrett Cole very much emulating what he did last time out against these Seattle Mariners, as Garrett Cole battles back from down 3-1, gets his 12th strikeout of the game, but he also had a no-hitter going into the 8th inning before giving up that first hit of the ball game. And you know, like we said earlier in the game, just because he's seen these bats before, that's helping him, you know, dominate them so far this second time around.
Definitely one thing, he's just dominated. There's not much more to say about it. You throw a no-hitter through 8. As I mentioned earlier, he's putting on a clinic for the Seattle team. He's putting on a clinic for these fans. And it shows, in this game at least, he's earned every single penny that's on his contract.
Yeah, you know, a lot of fans that don't know too much about the game, they look at a game like this and they think, oh, it's boring, you know, it's only 12-0. You know, this game's been put away pretty early. They're in it for the home runs, they're in it for the close games on both sides, but for the true fans like us, you know, it's really impressive to see how a guy can work at different parts of the strike zone with all the pitches in his repertoire and, you know, make a lot of these guys who are getting paid big money to do something with a bat, watching them strike out.
And speaking of strikeouts, Garrett Cole, Mitch Haniger, a one-way ticket back to the Mariner dugout, number 13 on the day for Garrett Cole. Beautiful pitch just inside, going near. Overall, rough day for Seattle.
Getting himself a baker's dozen on that, and Daniel Vogelbach, probably the toughest bat for Cole to face. You know, only retired him once. He's hit him by a pitch, and he's given a free pass by the base on balls. And he's no slouch. You know, he can easily at least break the shutout with one swing of the bat.
And speaking of that, Vogelbach skies high, but looks like that's going to be pulled a little too far. A ball. 13 pitches for Garrett Cole. It's not really a worry for Aaron Boone. Vogelbach takes the cut like he wants to send it right field bleachers, but air misses on that. And 2.
Yeah, not going to worry, especially with pitches like that. Just one more pitch, he'll be out of the ball game with a very impressive victory for these Yankees.
Vogelback and the Mariners, they're going to try and make Garrett Cole work and earn every single pitch, every single out from this point forward. Garrett Cole tries to get the final strike. Vogelback doing a very good job so far. As you look at the pitches this inning, he's thrown 22 so far, the ninth.
Yeah, first time today that he's had to break that 20 mark in the pitch count in an inning. But he's still dominating. Daniel Vogelbach doing a great job up in his pitch count. And if anything, you know, this is just a moral victory, you know, making Cole struggle out there in the ninth inning, even though you're down 12-0.
Trying to stay alive, possibly with the power of Vogelback. Pick up this goose egg with the last chance that they have, but as he said, it's small, it's the moral victories. Even though you only have one out, making Cole throw as many pitches as he can. Vogelback ground ball easily fielded by Voigt, and that will tie a bow on this one. Yankees win on the back of a very strong Garrett Cole performance, 12-0. It's out the Seattle Mariners. Yankees offense goes up to Seattle and puts on a clinic. Was overall, even though a lopsided game, a very, very interesting and fun game to watch.
Yeah, no hit innings through 7 2/3. Mariners only getting the one guy on base by the hit. And it was just a pitching clinic and an offensive clinic for the Yankees as they put up 12 on the Mariners. And it doesn't matter who you're facing, if you can do something like this against a Major League ball club, you know, you had a special outing and you're going to take pride in that.
And no shocks here.
3 hours
Of course,
mentioned,
Garrett Cole getting the player of the game.
And no shock there. Garrett Cole getting the player of the game. Taijuan Walker getting the loss. Not his work today. No, you know, he took a line drive off the leg, but got beat early and was just unable to rebound. 5 earned runs. Garrett Cole, a one-hitter, complete game. Asked for much more than that performance from Garrett Cole.
If you are asking for any more than that, you're being just greedy at that point. Although I wouldn't put it past Yankees fans to be a bit greedy, given some of the teams that they put out throughout the years. Like you said, though, two opposite ends of the spectrum, Garrett Cole, Taijuan Walker. Cole almost with a no-hitter, Walker only going the 2 2/3 innings. But, you know, that was just a great game to start off our Bob Ball coverage, and we've got 6 more games on the slate for you. We're going to take you through the highlights here as Gleyber Torres got things started off with a bang.
Gleyber Torres, you're going to be seeing a lot of them. I don't know when they do these highlights, but Gleyber Torres having 2 home runs, stellar game. I wouldn't be surprised if all these highlights are home runs to right and left fields.
Yeah, Aaron Hicks keeping up his hot start to the season, launching one out to the right field seats.
Now we get to take a quick look at Garrett Cole and his many phenomenal pitches today. You see Shayla doing what he does best, putting that ball in the gap. Overall, even though the home runs dominated the game, Yankees did a very good job at beating the shift, hitting the gaps, doing the simple fundamentals that win baseball games. And when you have a pitcher like Garrett Cole backing you up there, that's the most optimal recipe for success.
Yeah, I mean, you love to win games, you know, you love to win every game just like this, 12-0, and your pitchers having a great complete game shutout out on the mound. But, you know, you're going to take the good with the bad. On every 12-0 win, there's going to be some guy who's losing 12-0 on the other side. But Yankees didn't, you know, they kept their pedal to the metal, as you saw there in the 8th with the back-to-back home runs.
The Yankees showing no stop, no slowdown in the effort from the start. You look at one of the few Mariners highlights, the Murphy hit that took up the no-hitter. And other than that, it was all Bronx Bombers so far today.
Yeah, you know, I mean, just a great performance, and no matter where you stand, if you're a Yankees hater or a Yankees sympathizer, Just a great baseball game to watch. And we're going to have another great baseball game to watch after this one between two guys in the NL Central that are fighting for that top spot, Cincinnati Reds, Chicago Cubs. We're joined in the booth by Jaden Becker and Tim Moore. How you fellas doing today?
We're doing great. What a game that we just watched, guys. Oh my God, a no-hitter through, what was it, 7 2/3? Oh, what an amazing way to start off the night.
That's a ball game right there. We were certainly treated to. We had a special treat today to start this whole show off, and as special effects mentioned, you guys have a complete show coming up your way. A key NL Central matchup between the Reds and the Cubs. I don't know what to say about this one, but you guys are going to be in for a special treat.
And Sassler, I'm going to call you out here a little bit. I heard a little bit of Cubs bias in your calling here in the last game. Bring up a lot of Cubs facts. I know you're a Cubs fan, but I need a little bit of balance there. I know who you're rooting for in this game for sure.
Maybe it's a good thing I'm not calling it, but we'll see. We'll see what. See, this is a tough matchup. Anytime you get the Cincinnati Reds and the Chicago Cubs, it's always a special treat. Wherever these teams are in the standings, whenever the game is played, divisional rivalry, you can't get better than that.
Indeed, I mean, the way you're looking at it, two teams of 500 coming into this contest. The Cubs, I mean, Jaden, are absolutely on a tear at this point in the season. I mean, just the kind of year the Cubs have had, again, 42-18. The only team, in my opinion, that I can even compare the Cubs to right now in this start has been the Minnesota Twins in the AL Central side. I mean, it just seems like no one can beat Chicago in back-to-back games.
100%. And one thing that's helped them out a lot is that they haven't been hit with that injury bug as hard as a lot of other teams compared to the Reds. The Reds got hit pretty hard. They're losing Joey Votto, Jesse Winker, Jose De Leon, and Trevor Bauer for a considerable amount of time. The only person on the IL is John Lester, but that is a big hit as well. Only 1 to 6 days for him being out on a flexor strain, but does lead the team in ERA, so he'll be missed for a little bit.
Indeed, as you look at this matchup today, again, coming through Wrigley, it's going to be a good one. If you're just tuning in, Yankees-Mariners just came to a conclusion. Garrett Cole, for the second time in 3 outings, taking a no-hitter into the 8th inning, but unfortunately couldn't get it done. But here in this one, it'll be Yu Darvish who will take the mound. And Jaden, I mean, Yu Darvish, it was big hype when he first came to Major League Baseball, and he was a very solid Cy Young type candidate. But to this point in his career, he struggled a little bit.
Yes, last season he had some struggles in the beginning of the season, but in the second half he really exploded, going 2-2 in the second half of the season with an ERA around 2.
First pitch grounded to Rizzo, so 1 pitch, 1 out for you. And now they'll bring things for the second batter to step up to the plate. Here's Nick Senzel, a second baseman, and you look at his stats. 8 home runs versus right-handed pitchers in a 328. Compared to a 220 and no home runs, 5 RBIs versus left-handed pitching. Not too often do we see righties hit right-handed pitchers better than left-handers.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing that we know him pretty well for last season was this double-eared helmet, and he's not a switch hitter. So he'll be coming out to the game, going up to that bat with this double-eared helmet like he's in the minor leagues, and which he did just come up, I believe, back in the beginning of 2019. But he wears those double-eared helmets. It was very oddball, but did play great last season.
It'll be an 0-1 from Darvish. Breaking ball, call for a strike 0-2. You know, I love that 12-6 curve that Yu Darvish provides. I mean, it is almost like an ephus pitch with how long you have to sit back, wait for that 70 to even sometimes 68-mile-an-hour curve to come down.
Yeah, and Yu Darvish, a 4-time All-Star here in the MLB, but most of his accolades actually come overseas in Japan, as I believe he Ranger, if I'm not wrong. I could be wrong there, but he's a 4-time All-Star, and Japan is really where he saw most of his career.
It as the 0-2's fouled off down the first base line. By the way, we didn't cover the Reds lineup. It's Akiyama who grounded out to start it. Pencils up at the plate. Suarez will bat third as the 0-2 fouled off again. Mike Moustakas bats fourth. Nicholas Castellanos fifth. It'll be Aquino who bats 6th playing right field. Galvis batting 7th playing short. Bernhardt will bat 8th, and obviously Mahle, the other pitcher on the other side, will bat 9th, as that's going to be a swing and a miss for the second out. First strikeout for you, Darvish, and that time he went to the slider.
The third baseman, number
Tim, I got so excited to start this game, I forgot to fill out my scorecard. So now I'm back in the rhythm. Ooh, got me a little worried there.
And I'll tell you, I mean, that first game, you look at it, it was 12-0 finish, but so much power on the Yankees side, a must-needed with their struggles. First pitch to Suarez is inside 1-0. You see that, as I say, you see that home run statistic, 17 for Suarez, second in the NL. He is a very powerful third baseman, especially the future Cincinnati's. The 1-0 swung on a miss to count now 1-1.
Yes, I would love for him to hit for a little bit more average. Batting around 270 now. If he can get that up to 290, we could see Suarez really explode as one of the best players on this team.
Yeah, there's the 1-1 swung on a miss to count 1-2. I mean, he is a really dangerous bat. And he's kind of comparable a little bit, in my opinion, to the third baseman on the opposite side of the diamond for Chicago of Chris Bryant.
Good.
The way his young career has started. 1-2. Swing and a miss. So Darvish hits him swinging on a cutter. 1-2-3 goes Cincinnati in the top of the first inning. Get to the bottom of the first. It'll be Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, and Javier Baez watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. More Jaden Becker with you as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Tyler Mahle will come in to pitch for Cincinnati. Mahle 1-4, 11 starts, 5.12 ERA in 51 innings. But I don't really think that does too much just. Obviously a tough start for Mahle, Aiden, but I think a lot of it also has to do that he hasn't had a lot of run support behind him. Open up this year.
Yeah, very good point there. Mahle has found his way up and down in the minor leagues, drafted back in 2013, but finally secured his spot last season in the rotation. That 5.12 ERA doesn't help him at all, and has 45 strikeouts on the season. As you mentioned, 1-4. We could see some improvement from here today against the Cubs. We could see a nice turnaround from him going towards the second half of the season, going towards the All-Star break. Now that I can't believe it, we're already in the beginning of June. This MLB season through quarantine has sort of it's gone fast at some times, slow in other parts, but hey, we're here in June.
It is again the top two teams in AL Central facing off against each other. It'll be a 1-1 to Chris Bryant. One line foul. Bryant batting a .313. But it's very, I wouldn't say typical of the Cubs lineup, because you definitely do not think of Chris Bryant as a leadoff hitter, as the 1-2's fouled off, and again, Wilverman. It's definitely surprising to see Bryant show up in that leadoff spot, but he's hitting pretty well, to say the least.
Yeah, Tim, his OPS is really the main reason why he's there.
Ground ball fielded by Sentinel and fired to first on a hop. Good pick there by Moustakis for the first out.
batting second, the first baseman, Anthony.
That ball could have gotten through if the shift wasn't there, but up the middle. When I score these in my scorebook, I got a new technique. I put an S next to the play, so that was a 4-3-S because it was a shift. Not a lot of people do that, but I think it's a good way to determine if it was a legitimate 4-3 or if the player couldn't have been there if it wasn't for a shift.
Indeed, you see the All-Star vote being mentioned. Here's Anthony Rizzo, who will step in. This pitch called for a strike. Obviously, no shifting is a major factor in Major League Baseball, but I would say it really all started with the former manager of Chicago, all the way back when he was with Tampa Bay, and we're talking about Joe Madden, who is probably one of the key guys when it came to shifting, as well as doing the unique lineups of batting his pitcher relief. Rizzo, regardless, he steps in 250 average. Bit of a struggle for Rizzo, but it's still relatively consistent. As the pitch, put down the first base line, Moustakis fields just in play and will take it himself for the second out.
As you mentioned about Rizzo, yeah, he is having his struggles. One of his worst seasons he's had so far since 2014. He's going to need to improve. The average has been pretty low for him, and a boost from him the power department also could help.
It is Baez now step in. Baez back in. You can see how much of a turnaround he's had in his career. He's really showed up late. We knew Javier Baez was going to be the future of the Cubs one day. Just needed some time to show it. 1-1. Oh, they said he went around, so they count now 1-2. Good pitch there from Mahle on the breaking ball. Quickly here, the 1-2. That's outside 2-2.
Good eye there by Baez, not biting on that downward cutting curveball. Outside of the zone.
If Baez will try to battle back, only 12 pitches from Mahle to this point. It's 2, swing and a miss, gets him swinging. Both sides are retired in order in the first inning. Let's go down to 1-2-3. And we head to the top of the second. Let's see who will get their first hit of the ball game here. It'll be Cincinnati coming up to bat. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off from Cincinnati, the first baseman, Mike.
Welcome back to Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Mike Moustakas steps in. So it's funny, we mentioned it on half of the first inning by Anthony Rizzo. Moustakas here to open up this season, struggling a little bit as the first pitch is called for a strike 0-1. 12 for Moustakas. We know he's a huge threat against right-handed pitching, which is Darvish.
Yeah, and it's a tough time for him to struggle. If you're Moustakas, he signed the largest free agent deal in Reds history, and it actually tied for the largest free agent deal in Red history. Let me get that one right. And batting .212 when you're making 64 over 4 years, it's not a good way to start your contract after leaving. I believe it was Milwaukee.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And obviously, you know what Mike Moustakas did all those years in Kansas City prior. His contract signing, and he's gonna have to really try to turn it around. It's not a best start, but I mean there's such a long way to go. You're in this one. The 1-2. One foul. Or man, I believe they're gonna play him. Actually, you know what? He's not playing on the shift. Which I thought they were gonna play him that way because Moustakas generally is a pull hitter against right-handers. 1-2. It's inside 2-2.
See if Darvish tries to put one in the dirt here.
2-2, that one at 3-2. I think that's so different as well. We mentioned about Darvish being more of a unique pitcher back in the top half of the first inning, Jaden. You look at now, with a few pitchers that come from stretches, that's going to be a ball inside. So first walk granted by Darvish, and let's get their first runner on base.
That is it.
Move it through the lineup now up to their 5-hitter of Nicholas Castellanos. If Darvish doesn't go from a windup, he comes straight out of a stretch, which is relatively different from a starting pitcher because we don't see that too often.
And in a weird way, when you're playing MLB The Show Diamond Dynasty and Darvish is on the mound, sometimes you want that because it quickens your pace when you're playing. And when you have that pace and that rhythm and you're not standing there waiting for the pitcher to pitch the ball like Seth Lugo takes forever in his windup. So when a pitcher's going pretty fast, it really helps you out.
Here's the first pitch. There's the hider swung on him out 0-1. Castellanos a 303. We know he has a very solid bat for contact. His fair share around the league as the runner's going to go, and that's going to be a swing and a miss in the dirt. Oh, I believe that was meant to be a hit and run. Instead, it ends up being a stolen base for Mike Moustakas rest of the season.
And Moustakas isn't the typical person you see stealing bases. Maybe not the fastest person in the MLB, but it was able to steal one there.
He got a great jump. We're in scoring position now for Cincinnati. The 0-2, that one chopped on the ground. Will stay fair, no, it won't, as Bryant will play it foul on the third base line.
And Tim Nicholas Castellano also signed with the Reds, signing also a 4-year, $64 million deal with them as well.
And Castellanos, he can really hit. He had his fair share around the league. Give those Oakland and over to Detroit. Proving himself every single spot he's been in. team-wise.
And don't forget his time with the Cubs there, Tim. He did spend some time there, I believe, last season with the Cubs after being traded from Detroit.
He's a really good piece for any team.
Yeah.
2-2, that's in the dirt. And the throw back to second, nowhere near in time. They tried to get him moving out there on second. It'll be a 3-2. Pitch high in the air down the right field line. Hayward moves back, reaches, and it's going to bounce down. Stockis will hustle to third, but that's where he's going to hold. It'll be a double, however. Nicholas Castellanos. And they get their first hit of the day. The Reds suddenly threatening to go up early in this one.
Oh, it's so hard in Wrigley because you're stuck in no man's land sometimes because you don't know where that ball's going to go. If the wind is blowing out, this ball is going to leave that park. It's going to land on the street, maybe in the houses, right? If the wind is blowing in, then you're lucky if the ball even gets close to the ivy, right? If there's no wind, it plays pretty fair. But the wind is a big factor here. And with the overcast here in Chicago, we could see some balls obviously being pushed in.
And it's a tough angle in right field for Hayward to make it to ground as Aquino steps in. This one hit high into the air. Schwarber will sit under it. Let's see if Moustakas tags. He does. On his way home, the throw to the plate is in time. On a throw there from Kyle Schwarber, who has a catching background of himself. Throws it straight through the cutoff on a one-hopper. I mean, that was as easy as it got.
Sometimes you gotta remember that this is a video game. I don't think Moustakas in real life would have gone. That ball wasn't nowhere deep enough for him to go, and especially at 25 speed as we see in here. Damn. He almost made it. Almost made it. I'll give him that, but nowhere close with 25 speed.
Indeed. I mean, it was a one-hopper. Contreras had time to set his feet and just drop the glove straight down. The only thing Contreras had to avoid was perhaps him sliding around the glove. The problem is, too, the runner on second of Castellanos wasn't tagged because of this. Now there's still a runner in scoring position. It'll be an 0-2 count to Freddie Galvis, who was pulled. At this point in the season, his count's 1 and 2. Galvis has really struggled late, especially against right-handed pitching. Thinking that low 200 mark against right-handed pitchers to this point in the season. It's the 1-2. That one inside actually hits him. It'll be runners on first and second as Alvis trots his way to first. It'll be Tucker Barnhart who will step in. Catcher for Cincinnati.
Tucker Barnhart was injured last season with an oblique strain around June of 2019. And I believe he gave up switch hitting from the research that I've done, and he's become a full-time left-hander. His left and right splits have struggled tremendously, and he's better definitely from the left side. In the MLB The Show here tonight, I believe he's still as a switch hitter. Obviously, we haven't played any games in real life, so we can't make that official. Right now from the left side.
I mean, MLB The Show right now, there's no real-life roster changes because there's nothing really being changed other than guys that are hitting DIL during the offseason. Or obviously during this time right now where they're not playing. Darvish, down count 2-0. The pitch. There's the strike to the catcher, 2-1. They do have the pitcher on deck of Mahle, but I don't think you want to face him here. You'd rather face him to open up the inning. Because the 2-1's going to be a swing and a miss, 2-2. Darvish to this point in this inning, 12 balls, 13 strikes, and 25 pitches. It's 36 total pitches, and this is about to be his 37th. Pitch. Oh, strike 3 in the low inside corner in the inning. But Yu Darvish escapes trouble. Gets some help from his left fielder of Kyle Schwarber to throw out Mike Moustakas at home. On a routine fly ball to left, and then Darvish gets a strikeout there and the inning. We get to the bottom of the second inning, it'll be Kyle Schwarber who will lead it off for Chicago Cubs. I mean, hey, look at that average at home for Schwarber. Compared to the road, he is a monster at Wrigley.
And yeah, playing in this stadium almost his whole career. I believe his whole career, and even winning a World Series back in 2016, has become a fan favorite of the Cubs back during that 2016 run. Got his first hit. This was the first time in MLB history that a player got his first hit of the season in the World Series.
0-1 to be a swing and a miss over 2. I mean, Schwarber is a unique player. And you mentioned him getting that hit in the World Series as the 0-2 hit on the ground. Hazel Fields in the shift fires the first one away. Indeed, I mean, that's obviously the first player to do that. Schwarber, he wasn't even supposed to play that series, if you remember. Chicago kind of rushed him back a little bit. Everyone thought he was done for the year. Came back, and he was a critical role player. And we know he's one of the most powerful players when it comes to swinging.
Yeah, only cleared to play, to hit, actually. Only cleared to be a DH. Could not play any defense here, but looks like tonight his defense has come up pretty clutch.
It has the 0-1. Trares grounded to short. Galvis fires the first for the second out. Mahle working a quick inning to this point. He's done a good job producing ground balls. Every single one of his outs, with the exception of the strikeout, if I'm not mistaken, as in that way. And now Hayward steps in. First pitch taken low, 1-0. So Hayward has even a little bit as an average player to this point in his career. It's 1-1. Started off his career very hot as a hitter, but then faded off when he moved his way to St. Louis. One's hit down the left field line. That's going to carry him bounce in fair territory. This is going to be a routine double as they had him shifted. Oh, a 2-out double for Jason Hayward. That's, I mean, that right there, that's a situation that pops up in the shift, because when you play him towards left center, Jaden, sometimes, I mean, that could have been cut off for a single, to say the least.
Hey, that ball was hit pretty hard there, Tim. I think that might have hit the wall either way. Obviously, the shift helped there, but that ball was hitting pretty hard towards the gap. Towards the left field line.
But I think the 2 outs they would have been playing back, so I think it would have been maybe a one-hopper.
I could see that, yeah.
And Hatt now will step in, the center fielder. This pitch is taking low, 1-0. Hatt as well, a very average piece out there, obviously a very good defense. This is fair share of speed and contact. A crucial piece that really came out of nowhere for Chicago a few years back.
And speaking about Ian Happ, a Diamond Dynasty event legend, as he can play almost any position.
And as this one's hit high in the air, it's gonna go! Yeah, home run, 2-run home run for Ian Happ. I'll tell you, that one came really close. It almost landed in the net. He just snuck it over for a 388-foot home run. Ninth home run of the season for Happ. And I mean, Jaden, what do you see on this one?
You can hear the contact off the bat. Almost that perfect sound you get in the show. That clack that explodes off the bat, and everybody knows, hey, that ball is out of here. Almost hit that lady walking up the stairs. You got to be careful. Hey, there's a baseball game going on. But, hey, what a home run by Ian Happ. As I was saying, a Diamond Dynasty legend, and that proves it right there.
Indeed, as that ball bounced directly off the railing and found its way down, so probably a security guard will get access to that one. But regardless, 9th home run of the season, a good start for Chicago as the first pitch is taken inside to boat 1-0. That's just a great piece of hitting, especially with 2 outs. You have a runner in scoring position. Chicago's the first one to strike here as the 1-0's in 6. Mahle. That's been Mahle's only criticism, Jaden. That he's allowed the home run ball a good decent bit, and it comes back to bite him there.
That's what happens when you're a pitch-to-contact guy. As we talked about earlier, only 55 strikeouts on the season, with the team high being 95 from Luis Castillo. And that ERA has just been biting him throughout all of this 2020 season.
He got above 5 coming into today. Right now, he's only allowed 2 runs, which will have to drop if he goes at least 6+. Held off the count 2-2. Oda as well looking pretty solid in this at bat. Only 28 pitches for the record for Mahle, which isn't bad at all. 41 average, as that's going to be a swing and a miss. And the inning. The Cubs take the first lead here of the ball game. 2 runs, 2 hits, and no runners left on via a 2-run home run from Ian Happ. Head to the top of the 3rd inning. Cincinnati answer back. We shall find out. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Welcome you back to Wrigley Field. Tim Moore, Jaden Becker. As we head to the top of the 3rd inning, as they go over Darvish's stats. I mean, Jaden, to this point, we've seen pretty solid innings. It definitely feels like Chicago is still carrying that momentum right now throughout this one early on.
Yeah, and Chicago's been playing really well so far. Been strong on defense and also have been able to make some good contact with the bats, as we saw with that Ian Happ home run. If they can keep it up on the field, which they have been struggling with a little bit throughout this, I think it's get to say middle-aged season. It's not so young anymore. But as they keep on going, they need to pick it up on the field.
1 is fouled off. We got 0-2. Ollie, the pitcher, by the way, at the plate. Go 2. There's a swing and a miss. So he gets him on 3 pitches, just what you'd want to do when facing a pitcher. And Darvish now will head back to the top of the lineup, which it'll be Akiyama who will step in. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Very tough to face, to say the least. As the first one, that's hit down the middle. Backhanding and firing over to first. Oh my goodness. What a play there. I'll tell you, that was tough to make. But that fire there from Boat is as good as it got.
Coming off the jump, able just to fling it over, as you said, right to the chest of Rizzo. Damn, can't get it better than that.
But most second basemen, when that happens, it's a spike right in the dirt, and the first baseman's going to have to pick it, but he threw it right into his chest. A great play there by Boat.
Rizzo there. Could see how fast that came in.
It's not easy at all. And Boat obviously stepping up because Chicago's lost Ben Zobrist. His capability, and if I'm not mistaken, Ian Happ can play a little bit of second himself.
Yes, the utility.
Chicago was known for its utility players in its fair share. You can even make an argument, obviously, I know Orber's not an infielder, but technically is utility because he can also catch. 0-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Downstairs 1-2.
We haven't seen Schwarber catch in a while. His knee issues really is what held him back from being from behind the plate all the way back in 2016, 2015, and tearing a lot of ligaments in his left knee.
1-2. And a miss. For you, Darvish again retires the Reds. Retires the Reds side in the top of the 3rd. 1-2-3. Go. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Welcome you back yet again to Wrigley Field. Darvish now steps in. We saw him strike out Mahle to open up that top of the 3rd inning. That will be Mahle perhaps trying to strike at you Darvish here in the bottom of the 3rd as the first pitch is called for a strike to count 0-1.
Mahle has done a good job painting that bottom of the zone. If he hangs it up a little bit, same thing that happened with Happ will happen again with the home run going over the fence. But if he keeps on trying to keep those pitches low and not bring them up, he should be okay.
And we'll see. It'll be an 0-2 from Mahle. Darvish pops it up. A deep fly ball, but not going to carry as it'll be put out there to the left for the first out.
Maybe if there's a little more wind, could have seen a nice pitcher home run there, but not enough juice.
Today in Wrigley. Although we know Chicago is generally known as Windy City. Here today, too much wind at Wrigley. But Chris Bryant, who steps in, he grounded out in his first appearance back in the bottom of the first inning. His pitch fouled off, and if I'm not mistaken, he started this off on a ground out in the shift on the middle.
Yes, right up the middle into the second baseman's glove. I have seen a great average from him this season, as we talked about last time, batting, I believe, .313 on the season, somewhere around there, give or take a couple points. But what an amazing career Chris Bryant has had. 2015 NL Rookie of the Year, 2016 National League MVP, 3-time All-Star. What else can you ask for if you're the Cubs?
Indeed, obviously delivering that World Series when it came to matter for Chicago, ending that 100-plus year drought. This one hit high into the air. That one, he's gonna go. Oh my goodness, Chris Bryant, who cannot hit a longer bomb than that. 446 feet of just pure power. The Cubs are up 3-0.
Tim, I think that one landed in the street.
I really think it did. I can't wait to go back and look at this one. Obviously, when you get that closer angle, and then I'll be the show, you don't quite get to see where the ball necessarily lands, but we're going to see here. He just turned and unloaded on that one. Maybe we'll get a second view here. Indeed, now we will. Look at that elevation. That's like a home run derby elevation there. That may have landed on the street.
That may have landed in the street, Tim. Oh my goodness. Chris Bryant, the monster shot. That's what happens if you're Mahle and you're hanging it in the middle of the zone, allowing for these launch angles to take it.
Bryant leading off is a big thing because he still produces that pop. That's what's going to happen when you face a essential top of the lineup hitter can hit for power, almost like what Mitch Garver did last year. Make you pay. It'll be a 2-0. Rizzo will foul that down the first base line, 2-1. He's up 3-0 here against Mahle, who is down early on for Cincinnati. It's going to be a 2-1, taking low, 3-1. Javier Baez sits on deck. See his average at a 303. His lineup right early on. There's a cut fastball called for strike 3 and 2. Let's see what Rizzo does. Pitch. One line foul. And by the way, they have Rizzo in the shift as well in this at bat. Three-two pitch. That's taking low ball 4. So Rizzo works a walk. I'm wondering, I know it's the bottom of the third inning, Mahle's kind of too many pitches, Dave. If you start thinking about maybe starting to get someone up in the bullpen here for Cincinnati.
I think you're thinking about it. You're definitely thinking about it, especially if Javier Baez in the middle of the lineup coming up, but I wouldn't pull the trigger just yet.
24, not too high, and this one hit high into the air, but this is going to carry foul. Baez got a good swing on the hanging curveball, but just hooked it.
Oh, they give us that angle, and then you wish for it. You wish for it. Oh, is that going? Is it going? Oh, just foul.
Gets another high pitch. This one swung on a miss to count now 0-2. Oh, he's still pumping in relatively solid, 95 miles an hour. Used to be a 93 to 95 mile an hour guy. As the 0-2 curveball chopped down. That's going to get by Mahle and trail to the outfield. I believe, Jaden, the reason why Galvis moved over to second was because that was going to be a hit and run. I think the runner went there, if I'm not mistaken.
So you're telling me a 17-speed Anthony Rizzo was going on a hit and run? Hey, anything is possible in MLB The Show, but I guess a good play by there because it got through.
Indeed, and just like that, now runners on first and second. Well, we did see Mike Moustakas steal a base earlier in this game after he walked. Failed hit and run attempt, which was in the dirt, so he ended up in the second routine. Now Schwarber steps in. 0-1, taking low, the count 1-1. Again, we mentioned the last time he was up at the plate, He hits for above a 300 average at home, but only a 198 under the Mendoza line on the road.
That's Bolton.
1-1's now taking low to count 2-1. You're seeing that mix from Mahle, but I wouldn't want to be throwing a fastball to Kyle Schwarber here if I'm the Reds pitcher.
Schwarber does lead the Cubs in home runs this season. He was 16.
He's a powerhouse. Here's the 2-2. There's a curveball taken low, 3-2. 52 pitches now for Mahle in this one.
Got to protect here if you're Schwarber, but might walk you here.
It's a ball four mentality. Off pitch. On the ground. Down this field. Flips to second. The sends it over to first in the inning. So a 6-4-3 double play ultimately gets him out of trouble. But this solo bomb from Chris Bryant. Bryant goes boom to give the Cubs a 3-0 lead. We head to the top of the fourth inning. Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv as we want to remind you to donate to Meals on Wheels. We're all doing this here for a charitable cause. None of the money or anything goes to us, but rather we give our time to give back to Meals on Wheels. Any donation helps. Donate to the link below. And anything is more than generous as the first pitch to Darvish, or rather Suarez from Darvish, is taken outside 1-0. And we'd be very thankful helping out for what is a very important cause here during these hard times as Suarez hits that one high in the air, and they're just going to look and watch that baby go. Oh my goodness, Eugenio Suarez just got all of that one. Home run 18 of the season, first run and hit, or rather second hit of the game for the Reds. And Suarez, oh my goodness, that's some competition right there for Chris Bryant, Jaden.
It is close. It didn't go on the street, though. We still haven't confirmed that one yet. We might have to look back in the replays towards the end of the game. But, wow, what a home run by Suarez. And off you, Darvish, that's really something not to scoff at either. And look at the launch angle there. Really just directly towards the sky. 104 mile per hour exit velocity on that one as well. Be honest with you, I don't know what Suarez would be actually playing in real life right now because of his shoulder surgery that he had back in January off of a quote-unquote pool mishap from the reports that have been floating around. But hey, if it helps you and MLB The Show, it helps you and MLB The Show.
It is Suarez giving the Reds their first run, put the deficit now down 2 runs as Moustakas gets a pitch outside to count 1-1. And if you looked at Darvish when Suarez hit that ball, knew immediately it was a home run, and all he did was spin around and basically stare at Suarez around the bases because he knew he gave up a big shot. He's a little bit mad himself. He hung one right there to a very good hitter.
Yeah, the Cubs have had some good run support so far. Can't say the same for the Cincinnati Reds throughout this whole season as we talked about in the pre-show, but the Cincinnati Reds, if they can put up some runs, you know, they can have a solid going throughout the second half of the season. Only 5.5 game backs here.
And again, the Cubs, obviously the number 1 team in that Central, Cincinnati chasing 2-2. On the ground foul from Moustakas. You know, the one criticism as well about you, Darvish, obviously, you know, he's fallen a little bit later on at this point in his career. But when he allows runs, they tend to come in bunches as Moustakas fouls off another one. So I'm eager to see if Cincinnati can put together a little bit of a bigger inning here.
And if it's going to come from anybody, it might come from Moustakas.
And he's having a really good at-bat right now as he fouls that pitch off yet again. If I'm not mistaken, it's the 9th pitch of this AB here, and working on pitch number 10. 2-2. One hit high into the air. Hayward will move over. Will it? Yes, it is just on the edge of the warning track for the first down.
Now
that one might have gotten out in Cincinnati, but not in Chicago there with those 355 walls.
And you look at the Road to the Show report. Minor league team winning 2-1 earlier today. They moved to 29-22 as they beat the Smokies lost to the Jumbo Shrimp, 26-24. Nicholas Castellanos steps in. Last time up, he had a double over the head of Hayward, and this one hit high into the air as well. The ball carrying, and it's gonna go. Another solo home run here in the inning, this time by Nicholas Castellanos. And the Reds are down by 1 as the lead is now shrunking to 3-2. That time, Jaden, that ball was a laser, not necessarily a deep home run drive, but a hard line drive that just carried over the top of the fence.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the magic ball that's at your place, because if you're saying, hey, Darvish gives up home runs in bunches, and there it is, it's only a 1-run ball game.
Kino steps in and he's going to hit one high. He hits this thing high game. Reds have come back early on. 3-3 the tie. This one 413 feet. Eighth home run of the season. And we're all knotted back up at 3. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't know what you Darvish has to think. 1 home run in the inning, yes, but I definitely didn't expect 3 home runs. This one was a high fly, towering ball, almost like a home run derby type of home run, and he sent that a very long way.
So that's the game it's going to be here at Wrigley Stadium, at Wrigley Field. It's a tie ball game in the 4th. We thought the Cubs might pull away with it a little bit after their run last inning, but now look at it. It's a tie ball game.
Oh, they've hit back-to-back jacks. Now it'll be Freddie Galvis who will step up to the plate. Galvis doesn't really necessarily have the power like the 2 hitters before him. Can't hit home runs. But we'll see.
I am surprised there hasn't been a mound visit here. I used to go talk to Darvish, like, hey, you all right? You know, give him a little bit of a pep talk. But sometimes the pitchers, when they're in their element, they don't want to be bothered.
It is the 2-1 line, foul 2-2. Darvish still only has 1 out in this inning. He's allowed, or rather, he's pitched 62 pitches. This is about to be 63rd. He's got to be over 30 pitches here in this inning. 2-2. 1 line foul. The count will remain. As again, these left-handed hitters getting really good swings against Freddie, Yu Darvish.
That Aquino home run still burned into my mind. What a shot from him. Last season, he became the first player with 10 home runs in 16 games. And then that next game, he hit an 11th home run. So he broke that record, chatted that one out of the water. It is also nicknamed the Punisher, and damn, he punished that one there.
It's the 3-2 outs line foul. The count will remain full. When you look at the future for Cincinnati, you've struggled now for the past few years being one of the worst teams in the NL Central. They get some key pieces towards last season, as the 3-2 will be taken outside for ball 4, so runners will continue to get on here as it looks like Yu Darvish has lost a little bit of his confidence. But, I mean, Jade, you look at it, Cincinnati, a lot of these young players are absolutely powerful. I mean, as strong as can be. There's not a single player on this Cincinnati team that you'd say that can hit a home run on a regular basis.
Tim, you couldn't be more right. And I'll tell you what, there's more to come. Hunter Green, ready to come up through the ranks from the minor leagues into the Reds' rotation. And that can help them out immensely, given their injury woes and their struggling rotation, as we've seen with Tyler Mahle.
And the other thing, too, is that they had to solve their pitching woes more than their hitting woes first as well. They've done a pretty good job, addressing that issue.
Yeah, Luis Castillo for the Reds has come out of nowhere pretty much and was awarded his first All-Star game appearance last season. And as we talked about before, leading the team in strikeouts. And also Sonny Gray. They got them from, they got Sonny Gray from the Yankees, I believe, 2 seasons ago, and has an amazing ERA at 2.31.
It'll be a ball for a walk, so let's see if Mahle will punt here. Took out his last time up. But actually, Sonny Gray was acquired last season during the offseason.
Yes, last season.
And he, in his first year in Cincinnati, made the All-Star game. But I would say the key transition point for Cincinnati, Jaden, is when they acquire Trevor Bauer, who, by the way, right now isn't playing due to an injury. He's a key piece right now they're missing, which is why Mahle's in the rotation. I would say that was the start of the turnaround for Cincinnati. As Mahle's going to bunt, that's going to be on the ground, fired a second. Oh my goodness, this may be a double play, and is. Well, 5-4-3 double play. Great fielding there by Chris Bryant to finally get the Cubs out of what has been a traumatic inning for Chicago. Oh, it'll be 3 runs on 3 hits. The runner left on via 3 home runs for Cincinnati as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv. And the Cubs now answer back, we shall see.
Chris Bryant made an amazing play there to end the inning on that double play. But fun fact about Chris Bryant, last season he had the lowest fielding percentage of all third basemen in the major leagues. Can you believe that? Chris Bryant, lowest fielding percentage. He did have his struggles last season, but didn't play third base as much as you would think, based on some Cub injuries and roster changes. But what a play there that can help him get his percentage up.
As the first pitch is taken foul, 0-1 is Contreras, by the way, stepping up to the plate. No, Bryant, what do you think about him as a Gold Glove type third baseman? But everyone's prone to having a tough season as the just taken outside 1-1. But he's really answered back this year for Chicago, to say the least. I mean, not just the average aspect on the offensive end. He's played very well defensively, too.
Ball 2.
1-1's taken upstairs, 2-1 is the count. Well, he's done a good job in terms of the pitch count, although he's hung a bunch of pitches today. There's a curveball hung, but called for a strike to count 2-2.
If you're Mahle, you gotta be careful.
You can't hang those. The team just dug you back as that's going to be fouled off. Contreras having a hell of that bat as well here. He's 0-for-1 on the day. 2-2.
Speaking about that back with Contreras, even though he strikes out there, he's been an anomaly for the Chicago Cubs as a catcher that can hit. You know, we haven't seen a catcher that can hit this well since Mike Piazza back in the early 2000s, right? If you're the Cubs, you have to be so thankful to have a catcher that can hit as well as he can. It's just an extra bat in the lineup.
And I mean, right now, as that one's hit down the right field line, that's going to be foul. Hayward hit that really hard, just couldn't keep it in play. Hayward 1-for-1 with the double. Mahle's done a very good job being effective with his pitches. He's finding ways to throw strikes. That one hit in the air, and it'll be fielded by Castellanos, the second out.
Gotta be careful for Castellanos there. You don't want to run the ball. See, they had to jump a little bit to reach for it.
I do want to make it clear as well that first hit for Hayward was a double into the shift, but Happ, regardless, steps in, and he hit a home run the last time up, and this one hit the left center field. Get home run number 2. And Happ, for the second time today, goes yard, making now his 10th home run of the season. And we mentioned it on the top of the 3rd inning. That line drive homers going out. That one was another liner, hit Oppo Taco, and he got all of that one.
We can see this score get up there, Tim, if this one keeps on going at the pace it's at. As we talked about last time he hit a home run, Ian Happ is a MLB Diamond Dynasty event legend because he can play so many positions, and he continues with this pop. Oh my goodness, I can only imagine how far he'll go.
As the first pitch is swung on and missed the count 0-1. Now, the way I look at it for Cincinnati, you answered back, and I'm interested to see now if he'll answer back again at the top of the 5th inning. 1-1 to votes taken high. 1-1, or actually rather 0-1's taken high, 1-1. I mean, we're seeing a lot of long balls in this one. Each team has 3 home runs apiece now. The only team with a 2-run home run was Chicago, which was Ian Happ's first home run. This is a 2-1. We're going to miss 2-2, but I think this is a very high-scoring game, Jane. 2-3. Seeing a lot of pop here in this, as that's going to be swing and a miss to end the inning. So, run on one hit, and to no surprise, it's Ian Happ goes for an opposite field line drive home run for a second home run of the day. Cubs lead 4-3 over the Reds as we head to the top of the 5th inning. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Reds, the center fielder, number 4.
More Jaden Beckers. We welcome you back to Wrigley Field. Darvish back out for the top of the 5th inning. 72 pitches for you. And it'll be the top of the lineup of, I don't know who will step in. I mean, Jane, obviously we're seeing a back and forth game as the first pitch is taken low, 1-0. What do the Reds have to do to answer back and maybe take the lead in this one?
You got to continue with the run support. Obviously, you're not going to have 3 home runs every inning. But if you stay consistent and keep on putting the bat on the ball, you could find yourself with the lead again, or just going up and tying it.
The first out's granted to Baez via soft line drive. That'll be Senzel who steps in. He's 0 for 2 with 2 punch outs on the day. He's 4 for 11 though in the series. So Senzel's hit pretty well. That's above a 300. But he's going to have to pull up big here. And you mentioned what Cincinnati needs to do is just continue to put together good innings. I mean, they're only down by 1. It's not easy facing that Chicago bullpen. That one is hit high into the air. Looking up and making the catch in the left field will be Schwarber, the second out. Initially off the bat, Jaden, I thought that one may have also went yard, but ended up landing just shy of the warning track and being the second out of the inning.
Yeah, the sound tricked me there. I thought that one was gone for sure. At the pop of the bat, you can sort of tell if it's going to. In MLB The Show this year, you can sort of tell if it's out or not. And that one had it, but not enough there.
Suarez steps in. He's the one who started the home run barrage last inning for Cincinnati. If Cincinnati and the Reds their first run, he's 1 for 2. And perhaps trying to tie this thing back up. Pitch. No. It's inside 2-0.
Ball 3.
That's taking low 3 now. Almost like Darvish doesn't want to pitch to him. Don't blame him because he's a huge power threat.
He is a huge power threat, but hasn't hit for average at all. So I feel like if you power them in there and you just stun him a little bit, it could help you in the long run.
Ball 4.
Ball 4 as he takes the cutter down low. Oh, there'll be a runner on first for Cincinnati with 2 away. Darvish face Mike Moustakas, and he's closing in, by the way, towards 80 pitches is this upcoming pitch. Will be pitch number 84. Here's pitch 80. It's inside 1-0. Another cutter. Noticing this inning in particular, Yu Darvish is throwing the cutter a lot more than his fastball, a lot more than his breaking ball. And I think that has a lot to do with his fastball last inning got absolutely lit up.
Yeah, I would love to see him. I would love to see him. Look, even Wilson Contreras giving him the hand signal, saying, "Hey, relax, relax," and not wasting a mound visit to go out and talk to him. I thought that was a very good animation there by MLB The Show. But say, "Hey, gotta relax there, bud."
There we go. There's a strike on the back quarter, and again, Yu is sticking with the cutter. It's maybe 7, 8 straight cutters we've seen now. As the 2-1, that's again inside. A 3-1, I believe that time it was a slider, however.
Almost got him there on that quad.
He did hit a batter earlier in this game. He hit Freddie Galvis. 3-1. That's hit on the ground. Fielded by Baez on the backhand. He'll fire the second when the inning. No runs, no hits, and a runner left on via walk. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Chicago leads 4-3 over the Cincinnati Reds. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off.
We step back in for the bottom of the 5th inning. Darvish to the plate. And I'll tell you what, I'm very intrigued, Jane, that they're keeping him out there. Obviously, playing about 85 pitches, but you would think 5 strong innings of work. Maybe want to bring in a pinch hitter, but they're going to let Darvish swing away.
I think if the score was opposite and it was 4-3 instead of 3-4 as it is now, we would see a pitch hitting change. But Darvish might have a little bit more left in him. I believe it was at 87 or 88 pitches, and him being able to go out there one more time could help.
Little pop-up that bounces, it'll be fired behind the plate over the first for the first out. And Barnhart doing a good job there. Put out and picking that up on a 1-hop. That'll be Chris Bryant who steps in. A home run his last time up, and the Cubs at what was at the time a 3-0 lead. As we know, the Reds the following inning answered back. The Cubs got it back via a solo jack, being Happ, which was the second of the game past inning.
And that solo home run wasn't just a regular old home run, as we saw. That one made it out to the street. So, Chris Bryant really continuing with the power.
Bryant, last game was 0 for 3 with a walk, but obviously here today with the hit. 1-0, that's taken downstairs. 2-0. Again, it's interesting because we know Darvish very high in the pitch count, but Mahle, despite allowing that long ball, still only at 71 pitches. Yet Cincinnati has people up in the pen. One's fouled down the third base line to count down 2-1.
He's getting quick outs, but he's also giving up quick home runs. So his pitch count is low, but if the runs keep on going up, he's going to find his way back to the bench.
Again, that one fouled off another dangerous pitch. Bryant likes those pitches hanging in the zone. Last at bat, he got a high fastball, and not all of it, as that pitch is going to be downstairs, and he didn't go around, so the count will be full. What pitch are you thinking Mahle goes to here?
High fastball.
Goes low there on the 4 seam, so we'll try it again now. Which pitch do we think he's going to go there? Because he was going at that time.
You caught me by surprise there, Tim. It scared me a little bit. Usually when I'm in this situation, I would go with the high fastball, try to put in and tighten up the batter.
It's like that time he went with the curveball away, so it'll be all 4 and a walk for Chris Bryant. Anthony Rizzo now will come up to the dish. I'm very intrigued that time he went to the breaking ball because it hasn't been one of his better pitches today. Fastball has been more consistent as well as the cut fastball, even though he's allowed the long home runs. Here's someone who can break this game back open for Chicago of Anthony Rizzo. Don't for one. Well, he can break the game open too. They like those good mascot games. They should have one, for All-Star Weekend when that time comes around.
That'd be a great idea.
You want the additions? Mascot. Celebrity mascot softball. As the first pitch is strike 1-1, as well as, hey, I'd like to see a pitcher's home run derby. Back Bartolo Colon, that'd be pretty awesome.
That amazing day in San Diego. And Bartolo, as you mentioned him, is trying to come back to the Mets actually and wants to retire with them for the final season.
He'd love to come back, obviously up there in age, but everyone loves Big Sexy, to say the least. As the 2-1, there's a strike 2-2. This baseball's phenomenon. There's no doubt about that. Not many people can play to his age and still be successful. Two's inside full count. But a lot in the Dominican Republic still trying to stay in shape. There's videos of it every day, and the world was also amazed when Bartolo went live to Instagram. No one even knew Bartolo had social media. As the 3-2. Hit on the ground, pulled it, and fired over for what is going to be a double play. So, good job there by Freddie Galvis fielding his backhand and turning a 6-4-3. Be the 4th double play in the game as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Cubs still leading 4-3. Watching football on Twitch.tv.
Leading off from Cincinnati, the left fielder, number 2, Nick Castellanos.
Welcome you back to Wrigley Field. Nicholas Castellanos steps in. Run his last time up and a double the first time at the plate. Darvish at 84 pitches. Still bring him back out. The first pitch taken high, 1-0. Jeremy Jeffries up in the pen, as well as Kyle Ryan, righty and a lefty for the up for the Cubs. One out. There's a strike, cutting fastball of the outside corner to count 1-1.
This could be the last inning for you, Darvish, here if he doesn't keep it underneath control.
That one was hit high and deep and well foul, as count will go to 1-2 against Castellanos. Castellanos is really good in contact hitting, with a better right-handed hitters in the league, but that time he swings and misses for the first out of the inning. 6 strikeout, believe it or not, for you, Darvish. Doesn't feel like he's had that many. He's had 6 punch-outs today. Gets that one again for the first out. Here's Aquino rather, who steps in.
Count 1-0.
First 7 against you, Darvish, in his career. 1 for 2.
And that home run today, his last at bat, helps a lot.
At the ball.
Right back into this game.
You now stairs count 2-0. No, he has that open stance. I'm trying to remember, it was a Washington Nationals player that had a very similar stance in 2013. As that one's hit down the right field line, that's going to bounce off the wall. Aquino is going to be on his way for what is going to be a double. A 1-out double, and Cincinnati threatening yet again. That's just a piece of hitting.
Yeah, and great power there. I didn't realize how fast he was as well. He's running around with 73 speed. Almost an anomaly there. Whew, that's a tough word to get out. But yeah, he's able to run, hit, and you see him in the field as well. So, Aquino, as we talked about, great rookies for the Reds.
It is the first pitch. Freddie Galvis is taken outstairs 1-0. Right now, I mean, the way you look at it, it's taking advantage every time they've had a runner in scoring position. There's a strike, 1-1. It's the 1-1. He's taking it high and upstairs. Now, 1-1. Cincinnati trying to threaten.
Darvish needs to lock in. 94 pitches.
One miss. 2-2, and I have the comparison now. The hitter I was referring to back for Washington was Adam LaRoche.
There you go.
That's what the stance really reminds me of how open he is. The foot he's seeing towards the pitcher, and a little bit of tilt on the right the right rear portion of the foot.
And, you know, batting stances are really prevalent to help realize what are the issues with the batter and how they try to fix it, right? So with the batter's stance and him being very open, that means he's trying to close his body for better torque.
A fly ball, that one's gonna go! Opposite field home run for Freddie Galvis. His 8th home run of the season. Let the power surge continue in this one. That may be the softest home run we see all season long. And Freddie Galvis, first I didn't think he got all of it. What he did is it just snuck over the fence, landed in fact in the first row in left center in Wrigley Field. Here Darvish's day is done, is what was a winning situation now has become a loss as Kyle Ryan comes in.
Which is a shame for you, Darvish, because he did have a decent pitching performance, but this performance is more prevalent to his start of his 2019 season, not his end, where he pitched great at the end of the 2020 season. But Galvis not known for his power, and as you said, that was a pretty soft home run, but the net helped there a little bit.
Oh, first pitch is called for a strike to Barnhart, out 0-1. Not mistaken with the way this game's gone, Barnhart he's one of the few, as maybe I'll get a correction on that once hit the left field. Actually, rather not. Schwarber will make the catch for the second out. I was going to say, I believe, with the exception of obviously the pitcher slot,
The pitcher,
one
number
of
30,
few players for Cincinnati that's right now
Mahle.
currently held list in the ball game.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter, so Mahle's day is done.
Number 6, Philip.
And the new batter in the box will be Philly Irvin. Irvin, 321, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs. As the first pitch from Ryan, he is called for a strike.
Yeah, Irvin, although he wasn't an opening day starter last season, he slashed a career best 271 batting average with 25 extra base hits and 30 runs. So run support here would be very helpful to the Reds as they're only up by 1.
A little pop-up. Bryant tries to come in, and he will make the catch in time to end the inning. But the Reds answer back here, and again, 2-run opposite field home run from Freddie Galvis puts Cincinnati up top for the first time today. It's lead 5-4 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Will the Cubs answer back with more home runs as well? We shall see. Watch your Major League Up on Twitch.tv.
Number 21, Michael
Lorenzen will come in here in this one to relieve Ollie. Lorenzen, a very interesting piece for Cincinnati, James.
Yeah, I have a great fact about Michael Lorenz, and I want you to guess who is the only other player to complete this stat, okay? In September 2019, he became the second player in MLB history to hit a home run, earn the win as the pitcher, and play the field in the same game. Who do you think he is in that same conversation with?
Ruth?
Babe Ruth, you got it there. And what a phenomenal performance by him back in September.
One hit high into the air as well, chasing is Castellanos and tie game. Oh my goodness, Javier Baez tied this one up at 5 apiece. And I mean, I said let the power surge continue. I literally mean it. Baez got again all that one. I mean, no one wants to lose this one.
And maybe we should stop talking about the pitchers and start talking about the hitters, because I think Baez is a little bit disrespected by me mentioning Lorenzo there. But Javier Baez going yard on a deep home run.
At this point, might as well just call this the 2020 Home Run Derby, because we are seeing long bomb after long bomb. That one hit on the ground. He fired over to first, and Schwarber retired. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game between two of the top teams relatively in their division, between the Cubs and the Reds. Obviously, the Reds trailing 5.5 games back. They're doing everything they can to come back here against Chicago, but there is no giving in from this Cubs team. They won another World Series badly. They don't want that World Series win a few years back to be considered a fluke. You know, you look at it, most of this roster on the offensive end is relatively the same from that World Series run.
And that's where the Cubs have found their struggles a little bit, is that a lot of these main players have stayed consistent, but their bench isn't as deep as it used to be back in their 2016 run, where almost every player on the team was having their career best.
2-1. One hit high in the air as well, and no one's going to look around. Home run comes back on top. Wilson Contreras. Oh my, his 7th home run of the season. Might as well close my eyes at this point, because it's like every ball carries out of Wrigley. Cubs have the lead back.
I'm a little stunned here. I'm a loss for words. They stopped showing replays on our show because there's so many home runs. We've seen it already. Oh,
I'm just going to close my eyes. Jason Hayward. Here we go. Another home run. Back. Yet again here in this one, and 3rd home run of the inning. I thought that was only possible for Cincinnati, but Jason Hayward says, no, I want to join the power surge too. Come on, lead out for the Cubs. And at this point, I can't even keep track of what the score is. As Cody Reed will come in.
I'm going to need to sharpen my pencil. I'm about to break it by the amount of times that I filled in the black squares on my score sheet. I can't believe it. 3 home runs in one inning happened twice this game, both from the second teams. The Reds had it back in the 4th inning, and now in the 6th, the Cubs have hit 3 in a row. And here's Ian Happ, who already has 2 home runs this game.
And Happ, I think this time he's going to have to do it on the right side of the plate. He's hit for power relatively both sides, or on the left side. 5 Cubs lead as face the left-handed Cody Reed. The first pitch, there's a strike 0-1. I mean, can we see back-to-back jacks? I don't know. I don't want to question it. I just don't know. There's a swing and a miss from two.
Yeah, you're right. 100%. We could see it here now. Cody Reed having a tough start to his 2020 season, having an 8.44 ERA coming into this game.
2. One hit high in the air. I don't think that one's going to go unless you want to move the fence around the infield. That's going to be caught. For the second out. My goodness. I mean, what a run, though, there for Chicago, to say the least. I mean, these are 2 of the best teams in baseball. You know, it's funny. I mean, I wasn't even supposed to be calling this game. Aiden had to go and had a death disappointment. He sent me a text and said, hey, you want to flip the Padres Braves game with me? I said, sure. You know, I didn't know what to expect. I'm here at an hour's notice, and I'm glad we made the switch. This is a really good ball game, to say the least.
Yeah, Aiden should be upset. He just missed an amazing ball game, 12 runs so far. And Tim, I'm honored to call it with you.
I mean, this is awesome. And 3 innings go. We're only in the bottom of the 6th. As the 0-2, this one hit high in the air. Going back is Castellanos. I think he's looking up at this. Oh, he makes the catch on the grass.
Everyone holding their breath.
I had a little bit of lag on my screen. That's why I saw his head. He turned around and saw him make the catch. So let's get out of the inning. But there was 3 long blasts from Chicago to give them a 7-5 lead. Looks like the Cubbies are going to go to the pen as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Watching Major League Baseball and Central Rivalry Baseball here on Twitch.tv.
These changes for the Cubs. Now pitching and batting in the 8th spot. Number 24.
Morgan and Becker back with you as we were able to take about 10 seconds fresh air.
Second and batting 9.
Perhaps a couple more long balls here in this one. As the Reds back up to this year in the top of the 7th, trailing by 2. They've come from behind twice, trying to make it now 3 times. Nakayama, the top of the lineup, stepped first pitch there for a strike to count 0-1. Jeffries, very solid relief pitcher, to say the least, for Chicago.
Yeah, an all-star in 2018, I believe, with Milwaukee. Speaking of Milwaukee, he's had 3 separate stints with Milwaukee. Really a journeyman for the MLB, and finally found a home in Chicago this year.
It'll be a 1-1. It's taken high to count 2-1. And right now, Cubbies, yeah, I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, I've called a lot of college baseball games and been come from behind victories. He being from Manhattanville College as the 2-2, taken outside 3-2. I've called a 17 innings women's softball game. I don't think this compares to the amount of fun I'm seeing here in this one, to say the least. This is an incredible ball game. As it'll be a 3-2.
I've called some basketball games. Yeah, Tim, I've called some basketball games that compare to this in the back and forth action in the 5 boroughs of New York City. This it blows it out the water right here. Just back and forth action since the first inning. It wasn't like the game started to pick up towards the end. It's been a fight the whole way through.
I mean, the way you look at it, this is a game you want to see go to extra, to say the least, because you don't know what's going to happen. It'll be Senzel who steps in. First pitch popped up foul. The count 0-1. Chris is very good as well, providing ground balls as much as he is at being the strikeout. Still one. It's inside 1-1. I mean, he brings a really really solid two-seam fastball. On the record, Jeffries does get his fair share of strikeouts, Jaden, but it's mostly because his two-seam fastball is very effective in its cutting motion. When it's taking upstairs 2-1.
You're right. His ERA is at a 1.56 on the season so far. He has 4 holds. No blown saves either. Only one of 2 bullpen pitchers that can say that so far.
2-1. Taking the miss to count 2-2. On deck is the powerful right-handed hitter, Juarez. 2, that's downstairs in the dirt, and the runner will hold that first. Smart hold. There's a great block there behind the plate. The 2 pitch. High in the air and foul. Try it again. Do you think about stealing here, Jade?
You think about stealing here a little bit. The speed is there, definitely, with the 32-year-old, technically rookie. He has played most of his career in Japan and recently signed a 3-year, $21 million contract. But stealing here could work. You just want to test the arm of Contreras is the question.
The question is that's a swing and a miss for the first out of the inning. And now Suarez will step up to the dish. 2 for 2, but that's a solo jack back in the 4th. If I'm not mistaken, he walked his last time up. As the runner's going to go. The slide step and a throw is in time. Get the runner. I mean, that was a good job there by Contreras. Throwing and hitting, by the way, who is a relatively speedy outfielder of Akiyama. And just like that, there's 2 away.
And he did test that arm of Contreras. Didn't go well for him. Contreras had a great hop on that ball.
Made a little bit of mistake in my book. When Senzel struck out, I put him on first accidentally. I'm a little bit confused of who was stealing the base there. Out 1 and 2. So now the Reds, in their final strike of the 7th inning. Pitch. 1 hit high into the air, down the left center field, moving over, making the catch, bouncing off the fence will be in half. Oh my goodness, that was almost dangerous. He bounced right off the plexiglass to left center field and fell right back down. That's not a good spot to hit, but Happ kept with it, ends the inning. 1-2-3 go the Reds in the top of the 7th inning. Get to the bottom of the 7th. CIN CHC will pinch hit for Cubbies. He will step in.
And I'll tell you, from what a lot of the Cubs players say, is that wall hurts, you know? But underneath that ivy is that brick wall, and didn't even come near the ivy. He went to the plexiglass of the bullpen there that's underneath the bleachers. Fun fact about the bleachers, if you start stomping on the top of it, you could annoy the pitchers underneath.
Obviously, it's the big plus is for the fans of Wrigley Field. Not too often can you say, other than heckling, you can get into the heads of pitchers warming up in the pen. Here's the lefty Kitness, career player with Cleveland throughout his career. And now he moves over to Chicago and Wrigley.
Signed a minor league contract this offseason. And coming off the bench, it's exactly what you want.
Ground ball fired over to first, off balanced. A great play there by the second baseman of Sizzle to get the first out.
The third baseman, Fred.
It's almost had it. He almost had infield sink. Playing him deep back in the shift. If that ball was actually softer, it would have been almost like a swinging bunt.
Like I call those the Ichiro singles. The Ichiro singles are the fastest, the most exciting 90 feet in baseball, or just in professional sport, where the Ichiro singles where you don't know what's going to happen, even if it's an infield grounder.
It is. Chris Bryant will step up to the dish. It's like too many righties will have Ichiro singles. Definitely the lefties have that huge plus. Say they have a foot advantage, or a feet advantage getting to first base, but technically out of the box, like Ichiro, you can.
There's only one other person in the major leagues that I think compares to that type of uppercutting swing that flies them out of the box, and that's Jeff McNeil. for the New York Mets. He just flies out of the box every time he hits that ball. He might not be as fast as Ichiro, I'll tell you that, but he does have that same gliding motion out of the box when he makes contact.
No, indeed, and he's a hard bat to face as well because he's always sitting there facing for contact, trying to get the ball on barrels. That's going to be taken low the count. Actually, rather, it's going to be a walk. It'll be a new batter to face Reed as Bryant works a walk into the Anthony Rizzo, who steps in. If I'm not mistaken, that was the walk of the game. Chris Bryant.
Corey Reed having a little bit of a tough time. We talked about his ERA before, but he's had his stints in the minor leagues. And last season in May, Reed moved back and forth from AAA to the MLB 6 times. Yes, you heard that right. 6 times he moved up and down, up and down, up and down. That for a player, that must be mind-boggling, not knowing where you're going to be.
Well, it's not just that, as well as the 1-0. For a strike, you have to remember this too. When you bring a player up and down, they have to sit so many days in the minor leagues as well before they can come up. I can only imagine, because that means he spent a lot of time not playing between both sides when he gets called up and down, as it's going to be fouled off to count 1 and 2.
And usually how we would see it is that he would go up to the MLB, pitch for a day, and then go back down to the minors the next day.
The only time that's an exception eyes is it's going to be a swing and a miss for the second out on the slider from Reed. It's first punch out here in this one. The only time that you see that being an option is when they have the day-night double headers, ran out the day prior, and you have the extra man. They're allowed to go straight back down to the minor leagues.
I believe that was one of the occurrences in his terrible May of not knowing where you're going to work.
Some teams definitely saw a lot of rainouts early on in the month of May. Baez steps in, 0-1 to him. The home run his last time up. Started that power surge for Cincinnati. They'll be taking high 1-0, rather, the Cubbies, which he started the power surge for. It's a 1-1. One hit high into the air. It's going to be a pop-up. He just picks his hand up and tells first baseman of Moustakis to come over to catch it to end the inning. Oh, despite a threat of trouble via walk for Reed, he gets out of the inning. No runs, no hits, and a runner left on being again that walk. Head to the top of the 8th inning. Craig Kimbrell in for the Cubs. As you're watching Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv. More Jane Decker with you as we head to the top of the 8th. Mike Moustakis come in. He has a walk and a stolen base today. Walked making his first plate appearance. Now he'll face very unique right-hander of Craig Kimbrell.
That's saying the least there with that pitching windup, if you will.
This pitch call for a strikeout and 1. It's interesting that Kimbrell still has a setup role moving over to Chicago. He, at one point, was statistically on to not just easily surpass Mariano Rivera's save record, I mean, almost obliterated. He was the fastest each of the triple or double zero categories, to say the least, of 100 and 200. One's going to be taken inside the count 1 and 2. Kimbrell's been here for a long while in major leagues. He's been a very effective pitcher to his fair share of time, especially in Atlanta and Boston.
Yeah, last season was a struggle for him. Finished last season 0-4 with only 13 saves on the season and a 6.53 ERA. 23 games before he had knee inflammation, putting him on the IL for the rest of the season, but good strikeout there by him.
Dude, first at bat, battery faces, gets the punch out for the first out. That's the thing, though, about Kimbrell. You have to remember, he joined mid-season last year with the Cubs, so again, only playing in 23 games. Almost like Dallas Keuchel. To find yourself. It took him a little bit. This year, they're hoping he turns it around. He's a career ERA of 2.08. 346 saves. Pitch taken high 1-0, and I mean, and not too many players could say they're nearing towards 350 saves. Obviously, if the Cubs keep the lead, we won't see him in the ninth. He's in that. One of the greatest closers in baseball when he gets those opportunities. Swing and miss to count 1-1. To, by the way, Castellanos, who has had an excellent day in Cincinnati. He has a home run and a double, and he nearly almost went yard again his last time up.
Back on Kimbrel. He has he has I lost his. Oh, there it is. He has 2 saves.
One hit high in the air. That one is gonna go. My goodness. He said it's Bryant's ball. Man went out the stadium. That one, I believe, bounced off the scoreboard. 470 feet, 118 miles an hour off the bat. Correction, 110.9 miles an hour off the bat. And oh my goodness, Nicholas Castellanos showing the power.
That one beat Chris Bryant's home run by almost 30 feet. It hit off the Tron there.
Number 44.
The left field gap. What a home run.
You should get a bonus for that one to hit the Jumbotron. That's not easy to do at all.
It's the extra 30 seconds on the home run derby.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, they're closing in a combined total. I believe that's the 9th home run totaled in this game between both teams. One's getting low 1-1, and you can correct me on that, Jaden, but I believe it is the correct combined total in the Cubs and the Reds.
I'm counting 11.
11? Wow, really?
I'm counting 11 on mine. I could be wrong. We're both scoring the game. I'm counting 11 on mine.
Oh, that sounds right. Probably lost something there around the 3 home runs in a row. It tends to happen.
Either way, 9 or whatever number you put up there, this is one hell of a game for home runs.
2-1. That one's fouled down the line. 2-2. I know Ian Happ hit a 2-run home run. Would mean there would have to be one more two-run home run.
You know, it's a lot when you lose count, that's for sure.
Indeed is. Fouled off 2-2. Obviously, though, they're still not towards the home run total in which Josh Hamilton, back in the home run derby, the whole Yankee Stadium back in 08, its final season. 2 inside, full count. But I mean, when you talk 11 home runs in a game, a lot of calls, and needless to say, a lot of power between two powerhouse teams. It's the 3-2. It's a swing and a miss. Kimbrel gets him down swinging for a second punch out of the inning.
Kimbrel very excited after that strikeout, jumping off of the mound.
You know, one thing to mention about Craig Kimbrel, it's an interesting stat line, I think, Jaden. There's a big criticism of him in Boston is that he's so good at getting strikeouts, so good at, making effective innings. There's one criticism is that when he allows hits, not soft hits, they're typically home runs. We saw that here in the seventh.
I think that was the big problem with Edwin Diaz in the Mets. When he's on, and he'll pitch great. He wasn't on a lot last season for the Mets because all of his contact was hard contact that would go 30 feet over the wall.
And you look at his career stat line back in 2011 in his first All-Star appearance, his home run per 9 was .4. Get an idea, it's steadily gone up every year. 2018, his final year in Boston, is the pitch. This one hit high, and it'll be out there by Schwarber to end the inning. We'll talk that stat line when we head to the bottom of the 8th inning, but Nicholas Castellanos makes it a 1-run game of his mammoth solo jack that hit the Jumbotron. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Cubs lead 7-6. We're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Cody Reed out there for the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Kyle Schwarber who steps in, but I do want to finish this stat line real quick. 2018, 1 home run per 9 inning for Craig Kimbrel, and then last year 3.9, in which you mentioned his struggling season. So he does tend to allow that long ball a bunch.
Yeah, I got distracted trying to read off my stats off of another huge home run by Castellanos. But this season, he has pitched pretty well for the Cubbies. 1.72 ERA on 12 holds. And as we mentioned, that setup role for him has worked, as we see. Able to get another hold there, going to 12.
That's going to be taken high and away. The count now 3-0. Wilson Contreras sits on deck. He had a home run his last time up. Reed trying to deal to Schwarber. This is definitely now you must need to get. Schwarber powers right-handed hitters, or right-handed pitchers, not as much as left-handed. As it's going to be outside ball 4, so leadoff runner on. Reed's been out there for a good little bit. He's only had 24 pitches. You may want to start thinking about going to the bullpen.
I'm surprised they have him out there this long, especially when you have Amir Garrett and Iglesias in the bullpen.
Well, down by 1, they feel that it's not appropriate to go to them here in this situation. Regardless, here's Wilson Contreras. I mentioned that home run the last time up. First pitch, Wilson. There's a strike in the high inside corner, the count 0-1. 5 for 9 versus Reed in his career. You see 2 home runs, obviously one of them being his last time up. And he's got pop against left-handed pitcher. Here's the 0-1. One foul back to count 0-2. I'm very intrigued. Reed continues to act against right-handed hitters. High inside corner.
It's a tough pitch to throw, especially if you're a lefty, because that ball is coming into you.
Perfect. Ooh, and he hits Contreras. To be runners on first and second now for Chicago, as ultimately the Cubs are threatening here in this one to break this game open. Contreras will move over to first. Now it'll be the lefty of Jason Hayward, went yard his last time up. First pitch.
1-0.
And outside 1-0. Remember, the Cubs had that big burst of offense against Lorenzen. Reed came in and quickly tried to work it out. A very good job. But I think right now, if you're Cincinnati, you definitely have to be looking in that bullpen. Here's
Yeah,
the
you should
1-0.
be looking at that bullpen now when there's 2 runners on base. I say Amir Garrett and Iglesias because they aren't the closer yet. They have Strop being their main closer for the Reds. Strop has 17 saves on the season, and Iglesias has 13 holds. So I say, why not put him in? This guy's getting up in pitch count. And Cody Reed, 30 pitches as a reliever.
It's rough. Here comes pitch 31 from Reed. Hit on the ground, foul. The count 2-2. Gets a ground ball right here, though, against the lefty of Hayward. Gets a double play. That'll be crucial for Cincinnati.
I don't know if you risk it, though, down.
Swing and a miss. It's him for the first out. Well, again, you want to try to get a double play. Yeah, ideal. Reed doing a good job against the lefty. Now will the next batter come up for Chicago as the right-handed hitter of Ian Happ step in, rather switch hitter of Ian Happ, batting to the right side. He's homered twice in this game, both of them coming from the left side of the plate. He hit one down the right field line and the other one left center field. More of a powerful hitter on that left side compared to the right. Hits more for contact on the right side. 0-1. Foul to count 0-2.
Happ has to try and get this ball towards the right side of the infield in order to advance that runner.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, gets Happ swinging for the second out. Reed, despite getting in trouble, has to face one more out, and it looks like he's going to face Almora, who will come up to pinch hit here.
Almora, tenured history with the Cubs, scored the go-ahead run in Game 7 of the World Series.
but now he has a big at bat. 317 for Almore, 2 home runs, 9 RBIs. It's interesting that they have him pinch hitting for the catcher. Actually, correction, not the catcher, rather in the 8 hole, rather than the 9. As the 0-1, that's foul to 0-2. He's pinch hitting for both, for the record. Pitching slots on deck. You have a couple more options to pinch hit as well. The 0-2, that's chopped on the ground, fielded by Reed and fired to first in the inning. Reed gets out of trouble. 2 runs, no hits, 2 runners left on via walks. Head to the top of the 9th inning. Can the Cubs close this out? They'll face 8-9-1 of the Reds lineup. We're watching Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv.
Now hitting for the Cubs, number 43. Yeah.
Here comes Dan Winkler. Team for 18 saves, 1.57 ERA. As he will face Barnhart, the catcher, lead off the top of the 9th inning.
I wouldn't say Winkler was their first option in the beginning of the season as their closer, but has developed into a guy that's very dependable. 15 saves, and has also signed a contract this offseason. Was a split major league deal.
The Cubs looking for their 43rd win on the year. Well, the Reds going to answer back. That one's fouled off the count 0-2 quickly. Winkler coming in throwing strikes. Start to think who's going to pinch hit here on deck for Cincinnati. They've utilized 1. They have obviously 4 more to go to. As the 0-2 hit on the ground, and actually rather a line drive, and that'll fall down for a base hit. Now, if I'm really thinking, I don't just want a pinch hitter, but I also want a pinch runner if I'm Cincinnati.
Now batting.
And Cincinnati is carrying 3 catchers in their roster right now in their 25-man lineup. So, yeah, 100% you're able to get rid of a Barnhart here. Put a speedster on first.
It looks like Reds are going to go to their other players off the bench.
Kurt Caselli.
Actually, that's correction. So, yes, Kurt Caselli is in, but they didn't pinch run anyone on first base, it seems like, which is relatively interesting.
And Kurt Caselli is a catcher.
No, we can't mention this necessarily in real-life standards, but in a video game, 3 speed is not good to say the least on first base. As the 1-0 is taken outside, 2-0. He'll pinch run if he gets on second. I mean, this could be a threat for a double play. Caselli hits a ground ball.
Yeah, not a lot of pop from Caselli either. 0 home runs on the season. Does have 5 RBIs, but his OPS is pretty low, 581.
Be a 2-1. Pitch. Get high into the air. Moving over and making the running catch. Be the second baseman
Now batting.
of both the first out. Actually, rather, it's Jason Kitness who moved into the fielding spot for both. Well, regardless, one away, Akiyama now step in. First pitch. Foul behind the plate. Down 0-1. Cincinnati trying to battle. I think they have a good chance if they can get to Suarez here in this inning. 0-1. That one hit high in the air down the right field line. Moving over, however, will be the center fielder of Hap at center field to make the second out.
The batter number 50, second baseman, Nick Senzel.
The 1 out away now is Chicago from victory. Nick Senzel steps in. He's 0 for 4. First pitch. Nope. You can low the count 1-0. Please only need 1 more out. Try to continue their long arc this year as that's going to be swung on a missed to count 1-1. It's a low for 4, but Jaden, I mean, it'd be a huge home run if he can hit a long ball here.
Senzo's one of the few players on the Reds that haven't hit a home run in this game. Has 8 on the season, and we talk about home runs. This one could be the cherry on top.
It is a 1-2 pitch from Winkler. On a miss, strike 3, ball game over. Cubbies ended up beating the Cincinnati Reds in what today was an absolute slugfest. End up coming home with a 7-6 win. And that's just a great job by Chicago. The Cubs couldn't ask for more, to say the least, Jaden. Played a great game. Every time they went down, they came back, took the lead. Ended up coming home today with this victory.
Yeah, Tim, as we mentioned, 11 home runs throughout this game. If you're a fan in the MLB The Show universe, you came home with a lot of souvenirs that ball came near you. So, what an amazing night. Coming into this one, we thought Darvish was going to have a good outing. Did pitch around 5 innings. 6 innings. Ended up being pulled after giving up too many runs.
He allowed 4 home runs at that point. Ian Happ, the player of the game, 2 for 4 home runs, 3 RBIs. Kyle Ryan gets the win, going 2/3 innings worth. Lorenzen, who allowed 3 of those home runs, allowed the Cubs to get back on top, takes the loss, and Dan Winkler was in the 9th and gets to save. Obviously, the hold as well, been credited to Kimbrel. I mean, again, in this one, this was a good game, but let's take a look at the highlight reel, shall we? So, at the top of the 7th, he ended up flying out to a double play, and here, Kyle Schwarber made one heck of a throw to home plate to throw out Mike Moustakas.
Yeah, the action that started the night was actually fielding instead of the bat, and a big surprise by Schwarber. Still surprised Moustakas ran on that one.
I'm still surprised about that. That we could be talking about a tie game if he held. And then Ian Happ, he had a 2-run home run to open up the bottom of the 2nd inning for the Cubs. This would just be, again, 2 of their 7 total runs on the day, and one of his 2 home runs in this game. Again, there's going to be a lot of highlights in this one, to say the least. It's now Chris Bryant. He hit this one onto the street as he hit solo jack to give the Cubs now what the time is a 3-0 lead. That one would not stick.
Yeah, as you mentioned, not sticking. We're going to see some home runs here by the Reds, who actually took the lead at one point, up 5-4. And us sitting here, we couldn't believe it with the amount of balls that were leaving the stadium.
Freddie Galvis gave them the lead. It was Eugenio Suarez who started 1 of 3 home runs in the 4th inning, the Reds. And now you see Javier Baez, who tied this thing back up. He went deep for a 382-foot home run. And, I mean, Cubs wouldn't go quietly, because then Wilson Contreras answers the following pitch. He goes yard, 438 feet, but that wasn't it at all for Chicago.
The Cubs, as we see here in these highlights, continue to fight all the way through the whole game. Did not lay down, did not stop swinging. And look, another home run, 467 feet. This one might rival Castellanos' home run that brought in 1.
And this one was a massive bomb, 476 feet from Hayward. Not too often do we talk about the power. But Nicholas Castellanos, he also hit his 2nd home run of the game here in this one. As he, I mean, oh my goodness, it's that one off the scoreboard. And I mean, you don't see that too often in Wrigley Field. And he, to say, got all of that one.
Yeah, you got to watch your head there if you're sitting in the bleachers. When balls are raining in like that, you got to be careful.
And then, obviously, Reed getting out of trouble. Then you come back to the top of the 9th. Just wasn't enough as the Reds went down 1-2-3. As Enzel ends up going down on strikes. Winkler to end this ball game. The Cubbies, again, they pick up a big victory in NL Central play, to say the least. This is just game 2 of 7 here on the day. As the next game coming up, we'll hand it off to Kyle and Hines as the Tampa Bay Devil Rays will take on the Minnesota Twins. Kyle, should be a good one, to say the least, as the Twins again hot, and Tampa trying to make up some ground on the Yankees. As we know, the Yankees playing against the Mariners earlier here today.
All right, it's going to be a good matchup here. We got two pitchers on both sides. Jose Berrios for the Twins, I believe 7-0 on the year, and Tyler Glasnow, younger pitcher, but he has some future in him, and he will combat nicely against Berrios. We'll be switching over to the American League here. Going to be Minnesota Target Field. Could be Tampa Bay, Minnesota, as you mentioned before. Hines, what do you think about this match?
Well, the thing I'm most interested for is the power versus power today. Glasnow, as you know, comes in with that high 90s fastball, and these Twins are a great fastball hitting team. They hit homers for fun. It's going to be interesting to see whether we see, a slugfest like we just saw in Chicago.
Indeed, that was probably one of the best games that I've seen. I was listening to it in the background while I was working on my notes, and that was heard of with all the home runs that was hit. Was it 9 to could have been 11? I don't know entirely.
Yeah, I think I don't know what it was, but I know these two teams, I called the first game of that series in which they combined for at least 8 that I know of, including the Cubs going back to back to walk it off, which these two games have just been absolutely insane that I've seen. And I get to call Cubs Reds at Great American later this week, and I'm just wondering whether we're going to be seeing any home run records getting broken again.
Yeah, we're going to see whether that happens. In the chat here, we got Mo Red Wings 13 saying that the Rays are going to win. We're going to write that down, see if what happens in the future. We're going to the Target Field. We're going to have Berrios as now respective teams. Rays going in their blue alternates potentially. And around here. I believe we're just gonna, could be simple, yeah, it looks like simple road, simple home for the uniforms. Target Field opened in 2010, it was really weird, it's been a decade since it opened. You see its capacity almost up there at 40,000. There.
I'm sort of, sorry to interrupt, I'm sort of sad that we're not seeing it, throwbacks. It's not Throwback Thursday, but I mean, see those Devil Ray away jerseys would be pretty cool, but not today.
And not today, as you see here for the stats over the last 10 games. You see a few from both teams. From the Twins, you got Buxton and Sano both on the colder side. That top of the lineup has able to head that offense. From Target Field, it is Tampa Bay. There's the Minnesota Twins. Tampa Bay 33-28. I believe 4 games back. A bit more. Yankees, and I don't know what I can say. I don't know what I can say about Minnesota so far that hasn't been said. As you saw, record there, they've just been hung off. And now today we're going to have Jose Berrios so far 7-0 on the year. Array just under 3. 23 strikeouts to 26 walks. Up there in innings pitched is his all-time win leader, Puerto Rican players.
Leading off,
and now leading off, we're going to have Kevin Kiermaier, for Gold Glove winner from our field. From Berrios will be inside 1-0 count.
Kiermaier only hitting a little bit over the Mendoza line this season, but as you mentioned, the Gold Gloves speak for themselves. He makes plays that I don't think anybody else, with maybe the exception of Kevin Pillar, can make.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I've seen both Kevin Pillar and Kevin Kiermaier up in that same context here. Berrios right now at a 1-1 count. From him will be inside, swinging a miss for a strike. Inside fastball.
That was a good two-seamer there, too. It looks like it's going to be coming right at your face, and then just has that tail on it that brings it back into the zone. That's what's great about a two-seam fastball.
You mentioned that fastball. Weather today, it's almost about 60 degrees here. We got a clear sky out here from Minnesota and Target Field. Meyer, it's in the 1-2 count. Low, we're all knotted up at 2. Again. Inside, went back to that 2-seamer. Seam actually. 3. 1 batter faced, 1 strikeout for Jose Berrios, who is Pete to lose a game on the season in 12 starts. This is 15th. He's 7-0.
And there are only 2 players in the league to be undefeated this season. And it's almost no surprise that other guy is his teammate, Kenta Maeda, who we'll be seeing pitching in Game 3 of this series.
When you think of the Twins, you obviously, considering last season, that offensive spurt where they hit over 300 home runs, now their pitching coming around. The matchup between the two as that one out to right field. Kepler. You're down 2 outs.
See the shadows out there in the outfield on this midday game. Could be an issue for some of those outfielders losing the ball in the sun.
Again, for the Rays is that fielder Austin Meadows. The Berrios will be high, swing and a miss, and we got a strike. Berrios really good on pitch count right now. His 10th pitch of the inning. Back to that, just nervous compared to a fastball. Another swing and a miss and another strike. Goes down 0-2.
Look for him to try to go high with that fastball.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Alright, he did go for it. Went a bit inside here. 1-2 count.
Rays coming into the series on a 6-4 from their last 10.
Just lost yesterday to Milwaukee. Side fastball, strike 3. Berrios is second on the day. Second with a fastball. We're going to go to the bottom of the first here from Minnesota. Kepler, Polanco, and Garver. Bop all action. Back here seeing the Rays pitcher Tyler Glasnow. 15th start on the year. Into ERA around 3.6. Got 67 to 23 walks. Whip of 1.2.
Glasnow, you'll mainly be seeing the hard 97 mile an hour plus fastball I mentioned pre-game, but I'll also work that curveball, excuse me, off of it, which is going to fool a lot of hitters with that speed differential.
You get that pitch mix up. Fastball and up here as he went back to that fastball here. And off for the Twins is Max Kepler, the fielder. Twins 1, 2, 3 hitters today are I believe for average, they're all hitting over 300.
1-1.
That's been the case for a while too. It's been sort of an alternating between Kepler and Polanco for the top average on the team. Kepler with that on-base percentage above 400, which is a great thing if you're a Twins fan in that leadoff spot.
Count is 3-1.
He's now not doing good with the controlling of his fastball. Up to a 3-1 count here. Remember, Jorge Polanco, star shortstop, be on deck. Now he's going to have to learn how to focus and locate his fastball if he wants to do pretty good here. Hot Twins team. Pitch outside corner for a strike. Count.
And there is that fastball right there just on the black. Might try to challenge him with another fastball. He's got the velocity behind it. Try to blow it by Kepler.
Count here, the pitch from Glasnow outside looked like a curveball. Lead off walk here for Kepler.
Surprised you tried to go with the off-speed pitch, 3-2. Not his first choice pitch, and doesn't seem to have the control on it there.
Polanco steps in, swing, strike. Polanco's 36 RBIs ranked third on the Twins. Polanco and Kepler, who just walked, are in the top 10 in the American League average category.
Polanco just frozen by that fastball. He wanted to swing, you could see, but held up on it. Now he's down 0-2 already.
High for a ball, 1-2 count.
That's a good eye there from Polanco. He's not been the best with his plate recognition this season. We'll see if he can try to keep working the count.
And it's going to be lined right to Lau. And out here in the bottom of the first.
Batting third, the captain, Mitch Garver.
Nice day here at Target Field.
Well, day here in Minnesota. Pitcher Mitch Garver steps in. See his RBI up to 42, tied for 9th in the American League. A breaking ball for a strike. Garver, former Silver Slugger last year, the catcher's spot. Go inside again, this time with a fastball, 1-1.
Maybe he's looking to set something away now, having pounded him inside.
Wait for it again. Fastball outside in the dirt. Doesn't matter because Garver swung at it. He's down 1-2 in the count.
Looked like that was a mistake pitch. He just yanked the fastball, got the swing and missed though.
Some of these pitches are, sometimes they can slip out of the pitcher's hands when they're trying to locate, but batter swings at it. Nothing wrong with it happening. Go outside again. 2 now.
Looks like Glasnow is not really challenging these hitters, especially when he needs to. We saw that 3-2 with the curveball to Kepler, and now trying to get him to chase wide.
Inside, went back to the changeup. It's a strikeout. Glasnow's first. His first of the day.
The designated hitter.
Normally you see a fastball right by him. In this case, went to the changeup, which is still in the 90s. Just swing and miss right over it. On the cleanup spot for the Twins. Nelson Cruz, big power hitter, second in the AL right field all-star vote. All-star weekend or star voting is in full swing, so if you're in the MLB The Show universe and you want to vote online, you could scout which ones you think or which players. Nelson Cruz on a 1-1 count as he takes that inside fastball.
Ball,
2-1, low fastball again from Glasnow. He's been having some control issues so far. One inside, grounder, foul.
The one silver lining to him being a little wild is he's not missing in the zone too much. So walks might hurt him, but he's not going to be giving up too many long balls if he throws it like that so far.
Pounding in the zone, some of these Twins hitters, you could get some pop-ups here. Get them inside, like he did right there, right over. And a miss from Cruz. Here through 1 from Minnesota, tied up at 0. Off. Bay. Fielder Hunter Renfroe averaging 95 short of the Mendoza. It's a bit short under the Mendoza line. Over to Tampa. Chris Archer trade. That's flied out to right field. Kepler, he's running. He's going to get under it. He's going to make the catch. Get out here. Berrios.
That's going to... should be bringing up the first baseman Ji-Man Choi, who's been on a tear for Tampa Bay this season. He's leading them in pretty much every offensive category, with the exception of walks and doubles.
I believe he's the only one in this lineup today hitting over 300. It's that outside fastball. It hasn't been productive from Berrios. You see 0 for 6 as a career. 4 of those at-bats resulting in strikeouts. Be flied out right field. Or again getting under it. He's getting some work. Outs here. That's his 5th on the day, or hit out right field.
That is it. The second baseman, number 8.
Kepler's getting his heart rate going today. He's not standing out there lollygagging today. He's going to be on the run a lot, it seems.
Stepping in for the Rays, who've been retired in order so far, Brandon Lau, not Lowe, as I've mentioned it here in the ML Bot Ball. At which been a big discussion here, Lau and Lowe, which way to pronounce it. It is Lau. Searched before. Finds himself up in the count, 2-0.
I got 2-1 the count.
Believe that Nate Lowe, the guy with the other pronunciation, is currently on the injured list. Should be returning in a couple of days for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Fly pitch or fly at bat right there. Then not going to have to move too much. Go down in order. Middle of the lineup, Donaldson, Rosario, and Sano coming back.
Leading off.
Bottom of the second, on target field, Josh Donaldson. Hitter tonight. Going to step in. You see in the All-Star vote, the third baseman, he's top 10 right now, currently in the 6th position.
I think if his average was a little higher, he would be higher up the vote, potentially. His homer total, however, at 13 is exactly what the Twins would have wanted coming into the season.
As now again trying to go for that outside fastball, saying 1-0.
2-0.
Again, we see that Glasnow's not challenging these Twins hitters early. He's trying to make them get themselves out rather than throwing a meatball that they can hit.
Count 3-0.
3-0. Just on that inside fastball. On a leadoff walk to Eddie Rosario. He's hitting 14 home runs on the year. Could be down 2-0. Wrong pitch to him. He's been a tear recently, getting home runs in past games. Head to Donaldson. Slider for a strike. 3-1 count.
That one didn't look like it was where you would want to throw that one. I know it's 3-0, but can't trust that Donaldson's going to be take all the way.
Donaldson didn't have the green light on that. If he did have the green light, it could be 1-0. Full now. From Glasnow. Side, his second walk on the day. Second time he's led off an inning with a walk. The left fielder, Rosario.
And again, he goes to an off-speed pitch on a 3-2 count. I'm not sure whether that's something that his pitching coach is telling him he should do, because he just doesn't seem to be terribly confident in those off-speed pitches. So we'll see if that is something he continues to do later on through the game, or if he tries to make an adjustment.
In the left fielder, Rosario hitting 350, 7 for 20 in his last games. A fastball inside. 1 count.
Looked like a design take there. Another pitch that very well could have been hit hard from Rosario, but instead opts to gauge Glasnow's velocity.
You know, these Twins hitters, last couple of years, this lineup has been known for their power. They hit over 300 home runs last year. Outside, as Glasnow goes outside for that fastball, too. That's the thing. Seeing them take a lot of pitches where last years you could have seen them that chance and try to go for a long ball here.
Ball inside.
No.
Nice though to see that they're taking their pitches when they when they need to and trying to work some more walks, because that's something we haven't necessarily been seeing as much from the Twins.
And you're right, we haven't seen that much from them. 2-2 count. Be a little fly ball. We're gonna run in a little bit, little run uphill, make the catch. The first goes Donaldson. We got one out.
Batting seven, the first baseman, Miguel Sano.
Been hitter today for Minnesota, Miguel Sano, who's on a bit of a spell. He hasn't quite himself reached a bit under 250. Doesn't have the home run numbers and he has had in previous years at this point. From him, another curveball. One, Sano, 5 seasons, he's hit over almost 130 home runs.
Mentioned he's having a bit of a cold spell of late. The one caveat, he has been taking more walks. It's been a general trend. He was hitless in the last series, yet did work 3 walks.
It could be that he's trying to be a bit more selective with his pitches at this point. That ball right center field. And back is Meadows, warning track. No matter, he will make the catch. Johnson again has to retreat. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Luis Arias. It's the bat.
I wasn't sure. Go ahead.
Second baseman. That OPS up to 650.
With that Sano hit, I wasn't sure if it might get out. There is that overhang there in the right field bleachers where you might be able to just get one to land over there, but just not far enough.
And considering Sano's reputation of being one of those power hitters in this lineup, see where you were coming from. I thought it was on as well. 1-2 to Arias, who outside fastball looked a bit off the plate, but down as a strike. A grounder. Adama is going to throw to Lau. 6-4. Here through 2. Runs scored for either team. Both have been kept hitless. Go to the top of the third. Back here from Target Field, Heidi Watney getting us in from the sideline. They're talking about Minnesota. You see their stats from Berrios in the showcase. Their pitching has really improved. They're attending a lot of stats in EL and top half of stats MLB as a whole.
ERA and the WHIP are the big standout things there. They're second in the American League in both of those, and that's a testament to their amazing pitching staff this season. We see Maeda and Berrios, who we have on the mound today, who both have low ERAs and currently without a loss.
Andy Diaz steps in.
1-0.
Third baseman for Kempe. His last 4 games, he's 5 for 13.
At the ball.
Pitch. Yandy Diaz is proclaimed gym rat that began weightlifting age of 12. A lot of dedication to start from that young age. From the count 2-1 after that fastball from Berrios.
That's ball 3.
Just now getting into some location troubles. 3-1 count now. Chutomo Susugo. Deck.
Ball 4. That's
High. Berrios, that is his on the day. Andy Diaz. Off walk. That's the 3rd inning for both pitchers combined. Been a leadoff base runner. They'll walk. DH for today, Yoshitomo Susugo. Step in.
First season in the major leagues. Last season in Japan hit .272 with 29 homers. So they're looking to get his bat to add some pop to their team, which hasn't been their prerogative the past couple of years.
Go the 4th Japanese player in Lee's franchise history. 10 seasons with the Yokohama DNA Bay Stars in Japan's Nippon Professional Baseball Organization. Take that to center field. Looked like a curveball. He's going to camp under it. Sun in his eyes. He's going to run in. He'll make the catch. And now is Diaz. Diaz retreats. Space.
Batting 9, the catcher, Mike.
Gonna bring up Mike Zunino, their catcher today. Hasn't played too much of late. He's been rested a couple times.
No, the former Mariner catcher was drafted 6th overall. Pitch to him, fastball, swing and a miss. Strike. One inside fastball. That's going to be another fly ball, this time to the left field side. Where he's going to step in. He'll make the catch. 2 outs here, top of the 3rd inning.
Don't remember what the weather forecast was in terms of wind, but we've seen a lot of deep fly balls today. So we'll see if we see some long balls carrying just those extra, 10, 20 feet further over the wall.
Pitch to Kiermaier, struck out in the 1st inning. Contact, foul down the 3rd base line. Berrios on the slice in on an inside breaking ball. Run on, he'll make the catch. Unassisted. Gonna go down to the bottom of the 3rd. Buxton, Kepler, and Polanco here. Live from Target Field. And Buxton today in the 9-hole. See too much on the average part, but he is 2nd in the American League in steals. He's up to 11 so far. Go for a bunt there down the 3rd base line. Yeah, is going to put it away, foul.
Mentioned he's 2nd in stolen bases. He's still, though, I believe, a whole 14 behind the leader in the American League.
Off bunt actually caught me by surprise on the broadcast. I was able to run in. It located slider a bit outside. And 2 now. Pitch. Fastball, little pop-up. Choi's gonna run in. He's gonna get in front of the 1st base coach. Soda. Make the catch, 1 out now. Go back to the top of the order. Flaherty walked again. They're on to the leadoff. Twins. The shift here. Of a pull hitter. Now again. Hello, right. Little grounder against the shift. Diaz, he's going to make the throw to Choi. On 2 here in the bottom of the 3rd.
It's a nice try there by Kepler just to beat the shift, staying back there on what I think might have been a breaking ball, trying to just shoot it down the line, but just not far enough to get by the 3rd baseman.
Switch hitting shortstop. Polanco steps in. He lined out to Brandon Lau. His first at bat of the day.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Polanco is 3 for 6 in their last game against the White Sox. A 10-inning, 6-5 victory to avoid a sweep.
He's now painting that inside fastball. 98 on the radar. And 1 count. Foul. Back in front of Zunino. Polanco now down 1-2.
Good changeup there, working it off the fastball. Just dropped a lot. You can see it was about 4 miles an hour slower than a couple of his other changeups, only at 87.
That's ball 2.
Pulled off. He looked like he was going to swing at that outside fastball. 2-2. 2 with that breaking ball, swinging and a miss, strike 3. His 3rd on the day. First on that breaking ball. Now through 3. No batter has gotten a hit. Is Meadows and Renfroe for Tampa Bay once we come back.
Leading off for the Rays, the shortstop, Willie.
Is back in the first. He's up for his 2nd at bat in the first. Who out to the right fielder Max Kepler.
Nope. Ball 1.
Berrios went back to that high fastball away. And you see Adamez 30 RBIs on the year. 3rd Tampa Bay team.
2-0.
Outside. Oh, now.
Well, we mentioned in the pregame that we might be seeing, a potential for a high, some, home runs, but so far no hits through 3 innings. So I think that's the exact flip side that you can get with these two pitchers. You can either get some high-scoring games coming off of long ball, or in this case, just some dominant pitching.
Fastball for a strike. Yes, like you mentioned, so far it's been the tale of two different types of games we saw earlier. We've seen so far 3 different types of games. As earlier on the first game of the day, he's won 12-0 against the Mariners on that COL game shutout. Obviously, we can talk about this game with the Reds and the Cubbies, who were hitting home runs as if they were singles. Now we got a game here, more of a pitcher's duel. Off walk, Adamez, and Austin Meadows is going to step in for Tampa. Austin Meadows outside, 1-1 count here. Man on, no outs, top of the 4th.
That was a good two-seamer there from Berrios, working it from that the black on the outside, and then that got away.
Yeah, it went inside and got away from him. He's going to move on. It's going to go down as a passed ball. Just have their first person for the game, scoring position. Does have a chance to cash in so far. 2 count.
Meadows had 89 RBIs last season. Was an all-star. Definitely the Rays got the better of that Chris Archer deal thus far, getting him and the guy on the mound, Tyler Glasnow, in that trade.
Up to a 2 count. We're all full. Hunter Renfroe on deck. Austin Meadows, born in Atlanta, he grew up rooting for Atlanta sports teams, especially the Braves, and calls Chipper Jones his favorite player. Calls that one off down the first base line.
This is where Berrios is going to need to really bear down and try to get a K.
Nope, that's ball 4. Take the red.
Inside, the second walk. The second walk this inning. The walk on the day. To Renfroe now. Got a chance. Since second, no outs here, top of the 4th in Target Field.
See the 7 homers on the year. Had a really great game a couple of days ago where he got 5 RBIs, including a homer, against the Milwaukee Brewers in that interleague series.
Hunter Renfroe, not exactly the most qualified hitter right now this season with runners in scoring position. 139. Low for that fastball, swinging and a miss. 2 now. With the pitch. Back to that changeup. Strikeout on the day for Berrios. To the day for Renfroe.
The first baseman, D-man.
Like a spear there. Put in a swing and a miss. Tired Out for Berrios, who's in a bit of a jam here. Pitch to Choi outside for a ball.
Choi is leading the Rays in RBIs, but he is a double play threat, so if he can get the ball on the ground, Berrios can get out of this inning with no trouble.
Pitch fouled, 1-1 count. Ji-Man Choi, a second round pick in the 2015 draft. Beautiful breaking ball. For the hand of Berrios, he just stood and watched. 1-2, the pitch. This ball fouled away.
Berrios touching 95 on that one. Haven't seen that too much, but we've also seen more of that two-seam fastball with a little less velocity on it.
Breaking ball, a little grounder back to Berrios. He's going to go. Okay, we're going to have a double play, and we're going to get out of the inning. Berrios gets out of the jam here. The 1-4-3 double play. You don't see that too often. So down here, bottom of the fourth inning.
Leading off for the Twins.
To that middle of the Twins lineup this inning. Garver, Cruz, and Donaldson.
And that's a dangerous trio there. Garver got moved up in the lineup about a week and a half ago or thereabouts with the amazing performances he has. And no matter how you structure it, I think this lineup is super scary.
Jim Garver doing really well so far. Really well, earned a promotion in the lineup. Running the count of 2 here for the Glasnow. From him high, up over his head. Get off 1-2.
Glasnow does have a couple balls to give here. However, I think he definitely wants to get the K right here just to keep that pitch count down.
I got to count 2-2.
Side for a ball. Yeah, both of these pitchers, they're getting a bit higher in their pitch count. This will only be through 4 innings, so have to focus here. Side fastball, got him looking. Strike 3, Glasnow's 4th strikeout on the day. First looking. Second strikeout for Garver. Didn't like that he laid off on that pitch. A 1 down for Nelson Cruz. And Glasnow going back to that slider out and away. Get off it, 1-0 count.
Glasnow, thus far, before this pitch, had been pretty good at getting ahead of hitters. However, he's been losing them later on in the count.
Risky pitch with Nelson Cruz at the plate. High inside fastball, blew it right by him. 1. Back to that changeup. Swung right over it. He's looking for his 2nd strikeout on the day. Similar fate to Garver. Not yet. 2-2 went that inside fastball. Now outside fastball fouled off. Oh my God! Is that gonna be a home run? He's gonna be a little try. It's gonna be it's gonna be foul.
I could have sworn that one was gone. I saw one like that one of the other games with the Cubs, thinking it was gone and got all excited, and then just can't wave it fair.
He tried to Carlton Fiskett and didn't work out. Finds himself in the full count. Ball line foul down the third base line.
Now, if you're Cruz, you got to be careful. He threw you a fastball 3-2. You were way early on it, but he's been liking that off-speed pitch in the 3-2 count.
Back to the fastball here, trying to blow it right by him. Caught up and he fouled it off.
And I think this is where you have to go with that off-speed. I know I said he's been struggling with it, but after those last 2 big hits from him, foul.
Go for a fastball again. is the first hit of the day for Cruz, first hit for Twins, first hit of the game together. And it for the shift. I was nowhere in sight. Rays bullpen, a righty and a lefty for Richardson, Jalen Beeks. Just gonna go for the rare steal here. Even with that slow-mo, he is safe. You don't really see that too much out of him.
Well, that looked like a botched hit and run right there, because I don't see any reason why Donaldson should be swinging at a pitch up by his face. Maybe an attempt at a hit and run, and I wouldn't expect it to work. You know, with that for him to get the stolen base, not something you see from Nelson Cruz very often at all.
That every day could have been a botched hit and run. Who knows? Either way, Twins have a man on second. 0-2 now, 1 out. Pitch to Donaldson. Swung away inside, swung away outside changeup. Glasnow's 5th strikeout of the day.
So now the Twins have that runner in scoring position after Cruz proving that 40-year-olds can run. But now they need to do something with 2 outs.
Be up to Eddie Rosario, 2 outs here, bottom of the 4th. Cruz on second. This ball right down the middle.
That's not the pitch. Definitely not the pitch to throw to Eddie Rosario. He's been on fire this season.
After that breaking ball again. They're down the way, swung right over it, 0-2.
Look at this Twins lineup. I believe 6 of their 9 starting players in their lineup have over 10 homers thus far in the season.
You know, if it was a foul tip or not, either way, he's going to swing and miss. Big 3, Glasnow 6th of the day. Just leave a man on in scoring position here through 4, target field. Here at field, ML Bop Ball action. Heidi Watney, the sideline reporter.
Our resident mime.
Will be Brandon Lau, Yandy Diaz, and Tsutomu Sasugo. Jose Berrios.
It's one of those games where it just feels like you've just settled into your seat, and then you realize it's actually the 5th inning.
This game has been like the last one for sure. It's just been going by like a snap. Just from Jose Berrios, fastball, 1 count.
And I think for both teams, this is exactly what you want. Both teams went extras in their last game. The Twins 10-inning win for the Rays. They lost in 14 to the Brewers.
Lines just out of the reach of Sano. Bay this time gets a leadoff base runner, courtesy of a walk, and then Lau line drive.
Going back to finish the point I had earlier, that they don't want to get into their bullpens too deep after those extra inning games. So if these two great pitchers here can try to get into the 7th inning, maybe something like that, they can definitely take the stress off the bullpen for this game and then allow them to recuperate for the rest of the series.
Yandy Diaz for his 2nd at bat on the day. I believe his would go down as his 1st, considering he walked early on. 3rd. And the count 2-1. One fastball high, fouled away.
Diaz, a Rays postseason hero, one of their first that they've had in a while, with that 2-homer game in the wild card last season against Oakland, leading them to a victory there. They would end up going down to the eventual pennant winners, the Astros.
That's the thing. Diaz not exactly a power hitter per se, but obviously in that wild card game, he showed up with that power. I believe 2 home runs off of on Manaya. That's that one. Donaldson's gonna the foul ground. He'll make the catch. Oh, now is Yoshitomo Sasugo. Step in for his 2nd at bat on the night.
As you mentioned, not a power threat from Diaz. It's always those unlikely heroes you see in the postseason. It's not always the biggest name. Sometimes it's just the guy who you underestimate and then proves you wrong.
0-1's the count.
Pitches go will be a strike 0-1 here. I'm still on first. So trying to get that runner over. Swings and miss on that outside two-seamer.
And now you got to be careful. It could go with that slurve down at the back foot, the two-seamer away. It could go with anything here.
They go fastball inside, middle of the plate. Up to it, and he fouled it off. To that changeup, swinging and a miss right over it. Berrios' 4th strikeout on the day. I believe 10 strikeouts combined from both pitchers on a changeup. Mike Zunino, 9th hitter, pitcher for Tampa Bay, is going to step in.
Been a lot of strikeouts so far, and with that, those pitch counts getting higher. Though looks like Berrios has been able to control it a little bit. Currently at 65. So if he can get out of here with low pitch count, he can maybe try to get that to that 7th inning threshold for the bullpen.
2 balls, no strike.
Far, he's not doing the best here on Zunino. 2 pitches were balls. Low inside, look for that breaking ball. 3-0 now. Have Kiermaier on deck. Walks is going to be first and second, 2 men out. A pitch was a perfectly located changeup. 3-1 now.
Ball 4, that's out.
Fastball away. Berrios' 5th walk of the day. This inning. Go back to the lineup here.
And that's not something we've seen a lot from Berrios this season. The walks have not been bad at all. The whip around 1.29. So he's normally not a guy to give up a ton of walks, but as you said, for today, even with his strikeout count, not normally a good sign.
That's a ball.
Another pitch outside. No. Meyer. 1 now. Little interesting fact about Kiermaier that I found online. He made his MLB debut on September 30th, 2013. Did not sound like much information. It might not sound like it's interesting, but his debut on a game 163 of the regular season and in a wild card tiebreaker game. And about a platform besides the World Series that Adalberto Mondesi did for Kansas City. Debut on 163 might be one of the top ones you could get.
Well, and actually that's interesting because I had my own little Kevin Kiermaier factoid as well. He was drafted in the 31st round from Parkland Community College in Illinois, which is about a 5-minute drive from my house, and I never knew that he went there. So something interesting I learned too.
Talking about Kiermaier, he lines out to Buxton. We're going to have the bottom for Minnesota. He's going to be here at the bottom of the 5th.
Looks like
sidelines. Target field. Before, it's going to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for Minnesota. Sano, Luis Arias, Aaron Buxton.
See Rocco Baldelli there, talking with his, looks like maybe his hitting coach, trying to see what they can do to get something off of Glasnow here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And while both pitchers have had their inconsistencies with the strike zone, the thing is they have yet to run and get on the board for either team. This pitch to Sano will be side 1-0 count.
See Miguel Sano, most strikeouts on this Twins team.
One here, Sano inside 2-1 again. Now, that changeup, no caught up to it, fouled it off. Knotted up at 2 here. Pitch outside, we are again at a full count. Second baseman, the lefty, Soraya, is going to be on deck for Minnesota. We go back to that outside pitch, and again, pitcher's going to lead off an inning with a walk. Glasnow has done this. We're going to have the 8th pull, Soraya.
That's another case of Glasnow missing his spot in a big count. Another 3-2 count that he's not been best with his execution, and another leadoff walk in this game. I believe that's the 4th leadoff walk.
Leadoff pull here because Glasnow's had 3. I believe is the 5th. Not the 5th. Leadoff walk combined for both pitchers. Now, in the Tides here, 0-2 to Arias, the 8th hole. From him will be outside of Zunino. Get the balls to know. Gonna make that chance.
Zunino's a good defensive catcher behind the dish, so he's not a good guy to run on and will make those good blocks in big counts.
Both of these pitchers, we could see in the game soon. Their counts start to go up, and if their inconsistencies continue, the Rays had a lefty and a right-hander up there. I don't know if the Twins have anyone in the bullpen yet. We could see them going to it soon as well. Teams have to use that little grounder he has to allow to play 5-4-3 double play. Big out there.
The batter, the center fielder,
And Buxton.
That's a momentum killer right there. You get the leadoff walk, you've been working your counts, and you're thinking you're in good shape, and then just a dribbler down to the third baseman and around the horn for the double play, and now it's going to be up to the 9-hole hitter Buxton to try to get something going.
Kings will play the game first for Minnesota. Mentioned Buxton tried to take that bunt last time out. Little liner up the middle. To get past Lau for a base hit. E. Buxton. A 2-out rally possibility for Minnesota. Glasnow's up for the night. 4 2/3 inning, 2 hits, 2 walks with 6 strikeouts. He'll stay in for the rest of this inning. Oh, he will not. It's Kevin Cash. Make that call to the bullpen.
That's an interesting quick hook.
It's a quick hook, but I guess he can trust him in that situation. He'd walked a couple guys before. Getting to that point where we're getting closer in the game, For Richards, is going to come in. Relief, 2-3 record. Array just above 5.
He comes in with a fastball, changeup, cutter, and a curve. Though you're mainly going to be seeing fastball, changeup combo from him. Came in that deal with Miami that also sent over their new closer, Nick Anderson, last season.
First pitch changeup outside, 1-0.
Now, I'm not sure if that's just Richards' normal windup or not, but it looks like he is quick pitching to the plate a little bit. Definitely wary of the speed that sits on first base.
And to speed, he's going to go off. I have the second stolen base of the day for Minnesota. First for Buxton. He's now the guy on second.
And that's interesting because that's a pitch out right there. That's they're purposely throwing out with the design of getting Buxton at second, but you just get such a great jump that not even the extra pop from Zunino is enough to get him.
We're in a similar situation in the 4th where they had a man on second and they could chance to their score and work out, but this is a new day. The 3-2 count here. Max play the leadoff man. Big match up here for Trevor Richards. Pitch of the day for both teams. Outside little liner to go to Lau. Lau's going to get the throw onto Choi. 4-3 if you got that down your scorebook. It's going to be into 5. Gomez, Meadows, and Renfro, they're going to be up for Tampa Bay. See you after the break.
Leading off for Tampa
We'll
Bay.
continue to go on with their starter, Berrios. Berrios has yet to lose a game so far on the year. It's his 13th start and a no record.
And if the Twins can get a lead, he would be in line for the win. However, of course, no score, no decision, of course, so far.
The slurve, I think he's gone back to that. The second time this at bat. Same result for Adames with a swing and a miss. Grounder here, it's going to go to Donaldson. Throw onto Sano. 3 in the scorebook. Now in the column.
Up next for Tampa Bay.
Looked like he just got a little bit out in front there.
Meadows.
You can see the team ERA leaders in the American League. It's the Rays and the Twins, the top 2, led by headline pitchers like Berrios and Maeda for the Twins, and Yarbrough and Charlie Morton for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Morton came back to prominence when he was with that Astros team in 2017, which I know could say asterisk. When he went to Houston, he really re-emerged as a power pitcher. He's positioned quite nicely Tampa Bay roster.
We'll be seeing a big matchup between Maeda and the ERA leader Yarbrough in Game 3 of this series. So that one, unfortunately, will not be broadcast on ML Botball, but definitely one to maybe keep an eye out for.
So it's going to be a good matchup to tune into or watch. 2 inside, foul ball. Berrios getting up there in pitch count as well. He's getting up to mid-80s here. Pitch is up to 84.
Is still finding some of his location, not making Garver move the glove too much.
Berrios has been going outside here. Meadows has been trying to get that outer half of the plate. He hasn't had too much luck with it. Go inside. Slicer. Field. Rosario. Run. He'll make the catch.
Now batting.
And you mentioned they were pitching him away a lot. Tried to go with a back foot slurve to try to get him to swing and miss. Instead, there's not much you can do with that pitch when it's on that bottom inside corner besides just flaring it out to the opposite field.
Berrios gets Renfro out here. He'll be through 6 scoreless innings. Or first round pick in the team draft. Him outside on the corner for a strike. Back to that 2-seamer. A little tune in with the Twitch chat here asking where Washington is. Today, Washington does not have a one here. So that slurve looked a bit high. The way Renfro fouled it off.
Berrios looking to get his third 1-2-3 inning of the night. Haven't had one since the second inning, however.
He's had some walks as well. 3-2. Side fastball. Hauled off by Renfro. Still looking to over that little 200 Mendoza line marker. Mid 190s for average.
Renfro isn't going to get much above that Mendoza line very often. Hit 216 last season, but the homers over 30, so you can expect him to hit a lot of long ball and a lot of strikeouts. He is leading the Tampa Bay Rays in strikeouts with 74 already on this season.
Into a little bit of a battle here. Be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Count here, 2 outs. Berrios to Renfro. This ball away, a little pop-up. Who didn't have to move too much. He's gonna make the catch. Just 1-2-3 inning. And like you mentioned, go down to the bottom of the 6th, the middle of the order for Minnesota. Polanco, Garver, and Cruz.
See 2 guys warming in the bullpen for the Rays.
Pitch to Polanco. Strike is right about that bullpen. A righty and a lefty, Oliver Drake and Colin Posh. See them later on. Sure, he goes out for his 2nd inning start here. A fly ball down the left field line, foul. Polanco so far, similar to his 1-2 hitter Kepler and 3-hitter Garver have yet to get on the board. First struck out twice, 1 looking, 1 swinging. Kepler walks, but he's gotten 2 groundouts. Polanco with a lineout as well. A strikeout to his name.
And we saw 6 strikeouts from Glasnow in his shortened start. So it looks like it's the less common kind of game from the Twins. It's either going to be a high-scoring homer fest for the most part, or in this case, a low-scoring one with lots of strikeouts like we saw just now.
Shoots first on the day. Polanco's second, his second one swinging as well. You get that inside fastball, went a bit early. Oh, Mitch Garver looking for his first hit, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts as well.
Richard so far found the strike zone pretty well, and a big velocity difference between him and Glasnow. So these Twins hitters are going to have to get used to someone throwing in the lower 90s with a good breaking ball.
These hitters have struck out 6 times combined tonight. Here in the bottom of the 6th, the 1-1 pitch to Garver, outside, 2-1 count.
Now the Twins need to get into more of these counts. Hitters count trying to sit dead red fastball. Haven't had many opportunities to get that advantage.
Sitting fastball, Richards threw it to him there. Didn't make too much use of it as he fouled it off back behind the plate. And going outside, similar to what Glasnow was doing. Just his mark, up at full. Two pitch. In a miss. Way cutter. Drew second strikeout, back-to-back strikeouts this inning. The batters struck out 2 of them.
And that cutter is sort of similar to the 2-seamer we saw from Berrios, in the sense that he starts it on the black and then just rides away from the hitter. You got to protect with 2 strikes, but with that movement, you can't expect it to stay where it looks like it's gonna go.
If you're a pitcher and you got movement in this day and age, you know how to use it. Nothing special.
1-1.
Movement on that changeup. Right off the plate.
Yeah, and to your point, a lot of these Rays pitchers have good break and good velocity, something that is just the prime kind of pitcher in this day and age. So the Rays bullpen's got something that could be special in the next couple of years.
Check swing. Did he go around? Not, said the first base umpire. 2 count here. Cruz single in the 4th. The Twins on the night. The Twins can hit this game. 2 count. Josh Donaldson be on deck.
Another full count.
Count, another check swing. There's another time saying he did not go.
Now batting.
Have
Third baseman.
Twins are gonna have a first with 2 outs. We're gonna see the replay here. Oh, that's a close one.
The angle might be a bit deceiving here. The better angle normally comes either directly horizontal to the batter from the first base line, but from that angle, it looks like, even though it's a close call, probably the right one by that first base umpire.
Good chances of a 1-2-3 inning. Away in shambles. Donaldson comes up, and for career hit 1,109 seasons, he's at 1,099.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Now would be as good as time as any, given how hits have been at a premium so far. Only 3, I believe, through the whole game.
A breaking ball, perfectly located once again. And 2 here.
Outside, that's a ball.
To get that a bit off the plate. All 2-2. This ball in the dirt.
Top 5.
No.
See, Richard.
This ball away, strike 3. Strike out this inning. For the Twins, stopped once again. Here through 6 at Target Field. Nothing.
As we enter the 7th inning, a little piece of this day in history. Unfortunately, not much between these two teams on June 1st in history, but I have former Twin Johan Santana throwing his no-hitter in 2010 with the Mets against the St. Louis Cardinals in an 8-0 win at Citi Field.
Saw a replay of that up on my Twitter feed today. I think it was in it's been so long. Some of these years they just by so quickly. Mentioned before on the screen, the right-handers in the bullpen. This could be Berrios' last inning. And for 7 scoreless here.
I think we'd be looking at a quick hook here should somebody get on base. The last thing you want is to leave your starter in too long in the 7th inning of a scoreless game where runs are at premium.
To say triple digits doesn't matter. 5th strikeout on the 8th. One Choi for his first one. Even Lau. That single in the 5th, one of the few hits that we've seen this game. I was mentioning before about that, I was going to say before that strikeout, Berrios' pitch count now in the triple digits. I could agree with you that Delhi, the manager, is going to keen eye on Carter right now, especially with this close game that we're in.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
They have had a good bullpen so far this season. So I think that Rocco's got a fair amount of choices he could go with.
The grounder against the shift. Donaldson on the run. Get out. Go down as a base hit. That's out second. And against the shift, Donaldson. 3 years of age behind him. Maybe a couple of years ago, he could have made that play, but taken out by Lau. He has at the dish.
And I think that play perfectly sums up how this game's been going. When that's one of the biggest plays we've seen so far. Squibber down the line against the shift for an infield single.
One Diaz, that's going to go to the gap. It's going deep. It's going to be in the gap, actually. And he's going to throw in. First kind of offense of this kind we've seen all night. The Bay, second and third with one out here, top of the 7th. Now you gotta think that Delhi could go to the bullpen here.
I mean, they do. With the lefty coming up, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw someone like Tyler Clippard. They only have one lefty, being Taylor Rogers, but Clippard has reverse splits. But they're going to stick with him, and that's surprising given that this is the first basically solid contact of the whole game, really.
But it is going to trust Berrios. The pitch count up to 106. Shitomo Sutsugo. Pitch to him, outside corner for a strike.
Another interesting thing I thought that they could have gone with was intentionally walking Sutsugo here with Zunino. Definitely a double play threat, not a high average this season on deck.
Be lined off the bat. It's going to bobble around. We're going to have bases loaded. Will Sutsugo's going to beat that out. That's going to go down as a base hit. Bases loaded. Now, you got to think Baldelli. I know he's saying that he doesn't have any experience behind him. This is his second year as a manager. But I think he's got to really have a strong feeling that he can take out starter here. Bases loaded. Full play opportunity in hand.
There he comes. It's definitely the right move, in my opinion. 2 hard hit balls. Great job by Josh Donaldson there. A hit goes through, 1 run scores for sure, maybe even a second, depending on what happens in the outfield. And it's going to be Julius Chassin, not someone you see coming in very often. ERA there at 5.56, but it has been going down. It was about a whole point higher about 2 weeks ago, I remember. So he's on the upside for the Twins.
To that foul here. If I'm Chassin, I know this might sound a bit risky, but I would stay pitching lower half of the plate. I'm sure Zunino has that in mind. He's got a few years under his belt. I'd be pitching low, trying to get Zunino to ground into a double play. Low again.
To your point, that's basically what they're doing. 2-seamer low there. Slider, one of the pitches Chassin really likes to use, and with 2 strikes, strikeout or double play, that's best option.
You know, not known for runners in scoring position. Going back, that's going to go over the head of Rosario. 1 run's going to score. Bases will remain loaded. We're through into the 7th inning. He got a run on the board off the bat of Mike Zunino. How you should go to with runners in scoring position, but low, he expected it. Lined it right over Rosario. Just RBI.
Personally, I'm surprised they didn't send the second runner. It was hit hard off the bat, but the only silver lining in this, if there even is one for the Twins, is that 2 runs don't score, and you still have the force at home and the double play with Kiermaier.
Going low here, it seems to have bought the Twins so far. Meyer step in for his 4th at bat today, 0 for 3.
Seeing in the Twitch chat our one of the Twins fans here on ML Botball, also an amazing announcer, Beardy Buddha, talking about how Twins brought in Fernando Romero yesterday, who in 2/3 of an inning of work almost gave up the lead. I believe he gave up 2 runs, and the rest of the bullpen bailed him out, and it looks like Baldelli might take the heat for another questionable pitching change, which could have some negative consequences today.
Talk about negative consequences here. Up to a 3-0 count where bases are loaded. Walks here. Bay could be up 2-0. They're going to give him a free run. This ball on inside in the middle.
And I hate to be that broken record guy, but there is that 3-batter minimum that gets mentioned a lot nowadays. he can't come out of the game if he walks Kiermaier here. He's going to have to face the next batter. I believe it's Adames no matter what. Unless he gets out of the inning.
To here, a high. What a pitch. What a strikeout. Myers second on the day. A fastball. And Kiermaier watched. Pulls the trigger, strike 3.
So, Twins finally put an end to the 4 straight base hits. Bookended with 2 Ks, and now it's time to get out of this inning and get some runs in these last 3 innings.
You hear Adama making his at bat if you count that walk into play. Has been in pretty good inning category in that offseason, as you see the little graphic here. Has trained with 12-time All-Star shortstop Barry Larkin in Orlando during each of the last 2 off seasons. Good mentor right there.
Sure is, and you can see Tabrio here, a good eye. Another situation for Chacin. I know he came back from 3-0 to strike Kiermaier out, but you can't rely on that as a strategy ever, really.
His could walk. Is on 4 pitches unless he goes back to that fastball.
Willie Adames came to the Tampa Bay Rays several years ago in the deal that sent David Price over to Detroit, the then ace of the Tampa Bay staff.
So another thing about Adames, he's one of 3 Rays that was on the active roster for the entire season. 2019 year. Charlie Morton and Tommy Pham gonna ground out their Twins, get out of a big bases loaded jam. Bay up 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the 7th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
See a new reliever here, Colin Poshy, left-hander from Texas, 26-year-old. ERA there at 4.70, not his best season. The whip, staggering 2.1. So, if anybody the Twins want to have up with walks being wild today, it's him.
Look here, Rosario, you still got these Twins, still got some power in them. Gonna get much chances if they get that call on the outer half of the plate. 1 count. 2.
Big cut there by Rosario. He wanted to tie it up with 1 swing and mean that they don't have to worry about it later.
1-2 here. Mario 0 for 2 on the day. He flew out and was scooped out. Now he was Glasnow's last out before he got pulled. And to not do that again, holding off on that inside curve. Two here. To another breaking ball, lost in the dirt, full.
You're going to see a lot of even though with that slider, you're going to see a lot of fastballs coming in from the lefty here. 88% fastball usually, which is a staggering amount considering how much you want to mix pitches in this game.
This ball lined into the shift. Grounder for Lau, throw on to Choi. Shift really helped there. That could have been normally gone right over Lau.
Going back to the pitch mix, you're going to be seeing mainly fastball with that occasional breaking ball. Normally you see a high fastball rate when you're either seeing somebody getting called up to the major leagues or when you're struggling. You tend to over rely on the one pitch that really got you to the majors or really got you success, and that can lots of times will hurt you more than it does help.
The one thing that you can't be in the MLB is be a one-trick pony. Like I mentioned, you were talking about the pitchers here. You can't rely on a fastball. If you're a hitter, you can't rely on hitting a certain type of pitch.
Nope, that's off the plate. Ball two.
You got to be able to do multiple things in order to succeed here. Well, one pitch to Sano inside. That's going to be a little fly ball. My stream is starting to glitch up here. Doesn't matter. Meadows going to run under it, make this catch. And out, bottom of the 7th.
And now it's going to be a lefty-lefty matchup here. I think it was a good decision by Kevin Cash to go with the lefty against Rosario. Take a risk with the matchup against you with Sano, and now have another lefty here in Arise.
Arise hasn't been up too much as the Twins offense has. Ended out into a double play. Ended out earlier again in second inning. No pitch, line, foul again.
Arise was 4 for 9 in that White Sox series with a couple doubles and 3 RBIs. One of the few guys who did very well in that series, despite them losing 2 of 3 from their division rivals.
Arias finds himself down in the count 1-2. Off pitch from Posh. And wait for that outside curveball. Arias did not bite. 1-2. Here. Splitter. Hauled off. Arias staying here.
Now might be a good time to go to a high fastball off of that splitter. Try to get him swinging over it. Or under it, I mean.
Hauled off again. We'll do it again. Right, he did go to that high fastball. There was a too high on that. Full. Go inside, he sliced it. As the catch, it was a little blooper. Through 7. That was a throw, and Troy gonna be for Tampa.
I'm a little intrigued here. They're keeping CIN out there. Another one of those questionable moves. They had Duffy pitch 2 yesterday, and then 1 inning apiece from Clippard and Taylor Rogers. But there's still plenty of arms they've got.
Lined up the middle right into the shift as he caught it. Pitches here, 1 out. And he gets some insurance runs here. He'll have that 1 run, but it's only nothing game.
CIN tends to give up a lot of hard contact. About a third of the time he will give up something hard, not one for soft contact at all. And Hunter Renfroe is a perfect example of a guy who can hit the ball very hard.
Nearing the end of this game from Minnesota, in the attendance up almost to 34,000 people. As that this isn't being a packed house, considering the Twins been an insane season so far. Tampa Bay, they're a pretty solid team as well. A good matchup.
Nope, that's the ball.
Well, maybe part of that's due to the fact that this is a big pitchers duel, something that a lot of people don't seem to like as much. I don't really mind it. I think it's fun to watch good pitchers just go to work and have it be a battle of top arms and who can scratch across that run.
Grounder Snow, he's gonna throw on to Berrios. Not Berrios, I mean CIN. He's gonna go on first for 2 outs. Bad. I was looking down at my depth chart and I just have it as a starting pitcher. I got Choi, and back like you were mentioning, where people don't underestimate pitchers' duels. That's a I've seen in almost a lot of sports is I don't really see too many people supporting defensive matchups anymore. It's all about offensive side of the floor. See in the NBA with these high-scoring games, I felt the same as well. But when you see a defensive matchup happen, people are going to be disappointed that there is a lack of offense, but there are also going to be other people that are going to enjoy the defensive side of things taking over the game.
Yeah, and I think you see it a lot with, especially with the new generation who, get used to the whole flair of the game. You love all the bat flips on the homers. You love all the slam dunks in basketball and whatnot. And I think that's what really captivates the crowd and oftentimes will sell tickets. Whereas, defense, people see it as boring rather than a lost art.
The liner down the right field line. Kepler on the run. That was fouled off. And one question he's had in chat was, did Berrios get the loss? I'm trying to think,
well, he's currently in line for the loss should the Twins lose this game. However, if they equalize, he'd be in line for a no decision. And if the Twins, but he's incapable of getting a win given the current scoreline.
Oh, could end up seeing Berrios' first loss of the year. I know coming into this, you count the chassis in the choice, strike 3. Side 2-seamer. Go to the bottom of the 8th here. Nothing Tampa Bay from target field.
Your attention, please.
And it's go time now for the Twins. We have first former Twin for the Rays. It's Oliver Drake. Played with the Twins. I believe it was 2018. Played 19 games. Coming in with a splitter and a 4-seamer he uses about equally. So it's a 50-50 chance he'll get one or the other.
Thing about the Rays, their bullpen, they got 2 righties stocked up just in case. This is on that low splitter.
I think that Kevin Cash doing a good job here, going with some guys who are more finesse pitchers. They've got Alvarado and Castillo, 2 fireballers out there who can pitch, but we mentioned at the top of the broadcast that high velocity plus high power hitters tend to equal high exit velo and very long home runs. So that could be a little bit of the reason why we're seeing such a low scoring game.
The thing about Kevin Cash is I didn't really think too much about this until I found it, but technically he is baseball's 3rd longest tenured manager currently. Tampa, because after the retirements of Bochy in San Francisco and Ned Yost in Kansas City, departures of Hurdle in Pittsburgh and Madden in Chicago, who went to LA, AJ Hinch, which obviously for the sign stealing scandal, is the 3rd longest tenured manager with his current team. Something
that's sort of cool. I never thought of that either. You don't see as many managers stick around. Maybe because there's so many quick hooks coming from the front office decisions, but he's done everything right in his recent years, so he definitely deserves the contract he has.
As after that under foul, another thing that I looked into was how Tampa Bay became a team in the late 90s. Darvish is only the manager in their history. I believe he's the second with the longest tenure behind Joe Madden, who was from 2006 to 2014.
And Joe Madden had a great stint with them. He did bring them to the World Series in 08 when they lost to the Philadelphia Phillies. And they had some great players. Longoria, one of them, had Carlos Pena for a little bit, and several other great names.
Yeah, back then, I remember the Rays as, not necessarily being the playoff team that they are now. I'm a Yankee fan, so this is just from my perspective, but never saw them as a team that for easy wins. They would always just come out of nowhere and the Yankees been that young team.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a Cubs fan, so I mainly focus on the National League, but the Rays were a team, you know, back in that era when they were doing really good, were a team that really sort of captivated me because they weren't necessarily the same mold that you get from teams like that 08 Phillies squad or whatnot. They sort of have always been that, you know, anomaly team that, you know, based on speed and contact, and recently they've done stuff with using openers and stuff and sort of being a pioneer.
So right there, strikes out, back-to-back strikeouts for Drake. The 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Twins now down to their 4th final outs. Thank. Jorge Polanco. Out twice, he lined out as well, yet to get a hit so far.
And going back to Oliver Drake facing his former team, tomorrow there will be another matchup with a former player facing his old team. It'll be Jake Odorizzi. Came over from the Rays to the Twins a couple of years ago and re-signed in the off-season. Not been his best year by any means with that ERA above 4, but it'll be an interesting time for him facing a couple of names that he would have played with.
1 now as Drake misses on that outside splitter. Blanco. Foul. That's going to be lined down the line. Right field going to the wall. That's going to be gone. Blanco's only hit of the day far. His 11th home run. Just like that. All tied up at 1.
And there we go. There was that little overhang in right field I mentioned. I think it was in the first inning on a fly ball by, I think it was actually by Adames or someone in the first inning, and just scrapes the wall there, but they all count no matter the distance.
I didn't think that would be gone from off the bat. I thought it was going to go off the wall. A tie game now. A righty and a lefty in the bullpen. There's Chaz Rowe in there. He's got some movement with that slider.
And now to definitively answer the question that was asked earlier about Berrios, he is now getting a no decision no matter what the result of this game may be, so he will finish the day 7-0 regardless.
Apologize to the Red Wings as that's a little grounder past baseman Choi. A late rally for Minnesota. It be.
Going to be the boomstick at the plate. If anybody can give this Twins team a lead, it's him. He loves to hit in clutch situations. Seen a couple big homers walk games off from him. Maybe try to get it done in the 8th inning so they don't have to worry about any late dramatic action.
Did that home run, Cruz now one of 3 players on the Twins with a hit. That single in the 4th. Also had that stolen base on what could have been a botched hit and run, which I don't see too often out of him.
Don't see the hit and run in general very often. It's a bit of a lost art, and that was a strikeout on a great splitter.
There by Drake, but it does not matter. Polanco line shot for that overhang. Going to the top of the 9th, 1-1.
And I'm going to reiterate my surprise from earlier about Chacin staying in the game. I said it last inning, I'll say it again this inning. I mean, he is a converted starter, so he has the stamina, but would not be my first choice at this point to to be staying in the game.
Looking in the chat, and I saw someone use the extra baseball command to be lined up the middle grounder. It could go onto the wall. Berrios go in, end up double for Lau. I'm hoping that we don't have free baseball. Not that I don't want to. That was Lau's 10th double here, but if we do end up going to extras, this will be my second game in a row going into extra innings.
Well, you see, I've had 3 games go tied into the 9th, all ended with walk-offs in the bottom of the 9th inning. So we'll see whose streak gets extended today, or whether the Rays get the lead now and win it, and both of us are not having to relive something we've relived several times.
As the two aligned, shot right over the shortstop. Polanco, that's going to go to the wall. Short of it. Rounding third. We're going to score. Tampa Bay now up 2-1. He mentioned Berrios will still have the no decision, but now leaving in Chacin and have that cost them.
It looks like our twins associate Beardy Buddha isn't in the chat right now. Love to see what his take on it, as that's gonna go down the line.
All of these hits coming out of nowhere for Tampa Bay, and now be up 3-1. Straight hits.
Up next,
3 doubles.
The catcher.
Straight doubles. It's like that's 3-1. Tampa Bay.
We had 2 extra base hits coming into the inning, and we have 3 already in this inning. And it's going to be Sergio Romo, the ERA at 3.48, which is rather interesting. I remember he hasn't pitched in like 2 weeks, had an ERA of 0.90, and then with 10 innings pitched and now 10 in the third, that ERA spikes. So not been that one good outing for him.
Kind of been a bit of a late move from Rocco Baldelli. Not gonna go too in on him, because second year managing this team. Last year got to 100 wins, got him into the playoffs. We're gonna talk about what happened in the playoffs, but he's gotten him off to a great start this year. He's gonna grow. He's gonna get better with decisions. I mean, I would know that. I'm the Yankees fan, and I'd to Aaron Boone, another younger manager.
Yeah, and I definitely think that this move is overdue. You see strikeout number 1 from him. I think he could have come in to start this inning. Romo's a former closer, has that late inning experience. And as I was saying before that third double, I really would like to hear what Beardy Buddha, our Twins fan broadcaster, would like to say about this and what his opinion is.
He's got 2 righties in the bullpen. A little grounder to Arias, throw onto Sano for the second out. Runner does move on to third, though.
The bat is number 1. Shortstop.
Should this game finish in this same fashion with the Rays winning, the loss would be given to Chacin out of relief. He's responsible for all 3 of Tampa Bay's runs.
3 from Tampa. First pitch inside. Ball, as you see the Twins bullpen. Tyler Clippard and Corey Guerin both coming up, in case if extras comes into play. Pitch. And low. Now Romo not having too good of a control. In, he's only thrown 6 pitches. And going back to that breaking pitch.
See Garver telling him just to settle down there. That one is a good slider there, trying to front door it. Didn't get the call, however. So now he's going to have to go something in the zone here.
First straight pitches for Romo, and he will walk Adames. First walk on the day. Adames is second on the night. One here, runners on the corners. Austin Meadows at the plate.
I will say that maybe the walk could have been you know, I think it would be better to have that walk than trying to force something over the plate to a guy like Adames, who has been a pretty good hitter this season. But Austin Meadows, no slouch either, and with a righty-lefty matchup here, he's the one favored.
See the Twitch stream right now. Teams are dropping a bit. Apologize for any technical difficulties that could occur. One here, runners on the corners, 2 men out. Pitch. Oh, it's going to get away from him. Oh, runners will advance. Runners will stay on the corners.
Just caught under the feet of Garver there. Definitely not a good idea to try to go home. Probably good just to stay at first base rather than risking getting thrown out at second when you have 2 outs and a runner in scoring position.
To another pitch that's almost gets by Garver. Good block there. A full count here. Needs this strikeout. His team an opportunity at the bottom of the 9th. The slider. The 3 called. Game. One at the bottom of the 9th. Twins down 3-1. Donaldson, Rosario, and Sano up the offensive side.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Rays. Number 70, Nick Anderson.
Rays, and for their closer, Nick Anderson, the 21 save opportunities converted. Face Donaldson, Rosario, and Sano. These are down to their final 3 outs.
Got some power guys up, of course, Donaldson and then Rosario and Sano. So if they can get a runner on here, the long ball could tie it, but first they'll have to get somebody on unless they want to take a page out of the Cubs book and go with back-to-back-to-back to walk it off.
Just in really utilizing those breaking pitches. Twins manager Rocco Baldelli saw into 1-1 count to his Donaldson.
Anderson second in the American League in saves so far this year with 18.
One count, the pitch low, swing and a miss off the top sinker. For sure, 2-2. Side fastball, no good. Count now. Are you on deck? No, in the hole.
Got to be careful. He's got a hard sinker and a hard fastball. Got to look for something to drive or take the walk.
Anderson went to that curveball. A lot of his pitches able to dive out of sight. Johnson caught up to that one and fouled it off. 2. Went back to that curveball. Broken bat from Donaldson. This is strikeout, as you mentioned before on that saves. Second place, just behind Jose Leclerc of Texas. And here he would tie him the leaderboard.
Interesting fact here, Nick Anderson was signed by the Minnesota Twins in 2015 as a undrafted free agent. Eventually, he never broke the major league squad, but then ended up in Miami before getting traded over to these Tampa Bay Rays last year.
Today, as you mentioned before, Oliver Drake, a former Twin. They've been seeing a few of the pitchers that they have opportunities early on in their careers. They're seeing them at the major league level being used against them. Rosario outside, 2-1.
And to add to your point, so is Sergio Romo. He played for the Rays for, I believe, only 1 season. But that's another guy up there to have played for both teams.
Romo was a former Ray. Obviously, he's mainly known for his years. The San Francisco Giants, you know, that team in the early 2010s when they won the World Championships. Are going to ground out to quick 3 unassisted under their final out form. Baseman Sano.
Miguel Sano's got to try to just hit the ball and get on base. He's a big power guy, but you can't try to really rely on power when you're down 2.
Little liner that's going to go left field. Throw's going to get on the line. The catch for the out. Bay will take the first one here. They will win 3-1. Themselves up 1-0. Drake gave up a home run to Polanco to tie it up, but in that 9th inning, their offense came to life.
Another instance of some late inning drama and late inning run scoring, and for the Twins, it's another final inning collapse. They, of course, Eloy Jimenez tagged him for 2 walk-off homers in the first 2 of that White Sox series.
Oliver Drake will get the win. Chacin the loss. Anderson finds himself tied up the top. The AL keen save. For the game will be Yandy Diaz had 2 doubles, RBI. Steve, we're going to have the highlights soon. The next game, I'm going to do a little preview on that. It's instead of for the past games, it's been AL, NL, now we're in the AL. Switch it up here. We're going to have some interleague matchups here. Toronto Blue Jays flying out for a Battle of the Birds with the St. Louis Cardinals.
And a couple of... and as you're saying, a couple of good pitchers. Hungjin Ryu against Jack Flaherty. 2 teams that haven't had the best of years. The Tampa Bay Rays. Oh gosh, I'm messing up all my teams right now. I mean the Toronto Blue Jays. Behind both of these teams in the AL East, and the Cardinals haven't gotten going in the NL Central so far this season.
Before we end up getting off on the call on deck, we're going to have Eddie McCarthy and J-Man 1993 for the game. If you want to support Meals on Wheels, there's a little donate button in the little description here. And if you want to give us any feedback, yes, you could give us, the broadcasters, feedback. This is a full volunteer thing. We signed up to do this. Little broadcaster feedback Google form that you could easily fill out. You're going to be going to St. Louis. Eddie and J-Man are in the on-deck circle. When they're going to be on. Soon, as you see, out of St. Louis, both almost identical records. A win for Toronto separating 27 and 33, St. Louis 26 and 34.
And just one little thing before we preview this game here, we're going to be seeing Chirinos and Odorizzi tomorrow, and then it'll be a good matchup with Yarbrough and Maeda as we had previously predicted, but it looks like we've got our next 2 guys in the booth.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing pretty good. We didn't have exactly the game that came on before us with all the home runs. We had more of a pitcher's duel. Tampa Bay mustered out a 3-1 win in Minnesota. I know you guys got a good pitching matchup as well. Get away here.
We do. We've got a pretty good pitching matchup here with Hyunjin Ryu and Jack Flaherty. 2 different kinds of pitchers. We got Jack Flaherty, more of a slider expert, and Ryu, more of a changeup pitcher. Eddie, what does that really mean for these Jays hitters facing Flaherty with such a good slider?
Yeah, so for the Jays hitters, the key for them, I think, is to put themselves in good hitters counts. They're going to have to show some good plate discipline and just they're going to have to sit on the fastball, because with a guy like Flaherty, you want to avoid that potent slider as much as possible the fastball is the key for the Jays today. And then for Flaherty, the opposite is true. Keep these Jays hitters off balance, work that slider if it's going. If he's got it working and it's getting over the plate, the Jays could be in for a long day.
Well, all right. Last time out, Atlanta got him for 3 runs over 7 hits over 5 innings. Toronto struggling to score runs. Bo Bichette leading off things here and swings at the first pitch, 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and he's ahead 0-1.
Yeah, Bo Bichette, good day yesterday. He was 2 for 5 with an RBI. We had that game out in Baltimore. Bit of a crazy one as the Jays went up 3-0, but then Baltimore came roaring back. They scored 7 runs, and they ended up winning, I believe it was 7-4.
7-4, Baltimore hit back-to-back-to-back home runs in the 7th inning, and that was the end of the line for Ryan Borucki.
Yes, and it was interesting yesterday because Charlie Montoya, both of us agreed, he went a little bit too long with his starter Ryan Borucki, and Borucki gave up the first 2 of those 3 home runs that were in rapid succession. So sometimes what may happen is now the managers, after they've let the pitchers go too long the day before, today it'll be interesting. Maybe you'll have a bit of a quicker hook today, trying to overcompensate.
2-2 pitch here to Bichette. Swung on and missed for the first strikeout here the afternoon. That knuckle curve. Flaherty getting a strikeout of Bichette.
Yeah, these are exactly the type of counts you want to avoid if you're the Jays hitters because Flaherty's got so much at his disposal. Bichette went down 0-2. He fought back to even the count at 2-2, but Flaherty just too good. Excellent pitch right there and a great start.
It's going to bring up Kevin Biggio. Biggio has been struggling mightily lately. A lot of strikeouts in his game. He was 0 for 3 yesterday. Did get on base with a walk and struck out twice, so not all of his outs coming by strikeouts yesterday, which was a bit of an improvement for Kevin.
Yeah, certainly an improvement, as I believe it was back on, I think last Thursday, that we had a game that you and I did together where Biggio had 4 at-bats and 4 strikeouts. So, certainly an improvement yesterday. Still not really stroking that ball very well, but hopefully he can find himself today. We shall see.
He's got himself in a favorable hitter's count here, 2-0. Takes that pitch inside, 2-1. Two-one pitch here from Flaherty. Swung on, and now the count is even at 2-2. So Flaherty comes back, fights back, who's down in the hole 2-0. And now Biggio is just 1 strike away from another strikeout.
Yeah, a little bit odd for these
already in the year for him.
A little bit odd for these Jays hitters. This is not a team they see very often. Only once every 4 years do they get the Cardinals, so they may have trouble with Flaherty.
Popped up on the infield third baseman Matt Carpenter there to make the easy catch for the second out of the inning.
Batting third, the left fielder.
So 10 pitches, 2 outs. Jack Flaherty doing his thing here early. A lot of the premier pitchers in the game. It's either you really got to get to them in that first inning, otherwise that's usually your best chance at scoring against them. And why is that usually? It takes a while for these pitchers to settle in.
I think sometimes that's definitely the case because you're coming off of your bullpen. It's a bit of a long walk back to the field, and then you have to sit around for a little while, and you're kind of getting a little anxious for the game to start up. And also, especially in an afternoon game, we find that's often the case. As with a game in the evening, you have a little bit more time to mentally prepare yourself, but for an afternoon game like today, these guys kind of rolled out of bed and had to get to the ballpark. But Flaherty seems to be doing a nice job kind of curbing those tendencies as he's having a very strong inning so far.
Well, he's ahead of Gurriel, 1-2 here, 2 outs. Swung on and missed. Flaherty strikes out 2 of the 3 Jays batters he faces in the first inning. Jays go up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, nobody left on base. Going to the bottom of the first here in St. Louis. Well, Hyun-Jin Ryu gets the start for Toronto. Look at his numbers, 6-2, 1.99 earned run average, 72.1 innings pitched. He's actually been hurt for a while, missed a start. So this is his first start back, and as you mentioned earlier, it'll be interesting to see if Montoya has a bit of a quicker hook in today's game than he had yesterday.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Ryu, a guy who's been prone to injury throughout his professional career. Pretty early when he was still playing out in South Korea, he had to undergo Tommy John surgery. But today, what I really believe is the key for Ryu is that changeup. If the changeup is working, it's so hard to detect because it moves just like his fastball, and then the bottom kind of drops out of it. So tough for these Cardinal hitters if the changeup's working today.
Edmund flies that one out to Teoscar Hernandez in right for the first out of the inning. We'll bring up Matt Carpenter. Good numbers here for Matt Carpenter, playing third base today. 274 average, 357 on base. Lefty-lefty matchup, so usually you don't throw the changeup to same-handed batters. How is that going to have an effect, do you think, for Ryu?
Well, for Ryu, the problem with the changeup, and it's a good point you make there, because sometimes the changeup has, especially when it's from a left-hander like Ryu, it has a tendency to kind of tail inside, which is not really what you want when you're facing a left-handed hitter. So he may have to stay away from the changeup a little bit, especially for Carpenter, because if there's one thing that Carpenter's done in his big league career, it's hit. Pretty much every year you see Matt Carpenter average is always right around 300, and while this year not yet at the 300 mark, he's hovering right around there. It's another solid season for him. But yes, back to the issue with Ryu. As far as his pitching is concerned, he's got other pitches to use, but good point, he does have to be careful with the changeup.
Well, he's behind 3-1 here to Carpenter, and you don't want to get him on base with Goldschmidt on deck. That one skied into the outfield. Gurriel lazily comes in and makes a little basket catch there. That was a little bit too lazy for my liking there. Well, gets the out.
Yeah, you know the Jays a little bit better than I do. Who is the usual designated hitter who's had to be thrust out into the field today because it's a National League park?
Well, that's going to be Rowdy Tellez. Rowdy Tellez is at first base. Travis Shaw is on the bench. Well, Goldie swinging at the first pitch. Teoscar Hernandez comes in, and he's going to make the catch there for the third out of the first inning. So both pitchers locked in the first inning. 3 up, 3 down. Nobody on. We've got a scoreless game here going to the second inning in St. Louis. All right, brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off the top of the second inning. Hits better on the road this year, which is a bit surprising. Rogers Center is usually considered a very good hitting park. And Guerrero's been heating up overall lately. You see that average is up to 270.
Yeah, Guerrero's on a bit of a tear, as he just missed a double right there down the line. 2 for 4 yesterday with an RBI, and what I really like about Guerrero is he's starting to use the whole field. As yesterday he had a double right down the right field line. When I think he gets himself into his bad slumps, he starts pulling off the ball way too much. He starts rolling over. Right now, using the whole field, staying back, and working right up the middle and into the right center gap as well.
I got 2-1 the count.
He's ahead in the count here, 2-1, as he does not bite at that really good Jack Flaherty slider. Two-one pitch on the way. That one's fouled away, 2-2.
Yeah, like you mentioned just a pitch ago, how Guerrero didn't bite on the slider. That's something that I think has improved with Guerrero this year. His plate discipline. As last year he was kind of swinging all over the place, very undisciplined hitter, and especially right there, laying off that close pitch.
3-2 pitch. Chopped up the middle. Flaherty dances out of the way, and that one's going to find its way to the outfield grass. Guerrero on with a leadoff single here in the second inning.
Yeah, that's exactly what I like from Guerrero. It's exactly what I was talking about. Starting to use the middle of the field. This one is out over the middle of the plate, but this is a pitch that he will roll over on quite frequently. But now, and it's perhaps the work that he's doing with the hitting coach Guillermo Martinez, learning to use the middle of the field, and the Blue Jays have got themselves a no-out base runner.
Well, a tough challenge here for Rowdy Tellez facing Jack Flaherty. down 0-1 here early in the count. Now, Flaherty had that really good second half last year. He had an earned run average below 1. 0-2 pitch. Tellez hits it on the ground to De Jong. Fires onto Wong for 1. Onto Goldie. In-time double play. Nice little 6-4-3 double play turned there by the Cardinals. And that leadoff base runner is erased.
Yeah, that's the problem when you get yourself into a bad count against Flaherty. So many pitches. He's got the slider that he can go to. He's also got that knuckle curve and the changeup. All 3 really good off-speed pitches, and right there, that's what happened. Just trying to stay alive right there was Tellez, but he grounded right into the easy 6-3.
0-1.
Brings up Teoscar Hernandez. Hernandez hitting in the 6th spot today. Was acquired from Houston in 2017 on that Francisco Liriano deal. Now, both of these teams, the Cardinals and actually Houston, the team Teoscar came from, they've shipped out a lot of outfielders in the past couple of years, and they still seem to have very productive outfields.
Yeah, they do. Of course, Houston's got that really good outfield with George Springer running around in center field.
Swung on and missed there by Teoscar Hernandez for the 3rd out here in the 2nd inning. So a leadoff single is erased by a double play from Tellez. Flaherty strikes out Hernandez in the inning. 3 up, 3 down here. Going to the bottom of the 2nd in St. Louis.
Leading off for St. Louis.
We're going to get shortstop Paul De Jong here, leading off things for the Cardinals in the 2nd inning. De Jong is a very good player. He signed a very team-friendly deal, 6 years, $26 million that runs through 2023. You get 30 home runs out of your shortstop position and a really good defense, 9.6 UZR. Cardinals have a very good player here.
And what a day De Jong had yesterday. 3 for 4, 4 runs batted in, including a home run and a double. This guy is a gap-hitting machine. And it's a very dangerous matchup here for Ryu as the lefty-righty matchup swings into De Jong's favor, and he just missed that one right there.
Yeah, he put a good swing on that one, but he just missed it. Ryu ahead in the count here, though, 1-2. Just got a piece of that fastball, yeah.
See that right there? Jansen, the catcher, sets up inside, and that's okay. You want to pitch De Jong inside, fine, but you can't miss out of the plate. Ryu did right there, and he got lucky.
Called 3rd strike there. De Jong not happy with the call, but he's going down here looking.
Look at the break on this pitch. That starts in the left-handed batter's box. We can debate about whether it's a strike or not. It's a borderline pitch. It could go either way. But it's a terrific curveball right there from Ryu as it totally froze De Jong.
It's going to bring up Yadier Molina, the longtime Cardinals catcher. He's on the downside of his career, now 37, but he's one of the best catchers in the game. And my question to you is, do you think he is a Hall of Fame level catcher?
I think he's definitely a Hall of Fame catcher. You can't find enough good things to say about Yadier Molina. And I mean, look at him this year. He's 37 years old, still going strong. The Cardinals have played 60 games so far this year, this being their 61st. Molina has appeared in 59 out of those 60 games.
Hit weakly on the ground, Ryu fields it and just tags him out there for the out. Thought about throwing to first, but he said, "Yeah, you're right in front of me. I might as well tag you."
Yeah, that's the one downside for Molina. 37 years of age, came into the league in his 20s. A lot of miles on those wheels with years of catching 130, 140 plus games per season. But still very serviceable back there. And how about the resource that he serves as for the young pitchers that are on the Cardinals staff?
Miller swings at that pitch and he's down 0-2.
I mean, a guy like that with the experience that he has for a young pitcher, you've hit the jackpot if you find Yadier Molina is your catcher for the day.
Yeah, I forget which Cardinals pitcher it was. He said that he just almost never shakes Molina off at all. And that's something that really isn't seen in a stat book. It's not something that you can accumulate, like WAR or home runs or runs driven in. But it's a very important part of the game.
It really is. And in the big leagues especially, so important for the catcher and pitcher to be on the same page. And if you've got somebody back there with such a good baseball brain like Molina, it takes a little bit off the pitcher's shoulders, because you can kind of allow Molina to call the game. Obviously, there are going to be some pitches where the pitcher really knows what he wants to throw and they may disagree. But for the most part, Molina is really the game manager back there.
Well, Brad Miller putting up a pretty good at-bat here himself, fouling changeup after changeup off here from Ryu. Let's see if he goes back with another changeup here. He doesn't. He goes fastball, and that's one in on the fist. Guerrero fields cleanly, firing on to first. What a play by Guerrero! Wow, that was a tough play. Had to fire it right away. And he gets the third out here in the second inning. Well, Randall Grichuk's going to lead things off here in the top of the third inning. Grichuk had a pretty good day at the plate yesterday, hit a home run himself, put Toronto up. It looked like it was going to be enough the way things were going and considering the team they were playing, the Baltimore Orioles, but it was not enough. Baltimore storming back with those back-to-back-to-back home runs.
Yeah, Grichuk certainly gave that one a good ride the other day, but how about that play to end the inning by Vlad Guerrero Jr.? Such a weird swing that was put on the ball by Miller, and once it bounced, I didn't think he had any chance, but we talked about it yesterday when we had the game. Guerrero's just got a cannon for a right arm, and he can...
same as his father did. He had that famous cannon of an arm and right, and Guerrero showed it off there.
Did he ever?
Yeah, it was an interesting play. It was like, should Bichette have gone for it? Guerrero should have gone for it? It just happened so quickly that Guerrero just in front of Bichette. Oh, Grichuk called for the strike there. Said he went around, couldn't hold up on that very good slider from Jack Flaherty. And that's the fourth strikeout of the afternoon for him.
Yeah, good pitch right there by Flaherty. Tough pitch to lay off if you're Grichuk. The bottom just kind of dropped out of that, and by the time he had already started his swing, and he tried to stop it, just too late, and that's where you want to live if you're Jack Flaherty. He'll go all day with that.
Yeah, looks like he's got that slider working, and it may be a long day for these Jays bats. Going to bring Danny Jansen up here, the Jays catcher, getting a start against a right-handed pitcher.
Yeah, what I really love about Flaherty is just watch the smoothness of his motion. There's no hitch. It's perfect. It's beautiful. No hitch at all whatsoever. Nice and smooth. Not too much strain on that arm.
Well,
textbook right there if you're a young pitcher trying to prevent yourself from having any arm problems.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of talk about different pitching styles, and there's the inverted W. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure I've ever heard it referred to that way. What is the inverted W?
It's just when the way the pitcher, his arms, when he's throwing the pitch, it looks like a little inverted W.
Ah, yes, I see. I see what you're talking about. Okay.
Well, 4-pitch walk there. Brings up Hyunjin Ryu with 1 out. And a runner on first. Squares away to bunt. And gets that one down. It's a good bunt. Good advance Jansen to second. Goldschmidt throws on there. And, well, he got the out at second. It was bunted a little bit too hard. Interesting play by Goldschmidt. Deciding quickly to fire onto second, getting the slow-footed Danny Jansen.
Well, I was about to say that it's not a good decision by Goldschmidt, and I still don't think it is because I thought Jansen had gotten his leg in there in time.
Yeah, it looked safe to me.
Not a terrible sacrifice by Ryu either. If the first baseman's fielding that ball that close to first, usually the rule of thumb is never go to second if it's that far, just take the out that you can get. Goldschmidt gambled there, and it paid off for him, but might not want to try that too many times.
Well, now Bichette comes up with Hyunjin Ryu at first instead of Jansen at second, and That may affect Ryu the next inning. He's had to run to first, and now he's been on base the whole time because he's got his jacket. That ball's into the gap, and Ryu is on his horse, and that one is over the wall, so he's going to slowly trot into third now with a ground rule double for Bichette.
Tough break right there for the Blue Jays. Excellent hitting by Bichette. He keeps the hands inside, drives the ball the other way, but if that ball is hit 5 feet shorter, it's going to hit the top of the fence and stay in, and Ryu can probably come to the plate. But now, if Flaherty can get Biggio, who's been struggling mightily, he has a chance to get out of this inning.
Well, Biggio popped up to the third baseman in the first inning, so not another strikeout for Biggio, an improvement. He's in a hole 0-1 here, though. Toronto would love a 2-out base hit. Breaks his bat. Carpenter's going to field it, firing onto first, in time to end the inning. Well, Toronto threatens there. Could have scored a run on that ground rule double from Bichette. St. Louis catching a break there. Catching a break with Jansen also not being called safe at second. A lot of things going right for St. Louis that inning, preventing Toronto from scoring. 0-0 here, going to the bottom of the third.
The second baseman,
Now Colton Wong is going to lead off here in the bottom half of the third inning. He's ninth in All-Star voting. So get those simulated votes out if you want to see Colton Wong in that All-Star game.
Has that started already? All-Star voting already?
It has in this simulated world, I guess, as Tellez makes a nice play there. Tellez not usually playing first, but he gets a nice little play there, firing onto Ryu for the out.
Yeah, it's about the only play defensively that Tellez will have to make going to his right, because Biggio, who moves pretty well over at second and has got some good range, will handle most of the stuff that's over the left-hand side. But that one is the play that only Tellez can make, and to his credit, doesn't play much first base, but he does a good job, acts like a big leaguer out there, and a good job by Ryu getting over to first base to cover.
First pitch to Jack Flaherty, the pitcher, misses outside 1-0. Now this is probably where there's a lot of debate among baseball fans. Should there be a universal designated hitter? What are your thoughts on that?
I say no, because you have fielders like Rowdy Tellez. I believe baseball is a two-sided game. You have to be able to play offense and defense to get into the major leagues, and we've already seen with the emphasis placed on offense and not so much the pitching and defense game anymore with the sacrifice bunt. So many guys, especially the rookies, not really being instructed so much in the minors anymore. And when you get to the later portion of the season and guys need to lay down a bunt, especially the young guys, they can't do it. And I think that's a casualty of the DH.
Now see, I'm generally in favor of the DH because I like offense. So my issue is, like you said, they're not practicing enough. If your pitches are going to hit, get out there and practice, all right? That's my issue. Because I've seen Noah Syndergaard hit a home run and pitch a complete game shutout and win 1-0. And that's the coolest thing you can ever see. And so I still want to see that as he walks the pitcher here. Wow, unbeliable.
That is a cardinal sin right there, and that pun is fully intended. Yes, can't be walking the pitcher. And the other thing that's interesting, and this is the Tony La Russa move, former manager of the Cardinals, and the Cardinals have kind of stuck with this ever since, and that's hitting the pitcher eighth and then having a regular position player bat ninth. I've always thought that's actually a pretty smart move, and I thought more teams should do it.
Yeah. Because you want men on for your leadoff guys.
Exactly, you want men on for your leadoff hitter. And as far as the pitcher, as far as Bader, regular position player hitting in the 9-hole, that helps too. Bader's got some speed. The leadoff guy's got some speed as well. If you can get both of them on base at the same time, then you could do some damage when the big bats get up and try and clear the bases.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the nicest thing I think you can say about Harrison Bader's bat is that he's really good defensively in center field.
Yes,
comes
Bader
hitting 197, which is almost picturesque.
Yes, and the other guy who they have who could play some center field and has played some very good center field.
Up, swung on and missed there. Harrison Bader goes down on that Hyunjin Ryu changeup. Second strikeout of the afternoon for Ryu. Now there's 2 away. Turning over the top of the lineup for Tommy Edman.
Yeah, that's a good pitch by Ryu. Bader really in a rough spot right now. But the problem is the other guy who's your ideal center fielder, Dexter Fowler, is having an even worse season than Harrison Bader is. Fowler is such a clutch player for a long time. This year hitting only 139, only 11 hits on the year and 79 plate appearances.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. It's the amount of outfielders that the Cardinals have gotten rid of. They've gotten rid of, they lost Ozuna to free agency. They traded Tommy Pham. They got rid of Steven Piscotty. They traded Jose Martinez. And they did trade Randall Grichuk. Now, I'm sure, some of those players could still be playing in that outfield. They don't miss all of them. But it's interesting to trade that many major league quality outfielders.
Yeah, I guess the idea behind that is you can always make an outfielder. It's one of the easier positions to learn how to play. You can turn an athletic shortstop, guy who comes up as a shortstop in the minor leagues, you can turn him into an outfielder.
That's exactly what they've done right here with Tommy Edman. He came up as a shortstop and pushed off by Paul DeJong as he goes down swinging there here in the 3rd inning. 2 strikeouts for Ryu. He walks the pitcher, but it doesn't come back to hurt him. At the end of 3, down 0-0 in St. Louis. So yeah, here's another guy that was an infielder that has been turned into an outfielder. That's Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He was a shortstop from Cuba who couldn't make the throws there, or didn't have the range there actually. Then he shifted over to second, who then couldn't make the throws from second. Had the yips, and now a left fielder, and he's got a really strong arm actually. Had several outfield assists, but he just didn't have the accuracy at all from left.
Yeah, the outfield definitely a little bit of a slower position in the sense that obviously you get a little bit more time to get a read on the ball. Infield can be very stressful, a lot of responsibility, a lot of things to be keeping track of. And I'm not knocking outfielders in the slightest as Gurriel goes down there, but certainly a little bit less of a stressful position, which is why a lot of catchers sometimes get stuck out in the outfield on their days off.
Well, we're looking at the minor league report from the St. Louis Cardinals. No interesting team names there. Just Redbirds and Cardinals and Rough Riders, which for our Canadian fans out there, well, there's a lot of Rough Rider teams in the CFL. You've got the Rough Riders, the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. I believe there's another Rough Riders. And there's a funny episode of Letterkenny where they name a lot of teams the Rough Riders. So interesting to see that. There in the Cardinals minor league system of Rough Riders.
Yeah, the Cardinals got to step it up, though. Major league clubs called the Cardinals, and then the AAA affiliate is the Redbirds. It's like they were looking at a thesaurus when they decided to name their team.
Yeah, pretty lazy when we've got names like the Montgomery Biscuits.
Yeah,
the New Orleans Baby Cakes.
Exactly. Gotta have some variety, a little flair.
And what is a Rough Rider?
I couldn't tell you.
I can tell you what a biscuit is. It's definitely something I want. 2-2 pitch here to Vladimir Guerrero. And that one's outside 3-2. It was the Ottawa Rough Riders, but they are now the Ottawa Red Blacks. So, too many Rough Riders there in the CFL, I guess.
Yes. I am not a CFL connoisseur. I'm much more of an NFL guy, but I always think it's fascinating when you see football fields with the goalposts that are kind of not all the way towards the back of the end zone, but instead like 2 yards in. The receivers have to kind of avoid them as they run their patterns.
My favorite thing about the CFL was the very aggressive advertising they did in my childhood. And the football is bigger in the CFL, and so of course that was their advertising campaign. CFL, our balls are bigger. There's a lot of shirts with that and everything, so that's what I think about with the CFL. And Doug Flutie's from there too, so. You know, I like the CFL. I don't really watch it, but I'm glad it exists.
Look at that by Molina right there. Textbook block. He knocks down the slider, keeps it right in front of him. No advancement there from Guerrero, and that's yet again why Yadier Molina so good back there behind the plate.
Well, Flaherty ahead here, 1-2 to the Blue Jays' first baseman, Rowdy Tellez. Guerrero is at first. He led off with a walk, one-out walk. And Tellez skies that one into left field. Miller giving chase. That one is going to be a foul ball. Wow. That one is hit perfectly down the corner. That could have scored Guerrero, who isn't very fast at first, but fortunately just foul.
Yeah, Tellez gave that one a good ride. I like to see him going the other way right there. Now let's see if he can do it again.
2-2 pitch. Oh, did he swing on that one? No, he does not, says the third base umpire. Count goes full to Tellez.
I think that's a good call. I don't think he went around.
Well, he goes around on that one. Down swinging is Tellez. A rough afternoon for him so far. He's hit into a double play and struck out here for the second out of the fourth inning.
Yeah, good spot by Flaherty right there. He pounds away. Good job by Yadier Molina deciding to go inside to Tellez. It's a really good pitch right there. And as you mentioned, Tellez, rough day for him so far.
Well, Teoscar Hernandez comes up now with 2 outs here in the fourth inning. Struck out his first time out against Jack Flaherty. Flaherty's got 6 strikeouts this afternoon.
Yeah, he has mowed through this Blue Jays order really nicely, keeping them off balance. We've talked about it a couple times, the slider working really well, but it's also being complemented by the harder stuff like the fastball. And Flaherty making quick work of the Blue Jays so far.
Well, Tellez is ahead here, 2-1, doesn't chase that slider, misses with it high and outside. Two-one pitch is in there for a strike, 2-2.
Now you see, that's the pitch where if you're Tellez, I think you have to jump on. You don't want to be facing this guy in 2-strike counts.
Count is 3-2.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That pitch was right in there, too. A 2-seam fastball. Not going to get a much better pitch here. Flaherty could still bury a slider here, 3-2. He fouls that 4-seam fastball off 96 miles an hour from Flaherty.
Now is where you see if you have confidence in your pitcher. It's a full count. Do you trust him to get an off-speed pitch over for a strike? Let's see what he decides to do.
That one's chopped foul, 3-2. So he's fouling off those fastballs, just getting a piece of it, and he must be sitting on that slider.
Fastball twice in a row. Does he go back to it? I might try and get the slider over here, or maybe a changeup.
Swung on and missed there on another fastball. Unable to catch up to that one. Down goes Teoscar Hernandez, swinging for the second time this afternoon. That's 7 strikeouts for Jack Flaherty. Going to the bottom of the fourth, it's 0-0. Well, those are not our faces, but we are the ones calling the game.
Yep, we're gonna have, again, we said it yesterday, we're gonna have to have a word with the graphics guys here on the show.
Well, Matt Carpenter is going to lead things off here in the bottom half of St. Louis's fourth inning. Takes a first pitch strike there, 0-1.
Watch Carpenter when he swings. Watch this little hitch that he does back with his back. This is something you would never teach. Right there, he leans back with the back and then kind of leans forward. It's a quirk, it works for him, but guaranteed that's never something you would instruct on purpose.
Now, why would he do that? Does he get more like torque or more momentum going to the ball? What's the reasoning behind that hitch?
It's difficult to tell. A lot of times guys just have things that they've done. Maybe they did them by accident one day. Baseball players are very superstitious. Everybody's got their own routines that they like to do pre-pitch.
That one's hit into the gap in right center field. That's going to get down. Oh, that one's over. And hung on for a home run. Wow. Home run, Matt Carpenter. The 7th of the season, and that's one way to get on the board. We talked about it, how it was difficult for Ryu to throw those changeups to the same-handed batters. And there's Matt Carpenter coming through with a home run.
Well, yeah, right there. We were talking about the hitch, and it helped him in a mighty way right there as Carpenter. You mentioned it. I thought when this ball was hit, it was for sure going to be in the gap for extra bases. Did not expect to carry out of here, as hopefully we're going to get a replay to look at and see it a little bit close up. Yep, right here. Carpenter, he gets the foot down. He keeps the hands inside. It's a changeup over the inner half. Allows him to get those arms extended. Does a nice job turning on that ball. And that thing just kept carrying out of here. Carpenter's very strong. He looks like a slim guy. There's a lot of power in those arms. And he was able to muscle it out of there.
I was going to bring up Paul Goldschmidt here with nobody on, nobody out here, and a 1-0 St. Louis lead in the bottom of the fourth. St. Louis traded quite a bit to get Paul Goldschmidt. They traded away Andy Young, Carson Kelly, and Luke Weaver to Arizona, and then locked up Goldschmidt to a 5-year, $130 million deal. Pays him $22 million through 2024. And he had a bit of a disappointing year last year, actually. It was the lowest OPS and WAR he produced of his career.
It's certainly difficult sometimes when you're a guy like Goldschmidt who spent so many years with one team. The transition period can be kind of rough. Seems to be rebounding, though. One of the few bright spots in a so far disappointing Cardinals season. Came into today hitting .326 and having a nice year for himself.
2-2 pitch from Ryu is hit on the ground to Tellez, who fields it cleanly and will take the play unassisted himself at first. So yeah, interesting, that's quite a haul that Arizona got for him. And there were a lot of rumors about Toronto trading Donaldson over to St. Louis for the 2017 season. Of course, that never materialized, but the player that St. Louis was thinking of sending back that way was none other than today's starting pitcher, Jack Flaherty.
Well, the way he's pitching today, it's a good thing they didn't send him back over. But yeah, it was a tough call. I remember the trade talks very well. Josh Donaldson is a terrific player, excellent power, plays a great third base. But the Cardinals decided to stick with Jack Flaherty, and he's blossomed nicely, taking over in that number one starting role. And I think it's been really key. Adam Wainwright's been really crucial to his maturity as a big league pitcher.
Swung on a miss, and that changeup from Ryu, his fourth strikeout there. It's DeJong to go down here for the second out.
Yeah, excellent pitch right there by Ryu. This time we saw the changeup to Carpenter. He missed in. This time he gets it down so that it's almost in the dirt. Very difficult for DeJong to do anything with that.
I'm going to bring up Yadier Molina here, 2 away in the bottom of the fourth. 0 for 1 today with a ground out in the second inning. Well, Ryu's pitched pretty well himself so far, save from that one mistake pitch to Carpenter. But yeah, I think...
No, go ahead.
I was just going to go back on our talk about the Goldschmidt trade. I would say that St. Louis themselves are also quite happy that they did not do that deal with Toronto. Goldschmidt's putting up some pretty good numbers this year, but by the time they wanted to trade Goldschmidt, Flaherty had already established himself. This one skied into left field. Gurriel's going to be underneath that one to make the third out here in the fourth inning. So a home run from Matt Carpenter puts the Cardinals on board here in the fourth inning. They lead 1-0. Going to the top of the fifth.
All right, back here in the bottom of the fifth. I'm going to take over a little play-by-play from the J-Man. Don't worry, he'll be returning soon enough, as that's Heidi Watney, who's reminding us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. Link is in the Twitch description. As Jay's mentioned multiple times while we've been on the call together, all of us are doing this for free for an excellent cause, so please donate to Meals on Wheels. We would greatly appreciate it, and it would make a lot of people happy during these hard times that we're going through right now with the unfortunate COVID-19 pandemic. So, as Jack Flaherty commences his 5th inning of work, he'll face Grichuk, Jansen, and Ryu. as 1 pitch, 1 out, as that one is a liner to right that is retired there by Edman. And Jay, Flaherty been doing a really good job so far, getting ahead early in the count and sometimes getting 1 pitch and 1 out.
Yeah, well, he's getting ahead, and he's got that great slider. I guess Grichuk thought, I don't want to strike out, go down. Maybe the best option is swinging at that first pitch here against Flaherty.
Definitely so. Sometimes the first pitch is going to be the best pitch that you get, as that's going to bring up Danny Jansen, who was a 16th round pick by the Blue Jays back in 2013.
Yeah, he really rose through Toronto's minor league system, struggled to hit throughout most of his career, but now you see he's wearing glasses, and it was yesterday's pitcher, Ryan Borucki, that told him, hey man, have you ever tried glasses? You might hit a little bit better if you were wearing them.
Is that really true? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're two best friends. They were riding in a car together, and Borucki says, what's that street sign over there? And Jansen says, I can't see that. And that's why he started wearing glasses.
That's great right there. I didn't know that, as he fouls away the curveball. Well, the glasses may be helping a little bit, but still not too much, as Jansen came into the day hitting 162, although he did work a walk his first time up, so maybe the glasses are helping him with his plate discipline, as he fouls one off right there to keep the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He's been in a bit of a timeshare with Reese McGuire, has problems getting playing time, goes down looking there for the second out.
Yeah, that one catches the corner right there from Flaherty, and Jansen's gone, so quickly 2 out here, as it'll now be Hyun-Jin Ryu, the pitcher, who is not completely foreign to swinging the bat. Spent many years with the Dodgers.
And do you know if they have the designated hitter in Korea? Did he have to swing the bat there? I don't know that one.
You know, I'm not sure, and I've been doing play-by-play for 2 minutes, and already you've said 2 things that I have no idea the answer to, so clearly I'll have to step up my preparation for the next game.
Well, I don't know the answer either, so, I mean, anyone in the Twitch channel could tell us.
Yeah, maybe the big guy 37 can hop on it. He's always so good with the trivia, as Ryu has now worked himself into a 2-1 count.
Well, he did post a trivia question, and they're already today. I didn't get a chance to look at it.
Ryu hitless in 2 plate appearances this year, and he grounds one left side, handled by Carpenter. High throw, and that's going to get away over by the tarp area over there, and Ryu is going to mosey his way into second, so a rare miscue in the field right there by Matt Carpenter, way over Goldschmidt, who is not a small man, sitting at 6'3", 225. And with the top of the order in the form of Bo Bichette coming up, the Blue Jays have a runner in scoring position and a chance to do some damage.
Well, yeah, now the pitcher's going to be in scoring position, and one of my favorite things, I hope I get to see that blue jacket that the pitchers all wear when they're out on the base paths.
Yeah, I don't know if it's cold enough today to warrant the blue jacket, but certainly if Bichette gets something in the outfield here, we'll get a chance to look at Ryu.
Well, he was wearing the jacket his last time on, so... Yeah, there he is, dancing away at second with that jacket on.
Bo Bichette, 22 years of age, from Florida, where back in high school he was the Gatorade Player of the Year for the state of Florida, and now he'll look to drive in Hyun-Jin Ryu. Behind on the count 0-1, and now behind 0-2, as Flaherty does a good job getting ahead here of the Toronto leadoff man.
Yeah, Toronto would love a 2-out hit from Bichette. Down to 2 strikes.
Bichette will foul that one away. Count still 0-2. Go ahead.
Bichette changes his swing with 2 strikes. He gets rid of the big leg kick he has.
Nope, that's the ball.
Trying to limit his speed so maybe he can catch up on pitches.
Yeah, very similar to Juan Soto in the National League. As I should mention, this is a matchup of 2 guys who were Gatorade Player of the Year award winners in high school. Jack Flaherty back in 2014 won the California Gatorade Player of the Year. And they're putting on a good show here, as that's the 3rd consecutive foul ball right there from Bichette. So it's a 1-2 count to Bichette, with Ryu the pitcher at first after the throwing error by Carpenter. should Bichette continue. Biggio would be next, but it's a swing and a miss right there, as it's an excellent pitch from Flaherty. And although the Blue Jays get a runner in scoring position, they do not score. Middle of the 5th here at Busch Stadium, St. Louis still up by 1. Back here in St. Louis, as it's going to be Brad Miller who will get things started for the Cardinals right here. It'll be Miller, Wong, and then the pitcher Flaherty, who will face off against Hyunjin Ryu, as quickly right there, Miller is retired. Once again, it's Rowdy Tellez, who they put at first to try and hide him because of his poor defensive abilities, but getting some action here today, Jay.
Well, yeah, Rowdy usually not playing first. Even last year when he was up, Justin Smoke got most of the plays at first. He was actually involved in a rundown play in Oakland, didn't get the right number of throws, and actually Matt Shoemaker tore his ACL on the play. So defense has been a bit of an issue for Tellez, but the bat is what has been his calling card.
Yes, the bat keeps him in the lineup. Very interesting story about Rowdy Tellez. As I'll tell that in a second, is it's going to be Wong, who grounds one right side for a hit here. Misplayed in the outfield by Teoscar Hernandez, who had a rough day yesterday. Also out there in right field. But Wong will stay at first. So it's a one-out base hit here.
He overran a ball hit to him exactly like that yesterday. If I'm the outfield defense coordinator on here, whoa!
Flaherty set to sacrifice, but it's a very poor bunt, and Rowdy Tellez once again will make the nice snag. So it's a failed sacrifice attempt there by Flaherty, and we talked about it, some of these younger players, including the pitchers, bunting not exactly as important as it used to be in the major leagues. And Flaherty right there, certainly not the at-bat the Cardinals were looking for. And now it's the ice-cold Harrison Bader who will come to the plate. But Bader lines this one down the left field line. That's a fair ball. It's going to get into the corner. Are they going to send Wong? Wong was going to be held at third, as Bader is going to pull into second with a 2-out double.
Well, they caught quite a bit of a break there, not sending Wong on 2 outs. Should have been off on the pitch, and Gurriel had a long way to go. They were playing him to pull.
Yeah, long way to go there for Gurriel. Wong does move pretty well. But they're going to leave things to the leadoff man, Tommy Edman, who had a miserable day yesterday. He was 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts and hit into a double play. And today not doing so hot either. A strikeout and a flyout to right field so far. But it's Edman with the count in his favor, 1-0. With 2 runners in scoring position. It's Bader, who just hit the double at second, and Wong at third, who singled earlier in the inning.
Well, you gotta wonder if Ryu is running out of gas here. It's his first start back from the injured list, and gave up that home run in the 4th inning. Now we've got 2 on here in the 5th.
Catches the corner right there on that breaking ball. Tommy Edman out of Stanford University was a 6th-round pick by the Cardinals back in 2016. Having a pretty nice season for himself as he's settled nicely into the leadoff spot. Fouls that one down the right side. And now we're looking at what is Ryu's biggest pitch of the ball game. If he gets Edman, the game stays 1-0. A base hit, it increases to a 3-0 lead. The payoff is lined but caught. Nice play there by the shortstop Bo Bichette. Inches, and that's a 3-0 game. But Ryu gets helped out there by Bichette, and at the end of the 5th, we are still with the Cardinals clinging to a 1-run lead.
Oh, that's absolutely huge there, that play by Bichette to catch that ball. You're absolutely right. That was 2 runs and a 3-0 deficit for Toronto. And the way Flaherty's pitching could be insurmountable.
Yeah, 1-0 as now the rain starts to fall here. And this can sometimes be a problem for the pitcher, Jay. That ball can get hard to grip, can lose the grip on the curveball especially. As it's a 1-0 count here to Kevin Biggio. It'll be Biggio, Gurriel, and Guerrero, the 2, 3, and 4 guys for the Blue Jays who will bat here on the top of the 6th. As Jack Flaherty continues his outstanding day so far.
Now, are there any pitchers that would actually like the ring, would prefer to have the ball be a little bit more slick? What kind of pitches would that aid?
I'm not sure if it would really aid any pitches. My first thought was perhaps a knuckleball guy. But even then, they'd have to probably have a pretty good grip on the seams, I would imagine. As Flaherty finds the zone there. Still the count very much in Biggio's favor as it's 3-1. Biggio fouls that one off. And Flaherty, who had fallen behind 3-0, has battled back to create a full count here.
Isn't that always
So
the way when
Biggio
you're
leading
struggling?
off the inning out of the University of Notre Dame, and the former Irishman has worked a walk here.
Oh, very
Only
good
the
eye
second.
there
Go
by
ahead.
Biggio, yeah. Very good eye by Biggio. He drew several walks last year. That's the one thing that is not really translated in his sophomore season here. A 293 on base coming into this game. Only 19 walks. He walked 71 times last year and had a 360 on base. So it's been very disappointing numbers for him overall.
So only the second time that Jack Flaherty has allowed the leadoff man to reach is now Lourdes Gurriel will be the batter. Interesting thing about Gurriel, he made his Major League debut back on September the 21st, 2018, as we see some action in the Cardinals bullpen. So while Gurriel was making his big league debut, his brother Yuli was playing for the Astros, and both of them hit 2 home runs, as it was the first time in Major League history that 2 brothers had had multiple home run games in the same day. Although the same luck does not run true there for Gurriel as he flies out to the center fielder Bader for the first out of the inning. So that'll bring up Vlad Guerrero Jr. And with Biggio at first and Guerrero, who does not run too great, what would you think about perhaps a stolen base here? Won't be necessary, however, as Guerrero lines that one into right field. And you mentioned it, perhaps jumping on that first pitch fastball, maybe the best pitch that he'll see here.
Yeah. Swinging at that first pitch now, Vlad Guerrero has been on all 3 times he's been up. And a stolen base, you mentioned that Biggio very good at stolen bases. You take this.
Here's Rowdy Tellez, flied into right center field. Bader is there, no tag from the runners. And so Flaherty gets a big out right there, but still a runner in scoring position. And that's going to bring up Teoscar Hernandez, who struck out twice today. One could argue that he was one of the reasons that the Blue Jays fell to the Orioles yesterday. So here's a guy who's really looking for some redemption. It is Teoscar Hernandez against Jack Flaherty, as it's the first time Flaherty's really found himself in some trouble. 2 men on. It's Guerrero who's at first, and Biggio, the man in scoring position, at second, as Flaherty's run a 2-ball, no-strike count here on Teoscar Hernandez.
He started him with 2 sliders, 1 outside, 1 inside, both of them missing. That's his big out pitch, and if he's not able to get it for a strike, Teoscar can just sit on a fastball, and he does.
Hernandez, the drive into left. This is going to get down. A ground rule double in the gap for Hernandez. That's going to bring around Kevin Biggio. But once again, we see a ground rule double, perhaps serving as a bit of a hindrance here, as you wonder if maybe Guerrero could have come around and scored on that. That said, though, that is going to be it for Jack Flaherty, who was pitching brilliantly up to this point. But the Blue Jays figure him out here in this inning, as the RBI double from Hernandez, who we mentioned needed some redemption, is going to close the day for Flaherty. However, the book is still not closed on him, as he is still responsible for Hernandez at second and Guerrero, who moved to third. And so who do we have now? It's Daniel Ponce de Leon. And Jay, what can you tell us about him?
Well, he's an explorer. He discovered Florida. No, that's a different Ponce de Leon. Sorry. This Ponce de Leon is, former top prospect of the Cardinals, one of their top 20. Former starting pitcher who's converted to relief. Throws a 4-seam fastball, cutter, curveball, and a changeup. And struggled a bit here as the long relief role. 4.58 earned run average on the season.
Yeah, Flaherty, the #1 starter for the Cardinals. You got to think that that the skip was hoping for at least 6 innings out of him. And so, as you mentioned, Ponce de Leon, the long man, they may ask for a couple of innings here, but now he has his hands full with Randall Grichuk, as it's 2 men in scoring position, but Grichuk helps him out there. He chases the fastball that was nearly in the dirt, and now it's 1-2.
Yeah, Cardinals are not out of this inning. They're still 2 on in scoring position. And Grichuk, who had that big day yesterday, is 0 for 2, really looking to, redeem himself here.
The 1-2 on the way to Grichuk is low on the curveball. Good job laying off there by Grichuk. Count even at 2-2. If Grichuk can keep things going, the catcher, Danny Jansen, would be next. He's walked and struck out on the day. But right now, the Blue Jays' fate is in the hands of Randall Grichuk, who gets himself set for the 2-2 here. On the way from Ponce de Leon, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Grichuk is gone, but not before Teoscar Hernandez. The RBI double, and that has evened things up at 1 here at Busch Stadium.
Wow, that's an absolutely huge strikeout there from Ponce de Leon. You know, he's a big strikeout guy, strikes out over a guy an inning, and that's a good matchup for him. Teoscar Hernandez, a guy that strikes out a lot. The Jays leave 2 on in scoring position, and that's tough, especially after they got Jack Flaherty out of the game. You want to come through with a base knock there.
So that means we can close the book on Jack Flaherty. He goes 5 2/3, allows only 1 run, was an earned run, but not really the start that Flaherty was looking for, especially after he looked so strong through those first 4 innings. And it's going to be Matt Carpenter, followed by Goldschmidt and DeJong. Heart of the order here, 2, 3, and 4, as Ryu begins his 6th inning of work.
It'll be interesting to see how Ryu pitches Carpenter this time around after Carpenter touched him for that home run in the 4th inning.
Yes, and of course, we mentioned it in the open, Charlie Montoyo probably left his pitchers in too long yesterday. Will the hook be a little bit quicker today? Only time will tell. 1-1 the count to Carpenter, chases after the fastball and fouls it down the left field line for strike 2.
Well, like we touched on earlier, Ryu has a long history of injury problems, and interestingly enough, he's actually never thrown over 120 pitches in any start. So he's already at 77 pitches here in the 6th inning.
Just missed right there, as the fastball nearly caught the bottom portion of the zone. Missed a little bit low. Ryu really wanted that call. He'll take a second to regain himself. The payoff pitch to Carpenter with Goldschmidt waiting on deck. Swing and a miss, strike 3, he got him. So Carpenter, who burned Ryu for a home run his last time up, will not have the same success here as it's an excellent pitch by Ryu.
Yeah, really nice job there, coming back to Carpenter after he touched him up for the home run, getting here on that strikeout. Big first out here in the 6th inning.
Big first out indeed, as now it's going to be Paul Goldschmidt, who's flied to right and grounded to first so far today.
Yeah, and going back to that Goldschmidt trade, another reason why the Cardinals may be happy that they have Goldie instead of Donaldson is they've got a top prospect, 20-year-old Nolan Gorman. He's the 3rd baseman down in A-ball. And Matt Carpenter is a free agent. He's their 3rd baseman at the end of this year. So maybe they slide Tommy Edman over to 3rd to bridge the gap before Gorman.
Yeah, so difficult, though, to imagine Matt Carpenter in a non-Cardinals jersey. He's been such a bedrock piece for this organization for so many years now, as it's a 2-2 to Goldschmidt that misses down on the curveball. So
he was actually offered in the original Donaldson trade. It was Flaherty, Carpenter, plus something else, too. I just can't believe.
Full count here run by Ryu, and Goldschmidt's going to line a screamer, but foul down the 3rd base side.
Pretty unbelievable to think that was the trade they turned down and all they got for Donaldson.
Goldschmidt again, right side. Nice play by Biggio, and he'll corral that one and fire to first for the out. And so with the first 2 retired, it's going to bring the cleanup batter, Paul DeJong, to the plate. DeJong 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts, one swinging back in the 4th, and then he looked at strike 3 back in the 2nd. And he swings through the first offering right there.
Well, 2 quick outs here in the 6th inning for Hyunjin Ryu. Interesting to see if he gets DeYoung here, if they will pull him.
DeYoung swinging a drive deep to left field. Going back to left fielder Gurriel looking up, and that one's going to go.
Wow,
Paul DeYoung gets into one into left field, and the Cardinals regain the lead. And once again, we ask ourselves, did Charlie Montoyo stay with his pitcher just a little bit too long? As DeYoung capitalizes here, it's a solo shot, and the Cardinals back in front 2-1.
Well, he had 2 quick outs, like we were saying, only at 88 pitches, but it is his first start back from the injured list. Maybe trying to push his starter a little bit too much there, but DeYoung, who's got some serious power in his bat, gets a hold of that one, and absolutely no doubt on that one.
Yeah, DeYoung, the man who walked on at Illinois State, really turned some heads there, and that would turn into a 4th-round pick by the Cardinals back in 2015, and since he hasn't looked back, and now Molina rips one into right field on the first pitch he sees. And so again, how long is Charlie Montoya going to ride his starter here? As back-to-back hard-hit balls is going to bring up Brad Miller, who's handling left field duties today for the Cardinals. And Ryu misses his first offering on the curveball.
And Brad Miller's an interesting story. He was considered, the answer at shortstop for Seattle, a really good hitting shortstop player, but was just so bad defensively there that, they traded him off to Tampa. Tampa ended up moving him off to second. He still was not good enough there. Ended up going at first, and the bat just didn't play at first. But he had a really nice rebound year with Philadelphia and turned it into a 1-year deal with the Cardinals in the offseason.
Yeah, certainly a bit of a journeyman as he fouls that one down the line.
Yeah, the power has always played for Miller. He hit 12 home runs and only 112 at-bats last year for Philadelphia, so power's been real.
Power has been real as he takes a strike there. Miller played his college ball at Clemson, where he was the ACC Player of the Year. And now a big 2-2 pitch here from Ryu. Missed inside on the slider.
Wanted him to chase there, but he doesn't get him.
As with the full count, Yadier Molina, who is very slow, will get moving at first base. And so the payoff to Miller, should Miller continue the inning, Colton Wong, the second baseman, would be next. Here's the 3-2. He struck him out on the slider down in the zone, but not before a home run by Paul DeYoung. As that one, as you mentioned, Jay, a no-doubter into the left field seats. The Cardinals lead it 2-1 at the end of 6 here in St. Louis.
Leading off for the Blue Jays.
Back here at Busch Stadium, as we'll see Danny Jansen, who will lead things off for the Cardinals, as Juan Ponce de Leon will stay in for the 7th inning. Did I just call him Juan Ponce de Leon like the Explorer? You see, you're throwing me off. You said Ponce de Leon's the Explorer. I'm sorry, Daniel Ponce de Leon. So it'll be Jansen and then the pitcher spot. I can't imagine that Charlie Montoya is going to stick with Hyunjin Ryu, and it certainly appears that he's put somebody else on deck, although I didn't get a good look at a number. So Jansen, the pitcher spot, and then Bichette this inning.
My guess they would pinch hit with Travis Shaw.
I did see a right-hander, though, so we'll see.
Especially with a righty on the mound, that's an interesting move from Montoya.
Well, pitch hitters can often change, as it's a 1-2 here to Jansen, who flies this one into right. Should be easy for Edman, and it is. 1 out.
The pitcher, number 99.
So with Jansen gone, we'll see if the great mystery gets unveiled here.
Your attention, please.
It's going to be
Joe Panik.
Yes, Joe Panik, who spent last year with the Mets and won a World Series with the Giants back in 2014. He will be the batter here. 29th overall pick back in the 2011 draft by the Giants. Before that, it was college ball at St. John's University in New York. So Panik's the pinch hitter, and he's worked himself into a 1-0 count here. as he faces Daniel Ponce de Leon. So I guess that means we can close the book on Hyunjin Ryu, as he goes 6 innings, allows 2 runs, both of them earned. Pitched pretty well, but unless his team can do something about it here in this inning, the best he can do is a no decision, as Panic fouls one down the third base side. It's going to be caught by Carpenter. Nice running catch there, and quickly 2 out.
Yeah, it would be a tough loss for Ryu coming back off of the injured list, going 6 innings and only giving up those 2 earned runs. That home run was the problem for him today, though.
So, with Panic retired, who pinch hit for Ryu, that's going to bring Bo Bichette, the leadoff hitter, up to the plate for the first time. Flied into right. Should be easy for Edman once again, who makes the catch, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Daniel Ponce de Leon. Up next for the Cardinals, Wong, de Leon, and Bader. As we head to the bottom of the 7th, time to stretch here in St. Louis.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for Toronto.
Entering the bottom of the 7th and coming on for Hyunjin Ryu is going to be the right-hander Trent Thornton. And you're the Blue Jay man, Jay. What can you tell us about Thornton?
Well, I like Trent Thornton quite a bit, actually. He's a Blue Jays starter. He was acquired from Houston for Aledmys Diaz, which was actually a Cardinal. Toronto traded him for, I forget who it was. I think it was J.B. Woodman and Connor Green. Not a great trade for the Cardinals. But yeah, Thornton, he throws a very good curveball. He's got a high leg kick. He's a real interesting guy. Maybe a number 3, number 4 pitcher at best, but a guy I'm interested to see how he pitches for Toronto.
Yeah, perhaps some long relief work here for Thornton as he's off to a good start. Gurriel will handle the soft fly out to left. So Wong is retired. And that's going to bring up the pitcher spot. Can't imagine they'd stick with Ponce de Leon here. He was very good, got all 4 outs he was assigned to get, and no, they will go to the pinch hitter in Justin Turner here. Don't get him confused with Justin Turner, who has a nasty hamstring injury. He'll be on the DL for a while for the Dodgers.
Yeah, Cardinals fans are pretty happy. We got Justin Turner. Yeah, that's what I said, Justin Turner. Wait, say that name again, Justin Turner? Yeah, Justin Turner.
So Justin Turner will be the batter here. Turner, 5'10", 165 pounds, only 23 years of age, hailing from California, appearing in only his 4th Major League game. As he's quickly retired there by Trent Thornton, who makes easy work of the rookie.
Yeah, he's got that great curveball, and he pairs it with that high 4-seam fastball. You know, maybe shades of Charlie Morton. You really hope on that. But I'm a fan of Trent Thornton, and I mean, I can't help but love his Players Weekend nickname, which was Butters, because he looks exactly like Butters from South Park.
So, with the pinch hitter Turner retired, that is going to bring up Harrison Bader, who doubled his last time up, and Bader's going to have himself another hit, but no, I thought that was going to get through. It's going to be snared by Biggio, and the Cardinals go in order here in the bottom of the 7th. We'll head to the 8th, and it's 2-1 Redbirds.
Your attention, please.
Well, that was a nice 3-up, 3-down inning for Trent Thornton there in the 7th inning, but we're going to get a new pitcher for the Redbirds. It's Alex Reyes, another former top prospect of the Cardinals. They graduated several top prospects last year. Tommy Edman was one of them. He was number 20. But the big names were Alex Reyes and Dakota Hudson. Now, Reyes is a starting pitcher, but he's in the bullpen here today. Cardinals got a lot of good starting pitching options, so, you know, figure break him into the majors in the relief role. And he's struggled so far for the Cardinals. 6.19 earned run average.
Yeah, Reyes is a very tall man, but also rather slim. 6'3", 175, 25 years of age, and he hails from my state of New Jersey, so always have to root for a fellow New Jerseyan in the major leagues, as there aren't too many of them.
Well, this will be the inning for Toronto if they want to tie this game up, because the St. Louis closer, Giovanni Gallegos, has been absolutely lights out. As Biggio swings at that one and sends it into left field. Underneath that one is Brad Miller for the out here in the 8th inning.
Well, I'm with you. I heard you get a little bit excited there. I thought Biggio had gotten that one a lot better than he actually did. Thought he got it on the good part of the bat. I actually thought it was a really good swing from him. Looks like he just missed it.
Yeah, and he wasn't trying to pull that ball either, sending it to the opposite field. Maybe a good sign for Biggio. Still an out, though. It's going to bring up Lourdes Gurriel here. Takes that first pitch for a ball, 1-0.
Gurriel struggling today, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts to bear. Let's see if he can break through here. This is where you'd like a gap shot here from your 3-hitter, and that would put him in great scoring position for Vlad Guerrero.
Yeah, Toronto's had a lot of unlucky bounces this game, too. A lot of ground rule doubles that would have scored runs, a couple inches another way, and this game could easily be 3-2 Toronto. As it is, it's a 1-0 Cardinals lead. Well, Gurriel taking all the way on that 3-0 pitch, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, no problem with that there from Gurriel. Reyes struggling to find the strike zone on those first 3 pitches. Count still very much in his favor. He could sit on a fastball here and try and drive it.
Well, he swings at that one, and it's 3-2. Yeah, control has been a bit of a problem for Reyes. He's walked 33 batters in 32 innings and only struck out 35. So, you can see a lot of problems not knowing where that ball's going. 3-2 count to Gurriel, and he swings at ball 4 there. Helps out Reyes. It's going to be a strikeout there for out number 2.
Yeah, you mentioned it. He helps out Reyes there, and it's a tough pitch to lay off because it's kind of tailing away from him, but still disappointing. Anytime you go up 3-0 in the count, you're at such an advantage. You really want to at least wind up on first base. And so, unfortunate right there for the Blue Jays, but they still got some guys with power, and they're within 1 swing of evening this thing.
Now, the man at the plate here is very capable of evening this thing with 1 swing. Well, he swings at that first pitch and drives it foul down the right field side. He's been on base every single time he's come up. He's walked, he's singled, and doubled. That pitch misses outside, and it's 1-1. Reyes with that changeup. Oh, he almost chases on that big 12-6 curveball that Reyes has, but he holds up, and it's 2-1. Well, another favorable hitter count here for these Jays hitters.
Yep,
Rowdy Tellez. Go ahead.
This is where Guerrero has to show that discipline. 3-1, you pick a spot. He's got to be looking for a fastball on the inner half of the zone, something he can drive here. That's the only thing he should be swinging at. Oh,
takes that pitch inside.
That sure looked like something he could be swinging at.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't want to swing at all that at-bat. Just takes that 3rd strike call. Had a good pitch, 3-2. That pitch was a little bit more borderline, but still, you can't go down looking there. Going to the bottom of the 8th, St. Louis leads 2-1.
Yeah, disappointing at-bat right there from Guerrero. That 3-1 pitch was going to be the best pitch he was going to get. He let that one go, and then he let the pitch that eventually rung him up go as well. So, despite being on base all 3 times, that's baseball. That's the one the fans are going to remember for him today.
Well, Trent Thornton coming out for a 2nd inning of work here. Montoya loves sticking with these long relievers for more than 1 inning.
Yeah, you know what?
What inning they come in, yeah.
Credit to Charlie Montoya here, because we've talked about it numerous times so far. Probably left his guy in too long yesterday, and sometimes that can give you the quick hook, and you could make the same mistake but in the complete opposite direction. But you have to give Montoya credit where credit is due. He's stuck by his principles, and his pitching staff has put together a very nice performance tonight.
Well, Edmund pops that one up into foul territory. Vladimir Guerrero is there to make the catch for the first out here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, this is a really good pitch right here by Thornton. He's going to jam him on the inside. And Wong, guy who likes to pull the ball, isn't able to turn on that one. And it's all-around good execution right there by Thornton.
That's going to bring up Matt Carpenter. Matt Carpenter got the Cardinals on the board in the 4th inning with a solo home run.
Ball, that's out.
And they would later go ahead on the Paul DeJong home run in the 6th. So 1 for 3 today, facing Trent Thornton.
Yeah, rough couple of days, though, for Tommy Edman, the leadoff man. He's now 0 for his last 9 with 4 strikeouts. So, struck out 3 times yesterday and went 0 for 5, and now today, he struck out once and is otherwise 0 for 4.
Well, I thought Carpenter offered at that pitch, but it's called a ball, 2-1. Yeah, not many options on the bench if you want to get rid of Tommy Edman. Maybe go with Lane Thomas, who's played pretty well in the outfield for St. Louis. Swung on and missed there as Carpenter goes down swinging from Trent Thornton. Thornton continuing to look impressive out here in relief, and he struggled mightily in his few starts this year.
The biggest issue, Jay, that I see on this Cardinals bench is there's not a replacement for their longtime catcher in Yadier Molina. Molina, 37 years of age. You're thinking he's going to have to hang him up soon. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but the end is near. And so the Cardinals, I don't know what kind, I haven't studied them deeply enough. I don't know what kind of situation they have in their minor leagues as far as catchers are concerned, but it's something that they're going to have to work out here because Matt Wieters, who's listed right now as one of their catchers on the roster, he's got a similar age issue as Molina and is really not up for undertaking a starting role.
Well, they traded a pretty good catcher to get the man at the plate, Paul Goldschmidt. They traded Carson Kelly, who had a 112 OPS plus last year in Arizona, good for a 1.7 WAR. Those are very good numbers from a catcher. If you can get a catcher that's producing it above league average, you've found yourself something special.
I agree. We talked about it yesterday in our broadcast as that one just missed down. So difficult nowadays to try and find a really solid defensive catcher who's also got the offensive production there. There are not too many of them around the league. Best example right now, you have to say, is Mitch Garver, who along with the rest of that Twins lineup is just tearing it up.
Yeah, JT Realmuto may have something to say about that himself. He's been long the offensive star catcher. And then, of course, Yasmani Grandal for the White Sox signed that big 4-year deal with them after spurring the Mets the year before that, huh? Your Mets had to go with Wilson Ramos instead.
Yeah, Wilson Ramos has not been terrible for the Mets. You're not no one's expecting Johnny Bench out of Ramos, but he's had to soldier the brunt of that workload, and the Mets got 99 problems, but as they say, Wilson Ramos ain't one.
Yeah, it's been the pitching staff for the Mets that has really let them down this year, losing 2 guys to injury. Stroman, of course, the former Jay, has the torn labrum, and then Syndergaard with the Tommy John surgery, losing those 2 guys, very tough. Hard to come back from that.
Yep, that just shows you how fickle pitching rotations are. Mets were coming into the league, coming into spring training with one of the most vaunted staffs in the entire league, and now they're limping along just trying to get through 5 innings.
2-2 pitch here to Young, misses outside, and the count's going to be full, so Goldschmidt's going to be off on this pitch with 2 outs. 3-2 pitch on the way, and that is swung on and fouled down the left side. Now, do you think Goldie can possibly score from first if he's off on this 3-2 pitch, maybe something in the gap?
Well, we had a very similar situation in our game yesterday. He's going to have to get a good jump and have to be hitting the right spot. Not going to get a chance, though.
Big call there. Called third strike, and DeJong is not happy about that one at all. Maybe a bit of a favorable call there. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Trent Thornton. St. Louis gets a runner, but they have to leave him on. And that is going to bring up Giovanni Gallegos, a perfect 13 for 13 in saves this season, a minuscule 0.98 ERA, 32 strikeouts, only 2 walks. He has been flat out filthy for the Cardinals.
Yes, even tougher on right-handers, and perhaps consider pinch hitting here for Teoscar Hernandez, who's slated to bat next, although he did double his last time up. And that's the other problem the Blue Jays run into. Not really terrific right-handed batting on the bench either. So Hernandez may have to stick it out, do the best he can do.
A lot of left-handers down on that bench for Toronto. Travis Shaw, Billy McKinney, and the backup catcher Reese McGuire. As Tellez finds himself on a hole here quickly, 0-2. 0-2 pitch from Gallegos. Dances away from that one inside 1-2 on the slider.
Well, that's something that these Blue Jays hitters may have to resort to. These closers, very electric stuff, often a little wild. Might want to get close to the pitch and wear one here. That would have been a perfect one to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Should have leaned into that one, get the leadoff man on, especially with considering how good Gallegos has been.
Very safe for us saying that here looking at our computers. That was 83 miles an hour, though.
Well, a count goes full there, so maybe he can get on without having to take a baseball to the body.
Yeah, still have to be careful here. Gallegos perfectly capable of dropping the hammer on you, even if he's down 3-2.
3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Down goes Tellez on strikes. A very rough day for Rowdy. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. And the Blue Jays have one down here in the 9th inning.
Yeah, and that's huge right there. And that's just a pitcher who's pitching with confidence. It's a save situation. It's a one-run lead. And he has the confidence to throw a curveball. Or actually, I checked that was a slider. Still, it's an off-speed pitch on a full count. Tremendous job there by Gallegos. And he's off to a good start here in the 9th.
Teoscar Hernandez up at the plate here today, 1 for 3. He got that double in the 6th inning that could have scored a run, except for it was a ground rule double, and Vlad had to stay at third. He's ahead here, 3-0.
Now, if the Blue Jays can get Hernandez on here, and I think he has to be taking all the way, got to think about a sacrifice right here.
3-0 pitch. Oh, he's taking all the way. Nice slider there. Yeah, he's got a lot of confidence in that slider to throw at 3-0.
Yeah, well, the fastball wasn't working, so you had to try something else. 3-1 here. Hernandez still very much in front.
Oh, and again, gets a 1-out walk here. Misses with that fastball.
Up next for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, so the problem here is you want to have the sacrifice bunt. You can't really ask Hernandez to steal a base. 6 attempts this year, only 50%. Yadier Molina, one of the best in the game. I would sacrifice here with Grichuk and take my shot with a runner in scoring position because a double play ends the game, but they're not going to. I don't understand this at all. This is why I think you need the DH, because this is why I think you don't need the DH, because here's the Blue Jays team accustomed to playing with that DH. Fundamentals go out the window right here.
Yeah, now Grichuk is quickly down in a hole, 0-2. He's looked wildly overmatched by Gallegos so far.
Has to be a sacrifice situation right here.
Well, with 2 strikes,
it should have been. I'm not saying with 2 strikes. Opportunity missed here.
Ooh.
Yeah,
a very bad at-bat there from Randall Grichuk going down swinging.
So disappointing. This has been such a well-played game all the way around. And just, I don't know how much you could fault Charlie Montoyo. Maybe Grichuk is a terrible bunter. But if you're not going to bunt there, I don't know when you would.
Well, it looks like we are possibly getting a pinch hitter here. Maybe a pinch hitter for Danny Jansen. Yeah, Reese McGuire is going to come in and pinch hit for Jansen with 2 outs. Jansen swings at that first pitch and fouls it away. Or excuse me, McGuire fouls it away.
Hernandez, good speed at first. Again, you're going to have to get it in the right spot, but gap shot, I think you take your chances and send him. You're not going to get too many opportunities against Gallegos.
The 0-1 pitch is in there for a strike, and McGuire is down 0-2.
McGuire's going to be kicking himself. So tough to come in and pinch it, especially after you've done nothing but sit there for 9 innings, but that one nearly split the plate in 2.
The 0-2 pitch. Doesn't chase that high fastball, and it's 1-2.
Now here's if you're Gallegos, maybe you vary your delivery a little bit. This is sometimes where closers can get careless, and this could allow Hernandez to maybe take an extra base here when nobody's paying attention.
Well, he fouls that one away, just staying alive on that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Cardinal fans on their feet want Gallegos to go a perfect 14 for 14 with saves here. The pitch is hit on the ground. Goldie firing on to first. And time. Gallegos there covering. That's the final out of the ball game, and St. Louis is going to win this one by a final score of 2-1.
Well, it's a terrific... Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
Okay. It's a terrific job right there by Gallegos. Relief pitchers so often have mental lapses and forget to cover first base. It's a excellent play by Goldschmidt, who has to go a couple of steps to his left, does a nice job flagging that one down. Gallegos gets over, he beats McGuire to the bag, and the Cardinals win what was a really well-played ball game here in St. Louis.
Yeah, very tough loss here for Toronto. This one could have gone either way. Ground rule doubles really coming back to haunt the Jays. Those balls don't bounce over into the seats. They probably win this one, and Gallegos is going to be the player of the game, coming in and just shutting things down in the ninth inning. He was just absolutely filthy, absolutely dominant. Only a walk by Teoscar Hernandez, the lone blemish for him. And
Yes,
again, go ahead.
Gallegos continuing his strong play, and Daniel Ponce de Leon, not to be confused with Juan, he'll pick up the win. Very tough loss by Hyun-Jin Ryu right there, who I thought pitched a pretty good ball game. Only gives up 2 runs, but the Cardinals pitching staff together put forth a little bit better of an effort. It started with Flaherty, then Ponce de Leon, then Alex Reyes, and then the cherry on top, Giovanni Gallegos. Excellent all around by the Cardinals.
Now 2 good, solid, scoreless innings from Trent Thornton there, getting his ERA down from 12 to 9.83. So, want to make sure I acknowledge that. That's a good job there by Trent Thornton.
Yes,
yeah, once again,
we're going to roll some highlights for you.
All right, yeah. Let's see the highlight reel, and this is the highlight of the game right there. Cardinals scoring all of their runs by home runs today. Matt Carpenter just absolutely crushing that ball. Like we said before, changeup artist like Ryu has problems with same-handed batters, and Carpenter made him pay there. And it was just, that was enough for Flaherty. He was in absolute control today. Getting Jansen to look called out on strikes there. He struck out 9 Jays batters in only 5 2/3 innings, giving up just the 1 run. That was on this Teoscar Hernandez ground rule double. Again, we see Vladimir Guerrero was already at third base when that ball bounced down. He would have been definitely there to score. It would have been a tie game, or they would have gone ahead 2-1, but instead it was Paul DeYoung homering to left. DeYoung got lots of power, 30 homers last year, absolutely crushes that one. They put St. Louis ahead 2-1, and that was all they would need. And then our player of the game, Gallegos, shutting it down here in the 9th inning. Tellez, really rough day for him, 0 for 4. Had a rough day the other day against Baltimore as well. He's struggling a little bit here. And then Grichuk striking out on a slider. St. Louis fans, though, I'm sure they've seen quite a bit of that in their day. You know, they've got some issues in their outfield with, Harrison Bader with that low batting average. Tommy Edman is an infielder out there, and Dexter Fowler and whatnot. But I still don't think they would take back Randall Grichuk, especially not at that price.
No, you certainly wouldn't, and because the highlights were a little fast there, we didn't get a chance to mention it, but that Randall Grichuk at-bat right there, still very, very angering for me, because it's a clear sacrifice situation. Grichuk goes up there swinging all the way, and he goes down on 3 pitches, so I think that's disappointing. Although one player I do want to highlight, it's from the Blue Jays, and I think he did a really good job kind of rebounding from a rough day yesterday, and that's Teoscar Hernandez, who made a couple of nice plays in right field, drove in the Blue Jays' lone run of the day with a double, and was the only man to reach base facing the tough righty in Giovanni Gallegos. So a good job by Teoscar Hernandez, and I commend him for his bounce-back effort.
Well, yeah, was moved up in the lineup today because mean, a lot of Jays are struggling. You know, you go with Grichuk in the 7th spot or Teoscar Hernandez. It doesn't make much of a difference the way both of them are playing right now. Very similar kinds of offensive players. You know, very low average, low on base, nothing but power. So, you know, a lot of different options that Toronto can run through in their bullpen. Or
Yes,
in their outfield.
and then you wonder on the St. Louis side, we mentioned it with Tommy Edman, another 0 for day today. He's now 0 for his last 9. Struck out 3 times yesterday, struck out once today, and was 0 for 4. And Matt Carpenter, who's kind of paced that team in the leadoff position for many years now, hitting 2nd this year. You wonder if Carpenter might get moved back up to that leadoff spot. Edman's certainly struggling a little bit as of late.
And we're going to look at some of the earlier games from today. You see this box score from New York and Seattle, 12-0. Garrett Cole only allowed 1 hit. Look at that, 1.84 earned run average, 13 strikeouts. I know it's Seattle, and they're not the greatest offensive team, but that's quite a pitching lineup there from Garrett Cole.
Yes, it certainly is, as the Yankees really just squeaked by right there. But no, all humor aside, it's a blowout. It's about as handily as you can win it's about as handily as you could win a professional baseball game in the major leagues. They win 12-0, 18 hits to 1, as they jumped on them. Looks like right in the first inning and never looked back. So yeah, the Yankees playing some really good baseball right now out in the American League. They lead that division. That win today bumps them up to 37-24. Still chasing the Twins for the top seed in the American League division, unless something changes and the Twins come back down to earth. They're playing 42-18 right now, and they're running away with this thing.
Well, it seems we've been joined in the booth by the next broadcaster for today's game. That's Brandon Ross. Brandon Ross, what can you tell us a little bit about the game you're going to be calling today?
Well, due to a little bit of a schedule shuffling, it was supposed to be the Yankees-Seattle game that wound up being one of the most fascinating, lopsided outings we've seen throughout this entire ML Ball schedule. So now in this time slot, we've got San Francisco Giants against the San Diego Padres, jumping out to the West Coast and staying in the National League. So Jake Dean's going to be on the play-by-play on this one, but he is having a little bit of trouble logging in right now, so I'll just front the load until he gets back. And these are two teams that, when you think of the NL West in a typical year, you think they're going to be one of the more premier divisions in all of MLB, but that's not what we've been seeing this year. There's been one team, unsurprisingly the Los Angeles Dodgers, that have been jumping ahead of the pack. But behind that, not a lot. The Arizona Diamondbacks, 5.5 games back at 33-26, and then everyone else is 13 games back or further. These two teams are the farthest two back. The Padres 14 back, and the Giants 16.5 back.
Well, that's a bit surprising. I thought the Padres, were making a lot of moves, signaling that they were ready to compete. They signed Hosmer, they signed Machado. What's been going wrong for them that they find themselves so far back?
It's been a rough schedule for them, and it just hasn't produced enough wins. They've had a lot of tough outings, and you see this result. They're playing against a team that's one of the best teams in MLB in their division. That's the LA Dodgers. And as a result of that, that's going to knock you down a few, and that's a side effect of their dominance. And then they've just had a rough go at it the rest of the way around their schedule. Jake, you holding up there over on the other side?
Kind of. There is so much lag on my end that I'm trying to keep up with what you're saying and trying to figure out how to get myself back into full connection.
Okay, so we're trying to get that worked out. But yeah, J-Man, it's just been a rough go at it for both the Padres and the Giants. Padres did look like they were making those moves to work their way up. And on the Giants side, they're up and down any given year. But this year, they have been way further down than is their normal range.
Right, and additionally, if I can jump in on the fun here, the other team that's performing way below their expected success level this year is the New York Mets, who have run into similar issues as the Padres. Mets got that really good starting rotation, And all of a sudden, that's fallen to pieces here, as I would say the Mets and the Padres, two of the biggest surprises in the National League, and not in a good way.
You know, the Mets, you look at them, and they're a team that every other few years, it looks like they're on the upswing. Maybe they have a little bit of a flash, but always it just completely evaporates, and we saw it evaporate from the jump this season. They are way in dead last in the National League, 16 and a half games back at just 22-37. That's the same record as the Giants at the bottom of the NL West.
All right, Brandon, you can stop rubbing it in. We get it. The Mets aren't good.
Yeah, all the Mets fans complaining that this season being canceled ruined their chance to be successful, and I think Bob Ball's taught us that you weren't going to be successful no matter what happened.
All right, well,
It's always the Mets.
I'll leave the Mets shaming to you guys. I think maybe J-Man and I'll get out of your hair, so I don't have to listen to this anymore. But have a good game, guys.
Thanks, my fair share of Mets rubbing in. Let me get my Red Sox rubbing. The Dodgers, like I mentioned, are doing really well this season. They are really benefiting from that Mookie Betts trade, and David Price is doing great things on the mound for them as well.
Well, Toronto's also benefiting from it. They are a half game up on Boston right now. They're not in fourth, so, I will be there for any Boston shaming as well. So, you guys enjoy your game. We're going to sign off here and have a good call.
Thanks so much, guys. So, Jake, we're looking ahead at this game today, and these teams have performed well below expectations, and right now they're jockeying for position outside of the basement of the NL West.
Yeah, the Padres, despite signing Manny Machado a couple years ago, have just never really been able to get it done with him on their squad. And maybe it's that big free agent signing just doesn't open you up to enough other available contracts, but you always heard that the Padres farm system was going to recover it for him. But that's clearly not been the case this season, and we knew the Giants coming into this year were going to be atrocious. I'm just not sure we knew how bad they were going to be.
Yeah, no, it's just been really, really rough. You think of the Giants of the early 2010s, the mid-2010s, making it to the World Series every couple years, and look how far they've gone from there.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much have nobody from that, old guard anymore. One of those last people was pretty much Madison Bumgarner, and now he's gone to division rival Arizona Diamondbacks. Bruce Bochy's whole crew's pretty much gone. So it's a completely different era of baseball now in the Bay.
Yeah, it's a whole different era, Jake. It is total dominance from Southern California.
Well, that is total dominance until it's all on the line, and then they can't do anything in the World Series. But that's neither here nor there. As we look over this Giants lineup, do have a lot of veterans, but a lot of veterans who are on the tail end of their careers. Brandon Crawford, Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, Pablo Sandoval. Like solid guys, I guess, but that lineup would have been great about 5 years ago.
If you gave me this lineup in 2013, I would have been over the moon. I would have been so pumped to go to battle with these guys, but the problem is they are all well past their prime, and you're starting to see some new names come into that lineup, notably Mike Yastrzemski. They're far from where they could be due to the aging roster around those young guys.
Yeah, and we'll see over the next couple years if the Giants can develop that farm system. But, we've seen the Padres try and go with that farm model, and I'm just not really sure it's worked out. You would expect with some of the combo of free agent signings they've made, with Machado and Tatis Jr., even Tommy Pham. I just don't understand how this Padres team's not winning more baseball games.
It's really hard to discern the pitching around them is just not getting it done, along with some of the younger guys. You see there, Trent Grisham hasn't been playing a whole lot, but when he's been playing...
Yeah, and I mean, the catcher situation, Austin Hedges, great behind the plate, but has done absolutely nothing in terms of hitting this season. And looking at this rotation, I mean, we are going to see the ace for the Padres here today, Chris Paddock. And Dinelson Lamet's been pitching good recently, but that 2-5 record, 4.91 ERA in the season doesn't inspire much confidence. Yes, Zach Davies, a 5.68 ERA, 1-5. And ironically, Joey Lucchesi, their fifth-hole guy, might be the most stable starter so far this year. But Chris Paddock's really put the Padres in positions to win when he has pitched. It's just whether or not the Padres are actually scoring runs behind him to make that happen.
It's the complete inverse situation whenever you want it to happen. With this Padres team, the hitting's going well, the pitching doesn't support it. When the pitching's going well, the hitting doesn't support it. It's a ruthless cycle for a club.
Yeah, and you know, Chris Paddock really kind of came into his own last year for these Padres. That .98 whip is absolutely fantastic. This is a guy that's going to continue to develop and continue to get better there. You see his pitching arsenal, both that four-seamer and that two-seamer, that changeup, but does also use that kind of slow curveball in order to get guys out. 63 strikeouts on the year, and he should give the Padres a good chance to win this game, especially against, like we've said, a struggling Giants lineup.
But the issue when you have a guy like Paddock, who you see reliably goes on the faster pitches. He has the curve in his arsenal, but typically goes variations of the fastball and changeup. The issue is when he's not on, he is really not on, because there's no breaks that are ever really fully introduced at a consistent level against teams, and that's when you, as a pitcher, become very vulnerable.
Indeed, as we take a look now at the Giants roster of starting pitchers, and man, Johnny Cueto's got to be questioning what he's gotten himself into here in San Francisco. Arguably one of the better starting pitchers in the league, but is just playing for a team that is not going to compete and not going to compete anytime soon. But unfortunately for the Giants, they don't have him going today. They have Tyler Beede going, which you know, he's got a deep arsenal, but he really has not come into his own, has not developed, and has a sky-high career ERA, over 5. Just kind of a young gun that hasn't figured it out yet at the big league level.
The former first-round pick looked like gold coming out of Vanderbilt, but since he's gotten the call up to the bigs back in 2018, he just hasn't found his rhythm, and he is in an endless cycle that he can't get himself out of.
Well, we've shown you the two pitchers, so it seems like we are ready to get going in the Bay Area. San Diego Padres and Chris Paddock visiting the San Francisco Giants. Like we said, a battle between the basement dwellers of the National League West, but one of them has to win the baseball game today. The Giants are sitting below 400, so that's truly atrocious, but they do get to play in Oracle Park, which I might argue is one of the more fun, more beautiful ballparks to at least attend a game as a fan. I like San Francisco at the very least.
I personally have not been to more than, I believe, 4 ballparks in my time. And one of the ones that's at the top of my list to go to is out there in San Francisco.
All right, well, we won't be able to take you there physically here today, Brandon, but we'll bring you there virtually as we see the players warming up on the field. This game's going to be late afternoon. The sun's setting there as the Giants get hyped. No last names on their jersey, one of the few teams that still has a uniform with that kind of feature there. Not something you see very often, whether that's college or pro sports anymore.
Yeah, no, definitely not, but hey, enjoy it.
And so today's starter, Tyler Beede, 1-5 record, He's getting ready on the mound, and he will first face up against Jurickson Profar. Jurickson Profar having a pretty decent season, had a pretty decent season last year as well, hitting .281, a good leadoff guy for this Padres lineup.
That's outside.
And the first pitch will be just outside there. As we take a look around this Giants lineup. 1-0 pitch comes in. And that's going to miss again. So really quickly, Jurickson Profar showing you his ability to just be calm at the plate there, do what a leadoff hitter needs to do.
Jurickson Profar is always a guy where you know what you're going to get when it comes to his abilities at the plate. Because when you look at a player like him, he's really most regarded for his defense. He's never going to wow you with the bat, but he can promise consistency at the level you need it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wowing you at the bat. As he kind of shows why right there. Swings through a fastball that was far too high to do much with. But still, that 281 average is a pretty just solid member of the lineup there. But he's going to take that one just on the inside, so the count's gone full to the first Padre batter.
If Beatty gets through this is a huge emotional boost for a pitcher.
And he will get it. So we said that Tyler Beatty doesn't turn to his curveball that often, but he turns to the curveball there, and it works to perfection. Profar tries to go far too low and not able to scoop that one out there, and that'll go down as the first out.
Questionable for anyone to make a swing at that pitch, but nice job by Beatty to get him the bite.
As Tommy Pham's also going to bite on that curveball. He played a really good season last year, but so far in this ball season's been struggling quite a bit. 234, not exactly what Pham's used to being a little bit better of a contact hitter.
You look at what he's done this season, he is not what was expected when he came over from Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I mean, a career 277 hitter strikes out there once again, and, you know, he's hitting almost 50 points under his normal average, so something's just not right here for Tommy early on in this first, I'd say, about third of the season.
Yeah, you still got plenty of a ways to go, but you still got plenty of young guys that need to work their way in this lineup, and Fernando Tatis Jr. definitely fits that profile.
Indeed, he should be a good player long-term for these Padres, but this season he's barely hitting over the Mendoza line. You can't have one of your just infield guys not even being able to hit 200. That's going to be a big problem.
And you have so many guys hitting around or below the Mendoza line on this Padres team. I don't think I've ever seen such a conglomerate of low batting averages in my life.
Well, maybe the only people that could beat them is the lineup that is for the Giants this season, but hey, they're going to get a hit just because we were talking trash about their abilities. Oh, he's going to go for second. He's going to be out by an absolute mile. So called out a single and then a base running error there, and 3 up, 3 down, I guess, but there will be a hit there in the first inning. We'll see Crawford, Dubon, and Pence up for the Giants in the bottom of the first.
You ate my words and then had to cough them right back out. That was incredible.
Yeah, why? What was I don't know what the impetus was there, but Chris Paddock does not appreciate that. He's going to have to come out and get a scoreless inning of his own. But if we were going to trust either of the two pitchers here today to do that, it would be him. And his first challenge is going to be Brandon Crawford, who's pretty much trash on the road, but at home hits nearly 350.
Always likes a little bit of home cooking.
Well, didn't get enough home cooking last night, clearly, as that one's going to fall in for a first pitch strike. take a look around this Padres infield. They're wearing those pinstripe brown and yellow unis. As that swung on again by Crawford, so the count will be quickly 0-2.
The count is 1-2.
Waste pitch there on the four-seamer, just not located well at all, 1-2.
I got the count 2-2.
He's not having a lot of ease finding the zone with those breaking pitches.
No, but that's going to be grounded over to first. That's going to be a great running play over there. Paddock over to cover the bag. Call that a 3-1 put out there.
He had to range a long way over from first. Stellar defensive work between him and Paddock.
And now Mauricio Dubon will head to the plate with his .218 average on the season. Yet another one of those hitters that just not doing anything this season.
Again, you're the basement huddling around that Mendoza line.
Yeah, you know, both of these teams are in the basement, I swear, until they play the Diamondbacks, and then they're like, hey, we're legit again. Kind of breaks my heart.
It is heartbreaking. Again, we were talking about it pregame. How they've gone from going to the World Series every other year to where they are.
Not going to go to the World Series with swings like that. Dubon's going to strike out. Paddock's going to get his first of the day.
And it would be wrong to say that he's definitely going to get more strikeouts, but he gets a big confidence boost there, and the Giants already looking demoralized after 2 batters.
Well, we'll see what Hunter Pence can do, the longtime veteran of this league. He's played in so many baseball games that, man, are you sure he's not bored of the game yet? I swear he's been in the league since I've been born.
Well, I don't know. How many years have you been on this earth?
20?
So,
yeah, he came into the league when I was 7, so, you know, pretty much.
He's been around as long as you can remember.
Well, he's been around for a while, but he's going to be out there as that'll go 3 unassisted, it looked like. I don't know. I lagged out there. Not really sure what went down.
Leading off for the Padres.
It was the ground out.
Third baseman, number 13.
And now the guy who should be just absolutely mashing for the San Diego Padres lineup, but ironically really hasn't been that good since getting the big free agent signing, Manny Machado.
Surprisingly horrendous against righties, batting 166 against right-handers.
Yeah, I mean, I understand being like preferential to either right-handed or left-handed pitching, but man, you got to be able to hit both kinds. You just got to be a lot better at one, you know, maybe to get some home runs and such. But when you were hitting like 300 plus in 2018, making all-star appearances, and then all of a sudden just that World Series struggles kind of translated into struggles in this season, but he's going to hit that one real hard out to center field. Not going to matter though. Under that one for the first out.
Just nice, easy fly and a short drift to the gap.
Yeah, do you think these Padres are kind of kicking themselves for signing that $300 million contract, 10 years of Manny Machado?
He still has time to redeem himself. It's only, I believe, year 3. But he is not giving you a lot of promise, hitting only a bit over 200.
Yeah, it'll just be his second year here with the Padres. In his first season in San Diego, Machado was hitting just 256, did have 32 home runs. But right now, Frankie Cordero, a guy who's not really supposed to be the biggest contributor to this offense, is hitting a lot better, 303, counts 2-1 to him here. And that'll be swung on right by the second baseman there. Going to be quickly grabbed in center field, and that'll be just a single.
the first baseman.
If you look at
Eric
Beatty with his ERA on the season hovering above 5, you can tell he's a guy that might easily give into runs. And even just a single with less than 2 outs can start a rally if the pitcher gets rattled.
Indeed, as we now see Eric Hosmer, yet another veteran on this Padres lineup, swing at a pitch so far out of the zone, maybe trying to do a hit and run for Cordero, who somehow slides in safe. I want to see that again. The tag looked in time.
You're doing a hit and run, you try no matter what to hit the pitch because that's your objective, but even just missing in a way that obstructs the catcher long enough to get your runner up does just enough.
That, though, is going to be grounded to shortstop. They're going to get the 1 out there over at first, so Hosmer is retired. Cordero remains there at second, so still a runner in scoring position for these Padres, but Beatty gets a critical out there. Now has to take down Trent Grisham to avoid the danger.
And another guy who's just not hitting that well, 203.
And there's going to be another steal attempt, and he's going to be gone. Cordero gets picked off trying to take third on the ball away from the catcher. A good throw there, and man, San Diego's just hurting themselves on the base path here today. They have 2 hits, but no runs. We head to the bottom of the second.
Are they allergic to base running logic?
I mean, I think they're just allergic to being on base. But a man who's been hitting actually pretty well for this Giants lineup. In fact, since Yastrzemski's come up for this Giants team, as someone who watches a lot of NL West baseball, I've been pretty impressed with what he's been able to do. Definitely has hurt the D-backs in some of the games I've been at Chase for. Going to take that pitch on the inside edge. I'd call that a strike, but the ump will not, so the count goes 2-0.
That's ball 3.
Mike Yastrzemski is one of the younger players on this Giants team.
That's ball 4. Take the base.
Indeed, you know, his family is a baseball family, and I guess the wise words of his grandfather helped him out there as he takes his place down there at first on a walk. Chris Paddock looks around confused. Carl Yastrzemski was his grandfather, right? I'm not remembering that wrong.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
He got a standing O when he made his first at-bat at Fenway.
Oh yes, I forgot about that completely. Kind of funny that you get applauded for what your grandfather did, but hey. Brandon Belt, however, not being as selective. Down 0-2 early here. And did he go? They turn to the third base umpire. He says no, he is safe. That one will go as a ball. 1-2 count.
Look at him to keep trying to paint those corners. Make him chase ones that might be close to the zone, then he might lay off a strike or swing at one of your ones that don't quite get it.
Well, he will stay alive still here. Brandon Belt's another guy that's just been around in this league, been a pretty decent hitter and contact guy, but on the tail end of his career here as Paddock gets his third strikeout.
Off to a rock-solid start. The Padres have gotten some offense, but keep shooting themselves in the foot. The Giants haven't gotten anything going to begin with yet.
Indeed, Brandon Belt, the 32-year-old, strikes out, so that'll bring up Pablo Sandoval, who's pretending that he's about 10 years younger than he is. He's hitting .328, and he shows you why right there. He's going to get one down out there, so The runner will advance. Pablo Sandoval gets a single, and the Giants got a runner in scoring position.
Amazing what happens when the belt buckle stays on. He just whacks into left field, and that just does the trick.
Yeah, the Kung Fu Panda still getting it done at 33.
Doing all he can. And even
Now,
if it's just a single, that can do huge things in situations like this.
yeah, especially with only one out, get the guy in scoring position and allow Evan Longoria a chance to drive him home. It seems like we keep going to older and older guys as Evan Longoria is 34. It's like the Giants just brought like a baseball retirement team together, honestly.
They brought like an 8-year reunion classic.
There you go. It's like the 10-year reunion from the 2010 All-Star game. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if a number of these Giants were in the 2010 All-Star game.
Let's look into that.
We will, but Evan Longoria at a 2-2. Count's gonna take it. The Cal State Long Beach man not able to get it done, and Paddock registers his 4th strikeout on the day. I mean, Paddock's just striking everyone out.
He's just mowing guys down at will.
4 to 5 outs for Chris Paddock coming on the swing and miss, and now it'll be up to longtime Giants catcher Buster Posey. You know, if you're like me, you might remember one of the most horrific incidents I've seen in baseball. Buster Posey breaking his leg at home plate on that collision many years ago as a catcher myself when I did play baseball. That one just was, oof, that was rough to watch. But good to see him back. Good to see him still playing in the league.
It just broke your heart to see that. Obviously, it was such a horrific injury and created a long road for him to get back, but it set the standard of what is now a huge change in the game today when it regards rules at home plate.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second, but Chris Paddock loses control of that one. He's going to clip Buster Posey right there in the elbow. I think Buster's like, man, maybe I should be wearing those elbow guards that literally every other baseball player wears. But he's not, so that's going to be a little sore. And now Tyler Beatty, the pitcher, comes up in a huge spot. The bases are loaded, but there is also 2 down. So Beatty's going to have to get it done himself if he wants any runs to come from this inning.
This is fascinating.
And that one's going to be just in there, the 4-seam fastball for a strike. And that's going to get down, so Beatty is going to get the RBI there. Pitchers, who rate. He's just going to tap that one lightly into left field, getting it done.
It's looking like he won't have to buy his own drinks tonight. He is doing it on the mound, and he produces the first run on the offensive side with that big single.
Hey, you know, when your team is in the basement, sometimes the help you need comes from unlikely heroes. Tyler Beatty, one of those guys, but he keeps the bases loaded here, so now it's up to the leadoff man, Brandon Crawford, try and bring at least another run home before this inning is finished.
Crawford's one of the few guys on this roster that really still has a semblance of their old selves left.
Well, I mean, he's still a defensive menace at the very least.
The offense has definitely taken a dive, but he's still proving capable of coming up in big moments.
Yeah, but you were never really looking to Brandon Crawford to be like the best hitter in the world. You were really looking for him to play just one hell of a shortstop over there. I mean, Brandon Crawford's like a 240, 250 kind of career hitter, you know? Nothing spectacular, but he hits that one, and that's going to be caught. So that'll be the 3rd out. Chris Paddock gives up a run. You know, he bends, but he does not break strands. The base is loaded. And we head to the top of the 3rd. It's the San Diego Padres 0, the San Francisco Giants 1, here on Bop Ball.
Leading off for the Padres, the center fielder, Trent.
Now the center fielder for the Padres up to bat. One of the first people that I've ever seen have a significantly better road split than home split. Not really sure how that one works. I guess he just does not like San Diego. And he's going to take that slider directly down the middle.
It's a rare case, but there's always that one guy who, for some reason, just gets it done when a team is on the road.
Yeah, whether that's just statistical randomness, just kind of a quirky streak, whatever it is, he might not be getting it done here on the road, though. Down 0-2, able to foul that one off, but still down here quickly.
1 ball, 2 strikes, down.
Keep
tries
looking for him to attack outside the zone.
Yeah, I especially like that placement of the high fastball there, as he's going to do it again, but he's going to get it even better placed right at the top of the zone. Gets a strikeout there. That'll be BD's third on the day. As we take a look at the NL West standings. Yeah, it's either the Dodgers or the D-backs. Let's be very clear about that. The rest of the teams in this division just ain't getting it done. But that's pretty much how it's been for the last 4 or 5 years, so not really surprising.
And you have all the young players on this Padres team hitting in the basement of the Mendoza line.
Well, we'll see if any of these teams could compete for the wild card. Currently, the Rockies sitting 7.5 back. The Padres 8.5 back. The Giants just 11 games back of that second wild card slot, currently held by the Atlanta Braves. The count goes to 1-2 here on Austin Hedges, the Padres catcher.
But it's only June 1st.
Yeah, it's only June 1st and you're that far back. You'd much rather be in like the D-back situation where you're just 1.5 games back of that wild card slot. Hedges turns on that, but that's just going to go foul, so that's a long strike.
Teams have been this bad before and come back. We saw the Washington Nationals unearth themselves from the basement last year and go on to win the World Series. We saw it in 2006 with the World Series winning Cardinals team as well.
Well, I mean, sticking with the Cardinals, as that one's fouled back, so the count remains full here to Hedges. 2011, that crazy series between the Cardinals and the Rangers, where the Cardinals had to tie the game like 4 times, as that's going to be outside with the curveball. It's going to be a walk to Austin Hedges. So there'll be a runner there for the Padres. But yeah, the Cardinals were like 10 games back at one point during the season, had a team meeting, and after that, just absolutely obliterated. And then David Freese, just the hero of all heroes.
With the incredible memory that no one will forget, we will see you tomorrow night.
And that's not going to be a good sacrifice bunt there. Yeah, wow. Barely got him at second. That was a really confident move. I kind of figured with how late he got to that one coming in from first that he might try and turn back to one, but instead goes to, gets Hedges trying to slide in because he's not that fast. And now there will be 2 down here with just a runner on first, so Jerks and Profar has got to get one in the gap if the Padres want to try and tie it up here in the third.
I had no idea what he was doing, but it worked.
Profar taking that fastball. That fastball high has been really effective for BD so far.
He's been relying on the fastball. The breaking pitches haven't been going his way.
Nope, at the ball.
Well, he throws a fastball just a bit low there. BD hanging out around 95 miles an hour for most of this game.
What's crazy
Throws
is
yet another
20 years ago, that's still on the upper side of MLB arms. Now that's closer to the average range.
Yeah, when you got guys throwing 99, 100, 101, it's getting scary out there for batters. Whew. And that was a scary swing, but somehow gets a piece of that ball in the dirt. Jerks and Profar staying alive.
But you see all these hitters continuing to evolve as well with the introduction of new technology, swing trajectories, and all of that. Pitcher certainly doing the better part in his battle today.
Well, Beatty gets it done there once again. He's got the San Francisco Giants lone RBI, and he's kept the Padres scoreless through 3. We'll see if the Giants can add on more here in the bottom of the third for this home crowd. Mauricio Dubon will start it off for the Padres in the third.
Dubon. 1-0.
And, that was high enough that I think I could have taken the pitch. And that one was down the middle enough that I think I would have swung. Is that changeup 82 miles an hour? That's a pitch to just drive out of the park.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Dubon knows it because he swings at the next changeup that's outside hard as he can but misses. 4 pitches, that's a strikeout.
He did not help themselves with those rough swings earlier in the AB. Comes back to bite. He has to give way at this pitch, and he's well out in front.
Yeah, so for Paddock, it's either been give up a single or strike him out. Give up a single or strike him out. And, you know, that's cost him a little bit as he left the bases loaded last inning. But, you know, honestly, hasn't thrown too many pitches here. Just that 43 through 2 1/3. Still definitely could turn this around, make this a solid start.
And he did allow that 1 run back in the second, but of course, at the time it looked like it was going to be a lot worse.
Yeah, when you give up the run to that pitcher and then you see the lineup kind of turn around, as that's going to be a real low swing there in an attempt to get it. 1 and 2 to Pence now. When that lineup card turns over with the bases still loaded, you get a little nervous.
I got to count 2 and 2.
And the irony of it all is the pitcher Tyler Beatty getting it done.
Well, Pence won't get it done as he grounds that into second over there, and that's going to be an easy second out for the Padres, so it's coming a lot easier for Paddock this inning.
Continuing to put himself in a good spot.
So Profar gets that one easily, and now Mike Yastrzemski coming up here. He had a walk earlier in this game. Foul down the right-hand side.
One and 1.
I liked out.
That one looked close, but wasn't quite there.
And that'll be a ball as well, the fastball. So, you know, for a 14th round pick, Yastrzemski's really gotten it done, able to get himself up here to the big leagues. Another product of Vanderbilt. I know we've talked about a couple of Vandy guys so far in this game.
Commodores have taken over MLB over the past decade and a half.
Well, I'm ready for my alma mater, Arizona State. You know, I'm ready for them to start bringing the stuff. Torque's gonna torch the league eventually.
Absolutely, Torque is a guaranteed top 5 pick. You saw what he did on the Cape the last couple summers, and of course on Team USA as well. He was a hitting machine and could rocket balls out.
Well, Yastrzemski's not going to be a hitting machine there. He's going to strike out to end the inning. Paddock gets another K, but he is losing this game right now. Only has given up 2 hits, but has given up the run, and now the Padres here in the top of the 4th going to try and turn the tide a little bit with Tommy Pham leading off, who struck out in the 1st.
See Beatty going for a lot of up and away type pitches and up and in type pitches. He's a high ball pitcher today, not really going for the low stuff as much.
And that's going to be flied out there to right field. So I think that's Hunter Pence out there, able to get it done.
Yeah, it's Pence. So didn't really have to go too far.
No, just a nice little light jog. But, once you start, getting those 30-year-old pains, maybe it's a little bit harder to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Tatis Jr., despite struggling mightily with the average of the season, is second on the team with 9 doubles, which honestly, through 50-plus games, is not very good. Ooh, but he takes that one for a ride. Oh, it's going to be caught out there. So, no, does not matter. Tatis Jr. continues to struggle here, and Beatty is just keeping these Padres batters in check.
That's a big break for Tyler Beatty. Because that's the stellar defensive play out there in left, and Tatis Jr. could have easily had extra bases.
Yeah, well, Brandon Belt out there, not a bad defender. Does split his time between first base and outfield, but a very serviceable outfielder when he plays out there.
First base, left field is not a very common combo that you see at big league level these days.
Yeah, usually you're more of an infield guy or an outfield guy, but we've seen a couple pretty big players kind of adopt that stance. For example, Ketel Marte, either second base or center field. A Timmy LeCastro, if you know, who can play shortstop, and others, but that's going to go way inside. Manny Machado gets hit. Can't say I feel so sad about that, but he will get to go to first base now with 2 down in the inning, so Frankie Cordero, who's 1 for 1 with that single in the second, has a chance to advance the runner.
What did Manny do to you, Jake?
Existed and was annoying, and then signed with the Padres, and was with the Dodgers before that, and as a D-backs fan, that's too many times to cross me.
Fair enough.
Also, I just feel like he's so full of himself despite sucking the last season that, nah, you gotta calm down until you're good again. But that's gonna be a fair ball. Wow, that was just placed right down that line. We'll see if they send him home, and they do. We'll see if the throw comes in. And, wow, it is offline. So Frankie Cordero gets it done. RBI double, just his second double on the season. But Machado able to just keep running. That, perfectly placed.
Beautiful hit. And now a base hit can give them the lead. Tyler Beatty finally breaks.
Yeah, well, can't really be mad at Beatty, seeing as he's already ensured that giving up 1 run would just, be equalizing out the offensive good he's done. But he's got to work hard here because Cordero's not slow, and he's sitting there on second in scoring position.
Eric Hosmer showed some power recently. He had that home run last game.
Beatty now approaching 60 pitches here as he throws into Hosmer. Throws that curveball outside. So we saw the curveball early actually be kind of effective as a last resort pitch for Beatty to get guys out. More recently, though, the curveball's been a little less accurate, a little less effective.
You want to get something done here if you're San Diego. There's not a lot of promise behind in the lineup.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're San Diego, you got to feel good. At least you tied the Padres, but there you go. That's the base hit, and Cordero's got wheels, so he's coming on home. Not a problem whatsoever. So all of a sudden, the Padres score 2 runs on 2 straight hits right there. Eric Hosmer gets it done with another RBI on his season, and the Padres starting to look a little more in control of this game.
just when it looked like Tyler Beatty had everything under control, he breaks, and at the exact spot in the lineup you need it to happen, San Diego gets the clutch hits. They take the lead.
Well, clutch indeed, because on one pitch there, they get the third out. So they'll limit the damage, but on 2 more hits, the Padres get 2 runs, and they take the lead here in the top of the 4th. The Giants try and counter in the bottom of the 4th with Belt, Sandoval, and Longoria. As we get our sideline reporting from Heidi Watney, who we can't hear. So, you know, she doesn't like talking to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm. It feels like a little bit of a cold shoulder, Jake.
Yeah, I'm hurt deep down. Like, what did I do to her? I'm a nice guy out here, you know? Just trying to call some baseball, and, you know, I'm just not professional enough for it, so. We'll see a consummate professional, though, in the game of baseball. Brandon Belt coming to the plate here. 0 for 1 on the day with a strikeout in the 2nd. That fastball goes low. Count at 1-0. Paddock also approaching 60 pitches here in the 4th. You know, both these pitchers not throwing a ton of pitches, but not super efficient either. We'll see how many Paddock takes to get through this inning.
But it kind of gives you the sense that they're not looking at a deep outing where you only need 1 or 2 relievers. He's going to be going out probably after the 6th.
Yeah, right now it looks like a 5th or 6th inning kind of day for both of these starting pitchers here, and you know, neither of these bullpens are necessarily the most trustworthy places in baseball, so that could definitely have an impact on the game depending. And Paddock there just not competing whatsoever. The count moves full 3-2 with Pablo Sandoval sitting on deck. Kung Fu Panda ready to do it again. Chopper, Paddock grabs it, throws on to first. Plenty of time, gets the out there, 1-3.
Now batting, the first baseman, Pablo.
Solid defensive work there.
Paddock showing he can do a little more than just throw the ball across the plate.
Now you can see little Panda. He's got it done offensively and defensively today.
Well, Pablo Sandoval has a perfect 1.000 OPS on the season. Doing pretty well for himself. He swings on that fastball and tries to take that out of the park, but is unable to do so.
It's like his career is taking second wind.
Yeah, well, maybe only in bot ball, because I don't think that's going to happen in real life. But, you know, we can, I guess, enjoy. I mean, I don't enjoy it while we can, but. Hits that one over to, I don't know what happened there. That's got to be an error for Manny Machado.
Now batting, third baseman, Evan Longoria.
Okay, well, the scores aren't going to tell us, but Pablo Sandoval ends up on first on a very weird play, but immediately the double play ball is there and the inning is over. So Machado messes up covering the ball at third, but Paddock says, hold my beer, I got this one, guys.
Leading off for San Diego.
Looked like Longoria was turning victim of the double plays he used to turn so well. Oh, how the turntables.
Indeed, but now Austin Hedges,
Ball 1, no strike.
the catcher for these Padres. Kind of funny, I didn't even think about this, but in some of my reading for this game, I forgot that Pablo Sandoval used to also catch occasionally for these Giants back in his first stint from 2008 to 2014, as Hedges is going to get under that one. Running out, and underneath it. So that won't be any issue there for, I believe, Yastrzemski. My lineup card is all sorts of messed up. Chris Paddock, pitcher who grounded out in the second, will stay in to bat, so we'll at least see him for the bottom of the fifth. Giants already warming up 2 right-handed pitchers in their bullpen, so maybe they're thinking about taking Beatty out soon.
Beatty hasn't gotten any help offensively. It's so bad he's the only run production has come from himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting to look like Mike Leake out there with the D-backs providing absolutely no run support every single time Mike Leake comes out to pitch, and then, you know, Bumgarner comes out to pitch, and they're providing 11 runs here in this spot ball season. So sometimes it just doesn't work out for certain guys. That's going to be flared there to second. Easy play.
The batter, number 10, second baseman, Jurickson Profar.
Jurickson Profar getting ready to take his hacks once again. He's had a pretty terrible day, 2 Ks. Kind of surprising for a guy with a 374 on-base percentage. You just expect him to be able to take more walks, be a little more contact conscious, and get it in play.
Just hasn't gotten it done today, and once you dig yourself in a hole, it'll be tough to dig yourself out.
Indeed. Jurickson Profar does lead the Padres in home runs somehow with 10. And he tries to hit one there, but instead he's just going to foul it back. And, wow, hangs his hand out over the rail there. Buster Posey doing Buster Posey things. Profar gets out there, and we're midway through the 5th, halfway through this baseball game. It's the Padres 2, Giants 1.
Leading up for the Giants, the catcher, Buster Posey.
Paddock fires in the first pitch of his inning, and that is just absolutely roped down the line. So Posey makes the play behind the plate, now gets to bat himself.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
He's consistently trying to get Posey to bite out of the zone.
And, you know, Posey may do that, but Posey seems very content just not to swing at anything, as that curveball just loops itself into the outside part of the zone for the second strike in the inning. Or not the inning, the at-bat, excuse me. Well, also the inning, I guess. As that gets grounded over to second. Will it be in time? Bites him by a step over there. So Posey not able to get it done with the first at-bat in this inning, and the Giants will continue searching for some offense to support Beatty on the mound.
Or at second, took the perfect angle running back into that gap. Had enough time to make that throw.
Yeah, Mauricio Dubon playing some good second base. Not Dubon. Oh, man, I am just out of it today. That's Jurickson Profar. Wrong team.
We've all been there. We've all been
No,
there.
it's cause I looked at the wrong. I think I looked at the wrong roster for the Padres and the Giants, and so my lineup card is just so far out of order and position that it's not helping me out here today.
You know what? The first one that always shows is versus right-handed pitcher, and if it's not, everything could be different.
No, I know. I'm looking on the Ball website here, and I just think since no one likes the Giants, it's never been updated. As that one goes outside, ball 2-1.
It's a little miscommunication, kind of like the Players Association in MLB right now.
swung on there, the changeup.
I got 3-2.
And that one is swung on, hit hard, out to right field, going back, and over the head, trying to add a little style points to that one. Gets the out, though.
Brandon Crawford.
Now you got the top of the lineup, but not at the time you want. You're already with 2 outs. A bit late to try to get something going this inning.
Ball, that's out. That's ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes.
Brandon Crawford's been 0 for 2 on his day against Paddock, but finds himself in a really good hitter's count here, 2-0. Maybe Giants could get something going here. 2-out rally in the 5th. Takes a huge cut at that one, but is going to foul it back.
You know, I looked at the Giants growing up in a way where I had a soft spot for them because I didn't grow up around a lot of Brandons.
Okay. And they had quite a few.
Yeah,
as that one swung on. Strikeout. Yeah, they had Brandon Crawford. They had a couple others. Who are the other Brandons? You should know.
Belts.
There we go. Duh, I don't know how I forgot that. He's in this game too.
For the Padres, the left fielder, Tommy Pham.
You know, Bruce Bochy's got 2 B's in it, so it's not exactly Brandon, but you're getting close. You got the BR to start it off as that first pitch of Tyler Beattie's 6th inning is going to be fired out to right field. Not a problem. Hunter Pence able to get under that one.
Now batting, shortstop, Fernando Tatis Jr.
And now Fernando Tatis Jr., who's 1 for 2 on his day. Up here at the plate, trying to work his way back to just any semblance of a productive season, like an okay season at this point, I think would make him happy.
This is the heart of the lineup. This is where you want your heavy hitters, but he has just not lived up to that billing this season, not even close.
This pitch comes in from Beattie. Tatis Jr. is going to take that without a swing. 95-mile-an-hour fastball high. Once again, Beattie going high fastball, and it's working out. See him foul that one down. 1-2.
Ball, that's low.
All right, goes low, tries to get him to chase. That's actually not such a bad pitch there. Maybe a breaking ball would have been better. Well, I don't know about that, as that pitch is just absolutely throttled. That was a no-doubter. The outfielders didn't even move. Tatis Jr. hits that 113 miles an hour, 438 feet. And the Padres extend their lead 3-1 over the San Francisco Giants.
That was smoked.
Yeah, it wasn't even hit that high. He just turned on it, and man, everyone knew. He knew, the pitchers knew, the outfielders knew. People 5 miles away knew that was going to be a home run.
People that just docked at the ISS knew.
They saw it. It was that well hit. And that will be the end of Tyler Beattie's day. So what started out as an excellent outing, getting just over 3 scoreless innings, providing the RBIs himself. Beattie will be removed from this game, currently facing the loss, down 2 runs. And it'll be Sam Coonrod, who's shown up in 32 games. He's been a workhorse for these Giants, getting a 3.53 ERA. Pretty solid average against, a little better against lefties than he is righties. But, In clutch situations, maybe less so. 0 for 1 in save opportunities, but he comes in here in the 6th to face Manny Machado. Machado swings hard at that one. The slider from Coonrod comes in there for the 2nd strike. You know, that's interesting because I'm not even sure Coonrod really has a slider. But he's going to hit that one over to the pitcher, and that's going to be an easy play there. That will be 2 down in the inning.
Right fielder, Frankie Cordero.
This is what the Giants need. Just clean innings.
Indeed. Coonrod, a guy that relies predominantly on his fastball, throws over 50% career pitches being that 4-seamer. Does have a curveball, sinker, changeup also in his repertoire. We also saw a slider according to the show.
1-1.
That fastball is going to be missed, swung on by Cordero. Cordero's going to get contact once again, but Coonrod is sprinting in there, and he's going to grab that one. So call that 3-1, and that'll end the inning here for the Padres. However, midway through the 6th, following that Tatis Jr. home run, they lead it by 2 over the Giants in this beautiful night in San Francisco.
Leading up for the Giants, the second baseman, Mauricio.
Well, Paddock comes back out for the 6th. We see 2 arms in the Padres bullpen, but they're going to see how much longer Paddock can bring it. Andres Munoz and Matt Strahm, a righty and a lefty in the double barrel action.
Hey! 1-1.
Paddock gonna have to go through the center of this Giants lineup if he wants to stay in and complete this 6th inning. Get his quality start.
In all likelihood, this is his last inning, so he's got to make it count. Keep himself in line for the win and keep the solid gap over the Giants.
Well, he's 2-2 here, pretty even now on Mauricio Dubon.
You know, there's a line from hockey that says a 2-goal lead is the most dangerous lead. And I think that applies to baseball too. It kind of gives a false sense of security a little bit. If you let it get too comfortable, you can get bit.
Now batting, the right fielder, Hunter. 10.
And we're back there. 0-0 count now. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th to Hunter Pence. He's gonna make a... I swear the ball was like almost in the catcher's mitt before he started to go, and maybe that's why he tried to hold up, but just wasn't able to. Either way, it'll be a strike there for Pence, and Paddock's trying to deal here in the 6th. Woof! Gets Pence to swing again. Man, that was a rough one there. Pence, I think, thought he had a home run. Instead, he whiffs. And he's going to strike out on 3 pitches. The changeup goes low, nicks the zone, and Paddock's up to 9 strikeouts through 5 2/3.
Back-to-back to start out this inning. Beautiful, just clips the zone. And he was just left frozen in the batter's box.
Now 2 different pitchers in the bullpen for the Padres. Not sure why they switched. Either way, that's going to be quickly hit out to right field. Not a problem. Paddock makes it through 6. He's got his quality start. Now Hosmer, Grisham, and Hedges trying to add to his lead. Maybe add an insurance run or 2.
Leading off for the Padres, the first baseman, Eric Hosmer.
And you know, Gene SH29, as much as I'd love to answer whatever your question is, I do not speak, I think, Korean. So if you can put it in English in the chat, I can answer your question for you. Coonrod continues to deal here for the Giants.
I could see why that might be an issue.
Oh, you want to know what the result was of the Houston Yankees game? Shout out to Google Translate for nailing it for me. 1 second. As that ball is flared out. Crawford there at shortstop, able to find it himself.
Now batting.
The Yankees actually didn't play Houston today. They played Seattle, and the Yankees won by 12. The Houston Asterisks were not included in the Bot Ball broadcast today. You know, we don't always like giving cheaters a platform.
Houston plays the Mets starting tomorrow at 3:45 Eastern Time.
Well, there you go. So if you want to tune in for that one, Gene SH29 should be a good game. Got Zoe Alter and Matthias. I'm not sure if I've heard Matthias, but Zoe is a great caller here for Bot Ball. That one's going to be called a strike. Blue, all of a sudden, given some leniency down there at the bottom of the zone. That slider had a lot of late action, and I think it dropped a foot or so below the zone. But either way, it's going to be called a strike, and the count's even 2-2.
He's been very comfortable out there.
And Coonrod's going to get it there. His first strikeout on the day, but he's just been mowing through these Padres batters. I don't think anyone's really given him much trouble. You know, just some lazy pop flies, some ground outs, and finally the strikeout there.
Perfect breaking stuff. He's a precision artist right now.
Ball one, no strike.
And that pitch will go low, 2-0. And, you know, we'll talk about the upcoming schedule as Eva Lenzuela77 asking what's coming up, and as Cookie, one of the best announcers here on Bot Ball, as that pitch goes inside 3-0, tells you. Dodgers playing Atlanta up next, and in fact, Cookie's going to be on the call. And if you want to continue the NL West party tonight, Duggo and Frango Mint will be taking the Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies, as that's going to be a 4-pitch walk for Coonrod. So all of a sudden, the wheels just kind of come off for Coonrod's control.
He's still got 2 outs in the inning, so still got that cushion to support his mental fortitude.
Well, there we go. We're using like SAT words here on the Bot Ball broadcast as that pitch comes inside 1-0.
It's weird what they're doing with standardized tests right now. They're holding the tests, but only in places that are open. And if you're
No. So I just had to. As that ball is going to get hit to third, that's a. Oh, it's not a double play ball because it doesn't matter. They're already 2 out, so that'll end the inning there. Coonrod gets through it, no problem. And as we head to the stretch, the Padres lead the Giants by 2 runs. But I just had to take the GRE at home.
Oh, wow.
Like at my desk with someone watching me the whole time on my webcam. So, you know, if you thought things were being creepy, just imagine taking a 4-hour test with someone staring at you. As Brandon Belt comes up here to lead off the 7th inning for the Giants.
Probably going to have to do the same thing with the LSAT.
Yeah, so you know the pain. It's a little weird seeing that webcam light just flashing on and occasionally someone, you know, coming on your speakers and telling you to stop doing something.
I haven't experienced that yet. I'm anxiously awaiting.
Well, I'm glad to be done with testing and focused back on bot ball as we see quickly a 3-0 count to Brandon Belt with Kung Fu Panda on deck.
Up next for the Giants. The first
I'm surprised
baseman.
they let Paddock come out for the 7th, and he might be losing his last bit of gas.
Yeah, well, you are right. It looks like they were going to give him the shortest of leashes. And that original walk there is going to end Paddock's day at 94 pitches. He will get the quality start, though. The runner on first will still be charged to him should he come around to score Brandon Belt. But we will see Andres Munoz, who got up in the pen, then got sat down in the pen, and then got back up. And I'm not sure that's what you want to do with a guy who has a 6.92 ERA. I think you just kind of want to calm him down.
He's pitched in a lot of games this season. He's had a few that have gotten really out of control. Now, on top of that, you've got a potent hitter up with nobody out.
Pablo Sandoval, the Kung Fu Panda. He's ready here at the plate as that one goes a bit high. Supposedly, Andres Munoz doesn't know where his pitches are going, according to the members of the chat, which I guess, like you said, at 102 miles an hour there on the four-seamer, makes a bit of sense, but...
I mean, when you throw that fastball...
But I'd be terrified if my MLB pitcher...
I mean, it's an arm missile, but you saw it in the early days of Aroldis Chapman. They can be really wild because even the slightest mistake gets amplified.
Indeed, but he's going to nail that one right on the zone. The clutch 3-0 pitch to get the strike. 3-1. Oh! Pop! Sandoval, the Kung Fu Panda, hits that one an absolute mile. And we got a tie game here, folks. His fourth on the year, 415 feet. And Munoz might not know where his pitches are going when he throws them, but he also didn't know where that one was going when it got hit. And Kung Fu Panda's having himself a game. He's my player of the game so far.
The answer to that is McCovey Cove. What a day for Pablo Sandoval.
He strutted his stuff after hitting that one, kind of just walked there, and man, did that go in the cove. That was just straight on out of here into the water. Unfortunately, in the show, they don't actually have any of those like kayakers or canoers out there getting ready to go find the ball. Oh my, what a play, even though he's not able to get the out on that one, and that's going to be yet another hit for the Giants here in this inning. Just the fact that that was knocked down over there in the hot corner impressed the heck out of me. Manny Machado showing you why maybe he does get paid the big bucks. Man, things are happening so quick in this game. Jerks and Profar able to catch that one there at second for the first out here in the inning. And now Sam Coonrod, the relief pitcher, who does... Nope, he's not going to come out. JK, they sent him all the way to the plate. But now Wilmer Flores, I do believe, if he kept his number from the Diamondbacks, will be out here to bat. 41. And it will be. So Wilmer up here, 262 on the season, takes that 102 mile an hour fastball for a ball.
Control's consistently been an issue for Munoz, even though he hasn't been out there that long.
1-1 count here, even from Munoz.
No, that's down.
The catcher just not able to catch that one. Austin Hedges. It hit your glove. You should be able to do that. Either way, on the passed ball, the Giants will be able to move a runner into scoring position. Austin Hedges has got to be just kind of hitting himself for that one. Not really sure what about that pitch made it unhandleable. Either way, it'll now be 3-1.
Flores is doing his best, putting up a good fight.
Sorry, Brandon, I'm freezing a bit again here. Not a banner internet day.
Wilmer Flores is continuing to fight him off.
Take your base, ball four.
The batter, number 35. Shortstop.
Takes that walk, so Wilmer Flores gets it done as a pinch hitter. Just one down here for the Giants, and they got runners on first and second, so all of a sudden they're threatening to take the lead now, and the Padres decide they need to change it up. Munoz comes out of the game, and Craig Stamen comes in. He's pitched in 36 games so far this year, which is absolutely amazing. That's a heck of a lot of baseball for this early in the season. Kind of a workhorse figure like Andrew Chafin, maybe some of those lefty specialists, but now with that 3-out rule here for pitchers, that's quite a few pitches that he's had to throw so far. Hopefully, his arm feeling good, he's ready to go.
He comes in a pretty treacherous situation.
Nope, outside.
Craig Stamens. Whoa, that's going to be all the way to the wall, and they are going to be able to make the play. Woo! As they're going to drop the throw in. The entire Padres infield today just can't catch anything, whether it's Austin Hedges behind the plate, Manny Machado getting hit like in the chest with a baseball and just kind of dropping it. Some weird plays going on, but they get the second out, so now they just need one more to get out of this one.
Ron has consistently struggled today and all season with runners in scoring position.
Wild influx of Korean languages being spoken in our Twitch chat. That ball's going to be launched. It's going to go all the way to the wall. That's going to score at least one. The Giants will take the lead. They'll hold the runners at second and third, though. My, oh my. Mauricio Dubon has not been playing well recently, but that RBI double is going to make his manager very, very happy there. And he comes in and is able to slide into second for a nice double right there.
What a big clutch extra base hit. Now you got a guy who doesn't have the best average this season, but his experience in these situations.
Nope, that's inside.
Hunter Pence takes the first pitch for a ball. Is going to swing on that one, and it's going to barely get by the second baseman. And, oh, another run's going to come to score. The throw to second's in time. There we go. So, they will get Hunter Pence at second, but he will bring more runs home to score. And, wow, just a terrible inning for the San Diego Padres. They were leading by 2 during the stretch. Now they're down by 3. And, yikes.
Now pitching for the Giants. Number
The hitting
64.
came in big time, and the base running bug finally bit the Giants, but the bats had already done plenty.
Leading off for San Diego, the second baseman, Harrison Profar.
That's going to be called for a strike in there. 0-1 from Sean Anderson. Throws that first pitch at a 93 miles an hour, so all of a sudden a dip in speed. Why is everyone speaking Korean to us on the chat?
Oh my goodness, I don't know.
Like,
I'm with you, JBot161. What incarnation sums up my emotions exactly?
I mean, hey, baseball's a universal language, but I can't help answer their questions very well. I'm trying to Google Translate as best I can as that ball's hit up to the pitcher. Sean Anderson throws over, able to get it in time over to Pablo Sandoval there for the first out, and Jurickson Profar quickly retired.
Nope. Ball 1.
1-0 outside.
I mean, look, if it was Spanish, I could do a little bit better.
Yeah, yo puedo hablar mucho español, pero not Korean. As that goes outside, 2-0.
Where in Arizona are you from?
Phoenix, Central Phoenix.
So I'm assuming you grew up speaking a decent amount of Spanish then?
No. I'm blonde and white. No one really looks at me and is like,
3-0.
I mean, I'm also pale and Jewish, but I had an aunt who lived in Nogales for a really long time. And
yeah, see, Nogales is a border town. I'm about 3 hours from the Mexican border, so it's a little bit different of a setup there. As the count goes to 3-1 now, Sean Anderson to Tommy Pham. That'll be grounded to second. Quick play over to Sandoval, and that'll be the second out there. So 4-3. Mauricio Dubon gets it done. And Nogales is a beautiful city, though. I don't know if you ever got a chance to visit.
no, I didn't. She was there for a while, but by the time I was born, she was out in Santa Monica, California.
All right. Well, at least Santa Monica doesn't have a wall directly through the middle of the town. As Fernando Tatis Jr. comes up to bat here, does have a home run to his name today that was pretty critical for getting one of those San Diego Padres runs, but he's going to need to do a lot more than that if the Padres want to get back in this one. 2 down here in the top of the 8th, only 4 outs left for him here, and they got to get 3 runs.
Big hole, but Tatis has been doing well today.
And that's an out. So, the Padres now only got 3 outs to get 3 runs, but before that, the Giants have a chance to make up a couple more and make the Padres' job even harder.
Now pitching for San Diego.
Padres will throw in Matt Strom, who maybe should have been one of their earlier options given his 2.97 ERA and absolutely stellar average against on this season. Nearly a 4-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. So he's really been throwing the ball well for the Fathers here this year as Mike Yastrzemski comes to the plate.
Love any insurance runs you can get here, but
I got the count 0-2.
You don't really need them.
You don't really need them. It's a very comfortable position for the Giants. I was talking about earlier how the 2-run lead is potentially the most dangerous, but once you're at 3, you're pretty comfortable because any runs you give up after that to you becomes treacherous, and you don't have to play offensively worrying about it. You can hit more freely.
Indeed. I mean, still a save situation, but, you know, the easiest save situation, so... We'll see who the Giants actually end up bringing out to pitch that one, but before that, Matt Strom's going to throw an absolutely fantastic changeup with the motion there. Just kind of drops right at the end. Nice little spin in action, and Yastrzemski just swings right over it.
Could not hold up, was too tempted. Goes back to the bench.
0-1's the count.
Brandon Belt down 0-1 to Strom. As Strom fires into the plate, he swings on that one, and that's going to be hit super hard. Hopefully all the media personalities over there filming the game are okay.
One ball, 2 strikes to count.
They've taken worse, I'm sure.
You know, our Korean fans really like FedEx, which I think means Padres. Google Translate not nailing it once again, as Giants here now facing a 1-2 count with Brandon Belt.
No, I think FedEx is the most direct, literal translation of Padres.
And, yeah, they're not wrong. They're saying that the Dodgers are strong in Korean. That's accurate. Man, we have so...
I mean, this is incredible.
I've never had one Korean message in the chat, and now, like, everyone. We're going global here on Botball. Our reach is expanding 2-2.
I mean, hey, we're look out, KBO. We're coming for you.
Now they're asking what Korea just did, and I don't know. As that pitch goes in there, Matt Strom's coming in and just firing on all cylinders for the Padres. Once again, I think he was the reliever they really wanted to bring in during that critical 7th inning, and instead they tried to, you know, bring the heat with Munoz, and Munoz just did not get it done.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Even Pablo Sandoval looks a little confused, able to pull his swing back there, but almost a strike.
He's been incredible today. He could give some more cushion.
3-0 the count.
That one goes high, 3-0 there now. So, you know, I said Strom was working efficiently, gets through the first 2 outs pretty quickly, but looks like he's worried about Pablo Sandoval, which I guess I don't blame him, as Sandoval's going to get another hit that's fair. That's going to go right into the corner, but, you know, Kung Fu Panda's the slowest person on the planet, and what? He's safe. He's safe. I don't know how. I mean, Pablo Sandoval has to hit it a really far ways to get a double on that one. We'll watch the replay.
Went all the way to the corner. And how was he safe? Get out of the way of the tag.
Yeah, he was out. I swear I saw that tag and he was out. Yeah, J-Bot, I'm with you. I want to challenge that as well. Unfortunately, they won't let me manage the San Diego Padres. Not sure why. I've called their organization multiple times saying I'd be a pretty good guy for the job.
AJ Preller's really into you, according to sources.
I hope. As Evan Longoria now here has a chance to extend the Giants' lead at 1-1.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
As even more Korean speakers come into our chat. Pitch goes over. And that'll be an easy out there. So Matt Strom able to avoid the problems with the double there. And we're going to head to the top of the ninth. The Padres need to get 3 runs in order to tie it, 4 to win. Brandon, I don't like their chances.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Your attention, please. These changes for San Francisco. Now pitching and batting in the 7th spot.
Okay, so as Tony Watson comes in here to shut it down, I guess, for the Giants, despite his 7.63 ERA. Not sure he's the kind of guy I'd bring in a save situation, especially versus Manny Machado. But I think we figured out why our Korean friends in the chat don't know the schedule, because, you know, their time zone is so far different from ours.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah.
In fact, they're a day ahead.
You know, you're looking at, and going back to the game, you're looking at Watson's ERA and you're wondering why he's in this situation. And you go back to our discussion at the beginning of the game and wonder, how did we get here with both of these teams doing so poorly in the 2020 MLB ball season? And it's not one thing. It's just bad all over.
Well, we see Manny Machado trying to stay in here, but he's not going to do much with that sinker low. In fact, I don't think that was going to go across the plate, but even if it was, kind of that low moving ball, that downwards action, I'm not even sure that's something you want to swing against. And, well, you don't want to swing against that one either, and Manny Machado's going to go down on strike, so as much as we questioned the Watson move here, pans out, I guess, gets the best batter in the Padres lineup out on strikes.
Now you come up with a guy who's been red hot today.
Inside, ball
1-0. Frankie Cordero, though, has been a guy that's gotten it done for the Padres today when they've needed it. Didn't get enough done, but that's mostly because his teammates aren't helping him out too well.
Now, come on, inside.
That's going to be hit right up the middle. Frankie Cordero continues his excellent day, but it'll be stopped at a single there.
The batter, the first baseman, Eric.
And that happens in a position where the Padres absolutely need something to get started. Is even the smallest thing, just a single up the middle, could be the spark for something you need.
Indeed, we'll see what they can do with it here as Eric Hosmer's up to bat. The double play ball is in motion. Oh, he misses. Wait, no, he gets it. Okay, there's only one out there. I would like to see that again. Maybe that was just weird on my screen, but did that, like, hit off his glove and then... Okay. Just a weird angle, I guess. Looks like it barely missed being caught. And they're only able to get the lead runner there at second. But the Padres are technically still alive here.
But it's not looking good, and Trent Grisham is not necessarily the guy that inspires confidence in this situation.
That is very true. Trent Grisham's not who I'd want up right here. But I think the Padres understand they've lost this baseball game, and it's pretty much the ship sailed.
That's a ball.
Ooh, just outside 2-0. So Tony Watson moved through 2 batters, but kind of throwing around Trent Grisham here, which is a weird call, seeing as all of the batters he's faced before now were far, far harder outs.
Expect him to go to the fastball here to try to get back on track.
Well, he doesn't go with the fastball, goes with the sinker, but does get back on track, 2-1. Sinker's worked well this inning. You know, I say that, but then he immediately tries to throw one outside. Walks the batter here, and the tying run does come to the plate.
Full count.
Austin Hedges is not the best hitter in the world on deck, but still, it puts him in an even better spot.
Swung on, fouled down. We'll do it again. It's a full count here. This is the final strike for the Padres. The Giants fans get to their feet. Pitch comes in from Watson. Swung on, missed. That's the game. And the Giants will take this one here. They remain basement dwellers of the NL West, but they're able to get one back here today. And they creep a little bit closer to 400. And, you know, they stave off being the worst team in the National League for just a little bit longer as the Pirates continue to struggle mightily down there. You know, honestly, a game that was really lost by the Padres bullpen, if anything. An excellent start, but Munoz just not able to get anything done, really. And then Coonrod came in and was able to just be solid for the San Francisco Giants. They get 5 runs in the 7th inning, and as you and I both kind of predicted, Pablo Sandoval is your player of the game.
Yeah, Pablo Sandoval did everything and more for the Giants. He was a big powder keg on that offense, and they made the most of the late game opportunities because the Padres got such a great start from Chris Paddock, but once the game out, the bullpen could not keep the Giants at bay. Andres Munoz in particular got peppered, and Sandoval was the one who took the most advantage.
Well, we're going to go through the highlights here real quick to give you a summary of this game. As you see, Beatty, the San Francisco Giants starting pitcher, getting an RBI in this one. He wouldn't end up getting the win, but I think he'll take the RBI and his team getting the victory. But then the Padres battled back in the top of the 4th when Cordero doubled down to left. Only got 1 RBI, but was just kind of perfectly placed ball right there. And then Hosmer said, you know, I want to get in on this action. Puts one out there in shallow center, scores another run, and all of a sudden it looked like the Padres, after Tatis Jr. hit this absolute monster of a home run, really had control of this game. But that clearly wasn't the case, huh, Brandon?
No, it wasn't the case. The Giants got the momentum back because once Paddock was out of the game, there was absolutely nothing that the Giants couldn't do. Dubon got called out in this strike, and that ended things in the 6th, but things really got out of hand once things came around to the 7th inning.
Yeah, and then you get this just monster hit from Pablo Sandoval. He's showing you why he's still out there making things happen for these San Francisco Giants. Back from his stint with the Red Sox. And Dubon then continued it on with just this beautiful double to left that just went so far down the line, gave even Pablo Sandoval time to score. Or not Pablo Sandoval, I forget who was there. And then, you know, just the Giants kept chipping away, and they got that 3-run lead, and that's all they needed.
Then easy close of the door. Giants offense really caught fire late, took advantage of the poor bullpen pitching from San Diego, and it's a jockey battle for the bottom of the NL West, but it's the Giants who got the better today.
Indeed, the Padres had a chance to get back up there with the Rockies with a win of their own today and a loss by Colorado, moving into 3rd place. Instead, they'll now drop a game and a half back of 3rd place in the division and fall. You know, it's not even worth us analyzing how far back these two teams are. They're not competing in the NL West. It's just not going to happen. In fact, I don't think they're going to compete, either of these teams, for playoff spots. we saw a lot of issues with both of these teams today, despite one of them literally just having to get the win.
You know what's crazy is we're having a streak of really fast games here today. Next,
Don't leave yet, because that's going to be a great game. Atlanta versus LA, the Braves versus the Dodgers. That's going to be a fun one. It'll be Cookie Eater, an all-star broadcaster, on the call for that one, Jake, and that should be a really fun game.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the Braves beat the Dodgers down, I don't think there is a group of people on Earth I hate more than Los Angeles Dodgers and their fans. You know, I'm not pulling any cards here. It's hot take Jake hours now that this game's done. Pablo Sandoval. Oh, sorry.
Does Phoenix have a little brother complex?
What?
Does Phoenix have a little brother complex to LA?
No, we just hate LA. Like we just hate LA sports teams because like who else are we gonna be rivals with? Like no one else lives. No, F Corporal, I don't hate you and Cookie. You guys get exceptions to the Dodger hater rule. But when you're cheering for the Dodgers, I do hate you, yes. So like every other, you know, occasionally I just have to rein myself in. In fact, while we're talking about the man, he shows up in the broadcast booth with us. Cookie Eater 45, how you doing tonight?
Well, I would have been doing a lot better if you weren't just trashing me for liking the Dodgers.
Wait, but Cookie, this is our tradition. I trash you for liking the Dodgers. You make fun of the fact that the Diamondbacks will never win a division race, and you know, like it's fine.
It is tradition, but you know, what can I say? Go Dodgers and Arizona. I think they're late night today, aren't they?
Oh, they're right on after you. It'll be Duggo and Frango Mint on the call.
Now, depending how this Dodgers game goes, I might be able to root for those Diamondbacks because they're far enough back. You know, I feel okay. I can support them a little bit. I'd love to see you guys get a wild card, but just don't get too close. You're not allowed to take the division from me.
No, Cookie, I know why you want us to get a wild card, and it's so you can beat us in the first round of the real playoffs after we win the wild card game in a sweep, and I don't appreciate that, okay?
You know, I never thought of that, but that would be nice.
That's pretty much what happens every time the Diamondbacks go to the playoffs. I don't want to talk about 2017.
I don't think anyone does.
In this conversation, and I just feel shades of Yankees Twins all over this.
Are you a Twins fan?
No, I'm a Yankees fan, but I get the sentiments as being the same.
I mean, I think the Dodgers-Diamondbacks rivalry is a little more developed than the Twins-Yankees one, even though that playoff series was, again, disappointing for me. I should just start choosing teams with the larger payroll, but that has not been my life experience.
Then you're just selling out.
Well, you guys are then both selling out. Come on, a Yankees fan and a Dodgers fan? Like, there's nothing more selling out in baseball, if you ask me, than that.
I'm from New York, man.
Choose the Mets. I'm kidding.
Nobody
Don't choose
likes
the
the
Mets.
Mets.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, take the Yankees. You're good.
All right, well, I think we'll hand it off to Cookie Eater now. You got this?
Yeah, I got this. If you guys need to go, if you want to stick around, feel free to. I'm not going to shoo anybody out of the booth.
You know, well, Garrett's just flipping different ways.
I don't know what he's even looking at.
No, neither do I.
We're going through these league leaders.
So quick that I can't even really read anything, but yeah. Patrick Corbin does have 2 complete games on the season, but look at Madison Bumgarner down there. D-backs, but Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers is coming up next. Kershaw's been pitching lights out here this ball season.
Both of his complete games
Water
are
and sweat.
I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounces. If a chick with me, she like big house.
But yeah, it's going to be a fun matchup today. David Price and Mike Soroka.
That's a pretty darn good pitching matchup. I got my money on David Price, but you know the Braves can play a good brand of baseball too. And if I remember correctly, David Price's last start left a little more to be desired.
That would be putting it lightly. Price has been struggling of late. It's been kind of awful. His starts have almost been an automatic loss. I think the majority of the Dodgers' loss last few weeks have been in Price starts. The rest of the rotation has done a pretty good job of helping build that lead on the Diamondbacks, but Price has, like you said, left some to be desired. Facing Atlanta today, it's going to be a tall task, and Mike Soroka has been pretty darn good, if not exceptional. So, you know, maybe we see David bounce back at home in his new home out in LA, or maybe we see Atlanta take the first game of the series. Who knows? It's a mystery to all of us.
Well, it's a mystery that I'll be paying close attention to. My dog is giving me runaround indications that she really needs to go outside, so I guess that'll be it for me here today. Thanks, Brandon, for a fun game, and Cookie, best of luck to the Braves.
All right, go Dodgers. Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Brandon, as well, as we just toggle through 10 minutes to game time. Looking at some of these Dodger stats. Mookie Betts, one of the better hitters for these Dodgers. The rental acquisition, batting almost 300 with 12 homers. Been a nice piece at the top of that rotation. Of course, in the MLB, his acquisition might be a big win for the Red Sox if he doesn't really even get to play a game for these Dodgers. But he's been great out there in Hollywood. 7 for 7 on stolen base. His OPS right about 900. Hard to qualm at those stats. Really talented Dodgers lineup all around. He's followed by Mookie Betts, Cody Bellinger, Josh Peterson, Corey Seager, the rookie Will Smith at catcher, and the other rookie Gavin Lux at second, with Kike Hernandez filling at third base for Justin Turner. Well, Cody Bellinger struggled a little bit, even though he is the reigning MVP, but overall this lineup top to bottom has been pretty good. Especially seeing Will Smith, some surprising power numbers, maybe something to be desired in the average column, but 10 homers. Gavin Lux looking like a Rookie of the Year candidate, getting 260 with some pop. Really good lineup for these Dodgers. Solid bench as well with Taylor and Pollock, as well as Austin Barnes available. Take a quick peek at these Atlanta Braves. Obviously facing the left-hander today, we got Ronald Acuna Jr., one of the rising stars in the game, leading off in center. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second base. Really good numbers for him as well. Another young guy. Freddie Freeman, the veteran first baseman, having a heck of a season in the 3-hole. Been pretty red hot of late, as is the 4-hitter, the left fielder Marcell Ozuna, the former Marlin. Nick Markakis in right is going to bat 5th, followed by Travis D'Arnaud, the catcher, batting 6th. Those two, maybe not having as good of a season as those 1 through 4 guys, but the potential is there. Just got to see if they turn it around. Austin Riley gets the reps at third base with Josh Donaldson out of town, now with the Twins, and Dansby Swanson having a bit of a slow start in the 8-hole, playing short, and Mike Soroka, of course, going to get the start on the mound. Solid bench for these Braves as well. Flowers, Duvall, Inciarte, along with Johan Camargo and Hechavarria. Really give them some good options with a little bit of pop late in the game should they need it. Hechavarria great defensive shortstop as well. They could definitely use his glove later in the day if they need it. Of course, I think most of their middle infielders are pretty good fielders in them themselves anyways. I'm no Braves expert though, so don't hold me to it. But I think we'll get this one underway. Maybe a little bit ahead of schedule. I don't really mind if we do. Out at Dodgers Stadium in Hollywood. And we're getting this one underway. We see just some stats for some of these pitchers over their last 10 games. I don't really care to look at those too much, but we will say Price actually doing better than Soroka over their last 10. So whatever. But it's time, everybody, for Dodger baseball. The Atlanta Braves coming in 4 games back of the Washington Nationals in the NL East, currently in line for that second wild card, facing off against the NL West leading Los Angeles Dodgers. Their 5.5 game lead on the Arizona Diamondbacks. David Price takes the mound, 2-5 record, 5.47 ERA, whip right at 1.5. Walking a lot of batters, not getting not an exorbitant amount of strikeouts, but not horrible in that department either. And he's going to face a very hitter-friendly
leading off tonight for Atlanta
lineup, starting with Ronald Acuna Jr., who will take his cuts. Facing David Price, first pitch going to be delivered low at 8:57 on the East Coast.
First pitch, 7-11.
Thank you for tuning in, everybody. It's a great Monday night, first day of June. Price missing low again, 2-0. Cutter, so early control issues for Price. Cookie with the solo call tonight. Bit of a rarity to see the solo call nowadays, but here we are. Fun to get a little Vinny action for you. Go ahead and get our crawl nice and updated for everybody, as I neglected to do that at the start of the game. While I was taking care of that, Price has worked back in the count, 2-2, so not all hope is lost in this at-bat. Two pitch, going to be hit up in the air. Gavin Lux goes back into shallow right center. He'll make the catch for the first out. So 5 pitches, David Price has 1 away. He just has 3 more hitters to get through that really dangerous top 4 in this Braves lineup. Next up is Ozzie Albies. 280 with double-digit homers.
That's inside.
All these 1 through 4 hitters are hitting right about double-digit homers, if not greater. Average sitting in the high 200s to even in the 300s. So very dangerous top 4. A lot of these Braves wins and losses probably come with when these 4 are on their game or off their game. Fouling one off here, making it 2-1 to Ozzie Albies, the second baseman. He's just a fun guy to watch, Ozzie. I think he's someone you always want in your team. Has solid glove, solid speed, and of course can really handle a bat as well, both for contact and power. 2-2 pitch to Ozzie Albies from David Price.
Full count.
Missing low, so it'll be a full count, 3-2. Freddie Freeman stands on deck. Strike 3 called. Ho ho ho. Albies thought he had ball 4.
Batting third.
The home plate umpire says, no, you're out of here. So that'll make it 2 away, and now we'll have some lefty-on-lefty action for maybe a early MVP candidate in the form of Freddie Freeman, batting .333 with 17 home runs. Take ball 1 low. Freeman having a phenomenal season. Gives some good defense at first base as well. Fouls one off. But 1 pitch from Price, gonna miss high, 2-1. Be interested to see the splits on Freddie Freeman to see how he hits against righties versus lefties. Obviously facing the lefty here, so you would think maybe a little bit less dangerous than normal, but still, this is potentially the best player in the National League this year. Obviously a lot of great hitters in that Arizona lineup as well, but man, we're really seeing great things from Freeman. He'll ground this one to second, though. Gavin Lux charges it, flips it over to Muncy. So it'll be a 1-2-3 getting to start the day for David Price. We'll head now to the bottom of the first inning. That's Muncy and Bellinger due up. You're watching late night, not late night. You're watching Evening Baseball here on Twitch TV, and we'll see Mike Soroka take the mound now. 6-5 record ERA, a hair under 4. 1.3 whip. About 60 strikeouts and 72 innings worked. Only walked 20. He's done a great job of commanding that strike zone. Getting some outs with the strikeout, some outs when the ball is in play. Nice and balanced.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the right fielder.
We will now face the top of the not the Tigers. Getting my teams mixed up, folks. The top of the Dodgers order, starting with Mookie Betts, we saw is currently leading All-Star voting in the NL. Hopefully we can start to provide some updates on those All-Star votes for you guys. Voting obviously beginning now with that All-Star game. Believe it or not, only about 6 weeks away now. Happens in mid-July. We're already to June. And when the Betts is going to be fouled back, just a little tap on it. They'll become 0-2. Be one of the best hitters in this Dodger lineup. A lineup that has many guys kill your pitching staff on any given night. Doesn't do it here in this first at bat, though. He'll go down on 3 pitches. Soroka looks sharp. And the breaking stuff. It's going to be 1 away. Max Muncy. For Soroka, I'd be a little disappointed. This is a Dodgers team that has 5 lefties in their everyday lineup. That doesn't count David Price, who I assume that's lefty as well. The only righties right now are Mookie Betts, Will Smith, and Kike Hernandez.
Ball. 2-0.
He's been on a tear.
That's inside. Ball.
3-0 count. So after the quick 3-pitch strikeout from Soroka, he's not. See, I'll follow this one off. The next 3-2. We grounded against the shift, and this is going to be trouble. There's nobody there. It might get all the way to the wall. No, it'll be cut off, but it'll be a stand-up double. Down the line and left for Max Muncy. Put a runner in scoring position, one away. Look at this. He just takes that. Not good contact, but guess what? With the shift on, it's a wide open gap. That's money right there, folks. See more and more players this season adjust to the shift, hit it against it. It's a trend I think we'll continue to see in years to come, players adjusting to the shift. Cody Bellinger gets a hold of one, hits it high, hits it deep, and that ball is gone. See ya. Two-run home run, Cody Bellinger. Wasn't the largest of shots, but it drives him and Muncy home. It's 2-0 Dodgers. Off the end of the bat, slicing the opposite way. Looks like there might have been a chance for the left fielder. Who's that, Ozuna? But it just kept carrying and just got out of here. That means Jock Peterson's going to have the bases empty. Still just one away. He'll swing and miss at a sinker that ended up below the zone for strike one.
One.
Soroka going right back with that same pitch this time. Taken by Peterson. I can't blame Mike for that. If they're going to swing at it, keep coming back with it. Why throw a pitch in the strikes and if you can get them to swing out of this? Good job by Peterson to adjust. He'll get a hold of the next pitch, though. This one's not going to be that much of a threat. It's going to be easy for Acuna to track it down there in center. There's going to be two away.
The shortstop,
Good bounce back by Soroka. Corey Seager. Get his cuts. Two away. Floating curveball. Make that a changeup. Just at 79 miles per hour. Dangerous location, but Corey takes it for strike one. Quickly 0-2, Corey Seager. He'll take the pitch inside. Waste pitch. We'll see where Soroka goes now. 1-2. Looks like he's looking down and inside again. Another slider. This one, though, going to be cut off by Freeland. Grounded towards that first base side. And Mike will cover the bag. So Cody Bellinger delivers the two-run bomb, looking more and more like the reigning MVP. It's going to be 2-0 Dodgers through one. We head now to the top of the second. You're watching Mabapa.
Leading off for Atlanta, the left fielder, Marcel.
David Price back out there. Marcell Ozuna, fourth and left fielder. All-star voting in the NL. Get his cuts. Price will deliver a first pitch strike. Ozuna, the new Brave. He was with the Cardinals the last few seasons. After, of course, Miami went on a fire sale a few years back, and that sent Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton all packing. That was one of the most talented outfields in all the major leagues. He never really did seem the same after Jose Fernandez passed in that boat crash. And of course, was sold to Derek Jeter and Co. And
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, the Marlins have actually been pretty decent this year in bop ball, but in real life, they've kind of become the joke of the league, right up there with the Mets. Make it a 2-2 count. Zuna making Price work. Next 2-2 pitch, another foul ball. So here's where Price has struggled. Saw in the pregame, he does have a complete game shutout this season, but other than that, it feels like he's had a lot of long at-bats, a lot of long innings, and a lot of times that's resulted in damage being done against him and him only lasting 4, maybe 5 innings.
Call. Count is full.
Finally, first one taken, but it's outside, 3-2. Nick Markakis stands on deck. It's a full count now. So Zuna will be defending. He's had a sharp eye on this at bat. That was another one. 10 pitches now. Let's see pitch number 11 to Marcelo Zuna. Another foul ball. Maybe a new bop ball record in the breaking right here. We're about to see the 12th pitch of this at bat.
Nope, ball 4. Take your base.
That'll finally miss. It's inside, so it'll be a 12-pitch walk for Ozuna.
That is it.
And that'll put a runner on first base for Nick Markakis. Both Nick and they are known on deck. Not had the best campaigns to date. Nick's had some pop, but his average down to 217. Well, that's better than a lot of players on my Tigers. Definitely not phenomenal. He'll get this one in the air, though, giving it a ride. And that'll be off the base of that short wall in right field for Mookie Betts. This will turn out to be a double for Nick, so
that is it. The catcher.
The broadcaster jinx strikes. Shows some prowess with the bat, pulls it. That'll put 2 runners in scoring position with still nobody away for the bottom part of this Atlanta order, starting with Travis D'Arnaud, catcher. He really has been abysmal this season, as he says before he throws a home run pitch, but D'Arnaud batting under 140. 2 homers, though, so
That's the ball.
2 homers might be among his very few hits. Kind of surprising we haven't seen Mr. Flowers on the bench in the lineup with the struggles D'Arnaud's had. 1-1 to Travis on the south side, so it'll be 2-1. Change up at 83.
Nope, ball.
And again.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Price might be shaken up after that double. Looking more like the David Price I've known the last few starts of his I've watched. We'll see if Atlanta can respond to those 2 runs from the Dodgers. 3-1 pitch is a 2-seamer that's just going to catch the strike zone, get the call, make it a full count. Price is already almost at 20 pitches thrown this inning, and he still hasn't gotten them out. Double play not in order. The 3-2 pitch going to be grounded to second base. He'll send the runner home. He'll score easily. It will make the throw to first base, though, so that'll change it to be 2-1. Dodgers still out in front.
The third baseman.
The runner from second advances to third, so it'll be a runner on third with 1 away. Austin Riley. Small sample size, but batting .500 with 4 homers. Gonna do some damage.
1-0.
Well, hopefully do some damage. One hole in the slow, so it'll be 2-0 to Austin Riley. Price needs to find the strike zone. It'd be nice to see the pitching coach come out just to calm him down a little bit, give him a few words.
3-0.
Boost the confidence a little bit. 3-0 now. Dansby Swanson's on deck. A walk isn't the worst thing because it would put the double play in order. 3-0 pitch.
Take your bait, ball 4.
I don't know where that missed, but they'll say it does. You're not going to have the benefit of the doubt pitching like that.
The shortstop.
Ball 4 puts runners on the corners, 1 out. Now Dansby Swanson is going to look to do anything other than ground into a double play. Okay, right about 230, 5 home runs. Driven in 21 so far, 2 months in. Really pressing this outside for ball 1.
1 ball, no strike.
So Dansby got a walk yesterday, otherwise was 0 for 4. One will be at the knees. It's 1-1. Braves threatening. Changing. Nasty pitch. Just dived out of the zone. Got swing and a miss. So it's 1-2 to Dansby Swanson. Let's see the pitch. Swing and a miss. High cheese gets him the cut.
Batting ninth. The pitcher.
No cigar here. Swing is right under that. That'll make it 2 away. Mike Soroka actually showing a little prowess with the bat so far this year, batting right about the same Dansby Swanson was, 227. He's gotten 6 RBI as well. Has a runner in scoring position in this at-bat. Of course, it's 2 away, not going to be bunting. Price making him look silly, though. It's 0-2. And swing and a miss, so a 3-pitch strikeout to his opposite number, and Price minimizes the damage. Atlanta gets 1 across, but the Dodgers stay out in front, and they look to build on that lead now. It's 2-1 Dodgers heading to the bottom of the second. You're watching a mailbox ball. We start with the catcher, Will Smith, who quite an average that might initially make you think, geez, this guy sucks. You see the 10 home runs. This guy's got some pop in that stick. I'm sure the Dodgers would love to see him be a bit more consistent with the bat, though, and hopefully that comes with his development. He's still a young catcher. 2-0, so seeing the ball good here. Of course, catching ends up so much more than just batting, because on your defensive side, you got to know all these pitchers, know their arsenals, know their tendencies, know what they like and what they don't like.
No strike.
Now, when you come to the ballpark every day, especially let's say today, Will Smith has to be on the same page as David Price. He needs to be on the same page as all the guys out in the bullpen. And then after all that, then he can focus on the same thing all of his teammates are doing. And make sure he's good with the bat. Tough job being an MLB catcher, so salutes to Will Smith. He's doing a pretty good job in this at-bat while I've been rambling. It's 3-1 to him, so very hitter-friendly count. He thought he had ball 4, but we will give that call to Soroka in the bottom part of the zone. It's going to be 3-2. Maybe that works to Will's favor. He'll take the next pitch. He hits it to the wall. Right center. He'll head into second base. So that'll be the second double of the day for the Dodgers. That's 11th of the year. That'll put a runner in scoring position for Gavin Lux. Lux takes ball one, batting .260, 9 homers. Swing miss to make it 1-1. I really think Gavin Lux has the potential to be the next big thing for these Dodgers. I talk about it every cast I do for him, but it's really remarkable as we see this one down the line, just inside that third base bag. Smith is going to chug home. Lux will head to second base. They're going to throw it to the cutoff man. There's going to be no throw to the plate. It's going to be 3-1. Back-to-back doubles. Get a run back for the Dodgers. The backswing, he just sliced it. There's no chance for Riley at third base. That means with one away, my bad, one on, still nobody away, Kike Hernandez. And third base, as many of you know, Justin Turner out with an injury. He should be due back potentially soon. We'll have to get an update on that for you from the team doctors in one of these upcoming Dodger broadcasts. Hernandez, though, doing a great job filling in here. Gets a hold of this one high and deep. See you later. Big dog's gotta eat. Second 2-run bomb and adds many innings for the Dodgers, and it's a 5-1 lead. Not much to say about that pitch. Looked like a sinker, a changeup, but it just hung, and Hernandez punished it. Right out toward Dodger Films. YouTube. I don't know if you ever know Bobby Crossman. He's a great YouTuber. It's right about where his season tickets are. Dodgers looking great today. David Price getting his first cuts. Still nobody retired here in the second inning. Back-to-back doubles from Smith and Lux, followed by the homer from Hernandez. Brings in 3. 2-1 David Price. Batting 154 despite the whole hitting thing being new to him. He, of course, pitched for the Rays, the Tigers, the Blue Jays, and Boston thus far in his career, all American League teams. So this is his first gig in the NL. 2-2 pitch to David Price. Going to be a swing and a miss. So made Soroka throw 5 pitches, but ultimately goes down on strike, so it's going to be one away. Finally, the first out of the inning for the Braves, so maybe that's the confidence boost Soroka needs. He'll now have to face Mookie Betts, Max Muncy at the top of the order to hopefully get out of the inning with putting down the 3 in order after allowing the first 3 to reach. He's doing a good job pitching to Betts. Gets the strike 1 and then the strike 2 pitch. Going to be fouled off. It's a bad contact from Betts. Timing may be screwed up. Base pitch with the slider. Makes it 1-2.
That missed. That's the ball. Counts full.
Boy. Great job by Mookie to lay off. Turns that 0-2 count into a 3-2, taking some tough pitches. Ultimately swings at ball 4, though. It's hit to the shortstop, and that's, of course, going to be trouble with Dancy Bronson playing there. Easily going to be flipped on to Freeland in time for the out, so that'll make it 2 away. Dansby Swanson there. Eve second. Gotta love some Dansby Swanson. 2 away. Next, Muncie. Double his last time. Swing and a miss on the first pitch in this at bat. Already 23 pitches this inning for Mike Soroka.
0-2.
Pitch number 24 going to be swung on and missed for strike 2. 0-2 to Max Muncie. He'll check the swing. Did he go? They'll peel it down the third and they say no dice. 1-2 pitch. Max Muncie
2-2's the count.
taking outside. 2-2. Does finally get a hold of one. But Marcelo Zuna hands it in left center. But we'll take a look back. Kike Hernandez goes in for Turner nicely. 2-run shot. He gets him out of his slump. Been in a mini slump of late. I don't think I mentioned that. It's 5-1 Dodgers, and as we head into the third inning, Atlanta are going to get their next chance to bat, top of the order. We'll take a look at the Dodgers pitching stats, and you can see on everything but strikeouts, they rank in the top 4 all around the National League. 4th in ERA, 2nd in WHIP.
Leading off for Atlanta.
They're obviously, I believe it was 8th in strikeouts, so you'd love to see a bit better there. But all these pitchers have done a great job limiting the base runners, and that's limited the runs. And it's a testament to the quality defense this team has. And it's a quality staff of pitchers. They've got a strong bullpen and a rotation headlined by Clayton Kershaw and Walker Buehler. And, well, David Price and Alex Wood are great guys to fill in those 3 and 4 spots. Acuna gonna give a pitch a ride.
Batter number 1, second base.
He bets just as he few steps back to make the catch. Look at the standings coming into today. Dodgers up 5.5 on Arizona. Colorado 13 games out. Colorado really falling off the pack as San Diego and San Francisco not that distant from those Rockies at the bottom of the division now. Slowly shaping into more of a 2-team race after
0-1.
It looked like the Rockies were close to being able to hop both these Dodgers and the Diamondbacks midway through last month. But since then, the Dodgers have really lit fire on the spark. Near unstoppable. And David Price is actually finally looking good again today. He allowed the 1 run. 0-2 count now to Ozzie Albies. 1-2, race pitch, change up, maybe let out a little too early. Ball be fouled back. Some lucky fan back there is going to get a souvenir. Holds the count at 1-2. David Price going to deliver the next 1-2 pitch. This one going to be hit back up the middle. It's a base hit. First to the inning for the Braves. It'll put a runner on first base.
Now batting, the first baseman.
And as cliche as it is, that's exactly what they teach you when they're teaching you hitting. You want to hit it right back up the middle. I actually took some BP, I think it was yesterday. One of my old teammates. That's where I was aiming the whole time. I just wanted to hit it right back up the chute. Put it between those second baseman and shortstop positions. And
1-1.
It's the most balanced way to hit, really. I mean, typically if you pull the ball, it means you're a little bit early If you spray it the opposite way, usually it means you're a little bit late.
One, two.
One-two pitch to Freddie Freeman on this high.
2-2.
Next 2-2 pitch. Ripped foul. That would have been trouble, but just early. Keep it alive. Lefty on lefty. Freeman's trouble. Probably the best bat in this lineup. Broadcaster jinx. Perfection right there. He's saying he's the best bat. Results in that strikeout. Makes me look like a fool. Makes himself look like a fool too, for that matter. David Price has his 4th strikeout of the day. Now there's 2 away. Marcelo Ozuna.
No, that's out.
He's going.
So they're going to try and pick off the runner from first base. He almost gets into second, but Albies is caught. They got him napping. Sorry I'm not more enthusiastic. I was kind of just dumbfounded by what unfolded in front of me. Albies breaks off. Instead of going back to the bag, he'll be caught by only inches. That's what'll end the inning. So Ozuna is going to get another chance at that at-bat to lead off the next inning. But first, we'll see the Dodgers back in action, starting with Cody Bellinger. 3-4-5. 2 up, looking to build on a 5-1 lead.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the center fielder, Cody Bellinger.
So we'll get this inning started. Cody Bellinger giving one a ride again. Inches shy of his second home run of the day. That one just sliced a little too much. Instead, it's a ground rule double, hops over that. Boy, that fence can't be more than 3 feet high out there. So that'll put Cody on second. And of course, the big guy, 73, with the trivia.
Ball, that's low.
Okay, I think I caught my breath again. Only a select few can say they've made the 40-40 club. That, of course, meaning 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases. But can you name the last player to fall either 1 stolen base or 1 home run short of joining that elusive club? Go ahead and leave your answers in that chat. Mike Soroka's with the 1-2 count to Jack Peterson in the meanwhile. I'll have to start thinking about my guesses for that. Of course, this 1-2 is going to be grounded between that third base shortstop hole. They'll hold up Cody Bellinger at third with still nobody out. So the runners on the corners, first and third. Great job by Peterson to take that pitch, hit it the opposite way. The hint, the player is still active, and it's not Acuna Jr. I'll give a shot to Normally this is a player that's on one of the teams playing, but I'm going to go Jose Altuve. And then Corey Seager going to catch the zone with a strike 2. Rounded, knocked down by Freeman. Will he make the flip? He will. They do get one out on that play. Great job by Freeman to use his body to ultimately probably just save single and that runner advancing to third. Instead, they'll hold that runner to second. A run does come in on the play. Ellinger scores to make it 6-1 Dodgers, and that means we'll see a pitching change. Sean Newcomb out of the pen. ERA at 3.02. A great job limiting the average of his opponents. Doing a nice job in that long relief role, and they might ask him to eat a few innings coming in. Bottom of the third. Dodgers pouring it on early. Will Smith, first pitch. Gives it a ride, but it'll be playable for Ozuna and left for the first out.
The batter, number 9, second baseman, Gavin Lux.
Gavin Lux, strike 1. Jack Peterson still at second base. Dodgers with a chance to tack on one more. Lefty on lefty matchup.
No ball.
Newcomb actually could be pretty successful out of the pen because of just how many of these Dodgers are lefties. Another hint, this player played for both the Dodgers and Braves, although we'll see Gavin Lux fly out to foul territory. Long run for Ozuna, but makes the catch. And that does it in the third. Dodgers tack on another and knock Soroka out of the game. It'll be 6-1 Los Angeles through the first third.
Leading off for the break.
Answer is Matt Kemp.
Marcel Ozuna.
I believe Big Fundies, first one on that. Tries to throw strike 1 back out for the 4th inning. He's already outlasted his opponent, who is in line for the loss at this point.
That's a ball.
Of course, Matt Kemp, long time Dodger, spent a long time with these Dodgers.
1 and 2.
Came back briefly in, I want to say 2018.
That's a ball.
Put up pretty solid numbers, mostly as a pinch hitter, corner outfielder for these Dodgers before he was traded along with Alex Wood and Yasiel Puig to the Cincinnati Reds. There was a handful of other players in that deal. Mainly a salary dump. Is this ball catch line? Ozuna's going to have himself a stand-up double to start the 4th.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Yeah, Kemp.
Marquez.
We'll talk about Kemp in a second. We'll look at this swing just inside the line. Really nice piece of hitting to get a runner in scoring position to lead off the inning. Warrior baseball, you're only down by 5, so moving up the last tier makes you down by 3, and all of a sudden you're back into the game. Never really got going in Cincinnati in 2019 after that trade.
1 and 1.
I believe he was released at some point that season and he hasn't been back to the majors since. Of course, briefly before coming back to the Dodgers for his second stint. He was in Atlanta. See this ball handled by Muncy, flipped to Price. The runner will hold at second base, one away.
Now batting.
So Nick Markakis goes down.
Travis d'Arnaud.
Solid, if unspectacular, with Atlanta. Probably didn't earn his money's worth, but solid average and hit double-digit homers, so not too many complaints.
0-1.
That big season, though, 2011, when he hit 39 home runs and 40 stolen bases playing for the Dodgers. Came in second in MVP voting that year. One pitch dribbled down the line. Once he's going to run forward to tag the runner himself, D'Arnaud goes down, advances the runner to third. There's two away. David Price having a nice little fourth inning. With his pitch count, you think he's probably not going to be able to go more than maybe 5, 6. He gets really efficient here. Told not a horrible day for David Price. Really done a good job limiting the damage. Only 1 run so far. Of course, Austin Riley, even with the small sample size, dangerous bat. 500 with pop. Walked his first time up. Two-seamer will catch the zone, so make it 1-1.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Riley actually wears Matt Kemp's number 27.
Ball, outside.
Two pitch. Grounded foul, stays alive. Of course, every pitch fouled off here just increases the chance Price's day. And it's maybe even after 4, but probably after 5. Swing and a miss on the changeup, though, will end the inning. So David Price gets another K. It'll be Hernandez. Price bets 2 up. We'll see if they decide to go to the pinch hitter up by 5. I personally doubt it, but crazier things have happened. Of course, Kike Hernandez with a big 2-run shot his last time up to lead us off. It'll be 1-0. Luke Jackson, the right-hander, up in that Atlanta bullpen. Sean Newcomb getting a second inning of work here. 1-0 pitch to Kike Hernandez, grounded to short. The ever-talented Dansby Swanson will make the throw over to Freddie Freeman. There's going to be 1 away.
The pitcher, number 33.
So final look at Mike Soroka's line. 2 1/3 innings pitched, gave up 6 runs on 7 hits, struck out 2. Managed to get 55 pitches in. You know, call me futuristic, but if you have a guy like Soroka, who's overall a pretty good starter and just throws 55 pitches today, I'd love... I mean, obviously pitchers have routines and all that, but I'd love to see something a little more fluid where, I mean, obviously this guy is in the top half of your rotation. You want him getting more reps. Maybe you only give him 2 or 3 days rest as opposed to the typical 4 before you throw him back out there, because it's not like his arm got the mileage it's used to. Only going 55 pitches, 2 1/3. He's pitched. But maybe that's just me, but Well, I'm kind of appalled to see this. David Price nearly hits the ball out of here. Nick Marquesas tracks it down deep and right.
Up next to the Dodgers, the right fielder, Mookie.
Boom. It's up Mookie Betts, but I really think a new age of bullpen management and pitcher management, pitching staffs is on the rise, especially for some of these smaller market teams. We'll see one hit back up the middle by Betts to keep the inning alive, and even misplayed by Acuna. He'll send Betts to second, and he'll be nailed trying to stretch it to a double. So Mookie gets a little too greedy, ends the inning for the Dodgers. Can't say I blame him with 2 away, but that'll end the inning. It's 6-1. David Price going to retake the mound. Heidi Watney checking in, maybe talking about that new age of pitching we might see on the rise. Of course, there's definitely something to be said, coming to the yard, seeing your Kershaw versus Verlander, or Cole, who got close to throwing a no-hitter today, versus Scherzer, or King Felix versus Jacob deGrom. Obviously, those sell tickets, but at the same time, there's a lot of guys we're seeing nowadays as we have a nice 6-3 quick put out to start the inning from Swanson. Also a pinch hitter now in the pitcher spot.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting.
Indeed, we will. That'll be in the form of drum roll. Ender Inciarte. Almost batting 300. And this is a guy who really just has no room on the field. So ground out to second here on one pitch. But,
number 13. Ronald.
with Ozuna on left and Acuna in center, really the only place you could think to put him is on the right. Lefty on the mound, they have Markakis out there.
One ball, no strikes.
Inciarte having a pretty good season, all told. Acuna, who's stolen 12 bases this year, is getting his cuts now with 2 away. This is now back to the top dangerous part of this Atlanta lineup. Price having a quick inning, only about to throw pitch number 82, and it'll be the last one of the inning as Lux to Muncy ends it. So Price has a quick inning. That probably brought him a 6th inning work. Stays 6-1 Los Angeles halfway through. 2-3-4 due up for the Dodgers.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Luke Jackson
now pitching for Atlanta.
Comes in now from the pen after the pinch hitter.
Jackson.
4.6 CRA, much better against the right-handers than the left-handers. Decent strikeout walk ratio.
Leading up for the Dodgers.
Of course, he'll be facing 3 straight lefties here: Muncy, Bellinger, Peterson. So we'll see what the right-hander has in store, starting, not in score, in store. Starting the bottom half of the 5th. First pitch on this high for a ball to Max Muncy, who you can see from the graphic, 7th best slugging percentage in the NL. I think we'll see that number grow as the season goes on. He's really been heating up in these summer months. 2-0 can be grounded. Throw from the second baseman will be the first out. So good job by Jackson. Would come back from that 2-0 count. A nice, easy, quick round out to keep the at-bat short. Now it's trouble. Cody Bellinger, 2 for 2, a homer and a double, 2 RBI, 2 runs scored.
That missed. That's
Take ball 1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
1-0, big swing and miss. Bellinger was looking to make his second homer of the day on that swing, but instead it'll be 1-1. Couldn't miss inside, make it 2-1.
2 balls, 1 strike. That's the ball. That's ball 4. Take your base.
Apologies for a lack of concentration on my part in that at bat. Just kind of was mesmerized watching it unfold. Say, Cody Bellinger works the walk though, so he'll stay a perfect 2 for 2 now with the walk on the ledger. Kind of a shame he didn't get a hit or a triple in that at bat though. Could have been on triple or cycle watch rather. I bet. We'll see Jock Peterson now though. JP. If I prefer to call him. Not really. He's 1 for 2. Has a runner on first base. 1 down. Luke Jackson delivers the 0-1 pitch. It misses low, 1-1. Monday evening, glad to have everybody along.
1 and 2's the count.
Fastball catches the zone, 1 and 2. It's a Scully style cast tonight.
2-2.
2 and 2 as the fastball goes though.
Count is full.
Inside again, so it's a full count. Corey Seager on deck. We'll see. Peterson maybe handles the bat good enough to consider sending Bellinger on the pitch, but I think up by 5, the whole decision's probably negated. I don't really worry about it. Now I prefer being aggressive running because, well, just because I think it's fun. Obviously, more times than not, it's probably actually going to hurt you. Peterson will swing and miss, though. So he'll go down on strike since Jackson's first. That pitch was outside. Don't know what Peterson saw in it. He's otherwise having a pretty good at-bat. But that'll make it 2 down. Plays still at first and second. Corey Seager.
Nope, ball.
Looking to drive in Cody Bellinger. Allow him to score his 3rd run of the day. Let's take ball 1. Seegers 0 for 2. He'll just harmlessly pop up. Great job by Luke Jackson to well pitch around Cody Bellinger. Just let him take first base and otherwise handle Dodgers lineup that's been pretty hot. See, just off the end of the bat. We stay at 6-1. Atlanta works to try and chip into that as we head now to the 6th inning. Ross Stripling.
Number 68.
Coming in relief of David Price here. So I thought Price maybe had a 6th inning in him, but manager Dave Roberts choosing to play it safe.
Leading off for Atlanta, the second baseman, Ozzy Albies.
You see Ozzy Albies come in now. The 0-0 pitch. Gonna miss outside. It's going to be 1-0. Off to make it 1-1.
Ball.
Make it 2-1. Just on the
2 balls,
inside.
1 strike.
Well, let me go ahead and take a look at what our late night matchup is for you all. We'll talk about that. Help fill some of these airwaves. It'll be even more NL West action for you. So, obviously, we started this evening off with San Diego, San Francisco in that 7:15 slot. Now, of course, we see the Dodgers taking care of business against these Braves. 3-2 pitch. That'll be caught by
the first baseman, number 5.
Gay Hernandez.
Ready.
Looking like he was playing short with the shift on for the first out. So now it'll be Freddie Freeland, who's had a surprisingly subpar day, 0 for 2 with a strikeout. But coming up, it'll be more NL West. Duggo and Frango calling Colorado Rockies heading to, as we see a nice catch by Bellinger out there in deep center for the second out. Looks like Freeman might have finally had something going. Instead,
Marcel
2 away. But Kyle Freeland and Mike Leake getting the calls. Not the call. Oh, yeah. On the bump. I don't think they're really getting the call. That's Duggo and Frango getting the call. I apologize, everybody. I go insane sometimes. It should be a fun matchup.
1-1.
Joe Kelly and Dylan Floro up in that Dodgers pen. Should Stripling get stripped from the mound. He's done a great job so far this inning, though. Only 9 pitches. Make it 10 as he's now got the 1-2 count to Mr. Ozuna. Already 2 retired. Albies and Freeman went down. One 2 pitch. Gonna be called strike 3, though. Lock him up on the curve. So Stripling sets him down 1-2-3. It stays 6-1. Dodgers out on top, looking to build on that lead. Crush the souls of this Atlanta team. Maybe get a bit deeper in that bullpen. Use a few more of those arms as we head now to that bottom part of the 6th inning. It'll be bottom of the order, starting with Will Smith. We'll give Luke Jackson a second inning out there. He was really effective, if not inefficient.
1-0.
His first inning of work.
Clear.
1-0, up high, 1-1. Another one fouled off, so make it 1-2. Bases are empty, nobody out. As you'd expect, because he's the first batter of the inning. That slider, I thought caught the zone, and that's coming from someone biased towards the Dodgers. Blue says it's ball 2, so it'll be a 2-2 count. Next pitch, though, Blue going to be hit by Smith. Markakis tracks it down and right. There's going to be one away. Definitely seen lots of questionable calls from Blue today on the edges. But I suppose he's been fairly consistent in being inconsistent. Gavin Lux getting his cuts now 2-0. Luke Jackson getting a little shaky here. I don't know if shaky would be the word. Maybe this was in control, getting a little too amped up. That one was a cookie. He let the ball down in the zone, but Lux was late on it, just managed to foul it off.
Count is full.
2-1. Quickly becomes 3-2. Full count pitch to Gavin Lux. Old chase, swing and a miss. 2 away.
Now batting, the third baseman, TK Hernandez.
So Hernandez 1 for 2 on the day with a bomb. Looking to bring up the pitcher spot.
That's the ball.
Ball 1.
1-0. One, two.
Turn out for the 1-2 pitch. Luke Jackson looking to make it 2 scoreless. Misses low, 2-2. 2 hitless as well. Only the walked Bellinger allowed by Jackson so far. He'll be in trouble, at least in terms of allowing a second walk here. Full count, 2 away. To the 8-hitter Hernandez. It'll be hit right to Freddie Freeman at first base. He'll snag it on the line. So make it 2 scoreless. No hit, 1 walk innings for Luke Jackson. 2/3 of the way through still. 6-1 Los Angeles. Uneventful middle 3. We'll see Dave Roberts come out. Double switch time. We'll probably see that pitcher enter the 6th hole. Austin Barnes will enter and catch as Dylan Floro. His 2.66 ERA will enter on the mound.
Floro, now playing third base and batting 9, number 45, Matt Beatty.
Nick Markakis, right fielder, proved me wrong on his rather weak bat for the year with the double in the first inning. That's what allowed us to get that 1 run across for Atlanta. It was a big part of that first inning, or second inning rather, rally. He was ultimately stranded at third base though. Retired his last time. And thanks to EB in chat for pulling out what the double switch actually was. My speculation was wrong. Will Smith is still in catching. Floro is in the 8-hole pitching, and we have Matt Beatty entering and playing third base. He'll be the number 9 hitter going forward in today's contest. So, thank you for that, EB. If you didn't know, EB is from Toronto. That's what the TO stands for.
You got a full count.
Three-two pitch. Let's see what happens, folks. There'll be a hit back up the middle. 4-0. Not what we want to see.
The batter, the catcher.
Second pitch at bat ends in a single. This is just a good job by Markakis. Look at him. That pitch was inside, but he got the bat. He just knew exactly how to square that. Hit it hard enough the pitcher couldn't snag it, and that it couldn't be cut off by either the shortstop or second baseman. The base hit. Next hitter, though, they are known to harmlessly fly out to right. Betts has it for the first out.
The batter, the third baseman, Austin Riley.
Austin Riley 0 for 1 with the walk.
That's the ball.
Gets the ball high.
Hey, speed it up.
He'll line this one on a rope to the second baseman. Lux. He'll try and flip over to nap or catch the rudder napping at first, but wasn't nearly in time. That was a good heads-up play by Markakis to get back instead of look like a deer stuck in the headlights. And that means Dansby Swanson's going to be the last chance for that runner on first with now 2 away.
That missed. That's the ball. 1 ball, no strike. All right. 1-1.
I'm really excited to see what Dansby Swanson turns into. I mean, there's so many stars in this Braves lineup today. We could talk about, Acuna, Albies. Freeman's a bit more established, as is Ozuna, but Swanson down at the bottom part of this order, I feel like he might be almost forgotten as they say he went around on that sinker 2-2, but this is another guy with star potential, 5-tool potential.
Full count.
Full count, 3-2.
That's low. Ball 4.
And ball 4. So Flora allows the walk to Swanson. That means we'll see the pitcher spot. And of course, it won't be Luke Jackson hitting, although he did have 2 wonderful innings in relief, so props to him for that. It's really hard to throw 1 scoreless inning, much less 2 in the major leagues, especially against the Dodgers lineup who came out as hot as they were today. Johan Camargo take ball 1. Pinch hitting, batting .245, 3 homers on the young season. Making 2-1. Switch chat has all sorts of fun topics right now. The 05 World Series. I would have been 5 years old when that happened, so I don't got much comment on it other than I'm sorry it's forgotten White Sox because, well, you guys haven't really had much to root for since then. 2-2 to Camargo. That's going to get through. Base hit. Runner holds at third, though, so Nick Markakis doesn't test it even with the 2 away, and that'll leave him loaded for Ronald Acuna Jr. Also a lot of talk about people announcing the double switches and their secrets to understanding it and their fears of someday having to deal with a double switch in the booth. And it's not that bad usually. You get used to it. It's Shark Shavery joins me in the booth now. How are you doing today, Shark?
Not too bad. Just realized that it was the top of the 7th after playing some games, and fortunately they extended it long enough for me to get everything loaded up.
Yeah, these Braves must have been reading your mind, saying, okay, we'll make this inning longer for you. We want to stretch.
2-0.
Looking forward to it. It's been a while since, well, no, I called that game with Douglas earlier, but other than that, it's been a while since I've gotten a live stretch, so I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to do it, and hopefully we can see them get some runs and get this tied so we can have extras. I for one would love to see it.
It would be fitting if I got torched with extras like we've made Duggo sit through now twice, though they won't get any closer this inning. A great play by Matt Beatty in at third base to make that throw to second just in the nick of time.
Rich.
amazing.
Thank you, and this has been an amazing game to have on in the background so far, so hope the call goes well for you, my man, and I'll play again for you soon.
All right, sounds good. Maybe you'll even get to play in the 14th inning. We'll see if it happens. It's going to be a quick 2-pitch out, though, for the new pitcher for Atlanta, the former Tigers closer. It's Shane Green on the mound for Atlanta. Tigers, that would have been Matt Beatty. Now going to be tasked with facing Mookie Betts.
That's the ball. 1-0.
Chris Martin and A.J. Minter in the Braves pen. Green was briefly the closer for Atlanta last year, but he just did not settle in nicely there and quickly dropped into a setup role. If I'm not mistaken, he may have actually ended up in long relief for a while until he could find himself.
No, that missed. That's the ball.
Green's a great pitcher. Didn't cost too much for Atlanta either. They got a year and 2-month rental at the expense of Travis Demerit, a 4A positionless kind of guy. Can play second and outfield, but not really great anywhere. Joey Wentz, who's a rather promising left-handed starter. He's not exactly a top 100 kind of guy, but he's in the top 200. Definitely has back of the rotation potential. Of course, Joey and Tommy John to start this season, so that ended up being a big steal for the Braves to acquire Green in the 7th grade. We'll just have to wait and see. Betts hits one up the middle. It'll be a base hit. One pitch to Max Muncy. Like that cutter. Signature pitch for Shane. This is outside. For those of you who couldn't guess why I know so much about that Shane Green trade, it's because I am a Tigers fan first and foremost. Of course, the Dodgers are my National League team, but born and raised in Metro Detroit, I love my Motor City Kitties. And honestly, if I'm going to be real, I'm kind of rooting for Shane Green in this inning because, well, if you've been a Tigers fan for any length of time, you know they've really sucked of late. A lot of the stars they've had are spread across the league. Justin Upton now with the Angels. Shane Green here with the Braves. Justin Wilson with the Mets. Alex Avila in Minnesota, James McCann with the White Sox, JD Martinez out in Boston. Go all day if you want it, but I'll spare you the rest of the details. 3-2 to Max Muncy. He'll get a swing and a miss. 2-seamer. Below the zone, but it's a swing and miss. So Green gets his second out. Looks for the third out, and he'll have to do that in the form of a 2-for-2 man. Cody Bellinger, the reigning MVP, finally starting to look like it here today. Cody's really struggled this season. Said it over and over, but boy, you'll love to see it. Homer double, 2 RBI, 2 runs scored, and walked his last time up. He'll check on Betts. It's not going anywhere though. Up high to Cody Bellinger, make it 0-2. Pitch number 19 of the inning from Shane Green. Up in the zone, hanger. Cody Bellinger gives it a ride. It's deep. And that's the second home run of the day for Cody Bellinger. 2-run shot. Right center, 424 feet. His second of the day, as I said, his 12th of the season. Make it 10 total bases for Cody today. It's 8-1 Dodgers. What a talented young man he is. He started out like a tray of ice cubes, but now he's like the bonfires you have in the heart of summer. Shane Green allows the 2-run shot. Now Jock Peterson looking to capitalize on the momentum. Green might be shaken up. One. Looked like he won around to me, but they'll say he held up. Make it 2-1 to Jock Peterson on a pitch that wasn't close to the zone. Nice pitch there. Cutter, 2-2. Two-seamer. This one's going to be bounced. Third baseman Ryan will make the flip. Playing in the shortstop position area. That'll end the inning. So Shane Green has a 2-run shot, but otherwise no further damage. Through 7, it's now 8-1 Dodgers.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Dodgers.
And that means Joe Kelly will make his 8th appearance of the season. ERA put at about 1.6. 5 strikeouts to 4 walks. And a limited sample size, but much better against the righties. Blake Trinan and Pedro Baez up in the pen. Should things get out of control, but Kelly should be able to take care of this. He'll face Ozzie Albies, Freddie Freeman, and Marcell Ozuna, 2, 3, 4. If Atlanta wants to get anything going today, this is a place you're going to have to capitalize, facing a front end of the bullpen kind of guy with your best hitters. Want to get at least a couple back this inning if you want to have any chance come top 9. 1-1 now. See this ball, diving play. Jock Peterson.
The first baseman, Freddie Freeland.
I had to put money on that dive. I'd say it was getting past and going to the wall for a triple. He makes the play. Beautiful highlight reel catch. First out of the inning. We'll see how important that catch becomes now. Freddie Freeman, 0 for 3. You have to think he's probably due. He'll take ball 1 high. Good eye. That one just missed the zone. 100 miles per hour on the 2-seamer from Kelly. Gets 1-0. This one will be fouled back. 1-1. So 3 homers so far for your Dodgers today. 2 from Cody Bellinger. 1 Kike Hernandez.
Inside, ball.
All 2-run shots.
Come on, what game are you watching, huh? 3 balls and 1 strike. Full count.
3-1 to Freddie Freeland. Swing and a miss, make it 3-2. If things hold out, the Dodgers will climb to 39-20. And will increase their lead, however brief, to 6 games in the NL West. See this one lined with, again, lined with third base. Matt Beatty makes the catch, although looks like short with the shift on. Atlanta would fall to 35-26. They could start getting dangerously close to losing their wild card spot. Of course, still got 4 months to play. There's plenty of baseball left, so you don't need to sound the alarms. But you always like to be able to say, if the season ended today, we'd be good to go. 2-0 from Joe Kelly to Marcell Ozuna. Big rip. But Jock Peterson makes another over-the-shoulder catch. Well, I kind of mix that up. Makes another great play. This one's an over-the-shoulder catch, though. So we're down to potentially the last 6 outs of the ball game. We head now to the bottom of the 8th. Shane Green back out for his second inning of work. Both base 5, 6, 7. Seeger Smith Lux. Should one of them reach, not be raced on a double play ball, will be the pitcher spot, followed by Matt Beatty. Corey Seager will send the second pitch of the at-bat to Freddie Freeman, who will handle it 3 unassisted, first out of the inning. Will Smith, 1 for 3 on the day with a double.
Ball, that's in.
Takes ball 1.
Yeah.
Cutter. Or my bad, a 2-seamer for strike 1. Gotta think Green might be starting to get tired. He's not used to pitching super long outings. Of course, he used to be a starter, but
1 and 2, count.
He's been in the bullpen for a few years now, more consistently. He's in a 1-2 count now, about to throw pitch number 30 to Will Smith. And inside, 2-seamer, but a swing and a miss. He'll get his second strikeout of the day.
Now batting, the second baseman.
Now we'll have to face Gavin Lux. So Mr. Lux hit a double, drove in Smith, and then was brought in on the first. Oh, my bad, not the first. The only home run hit by Kike Hernandez. As Shane Green pitches to Gavin here, I'll remind you all, those of you who listen know the whole drill by now. But we'll wait a second for it as we see this 5-3 put out. Riley flips it to Freeman to end the inning. So Markakis, they are known in Riley, the last chance for Atlanta, but of course this is a community of people. We all love baseball. That's why we're calling these games and giving you guys a way to experience the next best thing. We wait for the whole coronavirus situation to settle itself out. Sounding, well, depending who you ask, more or less likely we actually see the MLB back. There's at least discussions at this point, but whether or not they'll actually come to an agreement between the league and the players' union is a different situation. But Anyways, that note aside, we're just a bunch of people. We love baseball. We want to bring baseball to you. We really thank you all for joining in. If you want to support us, well, you wouldn't be supporting us is the thing. Our secondary motive in doing all this is with the tough times, with COVID, we're raising money for Meals on Wheels. Joe Kelly's gotten the O2 count to Marcakis, but Meals on Wheels, great organization. They bring food to people who need it in a mobile format, so hence the on wheels situation. We've raised somewhere in the league of over $700 at this point. We're closing in on 1,000 over the course of the now 2 months we've been doing this. Nick will get rung up. He'll go down on strike for the first out. We really do appreciate all your support. Meals on Wheels. I encourage you to throw a few bucks their way if you're so inclined. If not, there's no worries. Just stay tuned and enjoy the baseball. If you're a Dodger fan, you're enjoying this. If you're Atlanta, maybe not so much, as you're down to your last 2 outs, down by 7. They are known. Take strike 1. If you're at the plate right now, you have to really remember that, well, the game is pretty much lost at this point. It's possible to come back down by 7, but it's really tough. But you got to remember, these at-bats don't count. Adding less against your season stats and your batting average and such. So you're doing nothing but hurting yourself and, by extension, your team if you go up there just going through the motions, ready to hit the shower room. You want to still be competing out there all the way to the last strike. Seager to Muncie. 2 away, so they are known as retired, and now it'll be
the third baseman.
the third baseman, Mr. Riley, Austin Riley, 0 for 2 with the walk, despite coming into today 12 for 24, the 4 dinger. And to stay hot and keep hope alive for Atlanta. First pitch fouled back. Arlo Gaming 26. I'll be happy to talk about the Phillies in our post game a little bit, maybe. But let's take care of these last 2 strikes here. Meanwhile,
Ball.
1-1. Joe Kelly, 2-seamer at 99, missing. Get ready to throw pitch number 23.
2 balls, 1 strike.
That one missing outside, so it's 2-1. Favorable hitting count.
Ball.
3-1, so not the best pitching here. I see some fans maybe try and get to their feet. Looks like I've seen a couple stand up and clap, but not much. Kelly will throw in strike 2. 2-seamer at 100. Now the fans will all stand up. They'll cheer on Joe Kelly as he looks to get the last strike of the ball game. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, grounded. Matt Beatty makes the throw, and that will end the day here in Hollywood. 8-1 Dodgers, the final. Celebration between those 3 outfielders. David Price. Nice rebound outing here. Struggling of late, but tosses 5 innings, a 1-run ball. Bullpen slams the door shut. So David Price gets his third win. Mike Soroka falls to 6-6. And player of the game,
Here now
no
is our
secret,
final
Cody
run for
Bellinger,
tonight.
2 home
For
runs,
the victorious Dodgers, 8 runs,
as
10
well as a
hits,
double and a
no
walk.
errors. They left 2 men on base.
Scored 3 runs.
For Atlanta, 1 run, 5 hits,
Also
no
hit
errors.
4
They
RBI.
left 6 men on base. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Thank you for joining us here tonight. And we remind you to please
Closer look at our
drive
starters
home
lines.
safely.
David Price, 5 innings pitched. All 3 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, 1 earned run. Soroka, we talked about earlier in the game, so we'll let him pass. We'll look at the highlights. Cody Bellinger, 2-run shot to center field. Started out scoring in this one. We are known with a good... Situationally, it was a good ground out to second base, allowed that runner to score for Atlanta to make it a 1-run game. But after Nick Markakis came in on that, there was no further hope for Atlanta in that inning. Price pitched out of it. They would score again. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have the back-to-back doubles from Smith and Lux. Make it 3-1, and that would be followed up by... I won't spoil it for those of you who weren't watching, but Kike Hernandez hitting the 2-run bomb. Bit of a surprise out of his bat. He made it 5-1. That point spirit's probably a little low for Atlanta. We'll do get out of that. So, of course, we headed to the third. Seager, the ground out, but with runners on first and third, drove in a run. That would be the end of the offense for a while. It's innings 4, 5, and 6 flash by without much happening. But then in the bottom of the 7th, energized by a great stretch from Sharp Shavery, Cody Bellinger built another 2-run bomb, this time out to center. Almost hits. Had that beautiful diving play by Jock Peterson in the top of the 8th to kill any momentum Atlanta might have been looking for to try and make the game close. And of course, nice 5-3 putout. Great play by Matt Beatty. And then off the bench on the double switch to get the assist on that last out. So that about does it for this ball game at least. But good news is Dodgers are up 6 games on a team coming up in the game after this. They're also up by 13.5 games on another team coming up in a game after this. It'll be Arizona and Colorado in the NL West, and that call will be from Duggo and Frango. A little go and go situation here. We'll see them join me in the booth.
You know it, baby. We get blessed with all of this wonderful NL West action today. Saw the Giants and Dads earlier. Got the requisite Dodgers in, and now we're going to finish it up here with some lovely Rockies and Diamondbacks.
Yes, from Chase Field, we get to see the Rocks come into Arizona and see if they can get off the schneid. They're coming off a 6-game losing streak. They're only won 1 game out of the last 10, so let's see if the Rockies can turn their fortunes around here tonight.
Yeah, it should be fun. My first thought looking at that starter matchup is, man, things look good for the D-backs.
But that's how it's been. I mean, you watched that whole Detroit series too. Like, it was, you never knew what was going to happen. You could see it on paper, and sure enough, we'd get something totally different. You know, we joked that the game that was featured the 2 hot starters ended up with 15 combined runs and a walk-off. Meanwhile, the one with, you know, both pitchers featuring like 6+ ERAs, you know, was 6 combined runs. It's been weird, man. Again, that's why we play it on paper.
It will be an interesting matchup, that is for sure. Go ahead, Cookie.
I was going to say, I think you meant That's why we don't play it on paper.
Yeah. No, there's I don't know if you've noticed, there's a lot going on right now. Yeah. My head's kind of got a couple things going on right now.
Well, the good news is we have some baseball ahead of us.
There we go.
Yep. And, as we were preparing for the game tonight, Duggo, I did put together a couple keys for tonight's game to see if we can make some sense of the matchup we've got.
All right.
First off, I'll give you a little teaser here. The question is, can Kyle Freeland stay in the game long enough to actually be good? And I'll explain that here momentarily. Can Timmy Lowe, the guy that you say is the fastest man on the planet,
he is.
Can he steal a base off of Kyle Freeland?
Okay.
And I'm going to say the chances of that are very low. We'll get into that as well.
All right.
And then finally, which third baseman is going to dominate the game tonight? We've got a pair of excellent third basemen tonight, probably two of the best in the league, with Nolan Arenado for the Rocks, and then, of course, David Peralta playing. Eduardo Escobar. I was going to say that Peralta's your third baseman. No, it's Escobar, right? So two guys who are leading their teams, and we'll see who can dominate the performance tonight.
All right, I can dig all those. I think the biggest thing about that third base question for me is, can we actually see Eduardo Escobar put together a game, man? He has not been able to do so in what feels like ages, from Tuesday through this past yesterday, Sunday. If I'm doing my math right, just 2 hits. So he has been ice cold. Still batting over 300, but he's been ice cold lately.
Yeah.
I just want to throw in a quick shout out to Nolan Arenado because I pulled him in a pack in MLB The Show's Dynasty earlier. So, Nolan, I got you today. Unfortunately, I mean Escobar's also been really bad lately. So I probably would have picked him to do better anyway. But Nolan, my man, I'm actually probably just gonna sell you. But
I mean, it's all good. We know you're rooting for a Diamondbacks loss anyway, just because I know that's how you roll. I try not to hold it against you.
Duggo, I was talking to Jake before this game, and honestly, with you guys now 6 back, I can root for Diamondbacks win because they're probably my second favorite team out in that NL West. I just don't want you guys beating the Dodgers. That's my only thing. So,
all right, you can at least want some competition. Like I can root for a Dodgers loss. Hear me out, because it at least makes it more interesting. It's not as interesting if we're constantly flitting between, 3 and 6 games out. It is so much more interesting if it's a daily battle at the top of the standings.
That is true. It also makes my blood pressure much higher.
You're like 3 years old. You've got decades of blood pressure to worry about like ahead of you. Like right now. Like worry when you start, graying and like the color starts like coming out of your facial hair and your head hair, and like all of a sudden it's just gonna get gross if I keep going down that route. But you've got many more years to worry about your blood pressure, Cookie. This ain't it.
Maybe some slight exaggeration there on my part, but point still stands. Competition does make things a lot more fun, though, like you highlighted. And I don't know, if nothing else, I really want to see these Diamondbacks at least get into the wild card picture a bit more. They've fallen out there, and of course, we did you guys a favor in that regard, taking down the Braves today. So, chance to maybe get closer to that second wild card spot.
No, I'm still holding out hope for the division. The way this team has been playing, it's just been wild inconsistencies. I'm glad to see the month of May over. April, beautiful. May, not so much. I'm excited to start fresh here, starting out here in June, and try to, come out strong and have a month here.
Yeah, I think the Diamondbacks have the upside to win the division. We saw it in April. Of course, the Dodgers were also awful in April, up and down their lineup, which made things a lot easier for the Diamondbacks. I'll give them that. But even still, they had your rotation was solid, and you had a very, elite middle of the order there with your Black Ink boys.
Yeah, no, it's just been a steady crawl down here in May. You know, Eduardo Escobar was leading the league in just about everything for a while, and now it's just RBI. And he's barely holding on to that by a thread. I remember a point where he was like 13 RBI up on the next guy there. And it's just diminished to just a small 1 RBI lead, if I'm not mistaken, out there.
Yeah, this wild card race is even getting a little less interesting. It was just a couple weeks ago a lot more fun to look at, but it's really come down to really the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, the Braves, and the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, there's still time for one of those teams that's 8 back to crawl in. We are June 1st right now, so we're not even halfway through the season. So there is time for somebody to make a run, but you're right. 4 teams there vying for 2 spots. So
I think the more fun date that we slowly crawl towards for me is July 31st. Again, I was talking with somebody last night. I'm not sure how that's going to get handled here in this universe, but, you know, every day we creep closer to maybe see who's buying and who's selling.
Yeah.
Indeed.
That'll be interesting, I'll say that.
Yeah, I'd love to see the trade market open up in this and be able to swap some pieces. James McCann would look fantastic in the Diamondbacks uniform, I'm sure.
I think Josh Bell really isn't the answer, man, because we've seen a lot more life out of Christian Walker lately. I know that was always the thing, is first base is where it's weak, but, you know, like, I'd always said that it would have been Josh Bell. You know, he's sitting there in the underperforming team over there in Pittsburgh, you know, and could use that strong corner presence at first, but I don't know, maybe Christian Walker's turned it around. It's really kind of lacking behind the plate here for the Snakes, and it's in bullpen. Just like everyone in the world, we need a better bullpen.
That's the thing, isn't it? Relievers are a dime a dozen, but I mean, you just got to spend a lot of dimes to find enough of those dozens that are worth keeping. That was really bad.
Looks like apparently there is a little bit of a trading block going on there. Not sure how that populated.
Interesting.
We can add that. There's some interesting names out there. David Bodie, the everyday man over there in Chicago. I'm surprised to see that. Adam Ottavino. Ooh, never mind.
I'm kind of surprised to see Alex Wood up there. He's been a reliable starter for those Dodgers.
The boomstick on the trade block, really.
Yeah, I don't know how much I truly agree with that.
Right.
But all right, looks like we are creeping up on that lovely 7:45 hour here on the West Coast. So, Cookie, you got any final thoughts before we kick it off?
Not really. I'll just go ahead and leave it to you guys. We got Go and Go, and it should be a lot of fun. And go Rockies, go Diamondbacks. Thanks for a great audience, everybody. And I don't got any cool last words, I guess. So
there we go.
Hey, great call, Cookie. Thank you very much, and we'll see you on the next time.
All right.
Well, all right. Thanks, Cookie, and welcome, Frango, and welcome everyone here watching on the ML Bot Ball Network. We are looking forward to some lovely interdivisional matchup here as the Colorado Rockies come to lovely Chase Field for a 3-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Colorado Rockies, losers of their last 6 and just 1 of their last 10, come in against a Diamondbacks team fresh off an interleague series victory against the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, good job cleaning up on those Tigers. You got to win the games that you can. Of course, I'm teasing my interdivisional foes. Yeah, 6-4 in your last 10 as opposed to 1-9 for the Rockies. Now, we've got the second and third place team in the NL West here going against each other. We can see 2 teams going in opposite directions. So won't be long, and the Rockies will lose contact. So it's a game like today is the one that they got to win. So we'll see if they can put the hammer down and make it happen.
Curious to see how this truly ends up. As Cookie touched on, looking at the starters on paper may be an easy game for the Snakes, but as we saw the Snakes take on the Motor City Kitties, there is a reason we don't play them on paper. Kyle Freeland coming into today, rocking 5.65 ERA over 57 innings. And this man right here, the Arizona State Sun Devil, Mike Leake, comes in with one of the best whips in the National League, 108, nice 3.15 ERA over 12 starts. And the biggest thing that stands out to me on that line is only allowing 10 walks.
Under 2.0.
4-to-1 strike out the walk ratio for Leake.
And you'll know if
really a hallmark he's good and on point in good season. They said that whip is sterling, so let's see how he handles this Rockies offense here in Arizona.
He'll get us started in this one under the lights.
Big lefty-heavy lineup here against the righty Mike Leake. Charlie Blackman's going to start it off here, and Mike Leake going to start him out with a strike here. 0-1
here tonight. They come in playing well. 6-3 over the last 9 ball
As
games.
we take a look at some of the fielders for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah,
and
Matty,
Leake
a lot
has
of things
his
trending in the right direction for this team. They won their last
on the
game.
ground over
They
there to
scored
the
a bunch
only
of
man
runs,
left of the
and let's
bag,
see if they
Eduardo
continue
Escobar.
that.
Throw in
And the
time
throw on
to
the first
first
will take
baseman
care of him.
Stephen
So
Vogt
he's thrown
today
out by the
for the
only
first
man
out
standing
of
on
the
the
inning.
left side of the infield. One away.
As a reminder that I do want to keep score, so let's not forget about
Daniel
that part.
Murphy steps in now. Past battles.
Here we've got Daniel Murphy, left-handed batter with 7 home runs and 27 RBIs on the year.
How did that happen? That's fun. Lovely.
Excellent. Are we getting commentary while we were talking?
Yeah, apparently. Always classic. Murphy takes a strike here, 0-1. I really have to dig to see the prime years of Daniel Murphy well behind him. Second pitch in from Leake is also on the ground. Leake, absolutely a soft contact specialist, showcasing it here. 2 outs in just 4 pitches.
Very well done. I wish Ronaldo Lopez could figure out those tricks. But enough for the White Sox talk.
They'll bring up Nolan Arenado. You know, you were talking in that pregame just a little bit about this third baseman battle. You got a little bit more insight on that or thoughts?
Well, you know, really, this guy is, like, there's a number of really good third basemen in the league, but to me, this is the guy who obviously stirs the drink here for the Rockies, and I think he would be phenomenal any place he goes. There are a lot of teams that are coveting this guy, and when they signed him to that extension, that disappointed a lot of teams. So this guy is going to be a feature here in Colorado for some time to come.
Blitz the count against Mike Leake here, 1-1. Leake easily dispatching the first 2 men of the order before it gets a little bit more hairy, with Arenado and Trevor Story standing on deck. 1-2 pitch comes in to Arenado. High, 2-2.
Yeah, Story and Arenado definitely do have the power in this lineup, so it's going to be an interesting thing to see if Leake can keep the ball on the ground.
2-2. That isn't on the ground, but that will be playable for Ketel Marte out in center field. So they go down 1-2-3. Let's see how these Snakes counter here, heading to the bottom of the first.
One of the things, Doug, that I mentioned earlier was, can the pitcher for the Rockies, Mr. Freeland, can he stay in long enough to be good? And the reason I say that is looking at his 2019 splits. In the first plate appearance for batters, they batted .330 against him.
Okay.
Second plate appearance, .300. Third plate appearance, .228. Normal, you'd say, hey, he must be a sinker ball pitcher, but no, we'll see Freeland feature his 4-seam fastball at about 92, 93 miles an hour. He doesn't really have a sinker. He throws a slider and a 2-seamer along with a curveball, but he's not that typical kind of pitcher, so it's an interesting set of splits for this guy to see how he's done.
Coming up first here in the bottom of the first is that speedster Tim LeCastro. out in right field today. Takes a called strike 0-1 to start off the game from Freeland. Comes in, that's on the ground. Not a tough play at all for that lovely Gold Glover out there, Nolan Arenado. One away.
Both teams having their first batters grounded out to third. An interesting correlation. And here we
See
have
how much we can
Marte.
mirror that.
Yeah, exactly.
See what happens here. Ketel Marte up at the plate. His first plate appearance of the day. As that's right down the chute, 0-1. As you see there yesterday, 2 for 5 with a double and an RBI in that 6-1 win over the Tigers. One now. Pitch comes in. That's now 1-2 on a called strike.
Looking at some more into Freeland's stats. We'll wait for this pitch.
Swung on and missed as Freeland gets the first strikeout of the game.
Career against Arizona coming into this season. He is 0-2 with a 9.30 ERA against these Diamondbacks. Actually, that was his 2019 numbers, so you guys really rocked him pretty hard last year. In 4 starts, he gave up 8 home runs.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Talk about home runs. It's Eduardo Escobar up at the plate, tied for 4th in the National League with those 16 home runs. Still leading the National League in runs batted in, able to get that 50th just a few nights ago. 1-0 from Freeland will come in as a strike.
1-1.
1-1 here.
2-1.
Becomes 2-1.
Obviously, his windup is a little ponderous, but his stretch is really good. Once the Diamondbacks will get on, we'll see how good of a move he has.
I got 3-1.
But in 88 career starts coming into this season, he had allowed 3 stolen bases and 3 caught stealings. Only 6 attempted stolen bases against him in 88 starts.
Jesus. 3-1, misses low, so we'll see what happens. Diamondbacks get the first runner in this one as Escobar takes first on walk.
Control has been a bit of a bugaboo for Freeland this year, and we'll see if he can slow that pitch count down a little bit here.
Oh, that's off the plate.
As David Peralta, arguably the most feared batter in the National League, takes ball 1 from Freeland. That one's fouled off 1-1. David Peralta comes into play today with a slash line of 352, 409, 613. And that's 2 months into the season. That is unreal.
That's solid.
Swings at that one. That'll be 1-2. Escobar standing on first. 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch to Peralta. Way outside. And we are going to see a late advance by Escobar.
That was a little risky.
Oh, that was playing with fire, man. Oh, what is up with some of these runners here in this Pop Ball universe? Who knows, what are they feeding those third base coaches that you see hesitation like that? That's just ridiculous.
That's a great question.
Oh, man.
Yeah, sadly, Walters didn't really have any chance to pick that one, so now we got
Either
a 2-2
way,
count.
Escobar now stands on second. 2-2, 2 outs. As that one's driven hard, but it's going to hook foul over there to that sliver by the away team bullpen.
Right size, wrong shape.
2-2 to Peralta. Swung on and missed. 2 strikeouts here for Kyle Freeland in this one early. Diamondbacks strand one. Both teams still looking for their first hit. We are through 1. We head now to the top of the 2nd inning.
Here we have Trevor Story, shortstop who I tend to think will likely be your all-star selection for the National League, if I could guess right, but that's mainly because I hate Javi Baez.
Ooh. Spicy. No, I mean, like, just looking at the numbers on paper, it's hard to disagree right now. Trevor Story, 19 doubles, 19 home runs, 43 RBI. He's up there in pretty much all of those big offensive categories in the National League, and doing it all at what typically, at least, you know, up until recent, very recent history, has been a light hitting position, as that one's hit high, but hit close to the plate, as Escobar camps under that for the first out.
An easy put away for one of the best batters on the lineup.
No, but like, have you noticed that though? That, you know, typically it's always been your middle infielders is a very light hitting position, but it feels like something's in the water. I mean, there's something in the balls, obviously, but you know, it's a totally different breed. Your guys like, you know, Jose Iglesias barely got deals. You know, Yohan Moncada, not Moncada. Who am I thinking of? Is that one from Tapia is skied out to second base? Put the glove on that. Is Andy Young for the second out?
The second baseman, Brendan.
What am I thinking of? Yolmer Sanchez not being able to get a deal after coming off a Gold Glove year. You know, like, so gone are the days of your Brendan Ryans, you know, and all of a sudden, everything's a slugging position. It's insane.
I could not disagree. I mean, there was clearly a time in my history, you know, I've got about 10 years on here, but
yeah,
I can remember a time when you had your Ozzie Smiths, your Ozzie Guillens, your Tony Fernandez's, you know, you had the shortstop position was definitely glove first. And if you had a guy who could bat 240 or 250 and give you Gold Glove defense, that was all anybody ever asked for. Right? And then there was the revolution that occurred when you had the three guys come up pretty much at the same time, which was A-Rod, Nomar Garcia, and Derek Jeter. Those three guys came up together and kind of revolutionized what that position looked like. Sure, you had Cal Ripken Jr. beforehand, who was a different type of third base, or shortstop, who may have kind of paved the way for the idea that a guy like A-Rod, of his size, could play that position and provide the power.
2-2 is fouled off to Brendan Rodgers here. Definitely talked all over this at bat, but I think there's a couple of interesting things to delve into there. Is that is going to be the first hit of the ball game. Nice little shot into center field for Brendan Rodgers.
Middle infielder himself.
See, that's what we're talking about, man. I mean, he's still sitting here, slugging percentage in the high 300s. As Tony Walters comes to the plate here. He's got a man on first, 2 outs here in the inning. I was gonna say I feel like there was definite a shift there in what was that, the late 90s, early aughts, with those guys. But you know, you did see guys like Brendan Ryan, you know, in the past decade, at least getting enough playing time to stick on a 25-man roster. But the thing I think that's kind of sticking out to me as Tony Walters puts that one on the ground, Ahmed to Young to get the force at second and end the inning here. So 1 hit, no runs, as we now head to the bottom of the second.
If you want to unpack this a little bit more, obviously one of the big changes that we've seen happen in the last 20 years is the home run and the willingness to strike out, right? As the game has moved more power and less speed and finesse, obviously you need to have production at every position on the field, right? And sure, there are defensive metrics that are kept, but OPS has become king, right? So if you can slug and get on base, teams are going to give you contracts. And that was not necessarily the equation that occurred previously.
Speaking of guys that are light hitting, it's Stephen Vogt here playing first base today in this matchup as he grounds out 3 unassisted to Daniel Murphy over there at first. But yeah, that was the big thing. That's the thing I was going to bring up is the big thing that stands out to me is launch angle. You know, like gone are the days just even watching tape from older guys. The way they swing the bat is totally different. It feels incredibly antiquated. You know, look at a guy that made what should have been a Hall of Fame career in Keith Hernandez. The way that man attacked the ball, and it was always like, it was almost a chop at the ball. It was just drive through the ball. It wasn't this pick it up and lift it stuff. You know, guys like Keith Hernandez would be buried in the way like today plays, but alternatively, he might succeed more than you think because there isn't that big onus or this big expectation of strong infield defense. As Nick Ahmed, strong infield defense, let's talk about it there, flies out to center field for the second out of the inning. You know, I think there's a couple ways to look at it and, you know, interesting things you could delve into, you know, on all of that.
I was starting to feel guilty about the fact that we're talking over the at-bats a little bit. And I remember we are in the middle of Bot Ball After Dark.
Yeah, no, things get a little bit looser after dark, you know. I sit here and I do this, 6-7 nights a week. Sometimes a little bit of break and a little bit of discussion can be fun. You know, maybe we start seeing some hits and some runs, we can kick it up a notch, but
exactly.
Might be, hopefully we're not in for the weirdest pitchers duel of all time here. I don't know, like, let me actually, hold on, let me find Mike Leake's last start. I think that was an uncharacteristic start out of Leake, if I can find that. 0-2 to Kelly becomes 1-2. See, I can call balls and strikes.
I can take that if you want while you...
I'm having fun here. All right, Mike Leake's last start. 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, no walks, 8 strikeouts. Very un-Mike Leake start. As Carson Kelly puts up a gapper, man. I was about to just rail into changes at the catching position as well. As the light-hitting Carson Kelly works a double here with 2 outs.
Stand-up double at that.
I love to see that. That's the Carson Kelly I've been waiting to see all year. Comes up big in that last series, you know, a couple extra base hits, RBIs, home run. You know, and see a double here to start off his day. As that'll bring out Mike Leake, one of the best hitting pitchers currently in the major leagues.
So you were saying before that Mike Leake is a local product, is that correct?
Correct. He is a former ASU Sun Devil.
Interesting. Now, Freeland, he did not play his college ball in Colorado, but he was born in Denver, so he plays mere miles from where he was born.
The Diamondbacks currently have a glutton of local talent, whether it be from Arizona State, that other school we don't talk about, or just general high school students from the Valley, as Mike Leake is going to pop that out to Rogers at second, stranding Kelly in scoring position. Diamondbacks get their first hit here in the bottom of the second, as we now head to the top of the third. Still 0-0.
Yeah, the last game for Freeman was not quite as good as what Leake had. He went against the Dodgers on the 27th against David Price. He went 5 innings with 6 hits, 4 earned runs allowed. Also, though, no walks and 6 strikeouts and a no decision. He was off the hook, taken off the hook after the game went into extra innings. So he didn't get a decision on that game. So.
Leading off for the Rocks.
I'd like to see that again here, right?
Number 21.
Diamondbacks fans, name. As he's up there with the bat. And it's going to be a foot race to first. 3-1 put out to start. Top of the third. Kyle Freeland wasting no time swinging away, doing exactly what you're not supposed to do as a pitcher at the plate.
Well, at least he'll get some time on the bench to rest after that sprint down the line.
There we go. He just wanted to get it over with, right? Yeah. Tossing it over to David Dahl, who's had actually a very quietly good season swinging the bat here for these Rockies, batting ninth. You know, you might get fooled just looking at those first two numbers, batting .250, a sub .300 on-base percentage. But 11 doubles and 10 home runs. Can't argue with that too much, you know. 33 RBI out of the 9 spot.
Not bad at all.
As that one's going to be a long run into the gap for Peralta, able to get there for the second out here.
The right fielder.
Yeah, just producer in my ear telling me Mike Leake, right before he got traded, flirted with history himself, getting just a couple outs away from a perfect game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, that was over the Angels. Trying to find it. The article dated July 20th, 2019. Let's see. This is a bad article for me to try to read. Nothing about that is telling me exactly what I needed to do. Took a perfect game into the 9th inning. Retired the first 24 batters before a little grounder went through the infield.
That's painful. As Blackman has a good eye there, taking ball 2, so it's on 2-1 against the leadoff hitter.
Now 3-1. So he's talking about Mike Leake's inability to walk guys, as he's in trouble here against Blackman. Pipes that one 3-2.
He's now made 31 pitches here in the top of the 3rd. He's doing pretty well on his pitch count.
So the payoff pitch could have been a walk. Instead, Blackman grounds into the shift. Nice pick in the dirt by Vogt as they go down in order. Coming up here in the bottom of the 3rd, it's going to be Andy Young, Tim LeCastro, and Ketel Marte.
So tell me a little bit about this Andy Young character. Obviously, he was highly sought after. He was traded for,
So Andy Young was that 3rd guy in that Paul Goldschmidt trade. An infielder by trade. 2nd and 3rd base for the most part. Generally graded out fairly well. You know, future values 45 or 50 by most folks. Biggest tool was the power, sitting at about a 55 or 60 future value on that, or potential. Grade on that. 2-0 becomes 2-1 as he swings and fouls that off. Trying to see if I can pull up a Andy Young scouting report.
It's not the biggest guy on the roster, so it's interesting that he's got that sort of power in his compact swing.
As that one's on the ground, but that'll be foul. We'll stay at 2-2. Yeah, now future value 40 plus according to Fangraphs. Number 15 prospect on the team, so not exactly a scout's dream, but like from what I've seen, and you know, I've met him and talked to him. You know, I really like this kid. I thought he should make the team out of camp, but you know he was just going to get squeezed with that addition of Starling Marte pushing Ketel back into the infield. Andy Young pops it up to Tony Walters behind the plate to start off the bottom of the 3rd here. So you see that with the Dodger win. The Diamondbacks now fall to 6 games back here in the National League West. Colorado now to 13.5. As National League West is basically just going to be between the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers unless something drastic changes.
Exactly, and the Rockies are in danger of catching the Padres on the way down.
Castro takes a called strike. 0-1. You know, I gotta be careful here about like, oh, they're out of contention, because just a few days ago we were reminded that it was the 2019 World Champion Washington Nationals starting out that series, 19-31, before going on that incredible historic tear. As Tim LeCastro does what he does best. They are not going to rule that a hit by pitch?
No,
You're kidding me.
It's just a brush back.
You're kidding me. There is no such world in which Tim LeCastro sees a pitch like that, doesn't just lean into it and sprint to first. That is, by all metrics, by like every rate stat, as Tim LeCastro gets aboard on a hit here with one out. Tim LeCastro is on pace over a 162-game season to get hit by like 65 pitches. And it's not like he crowds the plate. You know, it's not like he's Rizzo where like, you know, half of his anatomy is hanging over the plate. You know, he does just a good job of getting enough there and just not getting out of the way. And, you know, with the stealing ability that Tim LeCastro has, he's figured out how to steal first. You know, and subsequently second and third.
So, do we have our trivia guy here tonight?
Big guy, I'm not entirely sure. So you see Kyle Freeland already looking over there. That's a pitch out here against LeCastro. As this could be interesting. Tim LeCastro has yet to be caught stealing in his major league career. I really hope that streak does not end here today. Another slide step. He's going. And even with the slide step, there was never a chance to get LeCastro. He is safely into second on his 11th stolen base of the year.
Interesting. And only the fourth given up in Freeland's career.
No, we knew who was going to win that matchup. If it was Starling Marte, you know, a man whose best wheels are behind him, you know, that might have been a different story. This man, international art thief, Tim LeCastro, never going to get caught. 1-2 to Marte. And they're going to say he held up. It'll be 2-2.
So, is LeCastro going to run against the Flash or whatever his name is in Atlanta anytime soon?
Oh my God, I'd love to see that. 2-2. Looked at for strike 3. 2 strikeouts now for Ketel Marte here in this one.
The third baseman, Eduardo.
Getting aced by that pitch. It was well placed by Freeland.
Now with 2 away and a man on second, it's Eduardo Escobar. Anything to the outfield would likely bring the speedy LeCastro home and open up the scoring here in this one. Scoreless now, almost through 3. 1-0 pitch to Eduardo. Looked at for ball 2.
Yeah, after walking Escobar last time up, it does appear that Freeland is definitely dancing around him a little bit.
I mean, can you blame it? But the problem is you can't really get too cute when an even more dangerous hitter stands on deck. As that one's hit hard, but it'll be right to Tapia out in left field for the 3rd out. So another runner stranded at second base here for the Diamondbacks. We are through 3. Combined 3 hits and no runs for these teams. Head now to the top of the 4th.
We'll see Murphy, Arenado, and Trevor Story here for the Rocks.
The first baseman, number 9, Daniel
2, 3, 4.
Murphy.
Daniel Murphy. That I cry every time I look at Daniel Murphy. As a heavy Cubs fan, what he did in 2015 was absolutely disgusting. That was unreal, otherworldly, and I think it was even worse that, like, the second he hit the World Series, like after Game 1, he was just shut down. You know, he tears through the Dodgers, he tears through the Cubs, and just falls flat on his face against Kansas City.
Just wore himself out.
Like what even? You know, it was an oh my God. If I'm not mistaken, he slugged like 1,200 in those first 2 series. Like, what?
That's not too bad.
Oh, dude, it was disgusting. I remember here's like the most asinine story about that like 2015 NLCS. I remember being so distraught as Daniel Murphy grounds out to fellow, not really first baseman Stephen Vogt here. First out of the inning. I remember being so distraught trying to watch that game. I ended up accidentally eating like 1.5 pounds of peanuts with the shell on. Because I'm weird like that. Like I'm a ballpark peanuts with the shell on for the extra texture kind of guy. And yeah, so that was a painful mistake the next day when I realized what had really transpired.
It's got to be great for your gums.
Oh no, yeah, it was roughage, man. It was interesting. So Arenado up at the plate. And he's tied up now 1-1. Cookie asking who Murphy was with in 2015. That was the World Series runners-up, the New York Mets, before he eventually left town and took a deal with the Nationals. 1-2 here to Arenado.
He has
on
moved
the ground
a bit, though.
Third baseman to third baseman. Throw in time for the second out of the inning. Oh, he has. He spent that time with the Mets, with the Nationals as well, before getting traded over here, or did he come over in free agency? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think it was free agency, but I would not bet any money on that.
Let's find out. Baseball Reference, what can you tell me? Signed as a free agent with the Colorado Rockies. There we go.
All right.
Oh, and I forgot that half a season he spent with the Cubs as well in 2018.
Yeah.
Oh, that
so
was...
how did he get to the Cubs? Did he get traded there?
Traded at the deadline.
Yeah.
As that one's lifted out to center. Good job of Ketel Marte making the running grab. Keep Mike Leake looking pretty good through this one. Heading now to the bottom of the fourth. Peralta, Vogt, and Ahmed due up.
Yeah, Leake has only given up one single and he's only faced one over the minimum.
That's a Mike Leake start. And how many guys has he struck out on top of that, too?
Please hold. That would be none.
Exactly. Peralta swings at the first pitch, as he has been prone to do lately. Doing no wonders for his team.
And he was thrown out by about half a mile.
Oh, yeah. No, EB, he definitely did tear it up there in Chicago. So that was back-to-back years that the Cubs got monster production out of a guy at the deadline and refused to take him back. I wonder, I know Daniel Murphy, like, from the waist down is functionally useless. Between, like, hip issues and leg issues, he's not quite the guy you really want at second base. But with everything that had happened with Addison Russell and, David Bodie, yeah, he's kind of there. He's maybe not the super exciting guy he broke out to be. That happens to a lot of guys. You see the tape on him and they don't quite keep up the sheen and the wonder. But I wonder if there's anything different if he ends up sticking around in Cubby Blue.
Yeah, what's different with the Cubs if they don't have the Addison Russell cancer explode on them in the middle of the season like it did, right? So,
God, I don't know. It's then it didn't help too that Ben Zobrist ended up having marital troubles, and that screwed up pretty much all of last year as well. As Vogt is going to be aboard via the walk here in the bottom of the fourth.
The second walk done by Freeland.
Yeah, it's just been like a comedy of errors almost, just to watch this Cubs team not succeed as well as they might hope, as that window opened earlier than many folks thought.
Earlier and again with such a young core.
Right. No, because I remember watching that first game there in 2015. Thinking like that they're not there yet. John Lester loses that start against the Redbirds there, opening day 2015. Didn't inspire much confidence. And you knew that these guys were going to be too young to get it done. Sure enough, I'm super wrong, to no surprise. They end up going to what? The NLCS against those Mets in Daniel Murphy. And eventually win it in 2016 as Ahmed's going to sky that one back to the track. And as Tapia grabs that for the second out. But yeah, no, they got in there way too early. You know, they always thought it was going to be like 17 or 18 was going to be the real big years. You know, 16 was the start of it. And, 17, 18 were going to be the prime. 16, they win it. And it's kind of been downhill from there, it feels like, as Carson Kelly swings at the first one. He sees out to left field as well, as that will be the third out here in the bottom of the fourth. Another runner stranded here for these Diamondbacks. Almost called them the Cubs because we kind of got way off topic, as we are through four, still scoreless. What happens when you throw two Chicago boys in a booth, right?
Here we got Heidi Watney. You want to talk to us a little bit about Meals on Wheels here, my friend?
Sure, perfect time and get us maybe back on track. So everything we do here, folks, is for charity. That has been our goal from the outset and continues here to this day. Now, with everything going on, we just wanted to bring baseball to the people and do it for a good cause. Everything we get in your donations, your subscriptions, and just the positivity from your views, it all ends up going to Meals on Wheels. So if you love what we're doing, feel free to support us. And by us, I mean Meals on Wheels.
Absolutely. You can donate to them directly. You can subscribe to the channel. You can watch us. All these things together allow us to donate money to Meals on Wheels. And as you said, Duggo, that's why we're here. Not only to give us all baseball to watch and talk about, to help out those who need it as much, if not more, than any of us do. So
Tapia gets that one through the infield for the first hit of his ball game. Mike Leake, just the second hit allowed. As you see there, just the two hits and nothing else of note on that line. That is a Mike Leake start through and through.
Those are beautiful numbers.
That's just wild, man. Like, his ability to just be a soft contact guy here in 2020 is just otherworldly, especially out of a guy. He's not that old, because he was he was the last guy to jump straight from the draft to the majors. So he's been around a lot longer than the 32 years of age, might make it seem. But for a grizzled veteran, I guess you could say, like Mike Leake, it's just wild that he's still able to do that here in 2020. 0-2 to Brendan Rodgers. He's fouled off. We definitely couldn't see strikeout number one here.
I'm a huge Mark Burley fan, so this kind of pitching is something that I just absolutely love.
0-2 again. In the dirt, 1-2. We said we're never going to see a strikeout here. That's just uncharacteristic. Watch out. It's going to be like strikeout home run out of the next two batters or something like that. Because I said that.
There has to be a walk in there someplace too, right?
Oh, yeah. Like walks the bases loaded. Grand slam.
Hits a guy, maybe.
Oh, jeez. 2-2. 3-2. Oh, my God. What is happening? This is what I've wrought onto the world. So Rocky's able to get a leadoff single. And now it's full to Brendan Rodgers with no men out. Payoff pitch. On the ground. And we'll go 5-4-3 for the easy twin killing here.
Very effective.
He is still just that one batter over the minimum, as he is able to neutralize that hit by Tapia.
So it may not be like a unique thing by any means, but one of the things that really strikes me as being odd about Mike Leake is his uniform number.
Right.
A pitcher with the number 8 seems kind of odd to me.
I mean, Luke Weaver came up with the Cardinals as number 6 before coming to number 24 here with the Diamondbacks. 6 obviously being taken by David Peralta. Yeah, no, it is kind of weird looking at those guys, seeing that single-digit number. You know, we got a couple number zeros across the league, too, as pitchers as well, which is even weirder.
Yes. Now, sure enough, my White Sox have odd numbers all through the lineup, but I can't think of too many pitchers out there who have a single digit for the number.
3-1 to Walters. As that'll be a walk. There's the walk.
Now that's
number 11 on the season for Mike Leake. Yeah, no, those are the two numbers I was thinking about, guys. Ottavino and Stroman. Both wearing number 0, at least in some time, with their respective New York teams. Luis Urias, Blake Snell. And I feel like there's definitely some other number. Who's number 7? I feel like there's a pitcher number 7 other than Stroman. Diamondbacks got a man on first here. 2 outs in the top of the 5th.
And the pitcher.
Single-digit pitchers.
I'm pretty sure that Freeland does have a home run in his rookie year. This is his 4th season. Oh, did he?
He did. It was his rookie year. That was his lone home run he's hit. Didn't see who it was, but I did see that existed. As it'll be 2-2 here to the pitcher, Kyle Freeland.
So have we seen a pitcher with a home run in bat ball yet that we know of?
We were a foot away from it yesterday.
I saw
Freeland
that.
goes down on strike. That's the first strike of the day for Mike Leake. Gets walk number 1, followed by strikeout number 1. Rockies strand a guy. And we head down to the bottom of the 5th. It'll be Leake, Young, LaCastro, due up.
And you know how there's that silly adage that says, you know, you make a great defensive play and then you're the first guy up, and it happens 1 out of 9 times. So here you've got Leake with the strikeout, his first of the game, and guess who gets to come up first? Mike
Perfect. Leake. Pitcher-on-pitcher matchup right over the edge of the inning. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be interesting. A lot of conference with the managers down there. Not sure what's going on.
Looks like Robbie Ray was intently watching the action on the field.
Bob is really just intense. And honestly, from what I've heard, he's kind of a dick. Like I'm just going to throw that out there. Like, you know, I know some of these people that are in on this. Like, I used to, one of the gals that sits behind me, season tickets right behind me, works at the daycare that Robbie Ray's kid and at least Zach Greinke's kids used to go to. Okay. Not sure what happened with his family with that trade. But even she said it too. Robbie Ray's kind of a dick, kind of standoffish dude. Kind of thinks he's better than most folks. Yeah, it's 2-1 here to Mike Leake. And that, you know, there's a lot of stuff I was thinking about, you know, when there were all these rumors that Robbie Ray was going to end up in New York at the deadline last year. And Murphy barely able to get that over in time as he misplays it, but that'll be the first out of the inning. You know, there was a lot of concerns I had with the thought of Robbie Ray going to New York. But all those withstanding, I think his attitude was going to be really interesting if he ended up in the Big Apple.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's always that concern about a player's attitude and approach to the media and how they're going to handle it. And I how a guy that's a little bit like stone-faced and just kind of standoffish, as Robbie Ray would have done with that pushy New York media.
Yeah, it's kind of like having the Bill Belichick perspective if you're not as good as Bill Belichick is.
Right. As that'll be another out in the inning. Andy Young flies out to Charlie Blackmon. First play he's had to make today for the second out.
The right fielder, number 16.
That'll flip over this lineup yet again. Third time through the order, and as you said, apparently going to be tougher here for the Diamondbacks. Kyle Freeland
Historically,
works
that
backwards
appears to be-
somehow.
Yeah, last year was a forgettable year for Mr. Freeland, and the only thing that I could see that seemed to be a positive thing for him was the deeper he went into the game, the better he was. Now, he didn't have a whole lot of plate appearances on the third time through because of his struggles early in the game, but we'll see if what I said is true, if he does have a good showing here in the 5th and 6th inning.
1-0 to Castro. Pipes it 1-1. Kyle Freeland, as you said, very forgettable last year. 6.73 ERA. Only able to pitch 104 innings at the major league level, which is wild because the year before he finished
on fire.
Yeah, he finished what? Top 5 in Cy Young voting as Tim LeCastro gets that past an outstretched Nolan Arenado. Not an easy feat for his second hit of the ball game, just the 3rd for the Diamondback.
He even pitched the wild card game against the Cubs.
Don't remind me. I remember that. But yeah, no, he looked great in that game. And he looked great all season. He finished, if I'm remembering the numbers right, he finished number 4 in NL Cy Young votes. And the year before that was his rookie year where he was a top 10 finisher for Rookie of the Year. And then comes off 2 incredible seasons and just, for lack of a better word, poops the bed.
Yeah, and then got sent down to the minors and was brought back up, and he's struggled since then. Something changed, I'm guessing, in his, his delivery or what, but to start the year last year, and then it just continued on here in the bot ball as well. So this is one of the oddities I'm looking forward to seeing real Major League Baseball this year at some point, to see if a guy like Freeland has figured out what the problem is, or if he really is what the 2019 version of him was.
Pick out here against the Castro. Yeah, that's finally the first one towards the plate, but it still isn't a competitive pitch. Excited to see if the Castro plays the fates here.
He's struck out Marte twice.
God. 2 straight pitch outs.
Go after the batter.
God, 2 straight pitch outs and 3 looks over to first before that. They're more worried about LeCastro. I'd love to see him just lose Marte, walk him, and then a double steal out of it too. That would, I'd love that. Instead, that's going to be skied into right for Charlie Blackmon. Put that away for the 3rd out. Diamondbacks strand another one. That is 4 left on base for the day for them. Heading now to the 6th inning. Going to be 9-1-2 due up for the Rocks.
Dahl, Blackmon, and Murphy. That is not a law firm.
No, that is a nasty group of guys. Maybe like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yes,
because it was 2016 when Dahl really kind of came onto the scene. I think right. It was late 2016. He was having time with that team. I remember being at Chase Field for one of his first games at Chase and just screaming high praise at David Dahl, and everyone's like looking at me like I'm crazy. They're like, "Are you a Rockies fan?" I'm like, "Nah, this kid's just going to be something special." Just, he comes up to the plate, and I'm just like, "David Dahl!" Just as that one's grabbed by Andy Young in deep second base for the first out of the inning.
The right fielder, number 19.
But no, I've been really high on David Dahl ever since he's come into the league. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy and put it together and find the playing time. But it looks like as these Rockies slowly lose pieces and the continued question marks out of Jeff Bridich, and general manager over there, he seems to be cementing his place in that outfield. That's Jeff Bridich's tenure over there is something. That's a whole episode in itself. Good running. Bare hand grab there by Escobar to make the play on Blackmon.
Number 9.
2 away.
Daniel.
Second time that Blackmon has gone out 4-3, and he went out, 5-3, and went out 6-3 the other time. So
he's trying to beat that shift, and it's not working for him.
Yeah, apparently not.
We'll bring up Daniel Murphy, as that was the nicest pitch of the game. Thanks, Shark Shavery, for reminding me that. As that's another one. They're trying to beat the shift. Doesn't work. Beats him by surprisingly closer than it should have been for Daniel Murphy. Back-to-back 5-3 putouts end this inning. 1-2-3. Heading now to the bottom of the 6th. Still looking for any runs. I'll take any runs.
Offense.
Yeah, honestly, give me offense. Give me some hits. Give me some extra base hits. Even give me some strikeouts, some walks, something. Just been ground ball city here.
So tell me, Duggo, with the games that you've been to, have you seen any major league debuts for players that you're like really excited about?
Oh, have I personally witnessed that?
Yes.
As Escobar, that is caught out there by Charlie Blackmon. Stop ruining my life, Chucky.
Who all of a sudden is getting work.
Yeah, right? Like, it does nothing all game, and now all of a sudden he's making every play out there in right field.
Exactly.
Major league debuts out of anybody? I don't think so, man. Like, last year was the first year we had those season tickets, and I really started going very religiously over there.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen any good debuts. I feel like you're setting yourself up for me to ask you if you've seen any.
Well, I am. I'll admit that. I had the good fortune, having grown up in actually Wisconsin, in southern Wisconsin, I went over to see the Brewers quite a bit. And back when I was in high school, they were still in the American League.
Yeah.
So my brother and I went to a White Sox-Brewers doubleheader. And I was, again, 17 at the time, I think. And I had seen this guy's baseball card in the first-round draft picks. And sure enough, there's this hulk of a human being playing catch in front of me. And I'm like, that's Frank Thomas.
Oh, my God.
So I wound up seeing both Frank Thomas and Alex Hernandez's major league debuts in that doubleheader.
Oh, wow. That's something nuts.
That was pretty cool, yeah.
Peralta takes a strike there. It's full now to the feared man. Still looking for his first hit of the day, lefty on lefty. Not going to get it there. 4-3 goes down Peralta for the second out of the inning. No, I don't think I'm trying to think. I mean, no, because I wasn't in town during the deadline, so I wasn't able to see when Josh Rojas made his Snakes debut at least, or Zach Gallen making his Snakes debut. Both big deadline acquisitions last year. No, I don't think I can't say that I have, unless anybody debuted on opening day last year. Possible. Let me look at that. I'm curious now what that opening day 2019 lineup looked like.
Sure.
Next opening day 2019 is it's 2-0 here to Stephen Vogt. Two-way in the bottom of the 6th. Just somebody give me offense, man. Just somebody. Not the Arizona Diamondbacks at Los Angeles. That was not. I'm thinking about the home opener. That one is going to be put away. 4-3. As it is just hapless. We have seen tons of 1-2-3 inning. Great pitchers duel. Didn't expect it, but here we are. Through 6, just 5 hits allowed. 6 runners left stranded.
2 of those hits are for Timmy Lowe as well.
Thank you, Tim LaCastro. As Shark Shavery comes in here to hopefully bring some comic relief.
Hello.
So,
no, I bring extra innings.
No, please don't bring extra innings. I know it's about you're 20 minutes away from your birthday, but please don't bring me extra inning.
That can be your present.
Oh my God.
Well, he brought us a Nomar Mazara home run yesterday in the White Sox game, so
that was wacky.
I can dig that.
I was really conflicted.
You're still pretty actively rooting against the White Sox, aren't you?
As always.
That's fair. You grew up.
Tigers and Cubs.
Oh, okay.
And there we go. There's a strikeout. Arenado's pissed about it. Everybody's feeling some type of way. This game is just weird. The second strikeout. Oh.
The
bring up
pitch
Trevor.
counts for both these guys are definitely looking pretty good here. So we
Right.
might be going 8 or 9 for both pitchers.
Oh my God, it's just gonna be like that like Rich Hill game a couple years ago where he takes it to like the 9th and it just blows up after that.
Well, this I have to say, this is going to blow up on somebody.
Somebody's gonna decide to bring in Kevin Ginkel or some stupid move like that. I swear to God, Tori, if you do that, like friendship is over. Like it's barely hanging on by a thread. But if I see Kevin Ginkel at any point in this game, like we're done. 3-0 here to Trory, though. There's something happening. Pipes it now 3-1. That 88-mile-an-hour cutter, giving me Dan Heron flashbacks. Mr. I throw 88. Will be 3-1 here to Story. For a strike. He's allowed. He's that one want.
Yeah, nice little cut fastball there.
And we'll go full. Payoff pitch to Trevor Story is on the ground for a single. That's the third hit of the day allowed by Mike Leake. Now that's the 4th base runner. And Story stays alive with a 6-game hitting streak. Streak's got to start somewhere.
It does. Next up is Tapia, who has one of the other hits for the Rockies with a single to center his last time up in the 5th.
Mike Leake about to throw just the 80th pitch of the day.
Nope. Ball one.
Laying off that, it'll be 1-0. Surprised not to see Leake go low in the zone. It's really surprising. He's had like 8,000 ground outs here in this game. He's got a runner on first. Could end the inning with something low. Instead, he goes high. And there we go. That is a fly out to LaCastro. Could have been a ground out to Andy Young, but no. We'll have 2 away.
Second base.
Next up is Brendan Rogers, who owns another one of the hits for the Rockies, but also grounded into a double play his last time up in the 5th to erase Tapia.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Instead, he's continues to pound high. I guess a little bit less important now with 2 outs, as anything will kill the inning. 0-1 now. Pitch comes in. Hit high, hit deep, retreating is Ketel Marte, and he makes the grab on the track as we now head to the stretch.
Beautiful.
I'm sorry we couldn't do that 15 minutes later for you. I'm sorry we're cruising.
Yeah, it is all right, you know.
Nick Ahmed's got a shot here. Is that going to be... Oh, my God. Misplayed by Tapia. Are we going to see him make the hard turn? We are not. So that is an easy double to start off the inning for Nick Ahmed. Do we see some life? Is he inspired by the stretch as much as I am? Let's see what the 7th inning has brewing here, folks.
I either want this to be blown wide open or I want it to go to the 14th. Anyway, take it easy, boys. Have a good one.
Appreciate it. As that'll be the end of the line for Kyle Freeland as they'll get crafty manager Buddy Black coming out with the double switch to bring in Jairo Diaz. Anybody catches exactly what's going on with the double switch, please let us know.
Yes, please. As we see the perennial powerhouse batter, Carson Kelly.
Dude, he has come up real clutch lately in these past couple games. He had that big 3-run shot to tie it in that eventual walk-off win in that first game of that Tigers series on Friday. You know, we've seen him come up with some big hits, man. He's improved, which is hard to believe looking at that stat line, but he's been a lot better as of late.
He takes that strike.
that makes sense. Appreciate that, EB. Looks like it'll be Ryan McMahon batting 8th and playing second.
Okay. Brendan Rodgers was the last one up, so that makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, no, we got a glutton of infield talent here for the Rockies as it's 0-2 to Kelly.
One ball.
Low in the dirt, 1-2. We've got Ryan McMahon, Garrett Hampson, and Josh Fuentes. Not to mention just that another corpse of a bad deal that isn't Daniel Murphy, but instead is Ian Desmond. So that was that Ian Desmond deal made 0 sense to me at the time and makes even less sense now.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's like, where is he?
It's just getting paid $20 million a year to go sit on a bench, apparently. Yeah, that's a strikeout for Diaz out of the pen. So Ahmed's over there at second, 1 out, and we'll see what they want to do. The pitcher spot due up here for the Snakes. Get that line for Kyle Freeland as Mike Leake's day is done as well. Starling Marte comes up here in the 8th spot for the Snakes.
Somebody gonna give us the Marte Parque in chat?
I'll do it. I got you. 0-1 here to Marte. Not quite a Marte Parque. It'll go Marte Young LaCastro Marte.
Oh, looks like Shark's hitting the birthday sauce a little early.
Can't blame him.
No, not at all.
Not at all. As it is quickly 0-2 to the other leadoff man here on this team. Pitch comes in on the ground. Diving stop by the newly entered McMahon. Good job to get there.
Nice play.
Second out of the inning. Runner's going to move up on the right side hit. Great job there by McMahon to make that stop. Whew.
Yeah. Also a good piece of hitting by Marte to move the runner over, taking that pitch on the outer half and pushing it that way. So it was a good job of hitting.
So that runner moves up to third base here. Andy Young at the plate with 2 outs, as that is also right at Ryan McMahon. Oh, that is tough. So Diamondbacks have another opportunity and continue to squander it. That is, every man they've left on has been at second base today.
And we're in this case third. Yes, in scoring position.
That is rough. Now pitching for the Diamondbacks. We now look at who's coming in for the Snakes. Merrill Kelly, former starter in his own right. Been a great bullpen piece here in 2020. At 2.44 ERA. Wonderful. It'll be 7-8-9 up here for the Rockies here in the top of the 8th.
Still 0-0.
Get these lines here out of these pitchers. Great pitching by both these teams.
Yes.
Very eerily similar lines, too. So the final line on Kyle Freeland. 6+ innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, 2 walks, no earned runs, and 3 strikeouts. And 4. That's 3 unassisted here to start out this inning. I am so god-awful multitasking.
You need me to...
There we go. Hey, how about that? I don't need to do any more calculations. Mike Leake, 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 walk, no earned runs, and 2 strikeouts.
83 pitches.
It's a solid day for both those guys. Combined 7 hits over 13 innings. Like, whew. Just what? 5 left on base right now for the Diamondbacks, and only 3?
3, yeah.
3 left on base for the Rockies. That's efficiency out of both these guys. That's not what I figured to be happening. Oh, God, no. Don't you dare put that evil on me. Kevin Ginkel and Yohan Lopez getting loose in the pen. Not sure why they'd be doing that, as Merrill Kelly can definitely give you a couple solid innings.
And it's not like he's going to be up next, so we've got some room for him here.
It'll be Ryan McMahon now looking at a 1-2 count after entering in on the double switch and making two great plays out there in that last half inning.
Yeah, this isn't the kind of splits that you usually see on Baseball Reference, but I wonder how late inning substitutions do when they've had a chance to play in the field before they hit.
Instead, he's going to strike out. First strikeout here for Merrill Kelly in this game. Man, this is... God, if you love great pitching, you picked a winner, folks.
This has been good, yes.
Appreciate all of you sticking around here as we creep on that midnight Eastern hour.
Yes,
David Dahl looks at a first pitch ball here. 0 for 2 on his day. Flew out to left, grounded out to second. Looks at another ball. Yeah, this is not what I thought would happen here. I know, Mike Leake was probably going to be a soft tossing game and capitalize on that last game he had as well, but I did not expect Kyle Freeland to come in here and look as great as he did either.
No, we talked about that at the beginning of the game, that especially with these two offenses, I did not expect this either. I thought that at least one of the two pitchers, if not both, would get touched up relatively early, but both got into a nice groove, limited their pitches, limited their free passes.
As Andy Young takes way too long to get to that playing in deep second, shallow right field. As David Dahl is aboard here with a 2-out single.
Your attention, please.
That was like a Starlin Castro level play. As Garrett Hampson, talking about that glutton of infielders, comes in here as a pinch runner for David Dahl.
Nope.
Charlie Blackman looks at a ball here, 1-0. That was everything's been interesting, man. This could be something weird. I like how weird this is about to get. David Dahl's already out of the game. We're heading over to this crazy field of former isotopes.
The oddity that I'm waiting for is Mr. Dinkley.
No, please don't. Please don't. I'm not waiting for that. Look over to first. Check on Hampson.
It's been opposites day, though.
I mean, it's been pretty normal. At least across bot ball, things have been fairly normal. The Dodgers win. Garrett Cole almost has a perfect game against the Mariners. That's going to go on the ground. 3 unassisted to end the inning. We'll really see what Buddy Black's got in mind with David Dahl now out of the game. 4 hits for both teams, no runs. Rocky Strand another. Oh my God. Garrett Hampson now out there in center field for these Rockies.
Number 1.
Oh my God. Bottom of the 8th. It's going to be the 4th time through this quarter for these Snakes. Castro, Marte, Escobar. Diaz out for his second inning of work. Able to work quickly through that Diamondbacks bottom of the order. Strikeout and 2 hard hit balls to second base, as that's a hard swing for 0-2. Castro 2 for 3 today with one of those lovely stolen bases, number 11 on the year. Swinging for the fences, not a big home run guy. As he's looking, and that's strikeout number 2 for Diaz.
Bit of an ugly swing, but after 2 singles earlier in the game, it was about time that he got fooled by something.
And that's just the wild thing, too, about these Colorado pitchers. They spend all that time trying to figure out how to get their pitches to move the way they want at altitude. And then they come back in here, where there used to be similar problems, but they also have a humidifier, or a humidor, here at Chase. So getting the balls to break the right way at Chase is going to be actually probably with just the air quality, it's probably going to be like pitching at Coors Light, pitching in the PCL at least.
Sure.
So it's very interesting. If you haven't read up on some how these guys have to adjust everything and relearn their pitches, I know Adam Ottavino was talking about it when he went over the Yankees. It's always some fun stuff to read about that kind of stuff. That one's on the ground right at Diaz for the second out, 1-3.
So, unfortunately, neither of our starters today is going to weigh in on the decision. So this is a bullpen game. But once again, very impressive performance by both. I came into this game really wondering what we were going to see from Freeland and Leake, and I was very impressed by both.
So Escobar still looking for that elusive first hit. He's headed for an off day soon if he doesn't start trying to figure his stuff out. 1-1 now from Diaz.
Well, the good news is he's outperformed his counterpart at third base.
Here we go. Not hard. This has been a pretty anemic day all around.
Yes, with his walk, that was better than anything that Arenado's done so far.
Arenado with the strikeout, Escobar with the walk. Who's killing it now, Mom? 2-1 to Escobar. Why does Bot Ball After Dark always have to be so damn weird?
I think it's the Duggo effect.
It ain't me, man. There's something in the water, and it ain't just me. 2-2 now to Escobar, swinging through that one. Pitch comes in, almost hits him. Diving out of the way of that. So it'll be full.
His feet. Going to come back with something else low.
The runners would be moving if they had any idea what runners are in this game. And Escobar looks at that one for strike 3. 3 strikeouts here for Diaz in 2 perfect innings of work.
Looks like Diaz lucked his way into that strikeout because he did not place that anywhere near where the catcher was set up.
So here we are. It's the top of the 9th. Still looking at no score. It'll be the heart of this Rockies lineup up here as Daniel Murphy could be making trouble. Instead, that'll be a long foul ball, 0-1. And hit me with those questions, Parabola. I want to answer them. I got nothing better to do. Merrill Kelly tosses over to first. Easily get Daniel Murphy. Probably should have just started walking back to the dugout.
The third baseman.
No, actually, he was on that Nationals team where with Papelbon and Harper, right? He knows how to that. He knows you got to run out those grounders. How does the show know what I'm calling a late night game? I don't know. It's just
because it's a Diamondbacks game. He always calls Diamondback games, so the show knows that.
I don't know. Maybe it's like, all right, this is the 7th game of the day. Let's screw it up. As Arenado gets his first hit of the day. Who's laughing now, Mom? What inning do I start getting cross-eyed? I think right about now with the combined hits and runs. It happened about like half an inning ago or so. Oh no!
Oh my God!
Okay, so this is the problem. Okay, I'm getting bad flashbacks right about now. My first 17-inning game happened in exactly a move like this. As Fuentes is going for second, he's safe. But more importantly, Arenado's out of the game. So when this inevitably goes like 12 more innings, there's no Nolan Arenado in the lineup anymore.
Yep.
Oh my God, this is okay. So there we go. Arenado's out. And who is that? Josh Fuentes is in. Story's at the plate now, the runner in scoring position, and only one out. Oh my God.
Ball 3.
You could apparently you could just hear the exasperation in my voice. I just had to get checked on, make sure everything was okay.
Are you okay there, Duggo?
Never. I've never been okay. 3-0 to Story. Was in the zone, looked at for strike one. No, dude, I've never been. I popped out the womb like orange and purple, and it's just been somehow downhill since.
You gonna leave that imagery behind as we look at this 3-1 pitch?
Sometimes your liver doesn't want to work and you don't want to get oxygen, as that's now full here against Trevor Story. Now, sometimes you're born really premature. You're somehow alive 3 decades later. Payoff pitch is hit into the air. Marte's there for the second out.
Now back. Left field.
Don't like the way this is going, guys.
No, not at all.
Happy birthday there, Shark.
That's true. It is now Shark Shavery's birthday. Lovely number 29 for him. Happy birthday, Mark. Tapia looks at that one, fouls it off. Long run by Peralta. He is nowhere.
But at least he gave it a good time.
Oh, my God.